Should Xiao Yan be reborn with the memories of a sovereign realm? What kind of tale would unfold? Yao Lao exclaimed. Did you create this foundational divine liquid? How is it that my bone spirit cold fire obeys your command? Moreover, do not refer to me as your teacher. You are, in fact, my mentor. Bodong remarked. The Queen Medusa is incomparably powerful. You must never. What? She is your wife? Nalan Yanran inquired. Teacher, am I also a part of your play? Shan stated. Honorable master, I am your servant, the most diligent and reliable steward of the Xiao family. Gu Yuan responded. Our ancient clan is truly blessed to have such a noble son-in-law. It is indeed the manifestation of our ancestors. The Yao Clan proclaimed, Welcome back, ancestor Yao Chen. Zhu Kuan queried. Without accepting the inheritance of the Tua, she ancient emperor, how do you intend to defeat that sole emperor? Xiao Yan declared, It is quite simple. I shall ascend to the pinnacle of supremacy. As he transcends the boundaries beyond sovereignty, Xiao Yan transforms into countless forms to journey back to the past, desiring nothing more than to provide them with a warm home. Chapter 1. The Summer of 12. Yinner, what troubles you? The anxious call echoed in his ears, and a sense of weakness, not felt for millennia, overwhelmed Xiao Yan with discomfort. Blinding white light flickered incessantly, and cacophonous sounds filled the air as Xiao Yan struggled to open his eyes. Where am I? As his vision gradually returned, he attempted to summon his soul power to survey his surroundings, only to discover that the once boundless strength that could encompass the entire realm now merely allowed him to perceive a few meters around him. Such a shocking transformation caused his eyes to widen. He beheld two faces, one large and one small, becoming increasingly distinct. The larger face, characterized by thick brows and bright eyes, bore a square jaw and an expression of concern, with a middle-aged man repeatedly calling out, Yinner. The smaller face, as pure as jade, displayed the innocence of youth but already possessed the beauty that could captivate a nation, resembling a magnificent azure lotus poised to bloom. Yet, the exquisite little visage was marred by anxiety, with glistening tears gathering at the corners of her beautiful eyes. These two faces were familiar to Xiao Yan, for they belonged to his father and wife, Xiao Zhan and Sun'er. However, after he brought Xiao Zhan into the vast world, despite his initially poor aptitude, through Xiao Yan's relentless pursuit of heavenly materials and elixirs as he ascended to the sovereign realm, he had forcibly elevated Xiao Zhan to the level of the heavenly sovereign. As for Sun'er, she was renowned throughout the vast world as a peerless beauty, her cultivation eventually reaching the pinnacle of the saintly realm. Yet the youthful appearance before him clearly indicated that she was merely an 11 or 12-year-old girl. What is happening? Xiao Yan was initially taken aback before struggling to rise. He distinctly remembered that he was striving to break through to a realm beyond sovereignty, engaged in a battle with the heavenly tribulation. Weakness. Xiao Yan's arm went limp, and he felt as though every ounce of strength had been drained from him. When he attempted to summon the spiritual energy within, he found it nearly non-existent, leaving only wisps of feeble energy. Is this fighting qi? Xiao Yan's eyes widened further as he lay on the pillow, laboriously turning his head. Familiar figures stood silently before him, their expressions a blend of tension, concern, anxiety, and schadenfreude. Various emotions manifested on their faces as memories from millennia past surged forth. Xiao Yan slowly closed his eyes, taking a deep breath before accepting this reality. I have indeed returned to the year of my 12th summer. Gazing at the myriad expressions before him, Xiao Yan felt a disorienting sensation as if he were swimming against the current of time. Was this a rebirth or merely a dream? He endeavored to apply the various methods he knew to break through illusions, yet all were in vain. After a moment, he finally accepted the truth. He understood that he had reverted to that disheartened youth at the third stage of fighting qi, yet he bore no semblance of worry. For now, he was not merely that 12-year-old boy. He was also the Flame Emperor. Flame Emperor Xiao Yan. Brother Xiao Yan, are you all right? Sun'er, observing Xiao Yan's sudden daze and subsequent calmness, couldn't help but inquire with concern. I am fine. I merely encountered a slight mishap during my training, but I shall recover with a bit of rest. Watching Sun'er's worried expression, Xiao Yan smiled. No matter the circumstances, his wife always cared for him the most. With this thought, he gently grasped Sun'er's delicate white hand, softly patting her hand to reassure her, an act that caused her fair cheeks to flush instantly. Even in such a state, Brother Xiao Yan still has the mind to act flirtatiously. Sun'er hurriedly withdrew her small hand from his grasp, leaving Xiao Yan somewhat taken aback, yet he could not suppress a chuckle. In his previous life, which can be conveniently referred to as the former Xiao Yan, he and Sun'er had been a married couple for thousands of years. Such affectionate gestures were hardly significant. Yet now, Sun'er was but a young girl, barely on the cusp of adolescence, ill-equipped to endure such familiarity. Yenner, are you truly unscathed? Upon seeing the smile on Xiao Yan's face, Xiao Zhan visibly relaxed. As a father, his foremost concern was undoubtedly the safety of his child, followed by matters of talent. Do not worry, father. It will not be long before I recover. Xiao Yan's smile remained serene, as if he had merely sustained a minor bump. Very well then. You should rest well. I will step out to discuss with the elders how to treat your injuries. Xiao Zhan nodded, yet the worry in his eyes was unmistakable to Xiao Yan. He was well aware that the fact his fighting chi had diminished to merely the third stage could not escape the scrutiny of the great Do Masters. Given such a situation, it was impossible for Xiao Zhan not to be anxious. In his previous life, encountering such circumstances had nearly driven him to tears from fear. Esteemed elders and fellow clansmen, I am profoundly grateful for your visit. However, I find myself somewhat enfeebled and in need of rest, so I kindly ask that you take your leave for now. Xiao Yan addressed the assembly. In that case, Xiao Yan, do take good care of yourself. I shall arrange for the younger members of the clan to visit you in turns over the next few days to provide companionship and alleviate your boredom, came the reply. The Grand Elder nodded, leading a procession of over a dozen clan members, including Xiao Zhan, as they left Xiao Yan's humble abode with great pomp. Once the gathering dispersed, Xiao Yan, utilizing his extraordinary soul power that surpassed that of his peers, could faintly discern the murmurs from outside the window. Xiao Yan's recent mishap during his cultivation is no trifling matter. His cultivation level has plummeted to the third stage of Do Qi, which represents an enormous loss. The Grand Elder's voice resonated. During the Do Qi cultivation phase, the human body is at its most vulnerable, and the recovery period is likely to be exceedingly protracted. Even if Xiao Yan regains his strength, it may take him years, if not longer, to reach the rank of a Do Shi once more, the third elder candidly remarked. More than the decline in his cultivation, I am gravely concerned that his innate talent for cultivation may be irrevocably affected. Regardless, we must urgently attend to Yenner's ailment. Even if it requires the full might of the clan, we must see him healed, Xiao Zhan's solemn voice echoed. Listening to the discussions from outside, a bittersweet smile crept upon Xiao Yan's lips. In his previous life, when he had just fallen from grace, these three elders had held him in considerable esteem. After all, from a purely utilitarian perspective, he was regarded as the future pillar of the clan. Regrettably, over the ensuing 3 years, as his Do Qi stagnated, their expressions grew increasingly frigid. Xiao Yan bore them no ill will, for it is the nature of humanity to seek advantage and avoid harm. Not everyone possesses the capacity to treat others equally in times of adversity. As the voices outside gradually diminished, Xiao Yan struggled to sit upright, and the youthful countenance that once bore the marks of panic had transformed into an embodiment of profound tranquility. It was a sensation of composure that came from grasping the larger picture. In his previous life, devoid of any support, he had still managed to rise against the odds and ascend to the pinnacle of the Do Qi continent, even reaching the heights of this universe. Now, in this rebirth, although his cultivation had once again plummeted to the depths, the invaluable experiences accumulated over millennia and the resilient heart forged through countless trials had simultaneously returned to him. Outside, the verdant trees gradually obscured the scorching sun, while the summer heat brought forth the incessant chorus of cicadas. Dappled sunlight filtered through the window, casting a mosaic of light and shadow upon the young man's face, where innocence and the weight of experience intertwined seamlessly. Xiao Yan gently caressed the ancient ring upon his finger, a smile gracing his lips. It is but a mere passage of trials. Chapter 2. Teacher, in this life, I shall ensure your easy victory. In his previous life, Xiao Yan was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of anxiety and panic after losing all his Do Qi, especially after countless futile attempts to cultivate it, leaving him with nothing but endless despair. Over the subsequent 3 years, as his cultivation stagnated at the third stage of Do Qi, the gaze of his clansmen gradually shifted from fervent reverence to cold indifference. During that time, Xiao Yan felt as though his existence was worse than death, and life had lost all meaning. Yet, these 3 years allowed him to experience the myriad facets of human existence, tempering the youthful arrogance he once possessed. From then on, he approached tasks with a sense of equanimity, cherishing every opportunity and the warmth of humanity with unparalleled significance. One only learns to appreciate what they have after experiencing loss. It can be said that although these 3 years did not yield any growth in his cultivation, they significantly honed his mental fortitude, planting a resilient stone within his heart, essential for a strong spirit. Of course, the genesis of it all lay in the black ring adorning his finger. Had it not been for the 3 arduous years under the tutelage of Yao Lao, Xiao Yan's character would have inevitably veered towards arrogance. Perhaps one day, after attaining strength, it would have led to his downfall. without Yao Lao's guidance and the fortuitous gift of the burning technique. Xiao Yan's highest achievement might have been limited to Dohuan. With a bit of luck, he might have reached Dozong. But Dozun would have remained a distant dream, let alone becoming the later Emperor Yan. In retrospect, Yao Lao played an immensely crucial role in Xiao Yan's journey of growth. In this new life, Xiao Yan's understanding has ascended to levels far beyond that of Yao Lao. Yet he would never abandon this elder who had bestowed him with immeasurable kindness. Moreover, even with boundless memories at his disposal, Xiao Yan, currently at the third stage of Doqi, lacked the ability to refine even the most basic first-grade pills. Thus, Xiao Yan gently caressed the obsidian ring in his hand, a glimmer of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. Teacher, whether this life is real or merely a fleeting illusion, let us, as master and disciple, once again join forces to carve out a boundless horizon. As his emotions swelled, Xiao Yan's heart could not help but tremble, prompting him to call out urgently, "Teacher, awaken!" Following his commanding roar, the black ring remained still, appearing as nothing more than an unremarkable ancient ornament. Gazing at the immobile black ring, Xiao Yan's countenance stiffened for a moment before he exhaled softly. "Having absorbed so much of my Do Qi, even if you cannot restore much of your strength, you must have regained at least some awareness. Moreover, if you had not regained a semblance of consciousness, how could you have actively absorbed my Do Qi?" Xiao Yan looked at the ancient ring once more, unable to resist shaking it gently. "Teacher, Yao Chen, old man." Though his strength had diminished to merely the third stage of Do Qi, the formidable consciousness cultivated over countless years in his past life remained immensely powerful. Even if his current spiritual power was akin to that of first-grade alchemist, Xiao Yan could vaguely sense the ancient soul within the ring observing him. After multiple unsuccessful calls, an impish smile spread across Xiao Yan's face, a mischievous glint appearing at the corners of his lips. "Since this old fellow refuses to show himself, let's see if I must resort to more unorthodox methods." With that thought, he forced his weakened body to rise slowly from the bed and laboriously made his way to the chamber pot in his side room. "Teacher, if you do not appear soon, I may have to resort to using my urine to wake you up." As he spoke, the playful grin on his face grew more pronounced, and he grasped the black ring tightly, letting out a series of sinister chuckles. "Yao Zun, you would want to remain trapped in this filth forever, would you?" As the words left his lips, Xiao Yan began to twist the ring. In that moment, a flash of white light surged across the black ring. He felt as though the ring had become firmly affixed to his finger, unless he severed it. Even the mighty Xiao Zhan would find it challenging to remove it. A vast wave of soul pressure enveloped him, causing Xiao Yan's complexion to grow even paler as his consciousness teetered on the brink of collapse, as if he might faint at any moment. Fortunately, his willpower had multiplied countless times compared to years past, and bolstered by this resolve, he managed to withstand the terrifying impact on his soul. The next instant, the atmosphere in the room shifted as if stirred by an unseen force, and an ethereal, aged figure began to emerge from the black ring. Any ordinary person would likely be struck with terror, mistaking it for a ghostly apparition. Yet, upon seeing this venerable figure, a look of hazy reminiscence washed over Xiao Yan's face. "You little brat, how cunning you are! At such a tender age, you have concocted such a wicked scheme. Moreover, how did you come to know of my past?" The ancient voice resonated, accompanied by a pair of burning, ghostly white eyes fixed intently on Xiao Yan. The palpable aura of menace seemed to envelop the room in a chilling frost. Achoo! Under the weight of this terrifying chill, Xiao Yan, already weakened, could not help but sneeze. "Teacher, I am your disciple," he exclaimed, sensing Yao Lao's heightened vigilance and the intensity of his murderous aura. He feared that a mere spark of anger from the elder might result in his immediate obliteration, extinguishing the story before it even began. "Disciple? I do not recall having a disciple like you." Yao Lao's eyes remained wary. This child appeared to be no more than a decade old, and he himself had perished over a century ago. How could a disciple suddenly materialize? Seeing Yao Lao's continued suspicion, Xiao Yan regained his composure, an unexpected tranquility emerging in his dark eyes that even Yao Lao found astonishing. "Teacher, there is no need for such wariness. The reason behind this is complex and cannot be explained in a moment. You only need to know that I am aware of everything about you. I mean you no harm. On the contrary, I shall assist you in restoring your physical form and avenging your grievances." Noticing Yao Lao's continued caution, Xiao Yan hesitated for a moment before revealing several key terms: Xingyan Pavilion, Soul Palace, Hanfeng, Wenzun, Xianyi. As he uttered these names, the spiritual fluctuations in the room surged like a tempestuous storm, causing Xiao Yan's soul to feel as though it were a small boat in turbulent waters. on the verge of capsizing. Who exactly are you, and how do you know so much? Yao Lao's fiery gaze dimmed, revealing eyes filled with astonishment. Who am I? I am your disciple, Xiao Yan replied with a rueful smile, taking a moment to explain the circumstances to Yao Lao. After a lengthy exchange, Yao Lao's expression transformed into one of peculiar complexity. However, the murderous intent in his gaze had lessened significantly, replaced by a more benign demeanor. Regardless of the truth of your claims, I presently have no other options. Little one, if you can assist me in regaining my physical form, Yao Chen shall repay you with my life. With one last look at Xiao Yan, Yao Lao transformed into a beam of white light, returning to the black ring. If this child speaks the truth, then he truly has encountered a ghost, as this seemingly simple 10-year-old possesses profound knowledge of Yao Zun's past, even foretelling certain aspects of the uncertain future. This realization left Yao Lao dumbfounded, yet also instilled a measure of belief in Xiao Yan's words. Gazing at the now tranquil black ring, Xiao Yan smiled faintly, unable to suppress a soft murmur escaping his lips. Teacher, this time I shall ensure that you are spared from the torment of that soul palace. In this life, I vow to let you rest comfortably and effortlessly. Chapter 3. The tale has traversed many twists and turns, yet fortunately, your companionship remains steadfast. How insubstantial, how utterly insubstantial. After attending to the matters concerning Elder Yao, Xiao Yan quietly reclined back upon his bed, feeling a weakness he had not experienced in millennia. In his current state, any endeavor would prove cumbersome. It would be wiser to rest for a while, allowing his strength to recuperate before contemplating further actions. Although I presently possess only the prowess of a third-tier Do-Chi practitioner, the memories of my past life remain vividly intact. With the accumulation of my prior existence, I can claim mastery over not just heavenly tier techniques and ninth-grade pill formulas, but even the paths of the celestial sovereign and divine realms. My memories, how could they? Suddenly jolting awake from a moment of meditation, Xiao Yan's eyes widened with disbelief. It appeared that only the initial decades of his past life were clear in his mind. The subsequent memories were veiled, leaving only a haze of significant milestones. Damned! Surely, my current frail body is incapable of sustaining the soul's power beyond the threshold of a first-tier alchemist. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Yan acknowledged that even with his extensive memories as a superlative powerhouse over thousands of years, absorbing them all would be taxing, especially for a body that had yet to reach the level of a mere fighter. To attempt to infuse hundreds of years of memories leading up to the Dominator realm would likely result in his current soul bursting from the strain. Truly, it is as if the heavens conspire against me. With a sigh, Xiao Yan closed his eyes to ponder deeply, only to slowly reopen them moments later. Thankfully, despite the overwhelming haze, some invaluable fragments of memory remained intact. He understood that his rebirth brought not only the indomitable spirit forged over countless years, but also the vast insights gleaned from his past experiences. Within his recollections lay myriad secret arts that even deities would regard with reverence. As for heavenly tier martial techniques and unparalleled divine abilities, they were too numerous to mention. Merely a single one could plunge the Do-Chi continent and even the vast universe into chaos. However, due to the limitations of his soul's power, what remained were primarily the techniques he had personally developed. This was not a significant concern. Once I restore my cultivation to the level of a great Dome Master, I should be able to recall many memories from before the Dominator realm. With Elder Yao's assistance, it would not be long before I returned to that day. Xiao Yan gently shook his head, relieved that remnants of his own techniques still lingered in his mind. Regrettably, it seemed that prior to becoming a fighter, those techniques would be of little use. Instead, the residual pill formulas might prove more beneficial in his current condition. After mentally cataloging his thoughts, the lingering weakness soon wore him down, and he unknowingly drifted into a deep slumber. When Xiao Yan awoke once more, he felt a delicate hand gently wiping his forehead with a damp cloth. Slowly opening his eyes, he realized that the sky outside had darkened. It seemed he had slept for quite a while. Turning to look, he was greeted by a rather charming little face staring at him. Not Zuner, but rather Xiao Mei. Big cousin, you're awake. Upon witnessing Xiao Yan's awakening, a look of delight brightened Xiao Mei's petite features, though Xiao Yan's expression flickered with complexity. Memories of past and present echoed in his mind. In his previous life, he had been vibrant and spirited, the designated young patriarch of the Xiao Clan, with the younger generation trailing behind him as devoted followers, including the very Xiao Mei before him. Yet, after losing his Do-Chi and becoming a mere shell of his former self, those familiar faces had gradually morphed into strangers. Big cousin, This is the recovery pill that the clan leader sent me with. He said you will recover quickly after taking it. Xiao Mei picked up a small jade vial from the bedside, obediently retrieving a pill the size of a longan and presenting it to Xiao Yan's lips. Xiao Yan glanced at it, made no protest, and swallowed the recovery pill along with a sip of water. The recovery pill was one of the most common first-tier pills, designed solely for restoring vitality and recuperating the body. Even so, it held a value of several hundred gold coins. Fortunately, Xiao Yan remained the apple of the clan's eye. Not only was Xiao Zhan concerned for him, but so were the other elders who regarded him with utmost importance. Mayor. Xiao Yan gazed at the ceiling before turning to meet the young girl's enchanting visage. If I were to lose all my do qi and could never return to my former self, would you still treat me as you do now? Huh, big cousin. What are you saying? Xiao Mei initially blinked in confusion, her expression soon paling with fear, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. You are the clan's greatest talent, the future of the Xiao family. The clan leader and the elders will surely find a way to heal you. Observing Xiao Mei's reaction, Xiao Yan suddenly chuckled. Big cousin, why are you laughing? Xiao Mei asked, bewildered. She realized that the Xiao Yan before her was becoming increasingly inscrutable. Though he retained the same youthful appearance and mannerisms, there was an unsettling tranquility beneath his dark eyes that left her uneasy. It's nothing. Perhaps I am overthinking things. Xiao Yan shook his head with a smile. If he could forgive their actions in his previous life, why should he become entangled with such trivialities in this one? The mighty Flame Emperor, troubled by such insignificant matters, would surely invite ridicule were it to become known. Mayor, after taking this recovery pill, I find myself a bit fatigued. I shall not keep you longer. Do rest well. With that, Xiao Yan closed his eyes once more as the pill's effects began to take hold, a warm current rising within him, ushering in a wave of drowsiness. Besides, he was no longer that 12-year-old boy. He had little desire to engage in childish banter with a girl of her tender years. Oh, then big cousin, please rest well. Xiao Mei nodded, a hint of disappointment crossing her face. This opportunity to care for her cousin had been hard won. Yet it seemed that the current Xiao Yan had little interest in such trivial pursuits. After Xiao Mei departed, Xiao Yan kept his eyes shut, a faint smile gracing his lips. Human hearts are fickle, and only a few remain steadfast. As long as my strength endures, the hearts of those around me shall remain unchanged. To dwell on such matters is to display a certain narrow-mindedness on my part. The following morning, Xiao Yan was roused from his slumber by a gentle tickling sensation on his face. As he opened his eyes, a beautiful little face came into view. The morning sun streamed through the window, casting golden rays upon the girl's fair complexion, her skin glowing with an enchanting radiance. Brother Xiao Yan, you are finally awake. Gazing upon that youthful yet captivating visage, Xiao Yan's lips curled into a tender smile, unable to resist reaching out to playfully tug at a strand of the girl's hair. The young boy rides his bamboo horse, circling the bed, playing with the green plums. Living together in Wutan City, they harbored no suspicions of each other as children. Zuner, this tale has traversed many twists and turns, yet fortunately, you have always been by my side. Chapter 4 Yafe. Brother Xiao Yan, how is your recovery progressing? The young boy casually played with his dark hair, while the girl rested her chin on her hands, gazing intently at Xiao Yan's face. After a night of rest, he felt significantly better. Xiao Yan looked at Sun Er, suppressing the urge to pull her into his embrace. After all, their past lives as an elderly couple spanning tens of thousands of years made such a gesture far too commonplace. Yet this lifetime was different. The girl before him was still barely on the cusp of womanhood, and he feared that such an action might frighten her. He was merely feeling somewhat weak due to having his fighting spirit completely drained by Yao Lao, but it was nothing serious. Thanks to the recovery pill and a day and night of rest, he had already regained about 80 to 90% of his strength. It's good that you're all right. Uncle Xiao Zhan mentioned that he wants you to visit him once you wake up, Sun Er said, her beautiful eyes blinking. That sounds good. I also need to see my father, Xiao Yan replied with a slight smile as he slowly rose from the bed, reaching for Sun Er's small hand. How annoying. Haven't you taken enough advantage of me yesterday, Brother Xiao Yan? If you keep this up, I won't talk to you anymore. Upon seeing Xiao Yan's demeanor, Sun Er quickly withdrew her hand, her delicate face flushing a shade deeper. Apologies, it's just a habit, Xiao Yan chuckled to himself, thinking, what does it matter? You will eventually bear my children. With that, he shifted his focus and stepped out of the room, making his way along the shaded path of the Xiao family towards Xiao Zhan's chamber. Sun Er followed closely behind, her small feet leisurely stepping on the stone bricks, her silky hair swaying gently around her slender waist, although her lively eyes concealed a hint of mischief. Ever since brother Xiao Yan's cultivation went awry, It seemed he had undergone some changes. However, this new version of him appeared to be even more endearing. "Father, you called for me?" Xiao Yan, currently engaged in discussion with several elders, immediately donned a warm smile upon seeing Xiao Yan. The other elders also offered slight smiles, though Xiao Yan could discern that their expressions were somewhat forced. "Yaner, how is your recovery?" Xiao Zhan inquired first, concerned. "Thanks to your recovery pill and a day of rest, I'm nearly back to my original state," Xiao Yan responded with a smile. However, the third elder, being straightforward, fixed his gaze on Xiao Yan. "Xiao Yan, has your fighting spirit recovered?" he asked, as soon as the words left his lips. The eyes of the several elders were all fixed upon Xiao Yan. "Not yet. My fighting spirit has dropped to the third stage of Do Qi," Xiao Yan replied with a slight shake of his head. Upon hearing this, the elders could not hide their disappointment, and even Xiao Zhan wore a subtly somber expression. This scene was reminiscent of a moment Xiao Yan had experienced in his past life, filled with panic and fear, feeling as if he were engulfed in boundless darkness. Yet this time, Xiao Yan faced it all with calmness, devoid of any fear for the future. This was not only due to the weight of his previous memories, but also the indomitable spirit cultivated over countless millennia. Ever since he had learned to withstand the winds of adversity, he stood unwavering amidst the tempest. "Although my fighting spirit has diminished significantly, my innate talent for cultivation remains intact. Given a little time, I will surely recover." Xiao Yan's words brought a slight relief to Xiao Zhan and the elders, though the disappointment etched on their faces remained evident. Despite Xiao Yan's extraordinary aptitude, he had begun his training at the age of 4 and only broke through to the Doshi stage by 11. Now, reduced to the third stage of Do Qi, no matter how exceptional his talent, it would likely take him several years to regain his former strength. This was indeed the most rapid period for advancement in Do Qi, and such a calamity could have significant ramifications for his future as a powerful warrior. "Yaner, you should return to rest and focus on regaining your strength." Xiao Zhan gently gestured for him to leave, and Xiao Yan prepared to bid farewell. With his vast experience spanning millennia, he could easily discern the thoughts of his father and the elders, yet what they did not know was that compared to Yao Lao, a mere few years of cultivation meant little. Although Yao Lao had only absorbed Do Qi once, his immense soul power combined with the bone spirit cold fire still allowed him to effortlessly annihilate Do Ling and suppress Do Wang level opponents. Even before Xiao Yan reached the Do Wang level in this life, Yao Lao would likely continue to provide substantial assistance. Furthermore, with the invaluable memories from his past life, Xiao Yan was confident that he could help Yao Lao surpass his former strength by several tiers. Just as Xiao Yan was about to depart, a servant rushed in. "Master, elders, Miss Yufei, the newly arrived auctioneer from the Mitre Auction House, has come to visit the family." She mentioned that she had heard about young Master Xiao Yan and brought a small gift to pay her respects. "Yufei?" Xiao Zhan and the elders exchanged astonished glances, each reflecting the surprise in their eyes. They had heard that a beautiful auctioneer had recently joined the Mitre Auction House, initially expecting her to be just a pretty face, but were taken aback by her delicate thoughtfulness. "Prepare some tea. I will personally welcome Miss Yufei to the family's reception hall." Xiao Zhan nodded slightly, his expression serious. The Mitre family was a colossal entity in the empire, and even a branch in Wutan City rivaled the 3 great families in commercial significance. Although Miss Yufei's status seemed modest, it was not much inferior to that of the head of the Xiao family. "Father, I would also like to meet Miss Yufei." Xiao Yan suddenly interjected with a smile, just as Xiao Zhan was about to step out. "You wish to meet her?" Xiao Zhan was momentarily taken aback, but then nodded gently. "Very well. She is here to see you after all. It is only fitting that you meet her." Recalling the enchanting woman, Xiao Yan's smile grew softer. In his past life, when he lost his fighting spirit, his mood had been profoundly depressed, to the point where he wished to avoid everyone. However, he had forgotten that Yufei had visited him long before, since fate had granted him this opportunity. It seemed that he truly needed to establish a home for them this time. Moments later, as Xiao Yan followed Xiao Zhan to the entrance of the Xiao family, he beheld the captivating figure clad in a fiery cheongsam. Yufei, perhaps having recently completed her training, still retained a hint of youthful charm on her alluring face. It suddenly struck Xiao Yan that when he first met Yufei, she had been merely a young woman in her early 20s. Considering her age, she was likely not yet 20. Patriarch Xiao Zhan, upon seeing him, Yufei's face lit up with a perfectly measured smile. "Ah, Miss Yufei's visit to the Xiao family is indeed an honor for us. Please, do come in." Xiao Zhan and the elders behind him were momentarily stunned by Yufei's beauty. But fortunately, they were astute enough not to display any foolishness, causing Yufei to regard the Xiao family's leadership with newfound respect. Yet among the crowd, There was one gaze that made her feel slightly uncomfortable. This discomfort was not due to the typical lecherous stares from other men, but rather a familiar warmth that momentarily captivated Yafei's thoughts. How could she have possibly met this young boy, who scarcely resembled a man? With this in mind, Yafei's gaze settled on the young man in the crowd, her red lips parting as she softly chuckled. Patriarch Xiao Yan, this charming young man must be Master Xiao Yan, correct? Chapter 5. Our future path is still long. Hee. I am honored by Miss Yafei's praise. Indeed, he is my son. Xiao Zhan chuckled, responding while walking. It is said that Master Xiao Yan cultivated qi at the tender age of 4 and became a fighter at 11. Such talent is undoubtedly among the most exceptional in the entire Gamma Empire, and he is likely to become a formidable Do Huang in the future. With Master Xiao Yan and the Xiao family, prosperity is surely on the horizon. Miss Yafei chuckled softly. Her visit to the Xiao family was motivated not only by the desire to forge connections, but, more importantly, to catch a glimpse of this prodigious youth. While such words would typically delight the members of the Xiao family, she keenly observed that the smiles on Xiao Zhan and the others were somewhat forced. What Miss Yafei is unaware of is that my son encountered a setback in his training 2 days ago, resulting in a complete loss of his Do Qi overnight. He now possesses merely the cultivation of the 3rd stage of Do Qi. Xiao Zhan sighed, and the other elders wore expressions of concern. Although Xiao Yan could still cultivate, the potential delay of a few years might become an impediment to his aspirations of becoming a Do Huang. The path of cultivation is often one where a single misstep leads to a series of misfortunes. Is that so? Miss Yafei was taken aback, her gaze inadvertently falling upon the youthful face of the boy, who displayed no signs of distress. Instead, he maintained a gentle gaze fixed upon her. This little fellow seems entirely different from others, Miss Yafei mused silently. A boy who became a fighter before turning 12 should normally be brimming with youthful exuberance and pride. To suddenly face such adversity and remain unperturbed was unexpected. If you were not feigning it, then this boy's composure was indeed remarkable. This was Miss Yafei's first assessment of Xiao Yan. Miss Yafei, why do you keep staring at me? Is there something on my face? Noticing her gaze, Xiao Yan exhibited no shyness typical of youth, and instead playfully teased her. Hee, it is rare to encounter such a handsome young man. Must I not be allowed to admire him a little longer? Miss Yafei replied with a playful smile, intrigued to ascertain whether this prodigious youth was as she imagined. During her visit to the Xiao family, her attention was predominantly focused on Xiao Yan. However, the more she observed, the more astonished she became. For although Xiao Yan spoke little, each word was perfectly timed and nearly devoid of flaws. To her surprise, the adept conversationalist Miss Yafei found herself subtly guided by Xiao Yan in their exchange. I never anticipated that upon my arrival in Wutan City, I would discover such a treasure. This Xiao Yan may well be my most valuable acquisition during my time here, Miss Yafei thought to herself, already determining that Xiao Yan was someone she should cultivate a close relationship with in the future. As she prepared to leave, she casually retrieved a jade box and placed it on the nearby table. Patriarch Xiao Zhan, this is a century-old blood ginseng that I collected while in the imperial capital. It is highly beneficial for physical recovery and serves as a primary ingredient for many 2nd and 3rd grade elixirs. I trust it will be of great use to Master Xiao Yan. Miss Yafei spoke with a beaming smile. She had initially intended to bring a common healing elixir, but changed her mind upon meeting Xiao Yan. Miss Yafei, this gift is rather too extravagant. Xiao Zhan and the elders widened their eyes in astonishment. A century-old blood ginseng was an exceedingly rare herb in Wutan City, valued at no less than 10,000 gold coins. None of them expected Miss Yafei to be so generous. It is merely a small token. If I can befriend a promising figure like the Xiao family, I will have gained tremendously, Miss Yafei remarked, seemingly flattering the Xiao family. Yet her gaze remained fixed on Xiao Yan. Father, accept it. To be favored by a beauty like Miss Yafei is indeed a blessing for our Xiao family. In the hall, the youthful yet mature voice of Xiao Yan momentarily stunned Xiao Zhan and the others. After a brief contemplation, they ceased their refusals. Not only Miss Yafei, but also Xiao Zhan and the others, who held prominent positions within the clan, understood that strength alone was insufficient. Intelligence was equally essential. They clearly sensed that today, Xiao Yan seemed to exude a newfound maturity, a maturity that instilled in them an inexplicable pressure. Brother Xiao Yan truly possesses courage. Miss Yafei chuckled, preparing to take her leave. After seeing Miss Yafei off, Xiao Zhan and the others realized that Xiao Yan had already vanished from sight. Miss Yafei. Exiting the Xiao family estate, Miss Yafei was gracefully striding towards the Maitel auction house when a small figure blocked her path. "It's you?" Gazing at the slightly shorter boy before her, Miss Yafei was momentarily taken aback before a gentle smile spread across her face. "What is the matter? Have you learned to follow your sister at such a young age? Your boldness surpasses that of many adults," she teased. "If I could bring a beauty like Miss Yafei back, I would indeed be reaping great rewards." Xiao Yan smiled slightly, prompting Miss Yafei to lightly glare at him. Such a youthful facade, yet already harboring mischievous thoughts. "I should speak to you about serious matters." Xiao Yan chuckled and shook his head, his expression gradually turning serious. "I need certain medicinal herbs, and hope you can assist me in gathering them." "Gathering herbs? What do you need them for? Alchemy?" Miss Yafei asked, puzzled. "Yes." Xiao Yan nodded slightly, causing Miss Yafei's pupils to constrict slightly. In a small city like Wutan, alchemists were rare and esteemed figures. Did the Xiao family truly have an alchemist? What shocked Miss Yafei the most was that Xiao Yan seemed to imply he would be the one to conduct the alchemy. "How old is this little fellow? This is the list of herbs I require. I hope you can help me gather 2 sets. Xiao Yan produced a small piece of paper from his pocket, upon which he had written the formula he had prepared in advance. 3 purple leaf orchid, 2 cleansing herbs. 1 drop of earth heart milk. 1 wood attribute first order magic core, and 1 water attribute first order magic core." Miss Yafei scrutinized the formula for a moment before speaking softly. "Though I know little about alchemy, if I am not mistaken, this formula is likely for at least a 2nd grade elixir." "Just 3rd grade." In response to Miss Yafei's inquiry, Xiao Yan displayed no hesitation. "3rd grade?" Miss Yafei's breathing quickened slightly. For her, a 3rd grade elixir held some value. But Xiao Yan's actions indicated that the Xiao family must possess at least a 3rd grade alchemist. At that moment, Miss Yafei could no longer regard Xiao Yan as merely an aspiring alchemist. Otherwise, it would be an absurdity for someone his age to concoct 3rd grade elixirs. "This is a 3rd grade elixir's formula. Are you not afraid I might sell it to someone else?" "Not at all." Xiao Yan confidently shook his head. "This is merely a list of herbs. Without my fire control methods and proportions, even a 6th grade alchemist could not produce it." "Even a 6th grade alchemist cannot produce it?" Miss Yafei's heart trembled. A 6th grade alchemist was the highest rank in the Gamma Empire. Could a humble Xiao family support such a formidable figure? Despite her many doubts, she maintained a smile while looking at Xiao Yan. "Go ahead, boast all you want. Just be careful not to trip over your own words. Hee, in due time, you shall understand." Xiao Yan smiled faintly and remarked, "My current strength is still quite feeble. I hope Sister Yafei can keep everything confidential for me." "Now that you are aware, you want me to keep a secret?" Yafei shot him a playful glare. "This is the recipe for a 3rd grade pill, and it may even conceal a greater secret. If the middle family were to learn of it, they would be tempted as well. Once it falls into others' knowledge, it could spell great trouble for your Xiao family. Are you not afraid that your sister might sell you out?" "You wouldn't do that." Xiao Yan replied with a gentle shake of his head, his eyes revealing a softness that puzzled Yafei. "You are a wise woman and would not engage in such foolishness. Furthermore, our future path is long, and there will be numerous opportunities for collaboration." Chapter 6. Old Deng. Rise and get to work. A wise woman? Yafei was momentarily taken aback, her gaze falling on Xiao Yan's earnest little face, and she couldn't help but giggle. The charm of the moment was indeed a feast for Xiao Yan's eyes. Yet, as she laughed, her mirth gradually faded when she met Xiao Yan's deep, calm black eyes. "No problem, but the other ingredients on this recipe are relatively easy to obtain. However, the earth heart essence is not as readily accessible. It is a crucial material for concocting many high-tier pills, with just a single drop worth over 1,000 gold coins. If you wish to acquire it quickly, the cost will be significantly higher. If you take your time, the total cost for this set of ingredients would be around 3,000 to 5,000 gold coins. But if you want it sooner, you might need over 10,000 gold coins. Money is not an issue. Just ensure you gather these materials quickly, and make certain their quality is top-notch," Xiao Yan said with a slight smile. "All right, but this sum is not insignificant for your sister. Will it be you or the Xiao family footing the bill?" Yafei nodded, her eyes narrowing as she scrutinized Xiao Yan, intrigued by how this little fellow planned to come up with such a sum. 20,000 gold coins is an astronomical figure for a 12-year-old boy. "I have no money." Xiao Yan suddenly waved his hand dismissively, his gaze playful as he looked at Yafei. "No money?" Yafei was momentarily stunned. "At such a young age, you've already learned to paint dreams for your sister." She rolled her eyes lightly. "Little rascal, even if you are brimming with potential, you cannot expect me to liquidate my assets to invest in you. That century-old blood ginseng has already caused me quite a loss." "Hee. Haven't you always aspired to become the head of the middle family? Meeting a potential talent like me presents a significant opportunity. Are you truly not inclined to invest? Xiao Yan's words caused Yafei, who had been languid and relaxed, to suddenly sit up straight, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on his handsome little face. Who exactly are you? I am merely an unremarkable little genius. Xiao Yan chuckled, relishing this inexplicable banter after his rebirth. Remember to deliver the items to me promptly, and keep it confidential. With that, Xiao Yan turned and, without waiting for Yafei's response, dashed back toward the Xiao family. You. Startled by the sudden playful assault on her rear, Yafei stood momentarily dazed, but by the time she regained her composure, Xiao Yan had already scampered off a distance. He hasn't even matured yet, and already he's so audacious, Yafei thought, her beautiful eyes fixed on the direction Xiao Yan had fled. Her cheeks flushed, but her anger surprisingly muted. This peculiar little boy undoubtedly harbored significant secrets. After a moment of contemplation, she returned to the middle auction house, dividing the recipe in her hand into 2 parts and handing them to 2 trusted subordinates. Go to the warehouse and retrieve the 5 best materials. Deduct the cost from my personal treasury. The earth-hard essence must be procured with utmost urgency, regardless of the expense. Once she had given these orders, Yafei gently closed her eyes, pondering why she had been swayed by a 12-year-old boy. Gathering those 5 materials would likely require a whopping 50,000 gold coins. And even her personal treasury only had around 1 or 200,000 gold coins in liquid assets. Was it his casual mention of being an alchemist, or was it his revelation of ambition that moved her? Lost in thought, she found herself dozing off on a lounge chair and in her hazy dreams. A pair of clear, profound, and tranquil black eyes appeared. Suddenly jolted awake, she mused, am I truly making such decisions based solely on the gaze of child? What a mysterious little fellow. Thud, thud, thud. Xiao Yan hurriedly scampered back to the Xiao family, only stopping beneath the shade of a bamboo grove. What an exhilarating experience. He exhaled deeply. In his previous life, he had engaged in far bolder ventures with Yafei, yet none had ever felt as thrilling as today. Though they were old acquaintances, it felt like a new tale, and the sensation of old wine in new bottles rekindled the youthful spirit within this ancient Dou emperor, who had lived for thousands of years. Youth is truly delightful. Xiao Yan chuckled, his gaze sweeping across the bamboo grove, but his smile abruptly faltered. Not far in the grove, a pretty little face gazed at him with a look of melancholy. Hunter, are you also seeking shade in this little grove? Xiao Yan maintained a calm demeanor, though a hint of unease stirred within him. Thousands of years of experience made his expression unchanging, yet deep down, he felt as if he had been caught in a compromising position. How exciting! What's this all about? Hunter pouted, her little face displaying a hint of disappointment. Not at all. Xiao Yan gently shook his head. I was merely discussing some matters with Sister Yafei, which aids in my recovery of strength. Having just met once, he was already calling her Sister Yafei with such familiarity. Huna, your perspective is quite limited. Sister Yafei has gone to great lengths to help me find several precious materials. Xiao Yan suddenly adopted a serious expression, his little face stern. Upon hearing this, disappointment deepened on Hunter's face, and her eyes seemed to shimmer with unshed tears. Just because I called her Vixen, you're already angry with me? At that moment, a warm hand quietly clasped the young girl's hand, and glancing up, she found that stern little face had transformed into a gentle one. Sister Yafei is indeed captivating, but when you grow up, you will surely be even more enchanting. In my heart, you will always hold the foremost position. Xiao Yan gazed tenderly at Hunter, whose youthful heart was easily swayed by such affection. A rosy blush quickly spread across her fair cheeks. How annoying, Xiao Yan. Have you perhaps damaged your brain through your training? After waking, he seemed to engage in all manner of mischief. Xiao Yan, you're truly a big pig-ass trotter. Hunter flusteredly withdrew her small hand and, her face flushed, fled the scene. Phew, that was close. Watching Hunter retreat in haste, Xiao Yan felt a sudden wave of relief. Fortunately, Hunter was still just a little girl. If it were the Hunter from thousands of years later, his little tricks would have been easily seen through. Yet, how exhilarating this moment felt, far more than battling the celestial demon emperors of yore. Xiao Yan gently shook his head, his gaze drifting towards a shadow deep within the bamboo grove. After fixating on it for a moment, feeling the coolness settle over him, he turned and made his way back to his room. Only after Xiao Yan had departed did the shadow release a whisper of concern. Oh no! Could it be that the young lady has developed feelings for this young lad? In the following 2 days, apart from occasionally exercising, Xiao Yan spent most of his time resting. On one hand, it was a rare opportunity to indulge in the innocent pleasures of childhood. On the other, he was diligently adjusting his physical condition. After all, his current physique was exceedingly frail. It was not until the third day that Yafei sent someone to deliver a full 5 sets of medicinal herbs. Could it be that they managed to gather 5 sets of materials? Upon seeing these 5 sets, the tranquility in Xiao Yan's eyes finally flickered with a hint of excitement. He lightly tapped the black ring on his finger, and an ethereal, aged figure gradually materialized. Gazing at this apparition, a mischievous smile crept onto Xiao Yan's lips. Master, it's time to get to work. Chapter 7. Foundation Establishment Divine Liquid. Speak, what tasks do you require of me? I must inform you beforehand that, in my current state, even concocting a 6th grade pill is somewhat taxing. The old man yawned, appearing as though he had just awakened, due to having absorbed Xiao Yan's fighting spirit only once. His soul power had merely returned to the strength of a Dohuang. Unless he employed the bone spirit cold fire, encountering a Dohuang would be exceedingly daunting. I am fully aware of your condition, Master. However, this medicinal concoction should not pose any challenge for you. Xiao Yan chuckled softly, gesturing towards a nearby mountain of boxes, from which he extracted 5 boxes adorned with special markings. This mountain of boxes had been delivered by Yafei's trusted aides, ostensibly as a treat for the young master of the Xiao family, worth only a few hundred gold coins. Thus, the Xiao family assumed it was merely a sign of Yafei's regard for Xiao Yan. In truth, however, hidden within this stack of boxes were precious medicinal materials valued at 50,000 gold coins. Xiao Yan was not yet ready to disclose too much about his affairs to his family. As the saying goes, secrecy breeds success. No matter how powerful he had been in his previous life, he was now merely a boy at the 3rd stage of fighting spirit, necessitating a period of dormancy. Casually opening one of the boxes, he discovered 3 purple leaf orchids, 2 marrow cleansing herbs, a small jade vial, a 1st-tier wood attribute magic core, and a 1st-tier water attribute magic core, all lying quietly within. This prescription. The old man glanced at the materials in the box, initially taken aback, then fell silent as he remarked, "Why does this resemble a Foundation Establishment Spirit Liquid I once created? This is a new medicinal concoction, improved upon the Foundation Establishment Spirit Liquid you devised, which I have named the Foundation Establishment Divine Liquid," Xiao Yan replied with a slight smile, causing the old man's expression to grow increasingly complex. "If I am not mistaken, that vial contains earth hard essence. While the wood and water attribute magic cores are mild in nature, they would ultimately be too volatile for a lad of your caliber. However, with the incorporation of the earth hard essence, it is indeed possible to concoct a pill that even one at the fighting spirit stage could tolerate. But I can hardly fathom the truth of your claims. In my mind, a fallen soul such as mine is akin to a ghost among the practitioners of Wutan City, who possess little more than the strength of a great fighter. Yet since you awakened me, I have remained in a state of confusion. A 12-year-old child resurrects a soul that has lain dormant for over a century and claims to be your future disciple, having returned from a future thousands of years hence, knowing all about you and even enhancing your previous prescriptions to greater efficacy. Who, then, is the true ghost here? Indeed, it feels as though I have encountered a specter. Whether it is true or false, Master need only observe. Your current task is still to concoct the medicinal pills for me." Xiao Yan gently shook his head. Given his current strength, he could hardly utilize his soul power to impart secret techniques. Otherwise, merely sharing a high-tier soul cultivation method with the old man would significantly bolster his power. "Very well, it seems I'm indeed at my wit's end. Apart from trusting this young lad, I have no other recourse." The old man let out a bitter laugh, extending his aged hand. A pale white flame erupted, drastically lowering the temperature in the room. It was the bone spirit cold fire. First, a third of the fire, then 4 parts. The low temperature caused Xiao Yan's frail body to shiver, prompting him to grab a thin blanket from nearby and wrap it around himself, while intently reciting a fire control incantation. Upon hearing the incantation, the old man's eyes sparkled with brilliance. "You devised this fire control technique on your own? Your mastery over fire has reached this level?" While this fire control process appeared simple, it had ensnared most alchemists below the 7th grade, as only masters exceptionally familiar with the art of fire control could achieve such proficiency. For an alchemist, fire control techniques constituted fundamental skills. The old man understood from merely hearing this incantation that Xiao Yan's command over flames had reached remarkable heights. Ha! As a disciple of the medicine sovereign, was this basic skill worth? Xiao Yan chuckled, recalling that in the future, he would become the foremost fire manipulator in this universe, having developed such techniques as educational materials for his children after becoming an emperor. Had he not feared the old man would struggle to grasp them, he would have certainly imparted a top-tier fire control technique for him to learn. Given this, it appears I have indeed taken on an exceptional disciple. The old man, in unusually good spirits, inhaled sharply, drawing several herbs into the air, and began refining them one by one. Following Xiao Yan's fire control incantation, he sequentially extracted the essence of the various magical cores before finally retrieving the Earth Heart essence from the jade vial. The Earth Heart essence bore resemblance to the Earth Heart cleansing essence Xiao Yan had obtained at the Canaan Academy in his past life. Both contained traces of the Earth's power. The deep, substantial energy of the Earth could harmonize and neutralize all, making the amalgamation of various medicinal properties a trivial task. As a drop of Earth Heart essence fell into the medicinal solution, the liquid underwent a dramatic transformation, its color fluctuating violently. Although the Earth Heart essence could neutralize the properties of the medicines, improper handling could lead to explosive consequences. Fortunately, with a complete prescription and the assistance of a master alchemist, the initial pill concoction proceeded with remarkable smoothness. An hour later, a droplet of green liquid, resembling jade, gently hovered in the old man's palm. Foundation Establishment Divine Liquid. Success. With the successful concoction of the Foundation Establishment Divine Liquid, the old man casually dripped the jade-like liquid into a wooden basin Xiao Yan had prepared in advance. As the droplet entered, the entire basin of clear water transformed to a hue akin to emerald. From this moment forth, I shall once again commence my cultivation here. Gazing at the basin of medicinal liquid, a hint of nostalgia flickered in Xiao Yan's eyes. In his previous life, this very liquid had been the starting point of his ascent to the pinnacle of this world. Teacher, I kindly request you to refine the remaining medicinal ingredients as well. By the way, the last 2 portions only need to be transformed into Foundation Establishment Spirit Liquid. With that, Xiao Yan shed his clothing and plunged into the basin filled with the medicinal concoction. This Foundation Establishment Divine Liquid was a creation from his previous life, designed to lay a solid foundation for the children of his clan, with efficacy far surpassing that of the Foundation Establishment Spirit Liquid, albeit at a considerably higher cost. The improved Divine Liquid offers numerous benefits, such as body tempering, energy nurturing, and meridian strengthening, and even has the potential to slightly enhance one's cultivation talent. Although classified as a 3rd-tier elixir, its control over fire alone could confound alchemists below the 6th tier. Thus, the price of this divine liquid naturally exceeds that of the Foundation Establishment Spirit Liquid by more than 10-fold, and given its conspicuous nature, Xiao Yan had no intention of selling it. The methods of amassing wealth were exceedingly simple for both him and Yao Lao. When his strength eventually returned to the levels of Do Wang or Do Huang, he could sell it openly without hesitation. You lad, truly do not fear the toil I endure, Yao Lao remarked with a teasing glare at Xiao Yan, yet he refrained from saying more. For a master alchemist like him, refining such high-tier elixirs posed no challenge. Within the tranquil little room, the pale flicker of flames danced, as both the elder and the youth seemed to be contemplating their futures in a profound silence. Chapter 8. Am I observing myself? With his legs crossed within the wooden basin, the youth's chest gently rose and fell as faint currents of energy flowed through his nostrils with each breath. Simultaneously, a gentle energy began to seep from the medicinal liquid into Xiao Yan's body, ultimately transforming into strands of Do Qi. Armed with the experience of his past life, his cultivation speed in this life was significantly accelerated. A subtle smile graced Xiao Yan's lips. With his millennia of cultivation experience, he had long since mastered the art of controlling his body. Knowing how to regulate his breathing and adjust his state to achieve optimal cultivation results were feats unattainable in his previous life. Thus, in this life, his advancement in Do Qi surpassed that of his past by over double the speed. At this rate, perhaps within 6 months, he could once again challenge the ranks of Doja. Xiao Yan felt a sense of satisfaction, recognizing that the Do Qi stage was the slowest phase. Once he transcended into Doja, his cultivation speed would experience a rapid ascent. In his previous life, it took him 22 years to become a Do Di, not accounting for special locations like the Heavenly Tomb, and he pondered how long it would take him to reach that level this time. Casting aside further thoughts, he centered his mind and adjusted his body to maximize the absorption of the medicinal essence, while a magnificent vision of an endless flame lotus emerged in his mind. The cultivation of the body could not be neglected, but the cultivation of the soul must also keep pace. In his previous life, he only obtained a rudimentary method for soul cultivation upon arriving at the Dan Tower. However, in this life, Xiao Yan possessed a soul cultivation method from the very beginning, one that was among the most elite in the vast universe. This was a technique of his own invention, called the Emperor Flame Soul Refinement Technique, which, as the name implies, utilized the formidable emperor flame to refine the soul, rendering it purer and more powerful. Yet, at present, he had not even a wisp of beastly fire, let alone the emperor flame. Fortunately, the first layer of his emperor flame soul refinement technique required only visualization. After all, this technique was not solely for Xiao Yan's cultivation. Many formidable beings from the vast world also utilized this secret art to refine their souls. The emperor, the creator of this technique, had garnered praise even from the most exalted beings. The first stage of the emperor flame soul refinement technique was the visualization realm, wherein the practitioner would receive a visualization image of the emperor flame passed down from the emperor. Though an illusion, it possessed wondrous effects in refining the soul. By visualizing the might of the emperor flame day and night, one's soul would gradually become purer and more robust. In truth, when it comes to laying a foundation, the Chaos Divine Grind Visualization Method by Yuan Zunzhou Yuan from the Tian Yuan realm would be even more applicable. However, at present, Xiao Yan's soul power was limited. Merely remembering the technique he created was already a considerable challenge, let alone recalling the Chaos Divine Grind Visualization Method. As he contemplated this, the towering flame lotus manifested within his mind. The flame lotus was resplendent, adorned with hundreds of thousands of petals, each exhibiting a unique hue. Some colors may appear similar, yet upon closer examination, they radiated entirely different auras. The multitude of colors intertwined, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Yet beneath this splendid sight lay a terrifying power that sent shivers down the spine. This was the ultimate form of the Emperor Flame, a culmination of countless powerful flames accumulated over millennia. The Emperor Flame floated serenely amidst the boundless chaos, its terrifying heat causing the surrounding void to flicker in and out of existence. The might of the Emperor Flame could incinerate gods. This declaration was no idle boast, for Xiao Yan had indeed used the Emperor Flame to obliterate a deity comparable to a sovereign. That battle solidified his reputation as the foremost figure in the realm of flames within this universe. As he progressed to later stages of cultivation, Xiao Yan had long since fused with the Emperor Flame. The Emperor Flame was him, and he was the Emperor Flame. However, in this rebirth, he found it peculiar to enhance his soul power through the visualization of himself. Observing the Emperor Flame, one could truly experience the excruciating torment of being scorched by its intense heat. This was not something an ordinary cultivator could endure. The terrifying power of the flames would make one feel as though their soul was being burned, a torment tenfold worse than that of the physical body. Should one fail to withstand such pain, they could be consumed by the fearsome might of the Emperor Flame, which is why even many supreme beings in the vast world refrain from carelessly practicing the Emperor Flame soul refinement technique. Nevertheless, as the creator of this art, Xiao Yan was naturally unafraid. He had endured the agony of burning flames enough times to be accustomed to it. The jade liquid within the basin swirled, while the youth remained tranquil, in stark contrast to the pale flames in the elder's hands that flickered incessantly. After a sleepless night, when the first rays of morning sunlight streamed into the room, the youth slowly opened his eyes. Yet, within the depths of his pitch-black pupils, a flicker of brilliant flame seemed to dance. After donning his garments, Xiao Yan noticed that Yao Lao had placed 4 jade vials upon his bedside table before retreating into his ring for rest. 2 vials contained the Foundation Establishment Divine Liquid, and 2 held the Foundation Establishment Spirit Liquid. Though not abundant, these resources would suffice for his cultivation for a while. Satisfied, Xiao Yan carefully stored the 4 vials before lying down to rest. Given his current physical condition, he was not yet capable of foregoing sleep and sustenance. He still required adequate rest to replenish his strength. As for the Foundation Establishment Spirit Liquid, there was no rush. Refining the elixirs overnight was still somewhat astonishing for Yafei at this stage. After resting for a full hour, Xiao Yan stretched, leaping from his bed and heading out of the room towards the back mountain of the Xiao family. Merely possessing cultivation was insufficient. He needed to temper his body as well, for this physical vessel was indeed too fragile. Regrettably, he currently lacked Do Qi, and though numerous body tempering techniques were at his disposal, he could only rely on the most primitive methods to hone his physique. Throughout the morning, Xiao Yan dedicated himself to finding and establishing a dedicated training ground of his own. At noon, after a brief respite, as the afternoon weather began to cool slightly, Xiao Yan commenced the most rudimentary and vigorous physical training. Thud, thud, thud. By the time evening fell and the moon began to rise, Xiao Yan was already covered in bruises, his face smeared with dirt, yet his eyes sparkled with undiminished brightness. Young master, the master has requested your presence for the family dinner today. Upon returning to his modest dwelling, Xiao Yan found an elderly servant waiting at his door. I understand. Xiao Yan nodded slightly, washed up hastily, and soon made his way to the family dining hall. As he pushed open the door, aside from his father, Xiao Yan, and several elders, dozens of curious gazes from young boys and girls were fixed upon him. Chapter 10. The unexplained pressure on Xiao Ning. Xiao Yan scanned the room, observing the youthful faces brimming with curiosity, concern, and a hint of ambition that they themselves may not have fully recognized. This scrutiny was not unfamiliar to him. In his previous life, they had regarded him in much the same way. As his strength remained elusive, their ambitions swelled gradually. When a divine being falls from grace, the retribution from mortals can be even more terrifying. Undoubtedly, the sense of accomplishment derived from trampling upon the former pinnacle of the family would be profound. Alas, it seemed that in this life, they would never have the opportunity to realize such aspirations. Xiao Yan, however, paid little heed to their gazes. For why would a soaring swan concern itself with the eyes of sparrows? With a smile, he brushed off the past. Father, esteemed elders, I apologize for my tardiness. Xiao Yan offered a gentle smile as he took a seat next to Sun Er, who was positioned above Xiao Ning, while his own place was above hers. For he was still regarded as the foremost among the younger generation of the family. Before Xiao Yan's arrival, Xiao Ning had been engaging Sun Er in conversation. Though the young girl seemed preoccupied, her attention fixated on her plate. However, upon Xiao Yan's entrance, her eyes sparkled with renewed interest. It's quite all right. As the dishes have yet to be served, Xiao Zhan chuckled, and the elders remained silent, their expressions shaped largely by familial interests. As long as Xiao Yan held value for the clan, their smiles would remain directed at him. Xiao Yan, what happened to your arms? The eldest elder suddenly spoke up, his gaze gravely fixed upon the bruises visible on Xiao Yan's exposed forearm. As his words fell, the others turned their attention to Xiao Yan, with Sun Er abruptly standing to tug at his sleeve. Brother Xiao Yan, what's wrong? Concern shadowed her delicate features, her lively eyes reflecting worry for him. This scene stirred a twinge of discontent among the boys, who had previously regarded Xiao Yan with apprehension. Particularly, Xiao Ning's countenance darkened further upon witnessing it. As the most beautiful girl in the family, Sun Er, though still a girl in her early years, had garnered the admiration of many budding youths. Yet, for the past few years, she seemed indifferent to everyone but Xiao Yan, revealing her gentlest side only in his presence. It's nothing. I was just training on the back mountain and accidentally bruised myself a bit. A simple application of healing ointment will suffice, Xiao Yan replied with a grin, gently patting Sun Er's shoulder as he settled down. Training? The elders exchanged glances, and after a moment of contemplation, Xiao Zhan nodded. Once dinner concludes, you should retrieve some healing salve from the family store. Thank you, father. Xiao Yan nodded and began to engage in light conversation with Sun Er. In his previous life, he was never lacking in methods to win a girl's favor. In this life, it was no different, as he effortlessly coaxed laughter from her. Scoundrel! Xiao Ning, observing from the sidelines, felt a pang of bitterness. He had been attempting to win Sun Er's affection for half an hour, yet she remained aloof, while Xiao Yan only needed a few words to elicit her radiant smile. Yet, Xiao Yan had only recently fallen from grace, and his reputation as the family's top prodigy still lingered. Xiao Ning dared not openly challenge him. Soon, the delectable dishes were served, and the gathering indulged in both food and conversation. Once everyone had eaten their fill, Xiao Zhan finally spoke up. Children, you must intensify your training in 7 days. The family will conduct its annual assessment of your fighting prowess. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback. He had forgotten how soon the family test was approaching. Why do you all keep staring at me? He noticed the younger generation's eyes fixated upon him, some glancing away shyly while others unabashedly stared. It seemed they were eagerly anticipating the moment he fell from grace. Xiao Yan could only smile wryly. If things had followed their original course, indeed, 7 days would mark his downfall, but in this life, such an event would not transpire. Xiao Yan, how is your fighting spirit recovering? Do you feel confident about the assessment in 7 days? Xiao Ning, feeling a surge of discomfort as he observed Xiao Yan and Sun Er engrossed in conversation, seized the opportunity to shift the topic. His words, though cloaked in concern, carried an undercurrent of skepticism, which Xiao Yan found rather amusing. Not particularly well. My fighting spirit has dwindled to a mere fraction. I fear recovery will be quite the challenge. Xiao Yan gently shook his head. Is that so? What a pity. However, with your talent, dear cousin, you will likely recover to the 6th stage of fighting spirit soon. Xiao Ning replied earnestly. Why the 6th stage? Both Xiao Yan and Sun Er exchanged puzzled glances with Xiao Ning. Because I have already achieved the 6th stage of fighting spirit. Xiao Ning smiled humbly. Yet his expression brimmed with pride. Being nearly a year older than Xiao Yan, attaining the 6th stage at 13 was commendable within the family. However, in the presence of Xiao Yan and Sun Er, he carried himself with a sense of superiority. The young boys and girls exchanged amused glances, unable to suppress their laughter. Impressive cousin. Your talent is truly remarkable. You will undoubtedly become a pillar of strength for the family in the future. Xiao Yan nodded in encouragement. Finding the earnestness of these youths amusing, their earnest yet flawed performances providing him with great entertainment. Oh, just average. However, dear cousin, you must recover swiftly. Without a worthy opponent like you, I will surely grow lonely. Xiao Ning, buoyed by Xiao Yan's praise, spoke with newfound bravado. Indeed, if you could surpass me, it would surely be a source of great pride for you. Cousin, Xiao Yan replied, a thoughtful smile crossing his face. That is hardly possible. Xiao Ning was caught up in his own exuberance, only to suddenly meet the depths of Xiao Yan's dark eyes. For reasons unknown, he suddenly experienced an inexplicable shiver. Before him, Xiao Yan was clearly smiling and engaging in conversation, yet he couldn't shake the feeling reminiscent of facing his grandfather just before being reprimanded. Hee, where's your sister? Why didn't she come to dinner today? Xiao Yan paid no heed to Xiao Ning's sudden change. After all, he was an ancient being who had lived for over 10,000 years, and he had no intention of taking a young child seriously. The sight of Xiao Ning reminded him of Xiao Yu, and subsequently, he thought of her graceful legs, casually inquiring as if they were merely exchanging pleasantries. My sister is currently in a critical stage of her training. Xiao Ning let out a subtle sigh of relief as the inexplicable pressure dissipated, only to immediately revert to her previous demeanor. She's about to break through to the 9th rank of Do Qi. Chapter 11. Xiao Yu. About to break through to the 9th rank of Do Qi? Recalling those long, elegant legs, Xiao Yan nodded slightly. Among the younger generation of the Xiao family, Xiao Yu's talent was indeed commendable, significantly surpassing that of Xiao Ning. However, such talent paled in comparison to that of Xiao Yan and Xiao Sun, whose gifts were exceedingly rare even within the entire Jaimat Empire. Yet, as he recalled, Xiao Yu had seemingly failed in her subsequent attempt to break through to the Do Zhi rank, which had led to her not truly achieving that status until she was 19. In light of those beautiful legs of yours, I'll lend you a hand this time. With this thought, a playful smile crept onto Xiao Yan's lips as he pondered how long it would take in this lifetime to alter Xiao Yu's perception of him. Xunia, eat your vegetables. Xiao Yan reached out to serve her some of her favorite dishes. Thank you, brother Xiao Yan. Seeing the concern he showed her, Sun beamed with a sweet smile, her youthful face shining even brighter than the crystal chandelier above the dining table. Xiao Ning, I'll serve you some too. Observing how Xiao Yan had managed to delight Sun, Xiao Ning lost her eagerness to boast about her and her sister's prowess and hurriedly mimicked Xiao Yan's gesture to curry favor. Thank you, cousin, but this is already enough for me. Before Xiao Ning could even lift her arm, it was pressed back down. She noticed that her once sweet expression had turned notably cold, exuding an air of aloofness. Xiao Ning. After the banquet concluded, Xiao Yan first escorted Sun back to her room before returning to his own quarters. This young girl is rather clingy, Xiao Yan mused, gently rubbing his forehead. At her age, a girl is brimming with curiosity about the world, always chattering endlessly, thus appearing quite attached. Although Sun was a prodigy of an ancient clan, she was still just a girl of that age. Xiao Yan could hardly display any impatience. A girl willing to confide her innermost thoughts to you clearly regarded you as someone significant. Little girl, with a hint of tenderness at the corners of his mouth, Xiao Yan casually shed his dark robe, revealing a youthful body marred with bruises underneath. In truth, every movement he made aggravated the bruises on his body. Yet such pain meant little to him. Slowly stepping into the wooden basin filled with Foundational Elixir, he allowed the cold water to soothe his aching, swollen body, letting out a contented sigh. Though I possess the invaluable experience from my past life, akin to carrying a treasure trove, I am still immensely frail at present. Hardly more than an ant when facing the Soul Clan. The pressing matter remained to swiftly enhance his strength. With 3 full years until he turned 15, he pondered what level of power he could attain in that span. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, he immersed himself in his training. This foundational elixir was a formula he had devised during his time as a Do-D and combined with various high-quality materials. Its effects far exceeded the initial foundational spirit liquid. Not only did it significantly amplify Do-Qi cultivation, but it also repaired the body and strengthened one's physique. Coupled with Xiao Yan's millennia of training experience, his cultivation speed this time was several times faster than in his previous life. A pace he achieved by meticulously honing his foundation and continuously refining his dou qi to make it more pure. The night was enveloped in tranquility, with only the silvery moonlight occasionally filtering through the trees to illuminate the young man's form. As his chest rose and fell, gentle energy continuously flowed into Xiao Yan's body, some of which repaired his bruised tissues, making his physique sturdier and stronger. A portion of this energy was absorbed and refined within him, ultimately coalescing into strands of dou qi. In the ensuing days, Xiao Yan maintained a disciplined routine, training his body by day and cultivating dou qi by night, while also employing visualization techniques to refine his soul. Such an almost frenzied training regimen would be challenging for even the mightiest of warriors to endure. Yet Xiao Yan's eyes remained tranquil, resembling an emotionless training machine. With such fervent dedication and remarkable efficiency, it wouldn't be long before this youngster regained his status as a doja. If everything unfolded as he anticipated, the old man might well find himself comfortably victorious this time. In the back mountains of the Xiao family, the ethereal figure of Yao Lao floated quietly, yet upon seeing the boy's impassive countenance, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of emotion. Days passed, and Xiao Yan's physique grew ever more formidable. His previously slender arms and legs had subtly thickened over the span of 7 days, his stature becoming increasingly upright. Beneath that dark robe, faint lines signifying strength began to emerge. Likewise, during these 7 days, his dou qi had expanded remarkably. Such a terrifying rate of cultivation would even leave Yao Lao shaking his head in disbelief. The moonlight poured like water as the young man sat cross-legged, his legs submerged in the wooden basin, letting the jade-like liquid's medicinal properties nourish his body. As his chest gently rose and fell, minuscule, barely detectable currents of air entered through his breathing, converting into gentle energy that transformed into dou qi before being gradually exhaled. As the moonlight waned and sunlight began to illuminate the horizon, Xiao Yan abruptly opened his eyes. Dou qi, 4th rank, achieved. Feeling the burgeoning dou qi within him, a smile graced Xiao Yan's lips. It had taken him merely 7 days to advance from the 3rd rank to the 4th rank of dou qi. Such a formidable speed would surely leave many in awe if it reached the outside world. Coincidentally, today was the day for testing dou qi, and he was curious to see the expressions on those fellows' faces as they witnessed his gradual recovery of strength. Although Xiao Yan had graciously set aside the past disdain, witnessing the shifts in their expressions would undoubtedly be an amusing spectacle. Well then, I'll pause my training here for now. Observing the gradually brightening sky, Xiao Yan donned his clothes and, after having breakfast, made his way toward the testing stone tablet. The sky had brightened considerably by the time he finished his meal, and over a dozen younger members of the Xiao family awaited quietly in the testing square. Although there remained half an hour until the test, they had already gathered here in anticipation. Most of these eager little ones indicated their high regard for this upcoming assessment. As Xiao Yan stepped into the testing square, he was met with a fierce shout, followed by the sight of a pair of elegantly long legs striding towards him. Chapter 12. Sun's Little Happiness. Indeed, her temper remained as fiery as ever. Gazing at Xiao Yu's displeased expression, Xiao Yan felt no annoyance. Rather, he found the situation rather amusing. I heard your cultivation has fallen to the 3rd stage of dou qi. As Xiao Yu approached, her visage, though not as stunning as Sun's and lacking the feminine allure of Xiao Mei, exuded a unique charisma. Coupled with her tall stature and exceptional legs, she could certainly be deemed a striking beauty. However, the look she cast upon Xiao Yan was tinged with a hint of gloating as she looked down upon him, who was half a head shorter. For this future clan leader, Xiao Yu felt no respect whatsoever. Indeed, it has fallen to the 3rd stage of dou qi. Xiao Yan maintained a smile, his gaze imbued with warmth. This unexpected gentleness left Xiao Yu, accustomed to their verbal sparring, feeling somewhat unsettled, akin to a fist striking a wall, creating a sense of frustration with no outlet. Serves you right for your previous mischief. It seems the heavens have opened their eyes to bestow retribution upon you, perhaps due to her inability to engage in a satisfying quarrel with Xiao Yan. Xiao Yu did not leave, but rather grew bolder. You woman. Xiao Yan could not help but choke slightly at Xiao Yu's remark. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, Sister Yu, it was merely an accidental brush against your leg. After all these years, can you not be so petty? After all these years, I'm petty? Xiao Yu's eyes widened in disbelief, as if she were prepared to devour Xiao Yan whole. This incident had only transpired 2 years ago. Fine, Fiend. I'll be even pettier today. While you are down, I shall take my revenge. With a cold huff, Xiao Yu reached out to grab Xiao Yan by his collar. Xiao Yan, you finally met your match. Today, I shall give you a proper lesson. A smile of vengeance played upon her lips, and for reasons unknown, she felt invigorated by their banter. In the past, although she had towered over Xiao Yan, her cultivation had not matched his, rendering her powerless against him. Now that his cultivation had finally declined, Xiao Yu intended to vent her frustrations. You are cease at once, an elderly voice echoed, causing both Xiao Yu and Xiao Yan to turn their gazes to see the third elder approaching. The clan test held significant importance, requiring the clan leader and the 3 elders to oversee it personally each year as it pertained to their grandchildren. The third elder had arrived quite early today. Grandfather, called by the third elder, Xiao Yu cast a reluctant glance at Xiao Yan, but ultimately refrained from acting under the elder's stern gaze. You little rascal, just wait. This matter is far from over. As she departed, Xiao Yu did not forget to whisper threats into Xiao Yan's ear. Very well, but next time I touch your leg, it shall not be an accident. A playful smirk appeared on Xiao Yan's lips, causing Xiao Yu to nearly stumble. Umph. You may boast now, but once the test is over, I shall await you in the grove. Xiao Yu scoffed before returning to the side of the third elder. That woman. Watching Xiao Yu's retreating figure, Xiao Yan shook his head slightly. If that were the case, then I suppose I shall have to touch once more. As the sunlight grew increasingly blinding, Xiao Zhan and the clan's youths arrived at the square one after another in the subsequent half-hour. Many young faces displayed eager anticipation, clearly having made breakthroughs in their cultivation over the year, while some others wore frowns, likely belonging to those with lesser talents. At this moment, Sun had already arrived by Xiao Yan's side, flitting around him like a little lark, whispering softly. In truth, among the clan's more outgoing females, nearly all but Xiao Yu gravitated toward Xiao Yan. After all, he not only possessed remarkable talent with a promising future, but was also handsome and eloquent, making it difficult for the girls to resist his charm. Xiao Mei was also among the crowd. Yet today, she acutely sensed a shift in Xiao Yan's attitude towards her. It had become somewhat dismissive. In the past, while Xiao Yan had shown more warmth towards Sun, he had also been quite amiable towards Xiao Mei and the others. What could have caused such a change in Xiao Yan, her cousin? Xiao Mei pondered, baffled as to why Xiao Yan now exhibited no interest in her whatsoever. In truth, the other women of the clan were equally perplexed. It was not that Xiao Yan held a grudge. Rather, he simply found the young girls too immature for his taste. A group of 12 or 13-year-old girls chattering incessantly about trivialities could hardly pique the interest of one who had lived for tens of thousands of years. Only Sun, his future wife, was dear to his heart, which explained his patience in engaging her in conversation. As for the others, apologies, but I truly lack the emotional bandwidth to spare. Though Sun was still quite young, perhaps due to her innate cleverness, she had perceptibly recognized the difference in Xiao Yan's treatment of her compared to the other girls. This change caused her beautiful eyes to crescent with delight, her gaze sparkling as she looked upon Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan, you truly are incorrigible. From afar, Xiao Ning watched as Xiao Yan was surrounded by beautiful girls yet chose to drink alone, feeling a jealousy so fierce it threatened to shatter her teeth. Next, Xiao Ning. Before she could collect her thoughts, the test official had already called her name. Today, let them see that Xiao Ning is not to be trifled with. Xiao Ning quickly composed herself and hurried to the testing stone tablet, infusing her dou qi into it. As her dou qi surged forth, 5 golden characters appeared in brilliant light. Dou qi 6th stage. With the emergence of these 6 characters, murmurs of astonishment rippled through the crowd. This child is only 13 years old, yet he has already reached the 6th stage of dou qi. It seems he has a promising chance to become a fighter before turning 20. Indeed, achieving the status of a fighter before 20, coupled with the clan's resources, should make becoming a Dou Master a certainty. With a stroke of luck, becoming a great Dou Master wouldn't be insurmountable. The third elder may have a worthy successor. Hearing the discussions around her, Xiao Ning beamed with excitement, her gaze drifting toward Xiao Yan, only to find that the group of girls had also turned their attention to her. Though their gazes lacked the adoration directed at Xiao Yan, they nonetheless held an appreciative regard that satisfied Xiao Ning. Yet, upon catching sight of the girl at the center, reminiscent of a blue lotus, all of Xiao Ning's joy was instantly shattered, for that maiden had never once glanced in her direction. On her exquisitely radiant face, her autumn-like eyes reflected only the image of a youth in black. Nothing else occupied her thoughts. Next, Xiao Yan. Chapter 13. The thought of activating the Dou Emperor bloodline. As the test official's voice rang out, all eyes in the square turned to Xiao Yan. After all, the events that transpired with Xiao Yan a few days ago are hardly a secret. At this moment, the entire Xiao family is eager to discern the current state of Xiao Yan. Brother Xiao Yan, it's your turn now, Su Er said with a playful smile, casting her gaze towards him. All right, I'll step forward for a moment, Xiao Yan nodded, disregarding the attention of those around him as he calmly approached the testing stone monument. Placing his palm upon the stone, he infused a strand of Do Qi into it, and suddenly, 5 glaring characters illuminated the surface. Do Qi, 4th stage. At the sight of these words, a profound silence enveloped the Xiao family, swiftly followed by a cacophony of discussions. What is happening? How has young Master Xiao Yan's Do Qi dropped to the 4th stage? The 4th stage of Do Qi is even lower than mine. He was the family's greatest talent, and now he has fallen to such a level. It seems the title of the family's top genius should be reassigned. Some expressed regret, others revealed their ambitions, while some could hardly contain their glee. Ha ha, Xiao Yan, look at you now. I, Xiao Ning, have finally surpassed you. From a distance, Xiao Ning returned to the side of the 3rd elder, his face alight with excitement, only to find his sister wearing a grave expression, while the 3rd elder's countenance was even more animated than his. Grandfather, how can you be so thrilled when Xiao Yan has fallen to the 4th stage of Do Qi? He is our family's prodigy. Xiao Ning questioned postlet. Despite his disdain for Xiao Yan, his grandfather's reaction seemed exceedingly peculiar, especially since the elders had always shown great concern for Xiao Yan. Haha, you know nothing. Just a few days ago, when we examined Xiao Yan's condition, his cultivation had already plummeted to the 3rd stage of Do Qi. Now, in merely 10 days, he has managed to recover to the 4th stage. At this rate, in about a year, Xiao Yan could potentially return to the 9th stage or even become a Do Shi. The 3rd elder chuckled, noting that although Xiao Yan had lost some time, his recovery was far better than the worst-case scenario they had anticipated. Upon hearing the 3rd elder's words, Xiao Ning was momentarily stunned, a sense of inexplicable oppression and despair rising within him. It was as if he thought he was about to ascend a great mountain, only to be told that he had merely scaled a small hill at its base, causing his previously soaring spirit to plummet to despair. At that moment, his gaze toward Xiao Yan was devoid of ambition, replaced instead by an unfamiliar fear. After the testing concluded, Xiao Yan disregarded the gazes of others and returned to his position, while the youth around him remained lost in dreams of having equaled or surpassed the family's former champion. Their confidence inflated. Yinner, come here for a moment, Xiao Zhan's voice suddenly rang out. When Xiao Yan approached him, Xiao Zhan glanced at the 3rd elder before beaming at Xiao Yan. It seems your Do Qi is recovering quite rapidly. Tell me, how long do you anticipate it will take to fully recover? Xiao Yan pondered for a moment before responding slowly. If it takes longer, perhaps around a year. A year? Xiao Zhan exchanged a glance with the 3rd elder, each seeing the surprise reflected in the other's eyes. It appeared that Xiao Yan's estimate aligned perfectly with their expectations. Ha ha, splendid. In the coming days, focus solely on restoring your Do Qi. Should you require anything, feel free to make demands of the family. Xiao Zhan said with a broad smile, affirming that as long as Xiao Yan's talent remained, he would always be the core disciple cultivated by the family, without question. Thank you, father. Xiao Yan smiled slightly, only to observe that Xiao Yu had also completed her test. Do Qi 9th stage. With the announcement from the testing official, Xiao Zhan's eyes sparkled with excitement. 3rd elder, if I recall correctly, Xiao Yu is only 16 this year. At this pace, she may become a Do Shi by next year. Well, that depends on her luck, as there is always a chance of failure when breaking through to Do Shi. Nevertheless, I sincerely hope she achieves it. After all, that would allow her to become a key student at the Jianan Academy, the 3rd elder remarked. For a family like the Zhaos, the Jianan Academy was indeed a splendid opportunity. Gently stroking his beard, the 3rd elder sighed. If only we could acquire a Qi gathering pill, that would be the pinnacle of fortune. Upon hearing those words, Xiao Zhan couldn't help but chuckle, refraining from further comment. A Qi gathering pill is a 4th-grade elixir, typically auctioned for around 150,000 to 200,000 gold coins. Such a sum nearly equates to the Xiao family's annual profits. If even the family's top genius, Xiao Yan, cannot afford a Qi gathering pill, then Xiao Yu certainly cannot. Such elixirs are far too extravagant for families like theirs. Next, Xiao Xunya. As the testing official called out, Suner emerged from among the other young women, her delicate hands gently resting upon the testing stone. Do Qi 6th stage. The stone illuminated with the announcement, causing many in the family to gasp in astonishment. While Do Qi at the 6th stage is not unheard of among the younger generation, Suner's age must be taken into account. She is merely an 11-year-old girl. At this rate, by the time she turns 15, she may well become a Do Shi. With her cultivation speed, she is undoubtedly the second most talented individual in the family in a century, aside from Xiao Yan. Haha, this girl. Xiao Yan found Sun'er's achievements amusing. In truth, given Sun'er's ancient bloodline, if she were to activate her formidable Do Di bloodline, her cultivation speed would likely surpass even Xiao Yan's by an unfathomable margin. It was only later that Xiao Yan learned that to ensure Sun'er's foundation was solid, Gu Yuan had deliberately refrained from activating her Do Di bloodline too early. Otherwise, among the ancient clan, those with an 8th grade bloodline at her age would already be preparing to break through to Do Shi. For those possessing a Do Di bloodline, reaching Do Wang or Do Huang by 17 or 18 years old is not an uncommon feat, however. Once my strength has recovered somewhat, I could consider activating my father's and my 2 brothers' Do Di bloodlines ahead of time. After finishing the tests, as Xiao Yan escorted Sun'er back, a sudden idea sparked in his mind. The bloodline he intended to awaken was not his own Do Di bloodline, but rather that of the Xiao Clan. Both Xiao Zhan and his brothers possess quite commendable talents. Within the Xiao Clan, they should be classified as having 6th or 7th grade bloodlines. Once their Do Di bloodlines are activated, their cultivation would surely progress at an astonishing rate, encountering minimal obstacles until they reach Do Zun or Do Shang. By the time they face such challenges, perhaps Xiao Yan will have ascended to the throne once more. With these thoughts in mind, Xiao Yan prepared to return to his modest abode to continue his arduous training. However, as he entered the densely bamboo-lined path, a tall figure discreetly obstructed his way. "Little rascal, I told you I would give you a beating, and there's no way you can escape." Xiao Yu leaned against a bamboo stalk, her charming face wearing a cold smile as she fixed her gaze on Xiao Yan. "You woman," gazing at Xiao Yu's elegantly long legs. Xiao Yan couldn't help but gently shake his head. "This time, you have come to me willingly. Thus, this emperor shall savor the moment once more." Chapter 14. Your legs are quite luscious. Just as the thought crossed his mind, he noticed Xiao Yu had already approached him. "Xiao Yan, today you face a reckoning." A sly smile, indicative of a plot well executed, danced upon Xiao Yu's lips as she attempted to seize the collar of Xiao Yan's garment. However, her efforts were thwarted as the youth before her slipped away like an eel. "Dodge? You possess merely the 4th tier of Do Qi. Do you truly believe you can evade me? Who wields the 9th tier?" Xiao Yu let out a cold laugh, her long, delicate fingers accelerating with a surge of Do Qi, amplifying her speed considerably. Yet, no matter how swift she was, she could not grasp the hem of Xiao Yan's garment. He made no effort to summon his Do Qi, nor did he even evade with significant movement. Yet Xiao Yu found herself unable to touch him. "How is this possible? You've actually mastered a body technique." Xiao Yu's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Xiao Yan. The body technique is a form of combat skill, akin to Xiao Yan's previous life's learned techniques, such as 3,000 thunder moves and 6 harmonies body shift, which emphasize speed and agile defense, respectively. Although Xiao Yan was merely at the 4th tier of Do Qi, the battle experience accumulated from his past life remained intact. With such formidable combat prowess, he could easily toy with Xiao Yu, who was utterly outmatched. "Damn it, how is your body technique so agile?" A hint of frustration crossed Xiao Yu's face. Yet no matter how she swung her arms, she could not land a single hit on Xiao Yan. Locking eyes with him, she noticed a glimmer of mockery in his calm gaze, as if he were teasing a playful kitten. Seeing that look on Xiao Yan's face only fueled Xiao Yu's ire. Growing increasingly desperate and frustrated at her inability to catch him, she began to channel more Do Qi within her, her movements becoming increasingly aggressive. "Look at you, so eager." Observing her distress, Xiao Yan smiled slightly and suddenly extended his index finger, deftly striking a sensitive point on Xiao Yu's abdomen at a precise angle. As she swept at him, her balance momentarily compromised. The unexpected assault caused Xiao Yu to feel an overwhelming jolt of Do Qi dissipating within her, as if it were vanishing into thin air. The abrupt loss of power transformed Xiao Yu's expression, and before she could comprehend the situation, Xiao Yan's mysterious finger lightly pressed against her lower back. A wave of soreness washed over her, followed by an acute sense of weakness that left her unable to stand firm. With a thud, Xiao Yu collapsed to the ground. No matter how she struggled, the effort required to prop herself up felt insurmountable. "What have you done to me? Have you rendered my Do Qi useless?" Realizing her Do Qi had vanished without a trace, Xiao Yu's fair complexion turned ghostly pale, her voice tinged with a hint of panic. Given her nature, she would typically shed few tears even in dire straits, but the loss of her Do Qi instilled genuine fear within her. In the Do Qi continent, to cripple someone's Do Qi was a punishment worse than death. "It's not as severe as you think." Watching Xiao Yu's terrified expression brought a chuckle to Xiao Yan. In both his past and present lives, this was the first time he had witnessed such a reaction from her. He crouched down slowly, taking hold of Xiao Yu's smooth calf, relishing the delicate sensation beneath his fingers. I merely scattered your dough, qi temporarily. It shall gradually return in 3 hours. You scoundrel. Let me go. Feeling the warmth radiating from his grip on her thigh, Xiao Yu's face flushed crimson, her eyes aflame with a mix of indignation and embarrassment. Yet, despite her struggles, she lacked the strength to even support herself. Today serves merely as a lesson. Should you continue to meddle with me in the future, the consequences will not be so easily dealt with. After toying with her exquisite legs for a few moments, Xiao Yan finally rose, observing the near-manic expression on Xiao Yu's face. If you dare seek me out again, I shall ensure you cannot cultivate Do Qi for an entire month, and I will embellish your story for all to hear. Believe me, I can craft a scandal. Xiao Yan, I will kill you. Xiao Yu screamed in frustration, laboriously lifting her hand to slap him, only for Xiao Yan to effortlessly evade her strike. Reflect on your actions here. Disregarding the facts, do you not bear any responsibility? Xiao Yan smirked, leaning closer to Xiao Yu's ear, a hint of satisfaction gracing his smile as he whispered, by the way, your legs are quite luscious. With that, he ignored her murderous gaze and leisurely returned to his quarters. Half an hour later, Xiao Yu began to feel her strength gradually returning, struggling to rise to her feet with a face full of humiliation and despair. Today, she had suffered a tremendous setback. Xiao Yan. She wished she could peel his skin off, yet the memory of his enigmatic methods and his lingering words prevented her from erupting in anger. She hadn't anticipated that while cultivating Do Qi, he had simultaneously honed his body technique to such a level. Even the clan leader and her grandfather, without using Do Qi, would likely find it impossible to evade her attacks as effortlessly as he had. It was utterly maddening. This boy was merely 12 years old. How could he possess such capabilities? As thoughts of Xiao Yan's formidable body technique swirled in her mind, despair enveloped her. Yet, amidst her musings, she recalled his words whispering in her ear, your legs are quite luscious. Over the next few days, Xiao Yan immersed himself in rigorous training, honing his physique by day and cultivating Do Qi by night, refining his soul. He only took time to relax when Sun Er or Xiao Zhan sought him out, while others were temporarily set aside. With the invaluable experience from his past life, Xiao Yan's cultivation speed was nothing short of astonishing, presenting new developments daily. This remarkable rate of progress left even Yao Lao in awe. Of course, with such efficiency, the effects of the foundational elixir were rapidly depleting. Within a month, the first drop had completely lost its potency. However, the benefits derived from that single drop were undeniably worth it. By the time the first drop's effects had faded entirely, Xiao Yan's Do Qi had already surpassed the 5th tier and was nearing the mid-5th tier. Moreover, through rigorous training during this period, his physique had grown exceedingly robust, the thin layer of muscle concealing a formidable explosive power. It could be said that the strength contained within his small frame now rivaled that of an adult. With the first drop of foundational elixir fully consumed, it was time for him to hand over the remaining 2 bottles of foundational spirit liquid to Yafei. After enjoying a rare and restful night, the following morning, Xiao Yan placed the 2 bottles of foundational spirit liquid in a jade box and leisurely made his way to the middle auction house. Chapter 15. Luxi. As the most prominent marketplace and auction house in Wutan City, the Mitre Auction House undoubtedly presents a grand facade, its opulent decor standing out in this modest city. However, Xiao Yan, having witnessed the true grandeur of the world, perceives this small auction house merely as a slightly more conspicuous structure compared to ordinary buildings. In his previous life, he had established a commercial hub in the endless fire domain that rivaled the commercial continent, utilizing an entire continent as a venue for trade. The auction house he built was crafted from a magnificent palace-like artifact, and only those of the heavenly sovereign level were deemed worthy to bid within its hallowed halls. After all, it housed various divine elixirs concocted by the foremost alchemist of the vast world. Yet, the auctioneer for that event was none other than the alluring figure before him, who smiled with a certain charm. It has been nearly a month since then, and I thought you had absconded with my medicinal herbs. If you didn't come soon, I would have had to go to the Xiao family to demand payment. Yafei languidly reclined in her chair, allowing her voluptuous curves to stretch comfortably, her beautiful eyes regarding Xiao Yan with a heightened sense of anticipation. The medicinal materials valued at 50,000 gold coins were certainly no trifling matter for her. After sending someone to deliver them to Xiao Yan, she had indeed experienced a pang of regret. To be deceived by a 12-year-old boy would be utterly humiliating, irrespective of the actual loss. Yet, whenever she felt the urge to confront the Xiao family for her dues, her mind invariably drifted back to those calm, profound eyes. Those eyes seemed imbued with a kind of magic, silently assuaging all her anxieties. Today, the owner of those eyes had finally come to settle the debt. Upon seeing Yafei in her languorous state, Xiao Yan chuckled and casually tossed a jade box onto the table in front of her. "Open it and take a look," he proclaimed, feigning an air of mystery. Yafei glanced at him with a playful pout, yet his actions undeniably piqued her curiosity. Upon opening the box, she discovered 2 small jade vials nestled within, the faint aroma of medicinal herbs wafting from the vial's mouth, invigorating her senses. "I'm not an apothecary. How would I understand this?" she remarked, seemingly attempting to provoke Xiao Yan, shaking her head in disdain. "This substance is called Foundation Establishment Liquid, a second-grade elixir," Xiao Yan replied, unbothered by her theatrics. "Its purpose is quite simple. It accelerates the cultivation of dou qi by soaking in water infused with the Foundation Establishment Liquid. The cultivation speed can increase by at least a factor of 2. His straightforward explanation gradually transformed Yafei's initial disdain into a serious contemplation. Her beautiful eyes now fixed on Xiao Yan with a newfound significance. Such a potent elixir would indeed be enticing for affluent families. It is well known that the optimal cultivation speed for most individuals occurs before the age of 30. Once past this age, physical condition begins to decline, leading to a noticeable decrease in cultivation speed. Consequently, many gifted cultivators focus solely on their training before turning 30, avoiding worldly distractions. However, during the dou qi stage, accelerating cultivation can be exceedingly difficult, as the human body is still too fragile, rendering many strength-enhancing elixirs unusable for those in this phase. Yet, the Foundation Establishment Liquid can indeed expedite cultivation during the dou qi stage. If one could save 3 years during this phase, it could potentially translate into a 6-star upgrade upon advancing to a dou shi in the future. This is why many families and factions place immense importance on young individuals who can become dou shi before the age of 20. Achieving such a milestone affords a greater chance of becoming a dou wang or even a dou shi. Thus, the benefits of the Foundation Establishment Liquid for nurturing the next generation are self-evident. Although these 2 vials had not yet been auctioned off, their value undoubtedly surpassed that of the 5 sets of medicinal materials. Yafei's enchanting gaze shifted toward Xiao Yan's youthful visage, imbued with curiosity. "This is a second-grade elixir. You didn't concoct it yourself, did you?" "I currently lack the capability to refine such an elixir," Xiao Yan admitted. "But lacking the ability now suggests that I may possess it in the future." Yafei quickly grasped the implications of his words, and upon seeing his noncommittal nod, her heart fluttered slightly. It appeared that this young lad possessed an innate talent for alchemy. After some contemplation, Yafei envisioned a narrative of a prodigious youth being taken under the wing of a renowned alchemist, and her gaze toward Xiao Yan brimmed with delight. Given Xiao Yan's prior display of talent, as long as he did not falter, the probability of him becoming a dou wang or even a dou huang was considerable. Even under the most adverse circumstances, he would likely reach the pinnacle of douling. The alchemist guiding him, judging by the subtle hints he had dropped, was likely of at least 3rd-grade caliber, with the potential for even higher ranks. Such talent, coupled with a distinguished mentor, and with the maturity he displayed at such a tender age, rendered this child's future prospects boundless. If I could draw this young prodigy to my side, it would be an extraordinary trump card. Yafei's expression toward Xiao Yan grew increasingly appreciative and significant. "Yafei, you look as though you could devour someone. You don't have any peculiar predilections, do you?" Xiao Yan feigned exasperation, clutching his chest as if in melodramatic distress. "Peculiar predilections?" Yafei paused momentarily, then burst into a fit of giggles. "Dear brother, I find myself increasingly intrigued by you. It seems I have stumbled upon a treasure during my visit to Wutan City. I advise you not to rejoice too soon. There is a chance you might find yourself ensnared by me," Xiao Yan teased, prompting a blush to grace Yafei's cheeks. Her gaze shifted, and her mature, alluring visage enchait de creuser. "Perhaps the notion of being ensnared by you should be reserved for a few years hence. At your age, I doubt you've even grown all your hair yet." Gazing at her enchanting face, so close at hand, Xiao Yan felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. How infuriating! I, the creator of the endless fire domain, the strongest being on the dou qi continent, the Emperor of Flames, am being jested by this woman, just as Xiao Yan prepared to indulge in further mischief, intending to deliver a playful smack to her rounded derriere. A commotion erupted outside the door. "Step aside. I demand to see Yafei. Do you know who I am? I am an alchemist, and you dare to obstruct me. Miss Yafei, I know you're inside. Let me have a glimpse of you." Upon hearing that voice, Yafei's previously cheerful demeanor darkened. After carefully placing the 2 vials of Foundation Establishment liquid away, she nodded toward Xiao Yan. I must handle a temporary nuisance. Please enjoy your tea. Very well. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to call, Xiao Yan replied with a smile, though he felt an odd familiarity with the voice outside. One that eluded his memory despite his efforts to recall. As Yufei opened the door, a young man clad in white, his eyes slightly sunken, barged in, his gaze fixated on Yufei's alluring figure. The moment Xiao Yan laid eyes on this youth, he couldn't help but be momentarily taken aback, scrutinizing the young man's face intently until a long-forgotten name from his past resurfaced in his mind. Lu Shi? Chapter 16. Divine Powers, Yan Emperor versus Lu Shi. Even with Xiao Yan's composed demeanor, he could not help but feel a moment of astonishment upon encountering this lecherous fellow. In his past life, he had only met this individual after turning 16, at which point he had been swiftly reduced to a pile of ash by the cold flames of the bone spirit from Yao Lao. Yet in this life, he found himself crossing paths with this character at the tender age of 12. Miss Yufei, I have longed to see you again. I have truly missed you these past few days. As Lu Shi stepped through the door, his slightly dark-ringed eyes fixated hungrily on Yufei's voluptuous figure, as if he were a starving beast coveting its prey. His gluttonous demeanor was indeed rare, so much so that he failed to notice Xiao Yan standing behind Yufei. Mr. Lu Shi, if we were to discuss business, I welcome you wholeheartedly. However, if the conversation strays beyond that, I believe there is no need for further dialogue. Yufei replied with a subtle smile, though a flicker of distaste lurked in her gaze. While she had been the object of many admirers in the imperial capital, those gentlemen at least managed to exhibit some semblance of restraint. Even if feigned, they could muster a modicum of decorum. Yet this man before her possessed not even that modicum. He looked upon her as a famished dog would at a slab of meat, barely suppressing the drool. I have come to discuss business with Miss Yufei. Lu Shi continued to gaze at her, captivated by her exquisite visage and nearly flawless form, coupled with an alluring yet dignified aura that proved irresistibly enticing to a man of his proclivities. Business, you say? Then please do elaborate. Upon hearing the mention of business, Yufei furrowed her brow, but ultimately nodded in agreement. As a merchant, she could not easily forego any potential deal. My master has recently concocted 3 second-tier doqi pills and instructed me to venture down the mountain to sell them and procure some herbs in return. After much consideration, I believe that the Mitre Auction House is best suited for this task, hence my visit to you, Miss Yufei. Lu Shi's face beamed with pride at the mention of the 3 doqi pills. Doqi pills? Yufei could not suppress a slight gasp, her expression becoming considerably more serious. The doqi pill was a well-established, widely circulated second-tier medicinal concoction, designed to elevate the cultivation level of a doja by 1 star. However, despite its effectiveness for doja, its price was substantially lower than that of the gathering chi powder, which could guarantee a doja at the 9th level a successful breakthrough. The time saved by the latter was significantly greater than what the doqi pill could offer, compounded by the fact that the difficulty of crafting gathering chi powder surpassed that of the doqi pill, as the former was a 4th-tier concoction. Nevertheless, the price of a doqi pill hovered around 50,000 gold coins, a considerable sum, especially as many dojo would expend their life savings to acquire one upon reaching the 8th star, in hopes of swiftly ascending to the 9th star and seeking opportunities to challenge the do master. 3 doqi pills amounted to 150,000 gold coins, which indeed represented a significant figure for the Mitre Auction House. Since you place your trust in our Mitre Auction House, please leave the doqi pills with me. I assure you that I will secure a satisfactory price for you, Mr. Lu Shi. After a moment of contemplation, Yufei smiled gently and nodded. Of course, placing the doqi pills for auction at your esteemed establishment is no issue. However, I do have a small request. Upon seeing Yufei's nod, Lu Shi hesitated to produce the doqi pills and, with a lascivious gaze, declared, as long as Miss Yufei is gracious enough to dine with me, we shall consider this business settled. Let's forego the meal, Mr. Lu Shi. Should you be unwilling, you may certainly explore whether any other establishment can offer a better price than our Mitre Auction House. Yufei gently shook her head, granting him no opportunity. The man's lecherous demeanor was utterly repugnant, evoking a sense of discomfort as if he might pounce upon her at any moment. Miss Yufei, seeing her refusal, Lu Shi became agitated, raising his voice in frustration. I have recently ascended to the rank of 2-star doja, and my master is about to formally impart the art of alchemy to me. Soon, I shall become a 1st-tier alchemist. Did he truly believe that he, Lu Shi, was unworthy of a mere auctioneer? The arrogance displayed on Lu Shi's face intensified surpassing even his lecherous expression. What a fool. At 20 years of age, he had only just reached the rank of 2-star doja, yet he fancied himself a prodigy. Yafei found herself both amused and exasperated by Lu Shi's demeanor. With her beauty and the backing of the Miter family, even prodigies of alchemy in the imperial capital would not dare speak to her in such a manner. Lu Shi's talents, even in Wutan City, were hardly remarkable. It was merely the title of alchemist that inflated his ego. Mr. Lu Shi, do you think that my modest abilities as a practitioner could allow me to preside over this branch in Wutan City without any backing? Yafei scoffed, revealing a medallion that slowly emerged from her delicate hand, the emblem of the Miter family. Let me assure you, not even your master poses a threat to the Miter family. Regardless of your status as a first-tier alchemist, I hold a deep respect for esteemed alchemists such as yourselves, but I implore you not to bring humiliation upon yourself. You. Lu Shi's face flushed with indignation at her firm rejection. Casting one last lascivious glance at Yafei, he spat venomously. You shall regret this. I will make you submit to me in due time. As he uttered these words, his intentions became unmistakably vulgar. Just as he prepared to turn away, a youthful voice unexpectedly rang out. Wait! The childish timbre caught Lu Shi off guard, and as he glanced past the icy visage of Yafei, he found a smaller boy, his expression menacing, approaching him. Child, do you require something? Lu Shi turned, irritation etched on his face as he regarded Xiao Yan, who he had nearly overlooked had it not been for the boy's interjection. Apologize to her, Xiao Yan said, his expression devoid of emotion. Apologize? Lu Shi regarded Xiao Yan with a mocking smile, glancing at Yafei. Whether I apologize or not is not for a little brat like you to decide. Is that so? Observing Lu Shi's insolent demeanor, Xiao Yan shook his head lightly. It seems you remain as reckless as ever. With that, Lu Shi witnessed the diminutive boy, who had been shorter than him, suddenly leap forward, his small hand moving with an uncanny speed that left Lu Shi no time to react, landing a resounding slap across his face. Divine Powers, Yin Emperor versus Lu Shi. Chapter 17. I shall defeat you 4 years early. Slap. The crisp sound echoed throughout the room, and in the next moment, Yafei watched as Lu Shi staggered backward several steps, ultimately stumbling and landing unceremoniously on the ground. It was worth noting that despite being only 12 years old, Xiao Yan's physical strength, honed through rigorous training, rivaled that of an adult. Coupled with his perfect control over his body, the force he unleashed far surpassed that of an average man. This expertly delivered slap channeled a tremendous power directly into Lu Shi's face, leaving him momentarily dazed and disoriented. After sitting in a daze for a full half-minute, Lu Shi's pale complexion began to turn as crimson as his eyes. You little brat, I shall end your life. Lu Shi suddenly sprang to his feet, a surge of fighting spirit coursing through him, as if a blazing energy had coalesced in his hands, ready to unleash a deadly assault on Xiao Yan. Being knocked to the ground by a child who was a head shorter than him, especially in front of the stunning Yafei, ignited an almost frenzied, murderous intent on his face, a stark contrast to his usually privileged demeanor. Someone, take him out of here. In a moment of urgency, Yafei shouted, and 2 armored men entered the room, forcibly escorting Lu Shi away. Let go of me. I will kill this little brat. Yafei, you will regret offending me for the sake of this insignificant child. Lu Shi thrashed wildly, but the 2 towering men beside him were 5-star Do fighters, rendering his lack of combat experience as a 2-star Do fighter virtually powerless against them. As the sounds outside gradually faded, Yafei let out a gentle sigh, her gaze shifting to Xiao Yan, a mixture of anger and astonishment in her eyes. A mere 12-year-old boy had managed to knock a 2-star Do fighter to the ground with a single slap. Such an astonishing feat, even if it was a sneak attack. You little rascal, you made a formidable enemy today. While I'm not overly concerned about offending this waste, his master is someone I find quite troublesome to deal with. Although she belonged to the Meitel family, offending a 3rd-tier alchemist was still a precarious matter. Yafei couldn't help but shake her head. She had initially intended to leverage her family's influence to reprimand this lecherous man, but with Xiao Yan striking first, her position had become much less tenable. If it were anyone but Xiao Yan who had acted today, she would not have been so resolute. Rest assured, Sister Yafei, this man will not leave Wutan City alive. In the room, Xiao Yan replied, non-committally with a smile. A 3rd-tier alchemist is hardly anything to be concerned about. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, the corners of Yafei's eyes twitched slightly, and her gaze toward him grew unexpectedly serious. A 3rd-tier alchemist was someone Xiao Yan dismissed so easily, had she not sensed his extraordinary nature through their previous encounters. She might have thought him a mere child speaking nonsense. Yet, the displays he had shown today compelled her to believe his words. To disregard a third-tier alchemist so nonchalantly suggested that perhaps the boy had a fifth-tier alchemist backing him. Contemplating this, Yafei felt her breath grow a touch heavier. Fifth-tier alchemists were exceedingly rare in the entire Jiama Empire, their status rivaling that of Do Wang experts. And even the head of the Maitel family would regard them with immense respect. If she could forge a connection with such a powerful figure, it would undoubtedly provide her with significant assistance in her future bid for the family leadership. I cannot fathom how someone so young could be more formidable than the old foxes in the imperial capital. Shaking her head, Yafei couldn't help but let out a wry smile. Beyond the powerful background Xiao Yan hinted at, his bizarre strength and decisive temperament were equally astonishing. Fear not about those matters. Just know that from this day forth, only I may openly tease Sister Yafei. Xiao Yan chuckled softly, gazing intently into her bright, beautiful eyes. His gaze was gentle, yet bore an indescribable dominance, an overtly possessive look that lacked any hint of lewdness. Under such scrutiny, Yafei felt her heart skip a beat, an inexplicable flutter rising within her that she herself was unaware of. Such a young age, yet such a sharp tongue. Fortunately, she was quick-witted and soon broke free from Xiao Yan's influence, lightly covering her lips with her hand as she smiled. Let us revisit this conversation once you've matured. Xiao Yan's composure was slightly shaken by her teasing. Taking a deep breath, he pointed towards the 2 bottles of Foundation Spirit liquid that Yafei had hidden and said softly, "After you auction these off, use the proceeds to acquire the materials for my prescription. There's no rush. You can collect the Earth Heart milk gradually." More materials to gather? Yafei paused, unable to suppress a hint of resentment as she cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Yan. "I thought you came to repay a favor. Yet here you are, asking me to do your labor again." Unperturbed by her complaints, Xiao Yan continued indifferently. "The materials you gather this time, I only need 2 sets for myself. The rest, once successfully refined, you may auction and we will split the profits." Split? Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, Yafei was momentarily taken aback, only for her lovely face to break into an unmistakable expression of joy. Although the Foundation Spirit liquid wasn't as valuable as the gathering chi powder, selling a bottle for 30 to 40,000 gold coins should pose no challenge for her. Selling 2 bottles of Foundation Spirit liquid, even after disregarding the time cost, the expedited procurement of Earth Heart milk could yield a substantial amount of materials. In contrast, the paltry 2 sets of materials Xiao Yan requested seemed insignificant. That was equivalent to over 10 bottles of Foundation Spirit liquid. Splitting it in half would provide her with a considerable reward. For Yafei, who had just been assigned duties by her family, this truly represented a tremendous achievement. "I knew it. My trip to Wutan City has indeed been fruitful." Looking at the handsome, young face before her, Yafei felt an overwhelming urge to plant a kiss on him. "From now on, you shall be responsible for the materials and auctions. Leave the alchemy to me." Xiao Yan smiled slightly and turned to leave Yafei's room. "Where are you going?" "Lu Shi harbors such deep resentment towards you. He may very well be waiting for a chance to retaliate." Seeing Xiao Yan depart, Yafei expressed her concern. "Perfect. I also need an opportunity to eliminate him." Xiao Yan turned back, flashing a grin that revealed a row of pearly white teeth, and then departed the Maitel auction house without a backward glance. "This little fellow is truly a monster," Yafei muttered, unable to suppress a pout as she watched him leave. If it were any other child claiming they would eliminate a 2-star Do fighter, she would dismiss it as a joke, but when Xiao Yan spoke those words, she felt no doubt whatsoever. The night in Wutan City was relatively tranquil, yet many entertainment venues were ablaze with lights. Lu Shi, having been humiliated earlier, stumbled out of one such establishment, still muttering curses under his breath. "You little brat, I will make you wish you were never born. And that vixen Yafei, I will have her kneeling before me one day." As he spoke, a sudden chill swept over him. He turned to find a still developing boy grinning at him. "I'm afraid you won't have that opportunity. This time, it seems I shall have to eliminate you 4 years earlier." Chapter 18, The First Pot of Gold. Looking at the boy before him, Lu Shi inexplicably shuddered. Yet soon, the humiliation from earlier and the confidence instilled by his status as a 2-star Do fighter ignited his fury, revealing a sinister smile on his lips. "You little brat, I never expected you to dare show your face before me again. Since you've come seeking death, then I shall not be held accountable. I shall shatter your limbs and cast you into the river to drown as recompense for the humiliation I endured during the day." As the words fell from his lips, a surge of energy coursed through his body, transforming into a white shadow that shot forth toward Xiao Yan. "I fear you may not have the opportunity to do so." Observing the oncoming Lu Shi, Xiao Yan resolved not to rely on his own strength to confront this individual. The distance to the crowd was not far, and should this man emit a couple of cries, it would surely draw unwanted attention. "Master, may I borrow a flame?" He silently called out to Yao Lao in his heart, and suddenly, a pale flame erupted from the palm of Xiao Yan's hand. Though it was but a flame, it caused the temperature in the vicinity to plummet, and frost began to form upon the ground. "This is a strange fire." As he beheld the pale flames, Lu Shi's pupils constricted, the effects of alcohol dissipating almost instantaneously. Before he could react, the pale flame shot forth from Xiao Yan's hand. The flame left a white streak as it struck Lu Shi. "You!" Lu Shi barely managed to utter a cry of terror before he was engulfed in an excruciating burn, yet the pain lasted but a moment before he lost consciousness. With a dull thud, his figure disintegrated into countless particles, which then scattered into the evening breeze, gradually vanishing from existence. In the distance, the venue remained vibrant with music and dance, and the sounds of revelry echoed, oblivious to the fact that the once arrogant, aspiring first-grade alchemist had now been reduced to mere ashes. "Alas, my current strength is indeed pitifully weak. I could not even properly control the bone spirit cold fire, incinerating his 3 do chi pills to cinders. Those 3 pills were worth over 100,000 gold coins." Xiao Yan's complexion paled slightly. The previous attack utilizing the bone spirit cold fire against Lu Shi was executed by his own soul power, rather than Yao Lao's assistance. "Come now, you are merely at the do chi stage, yet you can already manipulate the bone spirit cold fire, even if it is just a wisp. That is truly astonishing." Yao Lao's astonished voice echoed in Xiao Yan's mind. A youth who had not even cultivated do chi could summon the bone spirit cold fire to kill, akin to an ant lifting a droplet of lava, an unbelievable feat. Witnessing this, Yao Lao found himself increasingly convinced by Xiao Yan's words. The young girl and this boy had both mentioned that this man was backed by a third-grade alchemist. "Though I, an old man, do not particularly care. How do you intend to deal with that individual?" As the evening breeze caressed him, Xiao Yan strolled leisurely back towards the Xiao Clan's residence, reflecting on Yao Lao's words. "A third-grade alchemist, you say?" A smile crept upon Xiao Yan's lips. "In my past life, that third-grade alchemist posed a significant threat to the Xiao Clan, ultimately meeting his demise at Kai Lin's hands. However, in this lifetime, Xiao Yan is reluctant to squander such an opportunity. Even if I rise quickly, I won't have much energy to spare in caring for the Xiao Clan over these next 2 years. If that old fellow comes knocking, it will be just a chance to secure a medicinal servant for the Xiao Clan." With a slight smile, Xiao Yan returned to his family's abode on the wings of the evening breeze. Everyone believed that this young master of the Xiao Clan had merely gone out for a stroll, unaware that during his brief excursion, the world had lost a living soul. After slaying Lu Shi, Xiao Yan's life reverted to a relentless cycle of rigorous training. Aside from spending time with Sun Er, he devoted nearly all his thoughts to cultivation. He was acutely aware that the true threats to his existence loomed far away in the Central State. In his current state, even a mere protector dispatched by the Soul Hall could easily extinguish his life. Thus he must hasten his strength. After all, in this second chance at life, should his father and master be captured by the Soul Hall again, his previous existence would have been in vain. Days turned into weeks, and Xiao Yan's strength steadily grew. Before he knew it, the scorching summer had passed, revealing the golden splendor of the Xiao Clan's rear mountains. Merely half a month had elapsed since the assassination of Lu Shi, and Xiao Yan had broken through to the 6th layer of do chi with remarkable momentum. His physique was sturdier than before, and he could easily execute the 8 extremes collapse. It was on this very day, as autumn set in, that Yafei personally arrived at the Xiao Clan bearing an entire cart of delicacies and sweets. This scene left many within the Xiao Clan puzzled, but upon witnessing Yafei deliver half a cart of wooden boxes to Xiao Yan, they soon understood that she had taken notice of the young master's talent. However, when had Xiao Yan developed such a fondness for snacks? Fortunately, this gesture did not raise excessive suspicion among the Xiao Clan. Even the clan, as elders, merely chuckled to themselves. This woman, so astute, how could she believe that such trifles would win over Xiao Yan's heart? Perhaps when he matures a bit more, your beauty might have some effect. In contrast to the adults' peculiar musings, the children were filled with joy. The treats sent by Yafei were high-end goods from Wutan City, a rarity that they, as Xiao Clan offspring, could seldom indulge in throughout the year. Thanks to Xiao Yan's influence, they relished this period of abundance, with only Sun Er harboring a sense of unease. That wretched vixen, always trying to entice my brother Xiao Yan. Gazing upon Yafei's alluring figure, Sun Er felt an inexplicable sense of crisis. No matter how breathtaking her beauty, she was still just a girl under 12, and compared to Yafei's captivating allure that drove men wild, she needed a few more years to develop. Fortunately, Xiao Yan was perceptive. Whenever he sensed something amiss, he would swiftly offer sweet words, leaving the young girl in a daze. In this concealed backdrop, after the first month of autumn, Yafei once again emerged from her visit to the Xiao Clan. However, this time, her figure bore a slight tremor, revealing her inner turmoil. Within the exquisite storage ring adorning her slender fingers lay 16 bottles of Foundation Establishment Elixir, quietly resting. Last time, 2 bottles fetched a price of 100,000 gold coins. What astronomical price would these 16 bottles command? Chapter 19, Old Deng. Bring out the Xianzhong Qi and show it off. This subtle transaction, known only to Yafei and Xiao Yan, along with Yao Lao, the temporary tool, was set in motion. However, after approximately half a month had passed since leaving the Xiao Clan, and upon confirming that suspicions would not be directed toward Xiao Yan, Yafei officially divided the 16 bottles of Foundation Establishment Elixir into 2 batches for sale. One batch of 8 bottles and the other batch of 16. In a mere half-month, the 16 bottles caused a tremendous stir throughout Wutan City. Anyone with a modicum of intelligence could surmise that the ability to provide such a quantity of second-grade pills indicated the covert presence of at least a second-grade alchemist within Wutan City. Yet, despite their relentless searching, they could not uncover the whereabouts of this hidden alchemist, allowing Yafei to auction off each bottle of Foundation Establishment Elixir for tantalizing prices. In total, the 16 bottles of Foundation Establishment Elixir fetched a staggering sum of 680,000 gold coins. Amidst both overt and covert rivalries among the 3 major families and various merchant clans of Wutan City. In summary, on a cool night in the second month of autumn, Yafei and Xiao Yan sat facing each other, their beautiful eyes brimming with unmistakable delight. A net profit of 600,000 gold coins. Are you truly willing to share half with me? As the jade cup clinked in her hand, Yafei gently swallowed a sip of wine, her enchanting visage tinged with an alluring flush. 16 bottles of foundation-building elixir had garnered a staggering net profit of 600,000 gold coins. Thus, her share would amount to a substantial 300,000 gold coins. This sum could rival nearly the entire liquid assets of any of the 3 prominent families in Wutan City. I have spoken, and I shall not deceive you. Xiao Yan replied with a smile, his gentle gaze unwavering upon Yafei. Under the weight of his gaze and the slight intoxication from the fine wine, Yafei's heart raced, only to be swiftly quelled by a wave of guilt. After all, he is still but a child. With her captivating eyes fixed on Xiao Yan, she softly remarked, to acquire 300,000 gold coins so effortlessly is almost dreamlike. Sometimes I can't help but wonder if you have ulterior motives. Ulterior motives. Xiao Yan chuckled, unable to contain his amusement. I merely wish for you to experience a bit more ease. Of course, should you find yourself unable to resist my charm in the future, that would be your own affair. Accustomed to his teasing, Yafei surveyed Xiao Yan's youthful face and covered her mouth, laughing softly. I stand by my words. Let us speak again once you've matured. Xiao Yan chuckled, his expression remaining stoic. When I mature fully, you may find yourself in quite the predicament. What are your plans next? Yafei inquired, her gaze piercing into Xiao Yan. To concoct another batch of foundation-building elixirs, he stated calmly, observing the anticipation in her eyes. Do not expect too much. The elder I rely upon is not a mere workhorse, after all. I estimate we can produce about 20 bottles by the time the new year arrives. Upon hearing this, Yafei displayed no signs of discontent. Instead, a sense of reassurance washed over her. Meanwhile, the black ring on Xiao Yan's finger glimmered with a white light, as the elderly figure within it emitted a series of disgruntled snorts. Typically, in such collaborations, alchemists would claim 80 to 90% of the profits. Thus, Yafei obtaining half of Xiao Yan's earnings was nothing short of extraordinary. Yet, if such alarming profits continued to flow, she felt a twinge of unease. 20 bottles of foundation-building elixir would still net her a considerable sum, sufficient for her to excel in her family's evaluations solely based on Xiao Yan's contributions. Additionally, I require you to prepare 2 sets of materials for the gathering qi powder, she stated as she set her cup down. Just before leaving, Xiao Yan casually tossed her a small note detailing the various ingredients needed for the powder, then floated away, leaving Yafei in a daze. Gathering qi powder was a 4th-grade elixir. Even the esteemed Dan Kingu, he could not guarantee its successful refinement. Watching Xiao Yan depart, a bitter smile crept across Yafei's lips. Surely, I won't truly fall into this little rascal's hands in the future. Half a month later, under the pretext of a visit, Yafei returned to the Xiao family. secretly delivering a spatial ring and several jade cards containing a total of 300,000 gold coins to Xiao Yan. Thus, Xiao Yan's first fortune after his rebirth was firmly secured. Furthermore, the spatial ring contained an abundance of raw materials. The entirety of the expenditures had been footed by Yafei alone. The cost of the ring and the various materials alone exceeded 200,000 gold coins, meaning Yafei had returned most of the profits from the auction foundation building elixirs to Xiao Yan. As for her actions, Xiao Yan could only glare at her with a wry smile. He had no other recourse. Well, it matters not. What I owe you in the future is not diminished by this. Gazing at Yafei's alluring figure as she departed, Xiao Yan felt a slight itch of longing. Yet soon he immersed himself once more in his relentless training. As the temperature between heaven and earth gradually dropped, many of the lower-ranked cultivators donned their winter garments. While Xiao Yan, having successfully absorbed 4 bottles of foundation-building elixir, finally achieved the 9th tier of Doqi. From the 3rd tier of Doqi after his rebirth to the 9th tier, he accomplished this remarkable feat in less than 5 months. Such astonishing speed exceeded that of his previous life by more than double, all while he deliberately honed his foundation, compressing his Doqi to an extraordinary density. The early winter winds, sharp and biting, sent the withered leaves of the Xiao family's back mountain swirling through the air. Xiao Yan stood unabashedly in the cold, his muscled torso clearly defined. Beside him, the old alchemist materialized, his aged face showing signs of discontent. During this time, you have tricked me into refining over 40 bottles of foundation-building elixir, along with 2 gathering chi pills and a small earth spirit pill. Yet, your Doqi must be nearing a breakthrough, for you promised to deliver a surprise upon becoming a Doshur. The old alchemist toyed with a gathering chi powder, as if poised to shove it into Xiao Yan's mouth at any moment. Despite having witnessed Xiao Yan's astonishing growth over the past 6 months, the old alchemist still harbored a hint of skepticism regarding the promised surprise. Breaking through to Doshur isn't so simple, my teacher. Perhaps you should just bring out your Xian heavy ruler and have some fun, Xiao Yan replied, shaking his head with a smile, urging the old man to produce the ruler. You rascal, the old man said, scrutinizing Xiao Yan closely. He then made a swift gesture, summoning a massive black ruler that towered slightly over Xiao Yan, crashing into the ground before him. Gazing at the enormous black ruler, which was nearly as large as himself, Xiao Yan felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. Old friend, it had been far too long. Chapter 20. The Flame God Technique, the Emperor Flame Seed. The surface of the black giant ruler was adorned with faintly discernible enigmatic patterns, which spread from the handle to nearly every part of the ruler, exuding an aura of mystery with its ancient, pitch-black hue. After recalling the past, Xiao Yan finally reached out and grasped the black giant ruler in his hand. Rise, he commanded, the formidable power amassed over nearly 5 months of arduous training far surpassing that of an ordinary individual. Even his current physical strength could contend with that of a Doshur. Yet, as he lifted the Xian heavy ruler, he felt a strain, particularly as his Doqi, even after being meticulously refined, felt even heavier the moment it coursed into the ruler. Despite this change, Xiao Yan's expression remained unperturbed. He had long since acclimated to the sensation of wielding the Xian heavy ruler. The purpose of summoning the ruler was to utilize its unique properties to further refine his Doqi, ultimately achieving the goal of cultivating a new technique. In the subsequent month, Xiao Yan diligently devoted himself to arduous training day after day, refining the Doqi within his body to an extraordinary level. Even his physical strength saw a modest enhancement, culminating in the complete depletion of the 5th bottle of foundational elixir. As winter fully descended, a delicate layer of ice began to form upon the surface of the waters in Wutan City. Amidst this biting cold, Xiao Yan discreetly discovered a cave on the back mountain of the Xiao Clan, where he sat cross-legged, bare-chested. After 6 months of relentless honing, his Doqi had solidified to an extent that even Yao Lao found astonishing. Beneath the clearly defined muscle contours of his still-maturing physique lay an explosive power that was nothing short of terrifying. With the fortitude of his body and the continuous introspection over the past 6 months, Xiao Yan's soul power had already surpassed that of his reborn self. At this moment, his soul strength was greater than that of most second-tier alchemists. Once he transcended to the rank of a fighter, he would rival even third-tier alchemists, heralding a monumental transformation in his journey. This moment was the very purpose of his 6 months of arduous training. With a light chuckle, Xiao Yan felt the solidified Doqi within him and turned his gaze towards Yao Lao. Master, let us commence. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's assertion, Yao Lao was momentarily taken aback, then regarded him with a hint of concern. Are you truly set on utilizing that method to break through to a fighter? Indeed. Only by employing my own method can I ensure a smoother path ahead, Xiao Yan replied, exuding confidence. When it comes to playing with fire, who in this universe could rival him? The name of the Flame Emperor had long since echoed throughout the vast realms. After ascending to the pinnacle of heaven, he had evolved the burning art through countless battles against the malevolent races from beyond, ultimately deriving a more potent technique, the flame god art, from it. Seeing Xiao Yan's unwavering confidence, Yao Lao ceased his further inquiries. With a flick of his finger, a yellowish pill the size of a longan landed in Xiao Yan's palm. This pill, named the Lesser Earth Spirit Pill, was a diluted version of the Earth Spirit Pill Xiao Yan had originally prepared to refine the fallen heart flame, utilizing substitutes with lesser efficacy. Nevertheless, the crafting of this Lesser Earth Spirit Pill had consumed all of the 300,000 gold coins Xiao Yan had earned. Fortunately, he later provided Yafei with 20 bottles of Foundation Elixir, which replenished his financial situation. Once I ascend to the rank of fighter, I shall be capable of refining pills myself, he thought, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes as he swallowed the Lesser Earth Spirit Pill. Once the pill entered his abdomen, waves of pure, substantial energy began to surge within him. Over the past 6 months, the remnants of the Earth Heart milk from each batch of foundational elixir he had refined had been accumulated and infused into this Lesser Earth Spirit Pill. Such immense energy could only be borne by Xiao Yan's body, which had been tempered and honed. Otherwise, even a relatively gentle youth at the Doqi stage would risk having the meridians ruptured in an instant. With his nascent soul power, sensing the complete safeguarding of his body by the energy from the Lesser Earth Spirit Pill, Xiao Yan then turned his attention to Yao Lao. Observing this, Yao Lao's expression grew solemn. After a moment of hesitation, he conjured a strand of bone spirit cold fire from his fingertips, flicking it toward Xiao Yan. Yet, this mere strand of bone spirit cold fire caused Yao Lao's complexion to pale slightly, and his form appeared somewhat ethereal. Clearly, this strand of bone spirit cold fire was no ordinary flame. It was a fragment of its essence. Gazing at the floating strand of bone spirit cold fire before him, Xiao Yan did not hesitate to grasp it, an ember that even Do Ling experts would regard with trepidation, and promptly consumed it. The moment he seized the bone spirit cold fire, it unleashed an intense heat, fiercely incinerating the energy membrane enveloping Xiao Yan. For an ordinary individual, even with the protection of a Lesser Earth Spirit Pill, they would likely be reduced to ashes in moments. Fortunately, Xiao Yan was exceedingly familiar with such extraordinary flames. As the bone spirit cold fire entered his mouth, Xiao Yan immediately mobilized his soul power to expedite its refinement along the pathway of his flame god art. Sensing the imminent danger, the tiny flame began to struggle fiercely, its terrifying might causing Xiao Yan's meridians, even with the protection of the Lesser Earth Spirit Pill, to ache painfully. Behave yourself, Xiao Yan scoffed, and the soul power that had been vigorously consumed by the bone spirit cold fire suddenly solidified, creating an invisible yet palpable heat that manifested in the void. In that moment, a resplendent flame projection quietly appeared above his head. As this ethereal image emerged, the source flame quivered, instantly becoming as docile as a mouse confronted by a cat. Yao Lao, witnessing this scene, could not help but change countenance, for at that moment, even his own complete bone spirit cold fire trembled slightly, as if paying homage to this ethereal flame projection. Having utilized the simulated imperial flame aura to intimidate the source flame, Xiao Yan swiftly guided his soul power and Do Qi to maneuver the now compliant bone spirit cold fire through his meridians. A sleepless night passed, and as the first light of dawn crept into the sky, Xiao Yan's complexion was pale, yet his eyes radiated an unparalleled brightness. Within his lower abdomen, the source flame of bone spirit cold fire now hovered peacefully, completely tamed. After Xiao Yan's refinement, although this flame still bore the attributes of bone spirit cold fire, it now possessed an even more fearsome essence. This essence would grow alongside Xiao Yan's increasing strength, allowing him to devour more varied flames until it ultimately matured into the imperial flame. With the imperial flame seed now cultivated, Xiao Yan felt a sense of reassurance that future endeavors to absorb other extraordinary flames would become significantly easier. Furthermore, fueled by the flame god art, the potency of this strand of bone spirit cold fire in Xiao Yan's hands rivaled that of Yao Lao's own. Naturally, the current quantity of Doqi Xiao Yan possessed meant that he could not wield the bone spirit cold fire as recklessly as Yao Lao. Nevertheless, with this trump card, he could catch Do Ling experts off guard, potentially taking down one or two. Now that I have successfully cultivated the imperial flame seed, It is time to break through to the rank of fighter. A smile graced Xiao Yan's lips, and in the next moment, the bone spirit cold fire he had refined into a source flame was effortlessly commanded by him, catalyzed by Do Qi in his strands of bone spirit cold fire. Under Xiao Yan's deft guidance, the bone spirit cold fire swiftly traversed his meridians, refining the residual energy of the lesser earth spirit pill and transforming it into pure Do Qi, which ultimately converged in his Dantian. The transition from the Do Qi stage to that of a fighter involved gathering the previously scattered Do Qi within his body into a self-sustaining vortex of energy. From this moment forth, the cyclone of fighting energy operated autonomously, condensing the scattered fighting aura into concentrated streams, thereby greatly enhancing the storage and endurance capabilities of the fighters, surpassing even the fighting energy stage. The primary reason many fail during their breakthrough to fighting energy is their insufficient familiarity with the principles of fighting energy, which prevents them from grasping the optimal form and timing for cyclone condensation. However, for Xiao Yan, this issue was hardly a concern. With his millennia of experience, it was impossible for him to misjudge such a minor breakthrough. Thus, the concept of gathering and dispersing energy held little significance for him now. The fighting energy within him continuously catalyzed into bone spirit cold fire, which in turn transmuted the vast energy from the refined small earth spirit pills into new fighting energy. In this ceaseless process, Xiao Yan's fighting energy swiftly returned to its peak state, even gathering incessantly. Finally, as a significant amount of fighting energy converged to its zenith, Xiao Yan's mind stirred, and his formidable soul power instantaneously manipulated all the fighting energy to coalesce in his Dantian. With a muffled sound, as the fighting energy was compressed to the size of a fist, nearing its limit, a small cyclone appeared, quietly rotating within Xiao Yan's body. A fighter he had become. At the very instant Xiao Yan transformed into a fighter, both his physical form and soul were instantaneously enhanced, particularly his soul power, which had always been remarkably potent. The reason he could only currently exhibit the soul level of second-grade alchemist was merely due to his body's inability to withstand an overwhelming amount of soul power. Yet, upon his breakthrough to fighter, his soul power naturally restored to a level comparable to that of a third-grade alchemist. A third-grade alchemist was, in the context of the Gamma Empire, already considered a significant figure. Naturally, Xiao Yan held no interest in his status within the Gamma Empire. What truly excited him was that reaching this level of soul power would unlock two critically important abilities: the capacity to manipulate matter with his soul and the ability to convey information through his soul. In essence, a third-grade alchemist had initially acquired the capability to engage in combat using soul power and to impart techniques through soul communication. However, most third-grade alchemists could only crudely intervene with matter. Their actual offensive capabilities likely paled in comparison to that of a fighter. Nevertheless, with Xiao Yan's plethora of soul attack techniques, his proficiency was undeniably formidable. Yet, what delighted him the most was the ability to transmit information via soul power. This meant he could impart many of his previous life's memories and techniques to Yao Lao through soul communication. Once Yao Lao mastered these techniques, his strength would undoubtedly soar at an astonishing rate. Setting aside these thoughts for the moment, Xiao Yan continued to stimulate the bone spirit cold fire, ceaselessly refining the residual medicinal power contained within the small earth spirit pills. This small earth spirit pill was not classified by any specific grade. It was merely a concoction derived from Xiao Yan's deduction of the earth spirit pills formula. Nevertheless, the energy it harbored was certainly not inferior to that of fourth or even fifth grade pills. The residual energy contained within was sufficient to spare him a significant period of arduous training. As strands of pure energy were refined by the bone spirit cold fire, they were transmuted by Xiao Yan into the fighting energy for his Yin God technique. Although he had only refined a small portion of bone spirit cold fire, it still elevated his Yin God technique to the advanced yellow tier, albeit temporarily. After meditating in the cave until nightfall, Xiao Yan finally reopened his eyes, exhaling a breath of turbid air intermingled with wisps of pale white flames, and slowly rose to his feet. The abundant fighting energy coursed rapidly through his body, and his eyes sparkled with brilliance. A 3-star fighter. At this pace, in a few months, I should be able to challenge the fighter rank, and by then, I can assist my father and 2 brothers in activating the Emperor bloodline. A faint smile graced Xiao Yan's lips. This breakthrough had significantly bolstered his strength. The refinement of a seed of imperial flame from bone spirit cold fire had directly elevated his fighting energy to the level of a 3-star fighter. Concurrently, his physical form had become even more robust, and since becoming a fighter, he could employ various body-refining techniques from his memories to forge an even more formidable physique. Of course, the most substantial benefit was the notable restoration of his soul power, which not only granted him the ability to convey information through his soul, but also restored many of his memories. Essentially, he had fully recalled the techniques and combat skills he had amassed before ascending to the Great Thousand World. Regrettably, memories concerning the Great Thousand World and what transpired after his ascension remained somewhat hazy, particularly those following his ascension, where he could only remember major events without clarity on the specifics. With a sigh, Xiao Yan turned his gaze towards Yao Lao, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. Well, though I have only recalled these matters, it should suffice for my teacher for the time being. Teacher, I shall impart 3 secret techniques to you now. They should be adequate until you attain the rank of emperor. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's summons, Yao Lao momentarily froze, his expression reflecting a hint of bewilderment. Adequate before becoming an emperor? This little fellow has grand aspirations. Could it truly be, as he claimed, that becoming an emperor was of little consequence? Contemplating this, a spark of curiosity ignited within Yao Lao as he gracefully floated before Xiao Yan. Seeing Yao Lao approach, Xiao Yan hesitated no longer. He closed his eyes, delving into memories of 3 techniques capable of stirring up a tempest of bloodshed on the fighting energy continent. Channeling his soul power, he gently tapped his finger against Yao Lao's forehead. As a torrent of information surged from his soul, Xiao Yan's complexion instantly paled. The 3 techniques he imparted were crafted by emperor-level experts, or even those beyond, encompassing an immense volume of information. A typical third-grade alchemist would find it exceedingly challenging to transmit even a fragment of any one technique. Only through his exquisite control of soul power could Xiao Yan accomplish such a feat yet. Even so, the exertion required left him momentarily dizzy. Once the 3 pieces of information settled into Yao Lao's mind, he too fell into a brief reverie. After a moment, his aged eyes suddenly widened, radiating an unprecedented excitement. Chapter 22. You Are My Teacher. The Emperor Alchemy Classic, Heaven Tier Advanced. The Tai Chi Emperor Soul Technique, Heaven Tier Advanced. The Chaos Divine Grinding Visualization, None. Feeling the 3 newly acquired secret techniques in his mind, even Yao Lao, with all his experience, could not suppress a tremor of awe. Even during his peak, the most powerful techniques he had encountered were merely of the low-tier heaven rank. Such techniques had already reached the pinnacle of the fighting energy continent, to the extent that he had not even heard of the latter 2. Yet the foremost heaven-tier advanced secret technique was one he knew all too well, the Emperor Alchemy Classic, one of the treasures of the Yao Clan, documenting the countless experiences of the Emperor over millennia. It encompassed various fire control techniques, soul manipulation techniques, high-tier alchemy formulas, and a chronicle of the Emperor's alchemical experiences over the years. This classic was so esteemed that, even within the Yao Clan, only the clan leaders and those who achieved the 9th tier of alchemy were deemed worthy of its study. Merely this singular point was enough to ignite an unparalleled fervor within him. After all, the opportunity to practice this secret art was a dream cherished by every member of the medicinal clan, even though he had been cast aside as an outcast. The sight of this esteemed compendium of their ancestral secrets still stirred his heart with an overwhelming rush of emotion. As for the second technique, it was derived from the soul cultivation method created by the Soul Clan's emperor, which, upon reaching its zenith, allowed one soul to ascend directly to imperial realms. Hence it was named the Tai Chi Emperor Soul Formula. The third visualization technique, though lacking a distinctly defined rank, emanated a sense of enigma and dread that surpassed that of the previous 2 celestial-grade techniques in the eyes of the venerable Elder Yao. In his understanding, the only technique that could rival the mystique of this visualization art was the burning formula he had once obtained. Master, are you satisfied with these 3 secret arts? Observing the fervent expression on Elder Yao's face, Xiao Yan found the scene rather amusing and could not help but chuckle. The medicinal Emperor's compendium had been presented to him by the remnants of the clan after he ascended to the Emperor's status, and it had significantly aided him during his initial foray into the vast world. The Tai Chi Emperor Soul Formula, on the other hand, was one of the most valuable spoils acquired after the annihilation of the Soul Clan. As for the Chaotic Divine Mill Visualization Method, it was a reference suggested by Zhou Yuan, the ruler of the Heavenly Source Realm, and while it did not belong to the standards of the Dochi continent, it could indeed be classified as a divine-level secret art. With these 3 secret techniques, Elder Yao's soul power was bound to experience a swift recovery, if not a remarkable advancement. Do not call me master. You are the one who deserves that title. Elder Yao inhaled deeply. A flicker of ethereal bone spirit cold fire dancing about him, indicative of his profound excitement. Each of these three techniques represented the pinnacle of soul cultivation, and any one of them could be regarded as a treasure revered by ancient clans. Yet today, Yao Chen had effortlessly acquired all three. With these three techniques in hand, Elder Yao was confident that he would encounter no obstacles in cultivating his soul to the great perfection of the celestial stage. It was even conceivable that within a few years, he could restore his former combat prowess solely through his soul power. Moreover, should he obtain a new physical vessel, it would not be impossible for his strength to ascend to the threshold of semi-saint, or even attain the title of true saint in a remarkably short time. Witnessing Elder Yao's exuberance, Xiao Yan could not suppress a smile. In his previous life, it was often this old fellow who delivered shocks to him. Yet in this life, he found himself providing the old man with a few surprises of his own. I am now thoroughly convinced of the things you spoke of, my young friend. Regardless of our past connections, you have conferred upon me a great favor this time. Elder Yao took a deep breath, and to Xiao Yan's astonishment, he was about to clasp his fists in a gesture of respect. Master, there is no need for that. Xiao Yan attempted to support Elder Yao, but was unable to restrain the ethereal form of his soul, leaving him to shake his head in resigned amusement, fully aware of Elder Yao's character. As the moon ascended high into the night sky, casting its silvery luminescence upon the earth, Xiao Yan, accompanied by the now tranquil Elder Yao, departed from the Xiao family's rear mountain, making his way towards his modest abode. Due to the considerable consumption of soul power in imparting these three secret techniques to Elder Yao, Xiao Yan had taken a rare respite from rigorous training in the past couple of days, dedicating only half of each day to practice while reserving the remainder for relaxation. Conversely, Elder Yao, upon acquiring these three techniques, was aflame with enthusiasm, beginning the very next day to leave behind only a wisp of his soul imprint, while he himself immersed in relentless cultivation at the Xiao family's rear mountain. Among the three secret techniques, although the Medicinal Emperor's Compendium held substantial reference value, it did not directly aid Elder Yao in restoring his soul. What truly captivated him were the Tai Chi Emperor Soul Formula and the Chaotic Divine Mill Visualization Method. The former, crafted by the past Soul Emperor of the Soul Clan, could actively absorb the wandering soul energies between heaven and earth, thus augmenting the soul's strength. Consequently, Elder Yao no longer needed to absorb Xiao Yan's Do Qi to rapidly restore his soul power. The latter, albeit excruciatingly painful to cultivate, solidified the soul with each session. And with the assistance of these two techniques, Elder Yao's soul power was recovering at an astonishing pace. Additionally, while continuously comprehending the Medicinal Emperor's Compendium, Elder Yao's alchemical skills were also quietly advancing. After a simple 2-day respite, just as his soul power was fully restored, Xiao Yan was preparing to accelerate his cultivation once more when Xiao Zhan unexpectedly dispatched a messenger bearing delightful news. The source of his joy was none other than the return of his two brothers, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li, from their military service. Xiao Ding and Xiao Li, having joined the military near the Tegel Desert upon reaching adulthood, returned home only after realizing that the military's training was not significantly enhancing their strength. In his previous life, when Xiao Yan had fallen into disgrace, these brothers had sought to carve out their own paths while also hoping to provide him with a safety net. Shortly after their return, they ventured to the Tegel Desert to establish the Mo Tai mercenary group. In fact, among the younger generation of the Xiao Clan, aside from the peculiar talents of Xiao Yan and Sun Er, the most gifted were undoubtedly the brothers Xiao Ding and Xiao Li. The elder brother, Xiao Ding, was 10 years senior to Xiao Yan, while the second brother, Xiao Li, was 8 years his senior, yet they were merely 22 and 20 years old, respectively. At such tender ages, one had just crossed into the Do Master stage, while the other had reached the pinnacle of the 9-star Do Practitioner stage. Given their talents, barring any unforeseen circumstances, their likelihood of advancing to Do Ling was exceedingly high. Upon entering the family hall, Xiao Yan pushed open the door to find many members of the Xiao clan gathered in lively conversation. At the center of the crowd stood two youths, one exuding a scholarly warmth and the other a languid coldness, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li. Upon hearing the door creak open, the two brothers turned to face the entrance. When they spotted the youth who was nearly a head shorter than them, their faces broke into warm smiles. Big brother, second brother. Upon seeing the two young men, Xiao Yan's lips curled into a smile, and he hastened towards them. As he approached, many of the younger clan members discreetly made way. For during the period when Xiao Yan's Do Qi had waned, many had harbored fantasies of trampling upon the clan's once celebrated prodigy. However, the harsh reality had since disabused them of such unrealistic notions. At a recent family gathering 2 months prior, Xiao Yan's strength had already rebounded to the 7th stage of Do Qi, given his previous pace. He was likely at the pinnacle of the 8th stage or even nearing the 9th stage by now. In just a few short months, he had surpassed their years of training, a frightening rate of advancement that had once plunged the younger members of the Xiao Clan into despair. Ha, little Yin, you have finally arrived. If you had delayed any longer, we would have come to spank you. Upon seeing Xiao Yan, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li erupted into hearty laughter, clearly delighted to see the youth who had grown taller since his departure. Big brother, second brother, your strength has improved remarkably over the past 2 years. Xiao Yan gazed at his elder brothers, a knowing smile gracing his lips. The talents of Xiao Ding and Xiao Li indeed surpassed even that of Xiao Zhan by a slight margin. In the absence of activating the bloodline of the Dou Emperor, possessing such extraordinary talent already signifies that once the bloodline is awakened, his cultivation will undoubtedly experience a meteoric rise. You, my lad, are indeed remarkable. When it comes to innate gifts, you may surpass both of us. Xiao Ding and Xiao Li exchanged knowing smiles, their gazes toward Xiao Yan infused with affection. Just as Xiao Ding was about to inquire about Xiao Yan's specific circumstances, he noticed Xiao Zhan entering with several elders and other clan members. Following the third elder, Xiao Ning and Xiao Yu trailed closely behind. Upon seeing Xiao Yan, the siblings' expressions subtly shifted. Xiao Ning regarded Xiao Yan with a hint of trepidation, while Xiao Yu's gaze held a mixture of caution and embarrassment. Ignoring the looks exchanged between the siblings, Xiao Yan and his two brothers turned their attention to the leading figure, Xiao Zhan, and bowed slightly, uttering, "Father." "Ha ha ha, splendid. Truly splendid. You 3 brothers are indeed a source of pride for your father," Xiao Zhan exclaimed, his heart swelling with pride as he beheld his sons. A 22-year-old Dou master, a 20-year-old 9-star Dou fighter, and the extraordinarily gifted Xiao Yan. The trio's future achievements are bound to eclipse even his own. Among the younger generation of the clan, aside from the exceptional presence of Sun Heir, who could possibly compare to his 3 children, it is rare for an ordinary clan member to return home and receive such a grand welcome from the entire family. This is precisely because everyone acknowledges the strength and potential of Xiao Ding and Xiao Li. Let the feast commence. Let the feast commence. With a sweeping gesture, Xiao Zhan beamed with joy. Behind him, the elders exchanged glances, each reflecting a mix of resignation and envy. Each of these 3 sons possessed the spirit of dragons and tigers. To have even one would be an immense fortune. Yet Xiao Zhan's 3 sons were all equally extraordinary, truly enviable. The banquet was laid out in an elongated array, with those of higher status seated further up. Given Xiao Yan's qualifications, he should have taken the foremost position among the younger generation, but upon Xiao Ding and Xiao Li's return, Xiao Yan willingly ceded his place to his 2 elder brothers. Below him sat Sun Heir, who, after half a year of growth, appeared less innocent, yet her enchanting aura, reminiscent of a blue lotus, became even more pronounced. "Brother Xiao Yan, eat some vegetables," Sun Heir chimed, her bright eyes sparkling with delight. During the past 6 months, Xiao Yan had immersed himself in rigorous training, rarely allowing anyone to see him, although he always readily agreed when she sought him out. Witnessing his serious demeanor made her hesitant to disturb him frequently. Now, finally having the chance to sit together, her spirits soared. "Haha, little Yan's charm is truly remarkable. I never expected even Sun Heir to treat you so well," Xiao Li chuckled, unable to contain his mirth. To be treated so favorably by Sun Heir is a fortune you won't be able to cultivate throughout your life. Little Yan, considering your childhood companionship, you must cherish Sun Heir in the future. Xiao Ding also chimed in, adding fuel to the playful banter. Sun Heir's beauty and grace were beyond dispute. Even at her tender age, she could astonish anyone, and one could only imagine how enchanting she would become as she matured. If Xiao Yan were to marry Sun Heir, it would indeed be a source of pride for the brothers. "What are you 2 talking about?" The 12-year-old girl could hardly bear Xiao Li's teasing. Her delicate, porcelain-like face flushed crimson. "You 2 should focus on your food instead of spouting nonsense." At the head of the table, Xiao Zhan, wearing a broad smile, was being toasted by several elders. Upon witnessing Xiao Ding and Xiao Li's antics, his eyelids twitched slightly, and he admonished them with a stern look. Startled by Xiao Zhan's gaze, the 2 brothers exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of the reason behind their father's reaction, but they promptly opted to change the subject. "Father, I believe what my brothers said holds quite a bit of merit." Xiao Yan's voice broke the silence, as Xiao Zhan let out a quiet sigh of relief. "I, Xiao Yan, will surely marry Sun Heir in the future." Although Xiao Yan's words were not loud, and his expression bore a smile, the moment they fell upon the ears of those present, the hall fell into an eerie silence. Particularly, Sun Er, upon hearing this declaration, stiffened momentarily before a deep blush spread across her cheeks, suffusing her entire face with a rosy hue, akin to a ripe apple. In that instant, the youth around them exchanged glances, as if they could hear the sound of their hearts shattering. The sight of Sun Er sitting beside Xiao Yan, blushing shyly yet offering no objections, left them feeling overwhelmingly oppressed. Some longed to shatter this harsh reality, yet the words of dissent lodged firmly in their throats. If anyone else dared to utter such words to Sun Er, they would likely never have the chance to speak to her again. However, it was the black-clad youth beside her whose mere utterance could render her cheeks crimson. Eat. Why is everyone staring at me? Noticing the entire room's eyes upon him, Xiao Yan remained unfazed, grinning widely. This was a declaration he had long withheld until he became a Dou saint in his past life. But in this life, he wished to declare boldly to the world that this girl beside him was to be his future wife. Xiao Er, eat your vegetables. What are you so nervous about? Seeing Sun Er's flushed, dazed expression, Xiao Yan chuckled softly, gently patting her head as his soothing voice reached her ears. Rest assured, this time, I shall ensure that all thorns bow before me. No one shall stand in our way. Chapter 24. Dou fighter? I already am. After Xiao Yan's words broke the earlier stillness, the hall gradually returned to its previous state, though the gazes directed at Xiao Yan now bore a different nuance. Aha! Let us drink. With the silence shattered, Xiao Zhan exchanged glances with the elders, both revealing their shared concern. However, being seasoned individuals, they quickly chose to temporarily brush aside the implications of the situation. Nevertheless, even as they raised their cups, their minds were somewhat preoccupied. The clan behind Sun Er was not one that the Xiao Clan could afford to provoke. Even if Xiao Yan possessed such extraordinary potential, it might not be sufficient to garner their approval. In contrast, the center of this storm, Xiao Yan, maintained a calm demeanor, not overly concerned, as he gently reassured the frightened young girl. Regardless of Sun Er's emotional state, she was still just a 12-year-old girl. It was indeed easy to intimidate her at such a young age. Beneath Sun Er, there sat Xiao Yu and Xiao Ning, followed by a group of other children with decent talents. At that moment, Xiao Ning gazed at Sun Er, who was being carefully comforted by Xiao Yan. Her face flushed with embarrassment, and he felt a piercing pain in his heart. Yet, he found himself powerless, unable to do anything but endure the anguish within him. Cast aside those unrealistic thoughts, a voice whispered beside Xiao Ning, and he turned to see Xiao Yu. Sister. Xiao Ning could not help but feel a momentary shock as he raised his gaze to meet the somewhat indifferent eyes of Xiao Yu. Even in the absence of Xiao Yan, do you truly believe yourself worthy of Sun Er? Severing this unrealistic notion now would be a prudent act of damage control. Xiao Yu's voice was soft, deliberately avoiding the attention of Xiao Yan and Sun Er nearby, yet her beautiful eyes gazed at her younger brother with a hint of compassion. Encountering someone excessively remarkable in one's youth is indeed not a boon. Xiao Ning struggled to speak, yet he found his sister's words resonating with truth. Even without Xiao Yan, could he genuinely aspire to attain a swan when he was but a toad? This same sentiment was mirrored in the hearts of every youth present. Lingering until the banquet neared its conclusion, seeking solace in drinks, Xiao Ning exhibited a hint of reluctance. Casting a glance at Xiao Yan and Sun Er, who had returned to their usual demeanor, he felt a youthful impulse to rid himself of his pent-up melancholy. Thus, gazing at the composed and unruffled Xiao Yu beside him, Xiao Ning raised his voice slightly, feigning calmness as he inquired, Sister, when do you plan to break through to become a Dou Shi? Upon hearing this, the attendees momentarily paused, exchanging glances, and many soon redirected their attention to Xiao Yu. After all, she was merely 16 or 17 years old. If she were to achieve the rank of Dou Shi at such a tender age, her talent would undoubtedly rank among the elite in Wutan City. Even the likes of Xiao Ding and Xiao Li had only reached that status around a similar age. However, after uttering this remark, Xiao Ning felt a pang of regret, acutely aware of the amused glances from several adults directed at him, making him feel as though he had been thoroughly scrutinized. What vexed him further was that Xiao Yan regarded him with the same gaze, one that clearly saw him not as a rival, but as a naive child. The most disheartening aspect was that Sun Er's eyes bore a striking resemblance to Xiao Yan's. Furrowing her brow slightly, Xiao Yu had initially intended to refrain from delving too deeply into the subject, for the peril of breaking through to become a Dou Shi was significant. Failure would result in a regression to the 8th stage of Dou Qi, leading to substantial embarrassment. Yet, upon noticing Xiao Yan's smiling gaze upon her, a surge of competitive spirit ignited within Xiao Yu, prompting her to look at Xiao Yan with a teasing smile and declare, "If luck is on my side, I should be able to break through next month." As her words fell, many in the hall cast approving glances her way. Though Xiao Ning's earlier behavior had a hint of pretentiousness, if Xiao Yu were to become a dosher at this age, she would indeed represent a significant asset to their clan. Haha, third elder, you truly are blessed. Both your granddaughter and grandson possess remarkable talents and will undoubtedly become the pillars of the Xiao family in the future, remarked Xiao Zhan, seemingly sensing the peculiar atmosphere in the room. Not at all. These two youngsters pale in comparison to the three sons of the clan leader. The third elder replied humbly, though a flicker of joy danced in his eyes. While Xiao Yu and Xiao Ning's talents were undeniably overshadowed by those of Xiao Yan and Suner, with diligent effort, they still held a glimmer of hope to catch up to Xiao Ding and Xiao Li. At the very least, ranking among the top 10 of their generation seemed entirely feasible. Amidst the playful banter of several senior members of the Xiao family, the slightly awkward atmosphere began to dissipate. However, at that moment, Xiao Ning, who had been silent until now, glanced resentfully at Xiao Yan, who was almost resting his hand on Suner's shoulder. "Cousin Xiao Yan, I wonder how long it will take you to break through to become a dosher," he asked. As the words left his lips, the previously lively hall fell into a hush once more, all eyes now fixated on Xiao Yan. Indeed, just how far along was this insufferable lad in his training? Many youths cast envious glances at Xiao Yan, their hearts filled with bitterness. Even Xiao Yu, at this moment, gazed intently at Xiao Yan, eager to ascertain how far he had progressed in the past 6 months. Secretly, she had always wished to surpass him and become a dosher first. Observing the now silent hall, Xiao Zhan's brow furrowed in displeasure. Noticing this, the third elder felt a tremor of unease. Yet before he could speak, Xiao Li suddenly intervened. "Xiao Ning, it has been many years since we last met. Allow me to take you for some training." Upon hearing Xiao Li's words, Xiao Ning's expression shifted dramatically, and even Xiao Yu displayed a trace of trepidation. Xiao Li's fearsome reputation was not confined to the outside world. Within the Xiao family, he was equally formidable. Having bested nearly every younger member, save for Suner and Xiao Yan, he was an unmitigated tyrant, unafraid to challenge anyone. And had he possessed the cultivation of a grand dosher at that moment, even the elders would have trembled. "Brotherly, I am merely curious. I truly did not mean any offense." The moment Xiao Ning felt the weight of Xiao Li's gaze upon him, he was struck by an icy chill, akin to being hunted by a wolf. Just as he prepared to speak again, Xiao Yan's voice finally broke the silence. "Second brother, please do not intimidate Xiao Ning. He is still just a child." As he spoke, Xiao Yan's hand stealthily grasped the teacup, and suddenly, a faint red aura enveloped his palm, the rising heat detectable even to Xiao Yu from a distance. Moments later, the tea within began to boil. "A breakthrough to dosher? I have already achieved that," he declared. With that proclamation, the already quiet hall plunged into an even deeper silence. This stillness was unlike any prior. All eyes were riveted on Xiao Yan. Just 6 months ago, he had merely been at the 3rd stage of Doqi. How could he have ascended back to the rank of dosher in such a short span? You have actually broken through to become a dosher again," Xiao Yu stammered, a sense of powerlessness washing over her. She had believed this was her hard-earned opportunity to surpass Xiao Yan, even if he were to eventually eclipse her again. At least she would have had the satisfaction of being ahead of him for once. Yet, the harsh reality was that Xiao Yan's prodigious talent was beyond comprehension. If Xiao Yu felt this way, one could only imagine the despair felt by the other youths of the Xiao family, who were similarly disheartened by Xiao Yan's breakthrough. At the same age of 12 or 13, he had managed to advance to dosher twice, while they remained stagnant at the 5th or 6th stage of Doqi. The chasm between them was insurmountable. However, Xiao Zhan exchanged glances with the other elders, each pair of eyes reflecting shared exhilaration. "Patriarch, congratulations. With this young one's talent, our Xiao family may finally produce a Do-Huang powerhouse," several elders remarked, their gazes filled with meaning. As long as Xiao Yan rose to prominence, the Xiao family would undoubtedly become one of the foremost clans in Wutan City and even the Jiama Empire, ensuring that those from the branch families would reap far greater benefits than they currently did. "Ha ha ha, let us drink, let us drink." Xiao Zhan laughed heartily, unable to contain his joy as he raised his cup. He had anticipated merely welcoming his 2 sons home today, yet unexpectedly, his younger son had provided him with an immense surprise. To drink is to revel in the blessings of our ancestors, for I, from the Xiao family, am truly blessed with such extraordinary talent. In an instant, the atmosphere of the grand hall split into 2 distinct factions. The older members, brimming with elation, comprehended that they might soon bask in the glory of Xiao Yan. In stark contrast, the younger ones resembled wilted eggplants, their spirits utterly crushed by Xiao Yan's remarkable ascension. As they gazed upon him, the fervor of ambition that once ignited their eyes was replaced with a profound sense of respectful awe. You little rascal, what is there to be proud of in breaking through to a fighter? I too shall achieve that in a few days. Despite feeling defeated within, Xiao Yu could not help but mutter defiantly. I advise you not to rush your breakthrough, lest your failure renders your efforts futile. Just as she resolved to strive for her own advancement in the near future, Xiao Yan, who had been conversing with Sun Er, suddenly turned his gaze toward Xiao Yu. At that moment, Sun Er finally emerged from the daze induced by Xiao Yan's bold declarations, her eyes sparkling like autumn waters, glancing at him before following his gaze toward Xiao Yu. What? Now that you've become a fighter, do you think I'm not allowed to do the same? Xiao Yu retorted, her gaze fixed on Xiao Yan, unable to suppress her provocations. Oh, is that so? If you do not require a qi gathering pill, then consider my words as mere air. Noticing that Xiao Yu was still unwilling to let the matter rest without a few quips, Xiao Yan could not help but shake his head. Qi gathering pill? What qi gathering pill? Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback, her eyes widening as she stared at Xiao Yan, who was calmly slicing meat for Sun Er, as if he had said nothing at all. Xiao Yan, speak up. Xiao Yu urged, growing anxious, yet Xiao Yan remained silent, intensifying her unease. However, with so many people present, she refrained from expressing her impatience too overtly. The banquet was a blend of joy and sorrow for its attendees, but only Sun Er, although her small face had calmed considerably, still harbored a depth of emotion in her clear eyes. When the evening's festivities concluded, Xiao Zhan contemplatively regarded Xiao Yan, smiling as he said, Yan Er, it has been quite some time since the four of us have had a good talk together. Please escort Sun Er home first, and later, come to my room so we can converse as a family. Hearing Xiao Zhan's invitation, Xiao Yan nodded with a non-committal smile, for he too had matters he wished to discuss with his father and brothers. Yet, just before exiting the grand hall, he glanced back at Xiao Yu, seeing her expression akin to one who had been scratched by a cat, and smiled, saying, come find me in 7 days. With that, he paid no heed to Xiao Yu's bewildered expression and departed with Sun Er. The moonlight poured down, casting a frosty sheen over the earth. And as Xiao Yan walked alongside Sun Er, he could not resist admiring her once more in the silvery glow. Clothed in a light purple fox fur, the girl's delicate visage bore a faint blush, indicating she had yet to fully recover from the events of the night. They walked in silence until they reached the door of her small abode. Gazing upon her charming face, which seemed to rival the moonlight, Xiao Yan gently grasped her slightly chilled hand. Xiao Yan Gij, Sun Er murmured as her long lashes fluttered, the blush on her cheeks deepening, her bashful demeanor rendering the moonlight pale in comparison. What I said today is not mere jest, Xiao Yan stated, his gaze fixed earnestly upon her shy face. Do not be anxious. I will be by your side as you grow, now and in the future. We shall always be together, forever. With a warm smile, he tenderly wrapped his arm around her shoulder before pulling her into a gentle embrace. Initially stiff, Sun Er soon relaxed against him, enveloped in the warmth of his presence. Feeling his comforting warmth, she nodded softly, whispering, I have always believed in you, Xiao Yan Gij. Beneath the moonlight, the young pair nestled quietly together until a chill prompted Xiao Yan to release her gently. It's getting cold. Don't let yourself catch a chill. Hurry inside, as I must also seek out my father. Upon hearing his words, Sun Er obediently nodded, turning back 3 times at the door before reluctantly closing it behind her. That girl, Xiao Yan mused with a gentle smile, lingering for a moment before making his way to Xiao Zhan's chamber. Once Xiao Yan departed, a soft, bittersweet murmur escaped from a tree above Sun Er's room. Oh no, with her looking like that, she is utterly smitten by that boy. How do I explain this to the clan leader? Yan Er, you've arrived. Upon entering Xiao Zhan's room, Xiao Yan observed his father, slightly tipsy, and across from him, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li, their faces flushed from drink. It was evident that the three had consumed a fair amount in under half an hour. Yet, Xiao Zhan's expression revealed a hint of concern. Yan Er, I know you have feelings for Sun Er, but her family. Observing his father's worried demeanor, Xiao Yan allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips. Father, I understand what you wish to convey. You mean to say that Sun Er's family is not one we can provoke? The ancient clan is indeed formidable. At Xiao Yan's words, Xiao Zhan was momentarily taken aback, and upon hearing ancient clan, his fierce eyes narrowed slightly. You, how do you know about the ancient clan? Did Sun Er mention it to you? Xiao Zhan's voice tightened with anxiety, causing Xiao Ding and Xiao Li, who had been slightly inebriated, to sit up straighter. Hee, I know far more than you might think. Father, Xiao Yan chuckled softly, snapping his fingers. Instantly, the ethereal essence of the alchemist enveloped the entire room. Stepping closer to Xiao Zhan, Xiao Yan gazed at the ancient jade pendant around his father's neck, a smile creeping upon his lips. Father, today you may elucidate the origins of this ancient jade and the true legacy of our ancestors to my brothers and me. Xiao Zhan's expression shifted, and he scrutinized Xiao Yan closely before finally rasping. What are you talking about? Our Xiao family harbors no secrets. This jade is merely a token of inheritance. Seeing his father's reaction, Xiao Yan's smile broadened. With just a few words, he transformed Xiao Zhan's countenance. Our Xiao family is a remnant of an ancient emperor family, and that jade you hold is known as the Tuo Shi Ancient Emperor Jade. Sun Er's family belongs to the ancient clan, a currently powerful emperor family. Thus, even a mere gatekeeper from her clan could annihilate our Xiao family. His words left Xiao Ding and Xiao Li in a state of bewilderment, for the vocabulary seemed to be far beyond their comprehension. However, Xiao Zhan was momentarily struck with fear, the effects of the wine dissipating, leaving his face slightly pale. Yenner, where did you acquire this knowledge? This is a secret that could lead to the annihilation of our Xiao clan. Upon witnessing Xiao Zhan's reaction, Xiao Yan gently patted his father's shoulder, offering reassurance. Father, worry not. This secret is known only to the four of us. He continued, today, I intend to unveil some of the long-lost treasures of our Xiao clan to the world once more. As he spoke, he had already prepared a narrative for the occasion. In this tale, the medicine elder was depicted as the last remaining guardian of the Xiao clan, who, after centuries of searching, finally located the remnants of the clan. Upon their first encounter, he was so astounded that he insisted on taking Xiao Yan as his disciple to ensure the ancient teachings of the Xiao clan would be preserved. Furthermore, the medicine elder discovered Xiao Yan's extraordinary talent as an alchemist and sought to cultivate him into an exceptional practitioner. Regarding the matter of reincarnation, Xiao Yan chose to remain silent, believing it prudent to keep such knowledge to a minimum. Only when faced with the medicine elder, who had been by his side day and night, did Xiao Yan feel compelled to reveal a portion of the truth. Once he concluded his meticulously crafted story, both Xiao Zhan and his brothers, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li, were left momentarily stunned. However, it did not take long for them to grasp the essence of the situation. Although still somewhat perplexed, a glimmer of joy began to illuminate their eyes. Yenner, you possess the talent of an alchemist, exclaimed Xiao Zhan, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Indeed, the reason for my rapid progress over the past 6 months is due to my master providing me with numerous spirit herbs to aid in my recovery to the fighter realm. Xiao Yan spoke with a blend of truth and embellishment, making his words all the more believable. And who might this master of yours be? Xiao Ding inquired, his gaze filled with curiosity. This matter is of utmost importance. As you know, our clan has formidable enemies, and to maintain secrecy, my master has chosen to conceal his identity and communicate solely with me, Xiao Yan explained, having already devised a reasonable justification. Once our Xiao clan regains sufficient strength for self-defense, my master will undoubtedly reveal himself. Xiao Yan's story, though partially fabricated, ultimately succeeded in convincing Xiao Zhan and his brothers. After all, the tales of their forebears' immense power had been passed down through generations of clan leaders. When Xiao Zhan first assumed the role of clan leader and received this information, he too was filled with disbelief, his astonishment not unlike that of today. In contrast, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li were somewhat dazed by the overwhelming information presented that evening. What I have shared tonight is a matter of utmost secrecy. If it were to leak, our Xiao clan would face utter destruction. Therefore, Father and my 2 brothers must ensure absolute confidentiality and refrain from disclosing even the slightest detail to anyone. As Xiao Yan spoke, his expression grew increasingly serious. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li nodded gravely, recognizing the gravity of the situation after learning such astonishing secrets. Xiao Yan felt confident in confiding in his brothers, knowing they were trustworthy and discreet. Otherwise, he would have preferred not to awaken their fighter bloodline and let them wait for him to become an emperor rather than reveal a single piece of information. After all, he currently lacked the power to contend with the Soul Clan. Historically, the ancient clans could consistently produce powerful individuals primarily due to the abundance of fighter bloodlines within their ranks. Unfortunately, the Xiao Clan's fighter bloodline had long since run dry. With a slight sigh, Xiao Yan observed the disappointment on the faces of his father and brothers, unable to suppress a faint smile. However, there is no need for concern just yet. I possess some remnants of our clan's techniques and combat skills, all of which have reached the Earth rank. You may practice these for the time being. As for the bloodline issue, my master is currently devising a solution. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, the earlier traces of disappointment faded from the faces of Xiao Zhan and his brothers, replaced by fervent excitement and quickening breaths. Earth-ranked techniques and combat skills are considered among the highest in the entire Jamma Empire, and even the Northwest continent, they are regarded as treasures of the highest caliber. Witnessing their enthusiasm, Xiao Yan merely smiled. Were it not for the concern that their current strength might attract trouble, he could have even presented them with heaven-ranked techniques and combat skills. At that moment, Xiao Yan approached the trio, lightly gesturing, and transmitted several suitable techniques for their cultivation through a soul connection. As for the fighter bloodline, it had indeed become exhausted. The sole remnant of the bloodline's power was hidden within the heavenly tomb by Xiao Xian, and it could be said that even a fighter saint would struggle to reactivate this bloodline power. However, the limitations of a fighter saint did not apply to the Flame Emperor. His realm had far surpassed that of the former fighter saints. Having reached the pinnacle of the Dominator realm, reawakening the long-dormant bloodline power would be a trivial matter for him. When he was invited to the Xiao Clan, he fortuitously acquired a recipe for a special elixir, which he named the Blood God Pill. Chapter 27. The Half-Saint Ancient Tomb. The Blood God Pill was not originally concocted by the Xiao Clan as practitioners. Rather, it was invented by the progenitor of the Blood God clan from the Lesser Western Heaven realm. The Blood God, a demon cultivator, was said to have analyzed the blood of myriad races to ascend to the heavenly sovereign realm, even refining his skills through the blood of countless beings, making him a notorious figure. However, during the Ancient War, he fought the Demon Emperor of the Blood Evil clan to a standstill, ultimately perishing in a mutual destruction with his blood transformation art, reducing the Blood Evil clan from a formidable force to a mere shadow of their former selves. The Blood God Pill is a product of the Blood God-S analysis of the blood of various races, serving as a demonic means of cultivation. There are 9 distinct methods for refining the Blood God Pill, each yielding vastly different effects, yet all renowned for their ability to target bloodlines and blood. Xiao Yan's objective was to refine a specific branch of the pill designed to awaken the bloodline power. However, even possessing the recipe, it would not be feasible to activate the fighter bloodline immediately. The Blood God Pill ranks among high-grade elixirs even in the vast world, and on the Do-Chi continent. It will be capable of attracting Dan Thunder. The materials and refining techniques required were beyond Xiao Yan's current capabilities. Fortunately, after ascending to the Emperor realm, he had acquired numerous secrets of the Do-Chi continent, and had utilized his formidable soul power to explore the continent, discovering various treasures. Among these, one treasure stood out in his memory, closely linked to him: the mysterious basin where he and the little medicine sage had once secluded themselves. Beneath that basin lay a slumbering ancient tomb of a half-saint. At that time, Xiao Yan had already reached the Emperor realm and had no need for a dilapidated half-saint tomb. However, now that he had been reborn, this modest half-saint tomb could prove to be immensely beneficial to him. It appears that after a period of further cultivation, it will soon be time for me to venture into the Beast Mountain range, and in the meantime, I should also seek out the little physician. The thought of that unfortunate yet delicate girl brings a gentle smile to Xiao Yan's lips. If one were to speak of the greatest emotional debt he bore from his previous life, it would undoubtedly be tied to that figure in a white dress, who had accompanied him through life and death on numerous occasions. Had it not been for the blind and insensitive Xian Kongzi, the little physician might have already ascended to become the 3rd matriarch of the Endless Fire region. However, it is best to wait for Yao Lao to regain his strength, as the dangers within the half-saint ancient tomb are far beyond what he can currently handle. During Xiao Yan's contemplation, Xiao Zhan, Xiao Ding, and Xiao Li finally managed to read through the information Xiao Yan had conveyed. Mid-level Earth Stage Martial Arts, the Qing Song Wind Shadow Technique. Mid-level Earth Stage Martial Arts, the Thunderbolt Mirror. Mid-level Earth Stage Martial Arts, the Qing Mu Longevity Technique. The moment their eyes opened, the 3 of them exchanged glances, each reflecting shock and elation. In the Jiama Empire, even low-level Earth Stage techniques are exceedingly rare, let alone mid-level Earth Stage martial arts. A single mid-level Earth Stage technique is sufficient to ensure that a Do-Chi practitioner faces no obstacles in their cultivation until they reach the Dozun level. Though the 3 might not be aware of this small secret, they understood that with this technique, their futures would undoubtedly be filled with boundless potential. Father, elder brother, and second brother, while you practice this technique, it must remain a trump card. Do not reveal it unless absolutely necessary, Xiao Yan said gravely. Mid-level Earth stage martial arts can drive even Do Huang experts to madness and are coveted by Do Zone practitioners. Even those unfortunate among them may not be able to cultivate a complete mid-level Earth stage technique. We understand. In the future, we will naturally refrain from exposing this technique. And even the combat skills you teach us will not be used lightly. The three of them exchanged knowing glances, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. A single mid-level Earth stage technique could potentially lead to the demise of the Xiao family, let alone three. Especially since Xiao Yan had also imparted to each of them a set of mid-level Earth stage combat skills, along with a set of advanced Shan stage techniques. Indeed, this is splendid, but our Xiao family should also appropriately enhance our strength. Otherwise, such a sudden rise might only raise suspicion, Xiao Yan said with a faint smile, revealing his plans. I intend to begin mass-producing first-tier medicinal pills starting tomorrow to accumulate some wealth for the family. Refining medicinal pills? A glimmer of joy appeared in Xiao Zhan's eyes, his gaze on Xiao Yan filled with fervor. Are you suggesting that your mentor intends to refine pills to aid our Xiao family? Upon seeing Xiao Zhan's expression, Xiao Yan could not help but lightly shake his head and softly replied, It is I. You? Xiao Zhan's eyes widened in astonishment, and even Xiao Ding and Xiao Li stared at Xiao Yan in disbelief. You become a pharmacist? Under the astonished gazes of the three, Xiao Yan gently nodded, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Heavens! Xiao Zhan could not suppress a long sigh. The happiness of the day had come so unexpectedly. First, Xiao Yan broke through to the dosher level. Then they inexplicably received the favor of their ancestors, and now all three had obtained mid-level Earth stage techniques. Following that, his youngest son cheerfully informed him that he had become a pharmacist. A 12-year-old pharmacist? Such talent in the small realm of the Jia Ma Empire was unheard of. Even the Pill King, Gu, he was likely still molding clay at this age. The overwhelming waves of happiness left Xiao Zhan feeling slightly dizzy, ultimately leading him to erupt in an almost maniacal fit of laughter. Hee, our Xiao family is rising. My son Xiao Yan is truly the child of destiny. A rare Qilin among our clan. Seeing Xiao Zhan in such a jubilant state, Xiao Yan could not help but gently shake his head. Well, it was rare to see his father so delighted. As he pondered this, he noticed his two brothers also wearing expressions of glee. Observing the room filled with their joyous laughter, even Xiao Yan felt a twinge of strangeness. This sensation was reminiscent of stepping into the Soul Palace. Fortunately, this was not the true Soul Palace, and after a night of excitement, the three finally began to regain some semblance of normalcy. However, the following day, despite having not slept, Xiao Zhan, with bloodshot eyes, was brimming with energy as he summoned several elders. Elders, immediately gather all the liquid assets of our Xiao family. Patriarch, what has happened to necessitate the mobilization of all the family's liquid assets? The three elders exchanged puzzled glances, observing Xiao Zhan's slightly excited demeanor. To purchase a medicinal cauldron and refine pills. Xiao Zhan struggled to suppress the smile, threatening to break out on his face. Refining pills? Patriarch, have you managed to invite a pharmacist? Upon hearing Xiao Zhan's words, the three elders were momentarily taken aback. Then their aged faces lit up with joy. A pharmacist in the small city of Wutan is considered a most esteemed individual. Even a first-tier pharmacist can make a significant impact in Wutan City. Indeed, Xiao Zhan confirmed with a smile, prompting the elders to eagerly inquire. May I ask which master you have invited? Chapter 28. Perhaps you should touch a bit more. Seeing the elders' expressions of curiosity mixed with delight, a flicker of something peculiar flashed in Xiao Zhan's eyes, but he ultimately cleared his throat. Interestingly, this master pharmacist is somewhat related to us. He shares the surname Xiao. His name is Xiao Yan. Surname Xiao. Splendid. In that case, we are. Upon hearing that the mysterious pharmacist shared their surname, the three elders exchanged knowing glances, ready to respond with smiles. However, when they heard Xiao Zhan's concluding statement, their smiles abruptly froze. Xiao Yan, the three elders looked at each other again, and the eldest elder could not help but open his mouth, dry of throat, to gaze at Xiao Zhan, finally uttering, Are you referring to your youngest son, the most talented youth of our Xiao family, Xiao Yan? Indeed, my son, Xiao Zhan nodded, struggling to contain his glee, though he was unaware that his smile was nearly stretching from ear to ear. Not long ago, while Xiao Yan was breaking through to the dosher level, he fortuitously encountered a high-level pharmacist in the back mountains of our Xiao family. The pharmacist, seeing Xiao Yan's promising talent, immediately took him as his direct disciple. Xiao Zhan produced the prepared explanation. Heavens! The three elders felt their minds spinning, their expressions filled with astonishment. If Xiao Yan's achievement of becoming a doucher at the age of 11 was already a rarity in the Jiama Empire, then his becoming a pharmacist at the age of 12 was utterly unprecedented. Even the Pill King Gu, he had only truly become a pharmacist at 19. Our Xiao family is truly destined for greatness. The eldest elder suddenly collapsed onto the ground, tears welling in his aged eyes. Though these three elders possess their own selfish motives, their loyalty towards the family is undeniably genuine. Upon hearing that an unparalleled genius is about to emerge from a clan, their excitement is palpable. Moreover, with Xiao Yan's rise, these old fellows foresee that they too might partake in a bounty. At merely 19, Gu has already attained the status of a 6th-grade alchemist. What remarkable achievements might Xiao Yan, who became an alchemist at the tender age of 12, accomplish in the future? Perhaps a 7th grade? As for the more elusive 8th and 9th grades, such aspirations seem to dwell only in the realm of legends for these elders. If you old-timers were to discover that Yanner has inherited the legacy of our Xiao clan's ancestors, you might just faint on the spot. Observing the three elders in their fervor, Xiao Zhan couldn't help but chuckle, momentarily forgetting that he himself was not much better off than these three old geezers last night. Naturally, with his composure, he would not divulge a word regarding the clan's affairs to others. Nevertheless, once the three elders learned of Xiao Yan's alchemical talent, their already considerable regard for him escalated to an unprecedented degree. That very day, the highest echelons of the family quickly amassed a sum of 500,000 gold coins, which they promptly used to purchase a 3rd-grade cauldron worth 300,000 gold coins through Yafei. In their eyes, given Xiao Yan's potential, he might very well become a 3rd-grade alchemist in a few years. This investment was not merely in Xiao Yan, but in the future of the clan. If the Xiao clan were indeed to give rise to a new Pill King, what would this sum amount to? Patriarch, you mentioned that the alchemist is of a high grade, but what exactly is his grade? After acquiring the cauldron, the Grand Elder suddenly remembered to inquire. At least 4th grade, I suppose. That elder is exceedingly mysterious. Aside from Yenner, he sees no one else. The only reason I know this is that Yenner told me. Xiao Zhan replied, helplessly shrugging his shoulders before casually adding, by the way, the much-discussed Foundation Establishment Elixir sold recently is the work of that esteemed elder. Foundation Establishment Elixir. A 4th-grade alchemist. The Foundation Establishment Elixir. The elder's eyes widened in astonishment. A 4th-grade alchemist is indeed a significant figure throughout the entire Jiama Empire. Furthermore, the Foundation Establishment Elixir had stirred quite a storm in Wutan City in the preceding months. Most crucially, Xiao Zhan asserted that the alchemist is at least 4th grade. Unbeknownst to them, even Xiao Zhan dared not speculate on the true prowess of that alchemist. To effortlessly unleash several sets of Earth-tier techniques, just how formidable must he be? His strength had long surpassed Xiao Zhan's imagination, and the only comparable force might be the might behind Sun Er. Regardless, he could not afford to leak even a hint of information. Accompanying the 3rd-grade cauldron to the Xiao family was none other than Yafei herself. She was not responsible for the transport of these items, but through the actions of the Xiao family, she quickly sensed something amiss and thus, under the guise of a visit, made her way to Xiao Yan. Upon receiving Xiao Yan's affirmation, even the worldly wise Yafei, who had grown up in the imperial capital, could not help but gasp in astonishment. She had long suspected Xiao Yan possessed alchemical talent, yet she never imagined that this 12-year-old boy was already an alchemist. At that moment, her regard for Xiao Yan reached an unparalleled height, her beautiful eyes seemingly intent on devouring him whole. In a few days, I will be concocting a batch of medicinal materials for the family to bolster our financial standing. After the new year, I may even produce more Foundation Establishment Elixirs. So you should prepare your collection of materials diligently during this time, Xiao Yan said earnestly, ignoring the peculiar glint in Yafei's exquisite gaze. Rest assured, you are now the most important potential asset in my sister's eyes. Your wishes shall be my commands, Yafei replied, her lips curling into a playful smile. Just a potential asset? Xiao Yan chuckled at her words. Hee, if you wish to transform into something else, you should at least wait until you've grown up. Moreover, do you truly believe you can persuade your childhood friend? Yafei teased, covering her lips, her beautiful eyes mischievously glancing at a certain part of Xiao Yan. Feeling teased by her, Xiao Yan's mood swiftly soured, and he could not help but wave his hand dismissively. Go away, what a buzzkill. Giggle. Seeing Xiao Yan's reaction, Yafei only laughed more heartily, teasing him a couple more times before swaying her enchanting figure and departing. 2 days later, Yafei delivered a large batch of medicinal materials to the Xiao family. After days of intense training, Xiao Yan was nearing the threshold of becoming a 4-star Do fighter, perfectly poised to refine his fighting spirit while concocting medicines. However, Just as he was preparing to begin his alchemical work, Xiao Yu nervously knocked on his door. "Do you need something?" Xiao Yan inquired, puzzled by Xiao Yu's conflicted expression. You said to come find you, didn't you?" Xiao Yu's previously conflicted demeanor swiftly morphed into irritation. Was this little brat toying with her? Oh, right, I completely forgot about that. Noticing Xiao Yu's expression, Xiao Yan gently tapped his forehead, flicking his fingers to summon a jade box from his spatial ring, which he then presented to Xiao Yu. "Here with this. Your breakthrough to Do Fighter is assured." Breakthrough to Do Fighter, assured? Xiao Yu paused momentarily, her heartbeat quickening, as she nervously opened the jade box. The fragrant aroma wafting forth, causing her internal fighting energy to circulate more swiftly. Chi gathering powder, gazing at the pill the size of a longan nestled in the box. Xiao Yu exclaimed involuntarily. Just consume this pill in secret. Do not let anyone else know. Otherwise, the entire clan will come to me asking for it. And I simply do not have the time to prepare more." Xiao Yan nodded lightly, preparing to close the door when he noticed Xiao Yu's pretty face had suddenly flushed a shade deeper. "Such a precious pill. I feel uneasy holding on to it." Xiao Yu's face reddened, her demeanor unusually bashful. How about I touch you a couple more times?" As she spoke, Xiao Yu extended her long, delicate leg toward him. Chapter 29. The Rise of the Xiao Family. The fact that Xiao Yan had been accepted as a disciple by an alchemist was not something Xiao Yan and Xiao Zhan intended to keep secret from the clan. Consequently, the members of the family quickly learned of this news, and upon discovering that Xiao Yan was to become an alchemist, the younger generation of the clan fell into utter despair, regarding Xiao Yan with only reverence and admiration, their previous ambitions now extinguished. Naturally, Xiao Yu had also heard about Xiao Yan's acceptance as a disciple of an alchemist, and while she felt a newfound wariness towards him, she also pondered over what he had said about visiting him in 7 days. However, when Xiao Yan presented her with the Qi gathering powder, she still felt as if she were dreaming. This was Qi gathering powder. One single piece could almost equate to the net profit of the family for an entire year, something even the former Xiao Yan could scarcely afford. Yet now, Xiao Yan casually handed this precious item to her. Upon hearing Xiao Yu's words, Xiao Yan could not help but momentarily pause, and then, catching Xiao Yu off guard, he suddenly slapped his hand upon her thigh. "What do you take me for?" Startled by the slap, Xiao Yu initially froze, but then a flicker of anger arose within her. Just as she was about to retort, she heard Xiao Yan's voice. "Let's put an end to our quarrels here. There are times when I truly do not wish to engage in arguments with you." With a slight headache, he gently rubbed his forehead and continued in a calm tone. "In half a year, the enrollment period for the Jianan Academy will arrive. With this spirit-gathering pill, your standing among the new students will undoubtedly be elevated." This statement struck a chord with Xiao Yu. Although one only needed to attain the 8th stage of Do Qi before the age of 20 to have hopes of entering Jianan Academy, such talent would certainly place one at the lower end of the spectrum. However, if she were to become a fighter by the age of 17, that level of aptitude, while not extraordinary, will be considered quite commendable within the academy, thereby ensuring her access to greater resources for cultivation. "Well, it seems you possess a modicum of conscience." After pondering for a moment, Xiao Yu let out a soft huff, her face retaining a hint of pride, though her eyes softened slightly. "Take the next few days to adjust your state. Do not rush to break through as soon as you return. If you waste this spirit-gathering pill, I will not have another to replenish you." Xiao Yan chuckled lightly. Then, amidst Xiao Yu's hesitant gaze, he decisively shut the door with a resounding thud. Witnessing Xiao Yan's unrelenting action, Xiao Yu could not help but open her mouth in protest. Ultimately, she stomped her foot in exasperation before gracefully returning to her quarters, her long, jade-like legs gliding across the floor. Yet, as she gazed at the exquisite jade box in her arms, a sense of excitement and warmth enveloped her heart. Recalling Xiao Yan's handsome visage, a blush crept onto Xiao Yu's cheeks as she softly murmured, "You little rascal, thank you." Watching the retreating figure outside the window, Xiao Yan shook his head with a smile before turning his attention back to the third-grade alchemical cauldron before him. It was evident that his family placed immense importance on him, as they had expended such a significant sum to cultivate his alchemical skills. They had seemingly put forth nearly all of their liquid assets to procure a cauldron and medicinal materials for him, providing a conducive environment for his alchemical pursuits. However, they likely could not have anticipated that in this lifetime, Xiao Yan would not require an abundance of materials to hone his alchemical prowess. Gazing at the intricately carved, three-legged cauldron before him, Xiao Yan could not help but tilt his head in discontent. The quality of this cauldron was, quite frankly, subpar. Once I conclude my family affairs, I shall venture into the Black Corner region and, While there, retrieve the One Beast Cauldron and the Sea Heart Flame from Hanfeng. With the experience from his previous life, Xiao Yan felt no need for arduous trials. All he required was a fervent accumulation of energy to swiftly restore his strength. Setting aside his distractions, Xiao Yan exhaled softly, looking at the three-legged cauldron. With a flick of his wrist, a wisp of icy white flame materialized at his fingertips. A gentle flick sent the flame soaring into the cauldron, and as Do Qi surged forth, a pale white fire enveloped the interior of the cauldron. What Xiao Yan was refining was merely a fragment of the bone spirit cold fire's essence, or rather, a child flame derived from it. Although he could wield this child flame to nearly replicate the power of the bone spirit cold fire itself through the flame god's technique, his three-star Do Qi could not sustain it for long. Fortunately, with his adept control over flames, he could effortlessly adjust the flame's output. As the flames danced, Xiao Yan began to continuously toss medicinal materials into the cauldron. At that moment, the medicine elder, who had been concealed in the mountains cultivating his soul power, finally made his appearance. Armed with the three secret techniques taught by Xiao Yan, the medicine elder's soul power was rapidly recovering even without the aid of rare materials. It was evident that his physique had solidified compared to before. Of course, no matter how effective the secret techniques were, they still required time to cultivate. According to Xiao Yan and the medicine elder's estimations, it would take nearly a year for the medicine elder's soul power to recover to the Do Huang level, and to reach the Do Zone level would likely require several months. Nonetheless, Xiao Yan felt a sense of satisfaction with the assistance of the bone spirit cold fire. If the medicine elder's soul power were to recover to the Do Zone level, it would suffice for the time being in the northwestern continent. Observing Xiao Yan's composed demeanor as he expertly added the medicinal materials into the cauldron, the pale white child flame danced like a lively spirit. And as Xiao Yan meticulously separated the refined medicinal liquids into various jade bottles, the medicine elder could not help but nod in approval. At this juncture, he was fully convinced of Xiao Yan's capabilities. Otherwise, how could a mere 12-year-old child execute such a proficient and effortless alchemical technique? For several consecutive days, Xiao Yan quietly sat within his small chamber, diligently refining medicine. Each session continued until his Do Qi was nearly depleted, after which he would vigorously absorb the energies of heaven and earth to restore it. Only when his soul power was similarly exhausted would he allow himself a brief respite upon his bed. Through this relentless dedication, his Do Qi successfully broke through to the 4-star Do Sure level ahead of schedule. On the third day post-breakthrough, Xiao Yan finally transformed all the medicinal materials into numerous first-grade pills, blood-condensing powder, revitalizing powder, and power accumulation pills. 3 types of utterly ordinary first-grade medicinal pills. Yet their sheer quantity was impressive. Xiao Yan had nearly 1,000 bottles of each prepared. Such a substantial number of pills would surely suffice for the Xiao family for quite some time. Even so, he discreetly concealed nearly half of the finished products within his spatial ring. It was not that Xiao Yan was overly frugal. Rather, the ease with which he, as a first-grade alchemist, produced such a volume would undoubtedly attract attention. This portion of finished medicine was intended for sale in other cities via Yafei. As the year drew to a close, the city of Wu-Tan finally experienced a heavy snowfall, and amidst this winter wonderland, Xiao Yan, alongside Xiao Zhan and several family elders, sat merrily in a warm room, sipping steaming butter tea. Tomorrow marked the new year. Gazing out at the swirling snow, a smile imbued with a hint of ambition graced Xiao Zhan's face. After this snowfall, our Xiao family shall rise at an unimaginable pace. Chapter 30. The Scheme of Jaialibi. The following morning, the snow ceased, and the once tranquil Wu-Tan city was blanketed in a thick layer of white, transforming the landscape into a serene spectacle of purest white. The snow-covered expanse lent an unexpected beauty to the modest Wu-Tan city. However, this tranquility was soon shattered by a startling announcement. The Xiao family's market has medicinal pills for sale. These were genuine first-grade pills, and there were rumors of discounts for the new year. As the holiday approached, the market was bustling with activity, as households prepared their festive goods in anticipation of a joyful celebration. Yet, upon entering the Xiao family's market, visitors were taken aback to discover conspicuous signs posted at the entrances of various stalls. Newly arrived first-grade medicinal pills, 3 types. Power accumulation pills, 300 gold coins each. The coagulation powder is priced at 200 gold coins per vial, while the revitalization powder costs 160 gold coins each. In celebration of the new year, a special discount of 20% is offered. Upon gazing at the words inscribed on the signboard, many were momentarily taken aback, only to quickly erupt into a flurry of activity. In the quaint town of Wutan, elixirs are a rare commodity, and for most, the sole avenue to acquire such potions is through the miter auction house. However, the prices at miter are typically exorbitant, and they sell in bulk, making it financially unfeasible for ordinary mercenaries to purchase even a single batch, let alone multiple. Only the affluent families can afford such luxuries. Upon reading the announcement, a surge of excitement coursed through the veins of mercenaries who often gambled with their lives. For these daring individuals, a single vial of first-rate elixir could very well equate to an extended lease on life. Particularly, the elixirs offered by the Xiao family were already reasonably priced. And with the alluring discount, many risk-taking mercenaries wasted no time in acquiring one or two varieties. Moreover, the Xiao family had discreetly arranged for individuals to stir up excitement. And before the morning had even elapsed, news of the Xiao family's elixirs had spread like wildfire throughout Wutan. In an instant, the throngs that had initially surged toward other markets suddenly converged en masse upon the Xiao family's marketplace. Although many of the common folk were not mercenaries, having lived their lives in the confines of Wutan, they had likely seen elixirs only a handful of times. Thus, driven by curiosity, the bustling crowd trampled the snow at the Xiao marketplace, igniting an unprecedented fervor. In stark contrast, other markets remained eerily desolate during this festive season, with the snow on the ground untouched even after a morning had passed. Such a turn of events did not go unnoticed by the prominent families of Wutan, particularly the Gali and Uba families, who felt a sense of trepidation upon learning this news. Traditionally, the three major families maintained a delicate balance of power, but the sudden influx of elixirs from the Xiao family raised numerous questions. It was not merely the lucrative profits from selling potions that concerned them. The allure of these elixirs had drawn even those who had no prior need for them, leading to inevitable spending at the Xiao marketplace. Conversely, the foot traffic at other family markets plummeted, resulting in a stark decline in business. Damn it, where did the Xiao family procure such a potion master? Within a luxurious tavern in Wutan, Gali family patriarch Gali Bai and Uba family patriarch Uba Pa exchanged glances across the table. Today, being New Year's Day, they should have been at home, advising their kin in preparation for the family gathering. Yet the changes in the marketplace had caused their eyelids to twitch, stirring a sense of unease within them. New Year's Day was typically a time for their family markets to flourish, but today, much of that business had been usurped by the Xiao family. Just for this single day, their families might have lost upwards of 10,000 gold coins. If this continued daily, the Xiao family would surely dominate the market. If the potion master was hired by the Xiao family, we might still have a chance to poach him, Uba Pa remarked with a bitter smile, causing Gali Bai to involuntarily narrow his eyes. Are you suggesting that a member of the Xiao family has become a potion master? Not just that, Uba Pa replied, fear flickering in his eyes, which were nearly obscured by the fat on his face. Can you guess who this potion master from the Xiao family is? Who? Seeing Uba Pa's expression, Gali's anxiety intensified. Among the older generation of the Xiao family, there seemed to be no one with such a talent for alchemy. And within the younger generation, he had not heard of anyone possessing such an ability. However, it was rumored that not long ago, the two sons of Xiao Yan had returned home. Could it be Xiao Yan, the youngest son of Xiao Yan? Observing Gali Bai's reaction, Uba Pa couldn't help but let out a quiet sigh, while Gali Bai's demeanor became rigid as if struck by lightning. Xiao Yan? His mind spun in confusion, swallowing hard as his lips trembled with disbelief. How could that be possible? He is only 12 years old. Even if we round up, he is not yet 13. I know he possesses remarkable talent and fighting spirit, but how could he possibly become a potion master at such a tender age? As he spoke, his gaze drifted into a daze. A 12-year-old potion master? In the entire Jiamat Empire, not only had he never heard of such a phenomenon, but he also dared not even entertain the thought. When I first heard this news this morning, I was in the same state as you. However, after paying handsomely to verify the information with someone from the Xiao family, I discovered that it was indeed true. The bitter smile on Uba Pa's face deepened as he observed Gali Bai's expression. Such talent is unheard of. I can scarcely imagine what heights this boy will reach as he matures. At the rate Xiao Yan is progressing, it may not take 10 years before he possesses the strength to easily annihilate our families. Hence, we are faced with two options. Either we ingratiate ourselves early and submit to the Xiao family, or we act swiftly to unite against them and eliminate the Xiao family. After a moment of contemplation, Uba Pa finally voiced his thoughts. Are you suggesting that I become a lapdog for Xiao Yan? Gali Bai abruptly turned his head, his eyes sharp as they bore into Uba Pa, his resentment palpable. He had battled against Xiao Yan for over a decade, and the thought of now bowing to him felt more unbearable than death itself. if you believe you can contend with that boy in the future. You are welcome to try your luck, Ubapa retorted with a mocking grin. The reason the Xiao family instills such dread in us is precisely because of that prodigy. If that child were to perish, all our problems would be resolved. Galibai's eyes glinted with a fierce light, his intent to kill evident. You must be joking. Have you considered that the reason Xiao Yan became a potion master at such a young age is solely due to his talent? The Xiao family has revealed to me that his mentor might be a fourth-grade potion master. Ubapa couldn't help but curse at Galibai's expression. A fourth-grade potion master. Instantly, Galibai's complexion turned ashen. A fourth-grade potion master possesses the power to easily annihilate their families. However, the thought of readily submitting to Xiao Zhan filled him with a hundredfold reluctance. Wait. Amidst the rising panic, a sudden spark of inspiration struck Galibai. He turned to Ubapa, a sinister plan slowly taking shape in his mind. My son recently mingled in the Yanyu region and, due to his generous nature, unexpectedly befriended a man named Lu Shi. Chapter 31. Young Patriarch Xiao Yan. As night fell, Galibai and Ubapa finally emerged from the tavern. In that case, let's first test the strength of the Xiao family against this Lu, the potion master. If he proves no match for the Xiao family, we will have no need for further deliberation. This indicates that the current strength of the Xiao family is undoubtedly more formidable than the combined power of our two families. Ubapa inhaled the frigid air deeply, a grave expression clouding his features. Indeed, should it come to that, it would certainly attest to the fortuitous luck of that scoundrel Xiao Zhan. Thus, I would have no choice but to bow and yield to him. Jia Libi narrowed his eyes slightly, a fierce and reluctant glint flickering within. As twilight deepened, the streets saw fewer and fewer pedestrians, yet the warm, amber lights of various establishments began to illuminate the night. With the darkness enveloping the city, Wutan was ablaze with thousands of lights, and a festive atmosphere quietly ascended. Witnessing the dwindling number of passers-by, the Xiao family's marketplace ceased to beckon customers, and many began to close their doors. For in any realm, the dawn of a new year signifies a significant celebration. Within the Xiao family's grand hall, the ambience was particularly lively. Tonight's family gathering surpassed any previous occasion, with even relatives managing the family's rural businesses returning home. For a moment, the hall, capable of accommodating hundreds, felt somewhat crowded. However, on this day, nearly all members of the Xiao Clan were enveloped in an exuberant state. This was largely due to the fact that the profits accumulated by the Xiao family today exceeded those of any previous New Year's Day by a staggering tenfold. Cousin, you have no idea. Just from the marketplace I oversee, we raked in nearly 100,000 gold coins today. One exclaimed. While my earnings may not be as extravagant, I too have reaped substantial rewards. The allure of first-grade elixirs has caused the foot traffic in our family's marketplace to surge almost tenfold. By the way, over half of the 300 elixirs allocated to me have been sold. At the mention of the elixirs, the expressions of those present grew even more animated, their gazes gravitating towards the youth seated serenely at the center of the hall, engaged in light-hearted conversation with a nearby maiden. Everyone understood that the remarkable transformation experienced by the family today was primarily due to this young boy, who had yet to reach the tender age of 13. With such a prodigious talent, the rise of the Xiao family was now an unstoppable tide. Ladies and gentlemen, amidst the lively chatter, a resonant voice reverberated throughout the hall. Capturing the attention of all, there stood Xiao Zhan, adorned in a magnificent and solemn robe, his already authoritative visage imbued with an even greater air of command. Yet, despite his formidable presence, a smile adorned his face, reminiscent of a triumphant general returning from battle. Today, the 8 marketplaces and 23 shops under the Xiao family have collectively accrued over 1 million gold coins. This marks the highest income we have achieved since arriving in Wutan City during the new year. Xiao Zhan's declaration sent a palpable shockwave through the hearts of everyone present. An income of 1 million would likely yield a net profit of at least 200,000 to 300,000 gold coins, a sum that equated to the net revenue of the Xiao family for an entire year. The realization of such success was attributed not only to the united efforts of the Xiao clan members, but also to the emergence of an extraordinary young man. At that moment, Xiao Zhan's gaze led the assembly of the Xiao family towards the black-clad boy seated in a corner. Brother Xiao Yan, the commotion caused by your alchemical pursuits has indeed been quite substantial, remarked Sun Er, her lively eyes fixed on Xiao Yan, unable to suppress her laughter. According to Elder Ling, a 12-year-old first-grade alchemist is an exceedingly rare genius even in the Central State. Should he be discovered, he would likely be pursued fervently by those old codgers from the Alchemist Guild. when Xiao Yan first showcased such formidable talent. It genuinely startled Ling Ying from the ancient clan. He, merely stretching my legs while simultaneously generating some income for the family, Xiao Yan replied nonchalantly, a serene smile gracing his lips. In a previous life, he might have felt a twinge of embarrassment under such scrutiny, but after years of being perceived as a significant figure, he had become accustomed to the fervent admiration in the eyes of others. Just as Xiao Zhan directed the attention of the gathering toward Xiao Yan, the Grand Elder suddenly spoke up with great fervor. Ladies and gentlemen, the tremendous profits we have reaped today are all thanks to Xiao Yan. Many of us have watched him grow up, and I trust you are all aware of his exemplary character. Moreover, his aptitude is unparalleled, not only within our Xiao family, but across the entire Gamma Empire. With Xiao Yan among us, our family can only thrive and advance towards greater strength. He is the future of our Xiao Clan. Therefore, in my capacity as Grand Elder, I propose that from this day forth, we appoint Xiao Yan as our family's young clan leader. As the Grand Elder's words echoed, the second and third elders immediately raised their hands in support. I second that. I concur with the endorsement of these three elders. The higher-ups of the Xiao family swiftly followed suit, and not a single voice of dissent emerged in the entire hall. After all, if Xiao Yan were to ascend in the future, they would undoubtedly be the fortunate ones to bask in his glory. To forego this opportunity now would surely lead to future regret. Instantly, the hall erupted with the enthusiastic cheers of the Xiao clan members. Me too. Xiao Yan, young clan leader. Xiao Yan, young clan leader. Even Xiao Yu from a distance could not help but join in. Having recently broken through to become a fighter, she might have been one of the focal points of the evening. However, her achievements paled in comparison to Xiao Yan's, akin to a firefly before the moon. Its brilliance nearly overshadowed. Yet, Xiao Yu felt no resentment. Her pride and previous misconceptions about Xiao Yan had long been quelled beneath the weight of his prodigious talent. Furthermore, her own successful breakthrough to become a fighter was also an opportunity granted by Xiao Yan. Recalling that night when she had taken the initiative to play a game with Xiao Yan, a faint blush crept across Xiao Yu's fair cheeks. Xiao Yan, young clan leader. Sun Er, seated beside Xiao Yan, raised her delicate porcelain-like fist high in the air. Her increasingly exquisite features radiated with excitement, her sparkling eyes reflecting the admiration she felt for him. Exceptional young men have always drawn admiration, especially when that remarkable young man happens to be the object of one's affections. You little girl, Xiao Yan chuckled softly, gently pinching her pert little nose as he spoke, his voice low amidst the fervent gazes of the crowd, since everyone has expressed their support. I shall also lend my endorsement. Chapter 32. The Crimson Flame Body Refinement Blood. The identity of Xiao Yan as the young clan leader was collectively recognized by the members of the Xiao family during this New Year's banquet. Yania. Yesterday, the family's profits reached an astounding 330,000 gold coins, of which the elixirs you crafted alone accounted for a staggering 180,000 gold coins. According to our previous agreement, 90,000 gold coins have already been deposited onto this gold card. On the following morning, with the lingering chill of the night still present, Xiao Zhan handed a beautifully crafted purple gold card to Xiao Yan. Gazing at Xiao Yan's youthful visage, which bore a hint of immaturity yet was devoid of any tumult in his eyes, Xiao Zhan could not help but feel a rush of emotion. Considering the time, it seemed Xiao Yan had managed to refine a substantial number of first-grade elixirs in less than 10 days. In just a brief span of 10 days. Excluding the costs incurred in procuring medicinal materials, Xiao Yan has already amassed a staggering sum of 180,000 gold coins from the batch of elixirs he concocted. And this is without having sold the entirety of that batch. Although Xiao Yan attributes this success to the assistance of his mentor, it is undeniable that the profession of an alchemist is indeed a remarkably lucrative endeavor. Understood, father. Accepting the violet gold card into his possession, Xiao Yan exhibited no hesitation. While he may not place significant value on such wealth, it remains an undeniable fact that he has yet to reach a stage where financial resources are superfluous. At this juncture in his life, money still proves to be quite beneficial. However, were Xiao Zhan to discover that Xiao Yan has nearly half of the elixirs stored with Yafei, it would surely evoke an array of emotions within him. From this day forth, I shall produce 1,000 bottles each of these 3 types of elixirs for the family every month. Given the market in Wutan City, it is conceivable that in the future, these elixirs might not be entirely absorbed, hence father may arrange for personnel to sell them in other cities as well. With the violet gold card safely stored in his spatial ring, Xiao Yan chuckled softly, producing these each month. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's declaration, even Xiao Zhan, who had grown accustomed to the surprises his son brought, could not suppress his excitement. With 3 types of elixirs, each comprising 1,000 bottles, even after deducting costs, the ensuing profits could very well exceed 200,000 net gains, not to mention the additional influx of nearly 100,000 from the resultant crowd effect each month. Even if the profits from half of the elixirs were allocated to Xiao Yan, the Xiao family's monthly income would rival that of an entire year's worth previously. Father, money is ultimately just an external matter. Strength is the greatest assurance in this world. After accounting for necessary expenses, we should convert the majority of our earnings into medicinal materials. Xiao Yan smiled faintly, and after engaging in a few more casual exchanges with Xiao Zhan, he proceeded towards the back mountains of the Xiao family. In his view, the actions he undertook were merely trifling matters. He was acutely aware that the true threats to the Xiao family remained far beyond in the central continent. Thus, this arduous cultivation must never cease. As night fell into silence, Xiao Yan sat upon his bed, his body marred with bruises, applying a vial of crimson medicinal liquid meticulously, then smoothing it across his skin with a jade shard. As the fiery red liquid spread evenly, an intense, searing pain engulfed him, akin to being scorched by flames. Yet, Xiao Yan remained entirely unfazed by this agony. The challenges that once seemed formidable in his past life now felt like a gentle breeze in this one. This crimson liquid, known as Crimson Flame Body Refining Blood, is classified as a 4th-grade elixir. The cost of concocting a single vial amounts to several thousand gold coins. Yet it only suffices for Xiao Yan's use for 3 days. Once applied to the skin, it induces excruciating pain reminiscent of a fiery inferno. However, beneath this torment, one's physical form undergoes continuous enhancement, and even the do qi within is refined to greater purity through this near-incinerating effect. Coupled with the assistance of bone spirit cold fire, Xiao Yan's physical body and the do qi within have transcended the very concept of invincibility among peers. Even without relying on the experiences and memories of his past life, he can face any strong opponent below the do master rank with confidence, purely relying on his robust physique and remarkably condensed do qi. The searing pain brought about by the crimson liquid intertwined with the chill of early spring. Yet the young man maintained a tranquil demeanor, quietly attuning himself to the gradual augmentation of his body and do qi. Opposite him, Yao Lao sat cross-legged, suspended in mid-air, his aged eyes shut, fervently absorbing the pinnacle secret techniques bestowed by Xiao Yan. Waves of intangible spiritual energy were drawn towards Yao Lao, ultimately refined by the bone spirit cold fire into pure soul power that replenished his frail spirit. Through this relentless training day after day, Yao Lao's ethereal soul gradually solidified, appearing increasingly corporeal, as if he were a living being. These tranquil days swiftly passed, and half a month slipped by unnoticed. During this time, the denizens of Wu-Tan City distinctly observed the burgeoning success of the Xiao family's business, while other families began to languish in gradual decline. Even the Mitre auction house, once neutral, now decisively aligned itself with the Xiao family, establishing a strategic partnership. This shift led many in Wu-Tan City to realize that the tides were shifting. The Xiao family, following the astonishing rise of that prodigious talent, was on the brink of surpassing the other prominent families to become the preeminent family in Wu-Tan City. However, it was precisely at this moment that an elderly man clad in the robe of an alchemist, the 3rd-grade alchemist Lu Panlong, entered Wu-Tan City amidst the envious and reverent gazes of many. Observing the elder seated in the hall, his demeanor tinged with an unmistakable air of arrogance, Jiayabai could only respond with utmost deference. Although they were all formidable do masters, the status of an alchemist was undeniably superior by tenfold. Before one attains the rank of do wang, the standing of an alchemist at the same level overwhelmingly eclipses that of ordinary do qi practitioners. According to what you say, my incompetent disciple is the very genius youth Xiao Yan from the Xiao family, who has recently stirred up quite a commotion by secretly assassinating Lu Shi. Lu Panlong sat in the hall of the Jialia family, his eyelids slightly drooping, yet unable to conceal the astonishment that flickered in his eyes. Upon hearing of Xiao Yan's terrifying talent, even in the presence of the Jialia family, he found it hard to believe. Indeed, Jiayabai nodded repeatedly. Previously, my son indulged with your disciple in the Yinzhou region, where he heard that Xiao Yan had attacked Mr. Lu Shi at the Mitre auction house. That very night, Mr. Lu Shi vanished without a trace from Wu-Tan City. While there is no absolute evidence, all signs point to this lad. Yali bespoke respectfully, omitting any mention of Xiao Yan's mentor to Lu Panlong. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Lu Panlong narrowed his eyes slightly, murmuring, "Though Lu Shi was my most inept disciple, his sudden disappearance indeed warrants an explanation. If that is the case, I must meet this genius youth from the Xiao family. If he is willing to enter my tutelage, then what significance does Lu Shi's demise hold?" The last sentence remained unspoken. Yet Lu Panlong could see the flicker of delight on Xiao Yan's face, eliciting a hint of mockery within him. "Foolish man, do you think I am so easily manipulated?" Chapter 33, Suppression. As a third-grade alchemist, Lu Panlong's standing is indeed incomparable to that of Xiao Yabai and others. Naturally, his retinue could not consist solely of the inept Lu Shi. Nonetheless, upon learning of Lu Shi's inexplicable disappearance, he was profoundly enraged, for despite Lu Shi's shortcomings, he could have eventually become a first-grade alchemist. Such disciples still hold some value. Thus, after receiving information from the Xiao family, Lu Panlong hastened his arrival, seeking an explanation or to mitigate his losses. However, upon arriving in Wutan City and hearing about Xiao Yan's circumstances, his thoughts swiftly underwent a transformation. A prodigious talent who became an alchemist at the tender age of 12. Compared to him, Lu Shi was but a trifling figure. If he could secure such a disciple, he might well soar to great heights alongside this young prodigy. Even if Xiao Yan looked down upon him, he could still introduce him to more formidable alchemists, thereby securing the goodwill of both a significant figure and a future luminary. In light of this, the death of Lu Shi, or even 10 or 8 others, would not trouble him in the least. As for the matters concerning the Jiali family, he had scarcely given them a thought. What worthless scum! Hoping to use him as a pawn. Once he accomplished his objective, he would simply have the Xiao family expel the Jiali clan from Wutan City. What could a mere Xiao family be against Master Lu's intervention? Upon seeing Lu Panlong nod, Jiali Bai flattered him with a few words, while his murderous intent grew ever more pronounced. As long as Lu Panlong deduced that there was no fourth-tier alchemist backing the Xiao family, he would immediately mobilize all the resources of his clan to eliminate Xiao Yan. A cold smirk curled upon Jiali Bai's lips. No matter how talented a genius may be, they remain vulnerable until they mature into a true powerhouse. As dusk fell, Xiao Yan returned from the back mountains, intending to freshen up and have dinner, when he encountered an elderly servant beside Xiao Zhan. "Young master, the clan leader requests your presence," the servant said, his expression unusually grave. "Oh, what does father need me for?" Xiao Yan asked, taken aback by the servant's serious demeanor. "Well, it's not particularly urgent, but a third-tier alchemist unexpectedly arrived at our home. According to the clan leader, this alchemist seems to be ambiguous regarding friend and foe, hence his cautious approach," the servant replied after a moment of contemplation. "A third-tier alchemist?" Xiao Yan paused for a moment, then a peculiar smile graced his lips. "I understand. I shall go at once." As he traversed the tranquil path and entered the family hall, Xiao Yan felt a heavy atmosphere. Above in the hall, although Xiao Zhan and several elders wore smiles, their brows were furrowed with concern. Beside them sat an arrogant elder, sipping tea with a smug expression, adorned in a luxurious alchemist's robe embroidered with a medicinal cauldron and 3 crescent waves. "Indeed, it is you." Looking at the haughty elder, a barely perceptible cold smile tugged at Xiao Yan's lips. In his previous life, this old scoundrel had taken advantage of the Xiao family's misfortunes to seize an opportunity, only to be effortlessly reduced to a puddle of mud by Kai Lin. Little did he expect that this time around, the old rascal had arrived even sooner. Upon Xiao Yan's entrance, the expressions of Xiao Zhan and the others grew increasingly tense. According to this old man's claims, his missing disciple in Wutan City seemed to have some connection to Xiao Yan. Although they were skeptical, they feared that this old coot might stir up trouble. "You are the renowned genius boy from Wutan City, Xiao Yan?" The moment he laid eyes on Xiao Yan, Lu Panlong could no longer remain seated. His spiritual energy had swept over Xiao Yan, and he vaguely sensed the boy's exceptionally solid and far superior soul power. At such a young age to possess such profound spiritual strength, the boy's future seemed boundless. Lu Panlong's heart surged with joy. However, adhering to his usual method of wielding both kindness and authority, he planned to first impose a test on Xiao Yan before extending a favor. This way, the extraordinary talent would forever remember his benevolence. Observing Lu Panlong's condescending demeanor, Xiao Yan's eyes glinted with a peculiar, cold smile. 6 months ago, one of my disciples named Lu, she suddenly went missing in Wutan City. According to my information, it seems to be related to you, young lad, Lu Panlong remarked, his eyes narrowing as he scrutinized Xiao Yan. "I wonder, young Xiao Yan, have you indeed encountered my incompetent disciple? In truth, Even Lu Panlong himself found it hard to believe that Lu Shi could have met his demise at the hands of this youth. No matter how gifted he was still merely a 12-year-old boy. Yet, to his astonishment, the boy simply nodded and softly replied, "Indeed, I have seen Lu Shi." As his words fell, the expressions of Xiao Yan and the others shifted slightly, clearly taken aback by Xiao Yan's forthright acknowledgement. "You truly have seen him?" Lu Panlong was momentarily taken aback, asking, "Where is he now?" "He is in our Xiao family," Xiao Yan replied with a faint smile. "Mr. Lu Shi drank himself into a stupor last night. If you wish to see him, please follow me." As he spoke, Xiao Yan shot a glance to halt the words of Xiao Zhan and the others, who seemed ready to speak up. "You little rascal." Upon hearing Xiao Yan's statement, Lu Panlong harbored no doubts about the 12-year-old boy, assuming that Lu Shi had indeed been indulging at the Xiao family for half a year. After all, such behavior was entirely within Lu Shi's character. For a moment, his anger overshadowed his intentions of accepting Xiao Yan as a disciple, and he waved his hand, commanding, "Lead the way. Let me see what this rascal is up to now." "Certainly, esteemed elder," Xiao Yan replied, his smile broadening. With a subtle gesture of his right hand to reassure Xiao Zhan and the others, he began to guide Lu Panlong toward his modest abode. Young yet composed, unassuming yet profound. As Lu Panlong followed behind Xiao Yan, he grew increasingly alarmed, realizing that this prodigious youth was not as easily manageable as he had initially presumed. It appeared that he would need to tread carefully in dealing with him. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, he found himself led into a serene little room. The room was quaint and simple, filled only with a faint herbal fragrance, devoid of any living beings, let alone his disciple Lu Shi. "Where is he?" Lu Panlong asked, suddenly feeling an uneasy sensation rising within him. "He is dead." Amidst his growing apprehension, the dark-clad youth abruptly turned, revealing a row of pearly white teeth, and with a sunny smile, uttered words that chilled Lu Panlong to the bone. "Master, do it now." As the words fell, a vast surge of soul power suddenly descended, enveloping the entire room with ease. Under the overwhelming pressure of this soul force, Lu Panlong felt as if he were a small boat tossed upon the vast ocean, teetering on the brink of capsizing. With a thud, he found himself unable to resist kneeling on the ground, his face pale as he gazed at the ethereal elder floating before him. This is a soul entity," Lu Panlong exclaimed in shock, staring at the alchemist elder. As an alchemist, he had heard tales of how, once a soul's power reached a certain threshold, even if the physical body perished, the potent soul would not dissipate in the world. Yet, such a feat required at least a 5th-tier alchemist's soul, and the overwhelming soul pressure emanating from the mysterious elder before him felt as vast as the ocean itself. As a 5th-tier alchemist, he had encountered individuals of such caliber before. Yet the soul power of the one before him was akin to the faint glow of fireflies compared to the brilliance of the full moon. Merely a fragment of his soul was so formidable, one could only imagine the terrifying prowess this elder possessed in his prime. "Xiao Yan, my young friend, what do you mean by this?" The fear-stricken gaze of Lu Panlong fell upon the smiling Xiao Yan beside the venerable Yao Lao as he swallowed hard. He was acutely aware that the elder before him could extinguish his life with as much ease as one would crush an ant. Master Lu, did you not come seeking retribution for your useless disciple, Lu Shi? Let me be candid, it was I who ended his life." A sardonic smile crept across Xiao Yan's lips as he observed Lu Panlong's expression. "Now, 2 paths lie before you. Either be reduced to ashes by this bone spirit cold fire, or allow me to inscribe a soul mark upon you, rendering you a mere medicinal slave of the Xiao family, with your life and death at my whim." Having spoken, Xiao Yan regarded Lu Panlong with an air of indifference, coldly stating, "Choose your fate." "Xiao Yan, my young friend, I assure you, this old gentleman harbors no ill intentions. I am but an innocent." Upon hearing Xiao Yan's grim ultimatum, Lu Panlong felt as though he were on the verge of tears, having come to the Xiao family merely to acquire a promising disciple, only to find himself ensnared in a life-or-death predicament. To become a medicinal slave signified a descent from the esteemed status of an alchemist to that of subjugated tool, a fate far worse than death. You can only blame yourself for uncovering my secret. From this day forth, if you do not leave a life-and-death talisman in my hands, I shall have no choice but to incinerate you right where you stand." Xiao Yan felt no pity for Lu Panlong's words. The misdeeds of this old man were evident from his past actions. Furthermore, having already encountered Yao Lao, Xiao Yan was resolute that even if Lu Panlong were a paragon of virtue, he would not allow him to depart unscathed. with a subtle gesture towards Yao Lao, who nodded in understanding. A swirling mass of stark, white-boned spirit cold fire materialized in the elder's palm. As an alchemist, you should comprehend the true power of this extraordinary flame. I grant you 10 seconds to contemplate your decision. Otherwise, you shall be consumed by this bone spirit cold fire. Xiao Yan's expression remained impassive as he began his countdown. 10, 9, 8. With each passing second, a terrifying smile emerged on Yao Lao's visage. The flickering bone spirit cold fire, inching ever closer to Lu Panlong's face. Bone spirit cold fire. Gazing at the undulating, ghostly flame, Lu Panlong's pupils constricted. As an alchemist, although he had never witnessed the bone spirit cold fire, he was acutely aware of its dreadful power. In former times, upon encountering such a phenomenon, his instinct would have been to retreat swiftly and allow greed to take root. However, now, Yao Lao's overwhelming soul power held him captive as if encased in an impenetrable fortress, rendering him utterly immobile. The sheer helplessness he felt was utterly despairing. 3, 2. The chilling countdown echoed in his ears, and as the bone spirit cold fire drew nearer, a palpable frost enveloped Lu Panlong's countenance. Overwhelmed by terror, he could no longer suppress a desperate cry. I surrender. I am willing to become a medicinal slave of the Xiao family. At this revelation, tears welled in his eyes from sheer fright. Those who recognize the tides of fortune are the true wise. Old fellow, you shall undoubtedly thank your past self for today's choice. Xiao Yan nodded in satisfaction at Lu Panlong's plea for mercy, having anticipated this outcome. For Lu Panlong, becoming Xiao Yan's servant was an extraordinary stroke of luck. In the vast and tumultuous world of his previous life, many supreme beings yearned to serve Xiao Yan, their aspirations so fervent that they would shatter their own heads to become his attendant. The position of a mere medicinal attendant was a coveted prize, even for a 9th-tier alchemist. Yet, this was before Xiao Yan ascended to dominion. Now, for Lu Panlong to serve as Xiao Yan's subordinate while being a 3rd-tier alchemist was indeed a remarkable fortune, though at that moment, he remained oblivious to the true nature of his fortune. With a face clouded in bitterness, he obediently complied with Xiao Yan's instructions, relinquishing his soul's defenses entirely, even loosening his mental fortitude. For a prestigious alchemist, becoming someone else's servant was undoubtedly a disgrace. Yet, in the face of the terror of death, he ultimately chose to capitulate. Once Lu Panlong had fully relaxed his defenses of soul and will, Xiao Yan nodded slightly. He concentrated his soul power at his fingertips, tracing an intricate and enigmatic phantom rune. This ethereal symbol, entirely composed of soul energy, appeared nearly transparent. After Xiao Yan had gathered it, the rune began to shrink rapidly and, under his control, descended into the center of Lu Panlong's brow. At the moment the soul rune touched his forehead, Lu Panlong instinctively sought to defend himself. However, at Yao Lao's disdainful snort, his soul trembled, and he dared not resist any longer. Moments later, a sharp pain surged through Lu Panlong's soul, followed by an unsettling numbness, as Xiao Yan formed a peculiar seal with his hand. An agonizing, soul-rending pain, tenfold that of physical torment, suddenly erupted in his mind. Lu Panlong let out a wretched scream, feeling as though his very soul was on the verge of being torn asunder. Yet this anguish was but fleeting, dissipating as swiftly as the seal in Xiao Yan's hand vanished. I have inscribed a soul mark deep within your essence. At my slightest thought, it will unleash excruciating torment upon your soul, even capable of shattering it utterly. Xiao Yan's expression remained detached as he addressed the pallid Lu Panlong. From henceforth, your life and death shall rest within the confines of my will. This soul enslavement technique, known as the soul mark, was a method Xiao Yan acquired after vanquishing the Soul Clan. The Soul Palace had once employed this technique to dominate numerous souls and subordinates, but at that time, Xiao Yan regarded it as mere heresy, not giving it much thought. Yet now, having been reborn, he discovered the remarkable utility of this so-called heretical method. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's proclamation, a look of desolation crossed Lu Panlong's face. Before arriving at the Xiao family, he had never imagined he would find himself in such a dire predicament. He moved his lips, but uttered no sound, his demeanor finally shifting to one of respect as he addressed Xiao Yan. Master. Chapter 35. Master, little uncle. Look at you, resembling a ghost. Observing Lu Panlong in such a disheveled state, Yao Lao smirked disdainfully before Xiao Yan could even speak. Now thoroughly convinced of Xiao Yan's future potential, Yao Lao understood that Lu Panlong's servitude to Xiao Yan was indeed a fortuitous twist of fate. In essence, Xiao Yan has yet to fully mature. Otherwise, given this individual's caliber, he would merely be a servant to a servant of a servant. Currently, you are but a humble third-tier alchemist, blissfully unaware of the monumental fortune that has befallen you. It is only when you ascend to the rank of a sixth-tier alchemist that you may comprehend the magnitude of your luck today. A peculiar smile gracing his lips. The medicine elder, upon Xiao Yan's nod, once more directed his finger to press upon Lu Panlong's forehead. In an instant, a plethora of scraps, which held little value for the medicine elder, were thrust into Lu Panlong's mind. While this overwhelming influx of information was trivial for the elder, it was an immense treasure for Lu Panlong, prompting him to clutch his head and softly lament for a brief moment. Yet, mere moments later, as he began to grasp the vast array of information, an expression of unparalleled joy illuminated Lu Panlong's face. This is... Overwhelmed by the precious knowledge flooding his mind, Lu Panlong found himself trembling with excitement. Those scraps, nearly worthless to the medicine elder, were enough to make any sixth-tier alchemist envious. The knowledge, cascading upon Lu Panlong, a mere third-tier alchemist, felt akin to a pauper suddenly acquiring a treasure rivaling kingdoms. Now that you have become my Xiao family's medicinal servant, it is only natural that I assist you in enhancing your alchemical skills. Xiao Yan's complexion slightly paled as he employed the Soul Clan's secret technique, the Soul Seal, a task quite taxing for his soul, which was barely comparable to that of a fourth-tier alchemist. As long as you commit yourself to serving my Xiao family diligently, I assure you that within a decade, you will at least attain the rank of a fifth-tier or even a sixth-tier alchemist. After delivering this promise, Xiao Yan tossed Lu Panlong a sweet date. Although, with the Soul Seal at his disposal, he could easily exploit Lu Panlong to the fullest, Xiao Yan preferred to instill some motivation. After all, true efficiency can only be ignited by the allure of rewards. Furthermore, a third-tier alchemist is simply too weak. Such a rank diminishes even the value of servitude. Thank you, Master. I shall undoubtedly exert myself for you henceforth. As Lu Panlong continued to digest the vast information imparted by the medicine elder, the gloom that once clouded his face dissipated, replaced by an excited gleam in his eyes. The initial resistance he harbored began to transform into eagerness in that fleeting moment. Had you revealed these treasures sooner, I would have ceased my resistance. Xiao Yan, taken aback by Lu Panlong's swift change of heart, nodded gently. With the presence of this elderly figure, he and the medicine elder found themselves liberated from their previous constraints. With the treasures cast forth by the medicine elder, it was believed that Lu Panlong would soon achieve the rank of a fourth-tier alchemist, which would sufficiently serve the needs of the Xiao family for the time being. Master, I have urgent matters to report. The reason I approached the Xiao family is due to the mischief of the Gale family lurking in the shadows. It was Gale Bai, the patriarch of the Gale family, who informed me of Lu Shi's encounter with you. It seems he intends to use me against you. Lu Panlong's demeanor shifted dramatically, as if the fear instilled by Xiao Yan's methods or the overwhelming knowledge from the medicine elder had humbled the once arrogant alchemist in mere minutes. Is it the old rogue Gale Bai who is behind this? Upon hearing this revelation, Xiao Yan could not help but pause in surprise, his lips curling into a resigned smile. Who would have thought that in this rebirth, the Gale family would be the first adversary I must confront? Given Xiao Yan's prior status and power, he found no inclination to engage with such insignificant beings, for how could an ant ever hope to challenge a dragon? However, ignoring them was one thing. If they dared to approach him, they could only blame their misfortune. Yet, a flicker of curiosity crossed Xiao Yan's mind. If you are aware that the Gale family intends to use you as a pawn, why did you still come to my Xiao family? To report to you, Master, ever since I arrived in Wutan City, I have heard of your unparalleled talent. Thus, I did not come seeking vengeance for Lu Shi, but rather to assert my influence and find a way to have you pledge your allegiance to me. Should you rise to greatness, I too shall bask in your glory. Lu Panlong's face bore a sheepish smile as he uttered these words, eliciting an eye roll from Xiao Yan. This old fellow certainly had a way of thinking. If it weren't for his unpleasant memories of Lu Shi, Xiao Yan might have been inclined to humorously dissuade this old man. Alas, having witnessed Xiao Yan's secrets, Lu Panlong would never be granted freedom before Xiao Yan ascended to the rank of a dose saint. Meanwhile, the medicine elder could only smirk derisively, his lips curling into a rare display of mockery. What stature do you possess to seek a disciple of my caliber? How audacious for such a lowly creature to approach a genius in search of a disciple. In response to the elder's scorn, Lu Panlong displayed no signs of humiliation. Instead, he offered an awkward smile. He possessed few merits, save for his thick skin and practicality. In his heart, He acknowledged that he was indeed a mere fish among sharks before such a figure as the medicine elder. Master, how dare the Gale family harbor ill intentions towards you? It is akin to provoking a titan. With but a word from you, I shall rally support to deal with them. Perhaps in an effort to express his loyalty or to seek revenge against the Gale family, Lu Panlong hastily offered his assistance. Very well, then. I shall grant you an opportunity to demonstrate your worth. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yan nodded lightly. Since the Gale family had initiated hostilities, he saw no reason to refrain from casting them out of Wutan City once more. Let them be expelled from Wutan City, but there is no need for excessive bloodshed. Xiao Yan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his youthful countenance radiating a maturity that left Lu Panlong momentarily dazed. This peculiarity evoked a sense of reverence within Lu Panlong. By the way, in the presence of others, it would be prudent not to refer to me as your master. It draws too much attention. After a moment of reflection, Xiao Yan could not help but add, anyone witnessing a third or fourth-tier alchemist addressing a 12 or 13-year-old boy as master would undoubtedly be astonished. Yet, one must also consider appearances. After a brief contemplation, Xiao Yan turned to Lu Panlong and inquired, is there anyone still living from your lineage? Responding to my master, I had but one teacher, a second-tier alchemist, who has been deceased for 20 years. Lu Panlong answered respectfully, then this is quite fortuitous. Xiao Yan nodded in satisfaction, a gentle smile gracing his lips. From now on, you shall refer to me as Little Master Uncle in public. This way, it suggests that I have a formidable figure backing me, shrouding my true connections in mystery, while also avoiding undue scrutiny. The notion of a third or fourth-tier alchemist calling him Little Master Uncle would certainly lead others to speculate about the strength of Xiao Yan's teachers and mentors. Thus, this fabricated backdrop is already sufficient to instill trepidation in a mere minor empire, such as the Gamma Empire. Yes, master. Upon hearing this, Lu Panlong hastily nodded, only to be startled by a light snort from Xiao Yan, prompting him to promptly amend his address. Yes, young master uncle. Chapter 36, Expulsion from Wutan City. So, you say this esteemed elder is a disciple of your senior brother? Within the grand hall of the Xiao family, Xiao Zhan and several elders exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting mutual curiosity. When this third-tier alchemist first arrived at the Xiao family, his countenance bore an air of haughty pride. However, after accompanying Xiao Yan for a brief while, he transformed into a figure of utmost reverence. Indeed, I have a senior brother whom I have yet to meet, currently establishing himself in the Black Horner region, and Little Long is his disciple. Upon encountering my master, he swiftly recognized the aura of our lineage and thus acknowledged the ancestral master on the spot, leading me to naturally assume the role of his young master uncle. Xiao Yan stood beside Lu Panlong, innocently shrugging his shoulders. Hearing Xiao Yan address him as Little Long, Xiao Zhan and the elders exchanged bewildered glances, initially displaying confusion, only to subsequently reveal expressions of delight. According to Xiao Yan's account, this third-tier alchemist, Lu Panlong, would henceforth be residing in the Xiao family for an extended period and, in accordance with Xiao Yan's master's request, would frequently concoct potions for the Xiao family. For a modest clan like the Xiao family, the sudden acquisition of a third-tier alchemist as a member of their household indeed felt akin to a windfall. Excellent. From this day forward, I, the Xiao family, shall allocate a lavish abode for Mr. Panlong to reside and brew potions. Should there be any needs in the future, please do not hesitate to command us. Having accepted this reality, Xiao Zhan decisively and extravagantly designated a splendid courtyard from the Xiao estate to gift to Lu Panlong. Xiao Yan had no objections, as he was always generous with his subordinates. As long as Lu Panlong could contribute adequately to the Xiao family, he would indeed be treated as a valued ally, deserving of ample rewards. Young clan leader, may I inquire what tier of alchemist your senior brother, Mr. Panlong's master, is? The elder on the side suddenly interjected, a hint of curiosity gracing his countenance. At this moment, he held Xiao Yan in high esteem, even addressing him as the young clan leader. Upon hearing the elder's inquiry, Xiao Zhan and the other elders gazed at Xiao Yan and Lu Panlong with keen interest. Probably a 6th tier, I suppose. My senior brother is rather low-key. I would appreciate it if you elders kept this matter to yourselves and did not disseminate it. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yan casually replied, his gaze drifting toward Lu Panlong beside him. Isn't that right, Little Long? Yes, young master uncle. Lu Panlong, momentarily taken aback, quickly nodded vigorously like a chick pecking a grain. My master prefers tranquility, so I shall refrain from revealing his esteemed name. A 6th-tier alchemist. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, Even though Xiao Yan and the others had witnessed Xiao Yan's extraordinary feats multiple times, they could not help but draw in a sharp breath. A sixth-tier alchemist is indeed regarded as one of the highest-ranking alchemists within the Gamma Empire, particularly for the elders. This revelation further deepened their sense of reverence toward Xiao Yan. If his senior brother possessed the prowess of a sixth-tier alchemist, one could only imagine the formidable capabilities of his master. Xiao Yan had not entirely fabricated a lie. He indeed had a senior brother who resided in the Blackhorn region and was indeed a sixth-tier alchemist. However, this senior brother bore no connection to Lu Panlong and had a somewhat strained relationship with him. With Lu Panlong's arrival, the members of the Xiao family began to place even greater importance on Xiao Yan, especially after many observed Lu Panlong, donned in the robes of a third-tier alchemist, displaying utmost respect toward Xiao Yan. Their gazes towards him were imbued with a newfound awe. After settling into the Xiao family, Lu Panlong, without waiting for Xiao Yan's directives, promptly summoned several members of the Xiao Clan, urging them to hasten toward various directions. Their objective was to invite several fighters to confront the Gallia family. While it may prove somewhat arduous for a third-tier alchemist to summon Doling-level experts, it was remarkably effortless to call upon several powerful Dowang-level fighters for assistance. 3 days later, in the midst of the Gallia family's bewildered state, Lu Panlong arrived with a formidable entourage of 8 Dowang-level fighters, directly assaulting the Gallia family. Upon witnessing the arrival of these 8 Dowang-level powerhouses, the previously composed Gallia family instantly fell into a state of panic. After all, the entire Gallia family boasted a mere 5 Dowang-level fighters. Although Lu Panlong's 8 might not directly obliterate the family, a confrontation would undoubtedly result in significant devastation. "Huh! Gallia Bai, you wretched scoundrel, how dare you conspire against me? Today, I shall fulfill the command of my young master uncle and expel your Gallia family from Wutan City." Within the grand hall of the Gallia family, Lu Panlong had reverted to his former haughty demeanor, even more arrogant than before. He intended to unleash the humiliation he had endured from Xiao Yan upon the Gallia family. "Young master uncle? Who is your young master uncle? Why does he wish to confront our Gallia family?" Faced with Lu Panlong's sudden hostility, Gallia Bai and the family's higher-ups were filled with trepidation, their expressions marred by disbelief. This inexplicable young master uncle, who could he possibly be, and what was his motive against the Gallia family? "My young master uncle is none other than Master Xiao Yan of the Xiao Clan." Gazing upon Gallia Bai's terrified expression, Lu Panlong wore a mocking smirk. "Had it not been for your meddling, I would never have fathomed that Master Xiao Yan of the Xiao Clan was indeed my young master uncle. You scoundrel! You attempted to use me to deal with my young master uncle. It is already a mercy from him that your Gallia family is not yet obliterated." He spoke the truth. Had it not been for Gallia Bai's intentional manipulation and withholding of information, he would never have suffered such indignity, becoming Xiao Yan's alchemical servant. Yet it was also due to Gallia Bai's failure to disclose the complete truth that he received guidance from the alchemist elder, allowing him to glimpse the hope of advancing to the 4th, 5th, and even 6th tiers. "Your young master uncle is Xiao Yan." Upon hearing these words, Gallia Bai's countenance instantaneously turned ashen, and even the higher-ups of the Gallia family behind him turned pale. They had initially thought they had enlisted a significant figure to confront Xiao Yan, only to discover that this so-called significant figure had become a mere tool in Xiao Yan's hands after visiting the Xiao family. Indeed, observing Gallia Bai's dismal expression, Lu Panlong maintained his indifferent smile. "Daring to conspire against my young master uncle, with the meager strength of your Gallia family, even 100 of you would not suffice to avoid annihilation. It is only due to my young master uncle's benevolence that he is reluctant to cause excessive bloodshed." With that, he proclaimed, "I give your family 3 days' time. After 3 days, do not let me see any members of the Gallia family in Wutan City. Otherwise, the next time I visit the Gallia family, I shall not be accompanied by mere acquaintances." His words caused the entire upper echelon of the Gallia family to tremble slightly. The disparity between Doling-level experts and Dowang-level fighters, though seemingly minor, was indeed vast. In Wutan City, the combined forces of Dowang-level fighters numbered no less than 20. Yet, Doling-level experts had yet to make their appearance. A combat spirit possesses the formidable power to annihilate the entire Gale family. Even more unsettling for Gale and his kin is the question of the true caliber of the alchemist supporting Xiao Yan. Merely a third-tier alchemist like Lu Panlong can suppress the Gale family to the point where they cannot lift their heads. Thus, the revered master who commands Lu Panlong's utmost respect must be an entity of terrifying might. Such a figure could extinguish them with the same ease as crushing an ant. Chapter 37. Providing them with a home. 3 days later, Amidst the astonished and horrified gazes of the citizens of Wutan City, the once mighty Gale family, prominent in the region, departed in utter disgrace. Before the third-tier alchemist Lu Panlong, the Gale family, once among the three great families of Wutan City, was rendered utterly powerless. What left many in greater shock was that Lu Panlong addressed Xiao Yan of the Xiao family as Little Uncle Master, exhibiting a demeanor of profound respect. This scene prompted a flurry of speculation regarding the immense power of Xiao Yan's sect. Simultaneously, it became evident that a true transformation had occurred in Wutan City, heralding the era where the Xiao family would dominate unchallenged. The equilibrium of power, once held by three factions, had been effortlessly shattered by the peerless genius of the Xiao family. Master, the Gale family has been completely expelled from Wutan City. Within a tranquil courtyard belonging to the Xiao family, Lu Panlong stood in a serene room, his previously haughty demeanor replaced by a respectful gaze directed at Xiao Yan, who sat cross-legged on a bed, immersed in cultivation. Well done. In response, Xiao Yan merely nodded slightly before instructing, from now on, your primary task will be to assist the Xiao family in concocting elixirs. Dedicate 10 days each month to refining basic elixirs, another 10 days to produce foundational spiritual liquids, and the final 10 days to concoct other elixirs. Your background may not be particularly advantageous, yet you have reached the third tier without sufficient guidance. With proper mentorship, the opportunity to ascend to the sixth tier is not beyond reach. At the very least, given your prior experience, achieving the rank of a fourth-tier alchemist in the near term should not pose a challenge. Xiao Yan regarded Lu Panlong but held no extravagant expectations. To him, even with the guidance of the medicinal elder and others, Lu Panlong's ascent to the sixth tier would likely be the limit of his potential, and reaching the seventh tier would be deemed fortunate. Yes, master. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, a fervent glimmer ignited in Lu Panlong's respectful countenance. For an alchemist, there exists no greater thrill than the prospect of enhancing one's alchemical skills. The title of a sixth-tier alchemist had once been a distant dream for Lu Panlong. In his previous trajectory, he had merely aspired to attain the fourth tier before his demise. Yet, by a twist of fate, the possibility of advancing to the sixth tier now lay before him, which explained his rapid and genuine allegiance to Xiao Yan. Regarding the procurement of medicinal materials, you need not concern yourself. Simply focus on alchemy. I have arranged for my teacher to dedicate 2 hours each month to provide you with guidance. Xiao Yan nodded gently and then waved his hand. You may leave now and return to your own place to refine elixirs. Yes, master. Complying with Xiao Yan's command, Lu Panlong respectfully bowed before departing the room. Once Lu Panlong had left, Xiao Yan slowly closed his eyes once more, beginning to absorb the ambient energies of the world. It was not until the silent depths of night that he finally opened his eyes again, feeling the significant increase in the vigor of his fighting spirit. He had attained the rank of a 5-star fighter. As he sensed the robust energy flowing within him, a smile graced Xiao Yan's lips. Transitioning from a 4-star to a 5-star fighter had taken him less than a month. At this pace, even if the subsequent ranks became increasingly arduous, he could prepare to challenge the rank of Dosher within half a year. Once I achieve Dosher, it will be time to seek out exotic flames. Yet, as he contemplated the energy coursing through him, Xiao Yan could not help but shake his head. Without exotic flames, his true potential would remain elusive. Though he possessed a trace of bone spirit cold fire, it paled in comparison to genuine exotic flames. Are you suggesting that we are to commence the official sale of foundational spiritual liquids to the outside world from now on? The following day, as Xiao Yan entered the Maitel auction house, Yafei was taken aback, covering her mouth in astonishment, her enchanting eyes sparkling with delight. Indeed, in addition to the healing elixirs I previously provided, foundational spiritual liquids will now be included among the elixirs offered by the Xiao family. As for our collaboration, it remains with you. Gazing at the exuberant Yafei, who could barely contain her smile, an impish thought flickered in Xiao Yan's mind. With your previous speed in concocting elixirs, the sheer volume of elixirs produced in a month must be staggering. These elixirs have already exceeded the market capacity of this small locale. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, Yafei gently smoothed her chest, attempting to quell her excitement. Yet, her alluring tongue unconsciously brushed against her rosy lips, a subtle temptation that even made Xiao Yan feel a flutter of allure. Since coming to know Xiao Yan over the past 6 months, Yafei had accrued a net profit exceeding 500,000 gold coins. Such a fortune had set her far apart from her peers in the family. Now, the channel Xiao Yan offered seemed even more expansive than before. From now on, you will be responsible for assisting in the procurement of medicinal materials and the sale of elixirs. However, I can only allocate 30% of the profits to you. With a gentle tap on the table, Xiao Yan sipped his tea, a hint of helplessness in his tone. If he was to support the Xiao family, he naturally had to allocate a portion of the profits for the clan. 30% is already a substantial profit for me. If it were any more, I would find it rather unsettling. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, Yufei shook her head, a wry smile crossing her lips. According to Xiao Yan's plan, he would provide the Maitel auction house with 1,000 bottles each of 3 types of first-tier elixirs monthly, along with 10 bottles of foundational spiritual liquid. The potential profits from this arrangement could easily reach hundreds of thousands, if not nearly 1,000,000 gold coins monthly. Even at a 30% share, that would amount to a sum that would make anyone envious. I simply cannot fathom why you, young man, treat me so generously. Gazing into Xiao Yan's clear eyes, Yufei suddenly sighed, a hint of unease flickering in her beautiful gaze. I have my reasons for valuing your presence. Beneath the glow of the crystal chandelier, Xiao Yan maintained a gentle smile as he reached out to smooth the strands of hair falling across Yufei's forehead. His eyes, still remarkably clear, now held a touch of fervor. In his past life, for various reasons, Xiao Yan had never fully expressed his feelings towards this woman. After tens of thousands of years, they remained in a peculiar state of ambiguity. However, having been reborn, he now possessed the confidence to steer the future towards the desired direction. Although having multiple women would inevitably introduce some challenges, Xiao Yan was not one to shy away from minor obstacles. The moment he was reborn, he had already resolved that in this lifetime, he would provide them with a true home. Remember, you are worth such devotion from me. His palm brushed gently against Yufei's delicate cheek, smooth as porcelain, and before the woman could express her embarrassment, Xiao Yan had already turned away with a smile. As she gazed at the retreating figure of the youthful boy, Yufei's fair complexion became increasingly flushed. She could not fathom how a mere 12-year-old child could possess such prowess. However, he seemed on the cusp of turning 13. It was only then that Yufei noticed. Compared to 6 months ago, the boy had unwittingly grown an inch taller. She wondered if she would still have the courage to resist him when he truly matured. A flurry of chaotic thoughts crossed her mind, and a bittersweet smile graced her lips. Unbeknownst to her, her gaze had taken on a hint of shyness and tenderness. Upon Xiao Yan's return to the family after concluding his discussions, he was met with a surprisingly lively atmosphere within what had previously been a rather tranquil household. Curiosity piqued. He pulled a clan member aside and inquired, "What has transpired?" The clan member, initially taken aback by the sudden tug, intended to retort, but was instantly disarmed upon encountering the youthful face, which was a head shorter than his own, causing his expression to shift to one of flattery and astonishment. "Young master, your timing is impeccable. Due to your prodigious talents, the Uba family has voluntarily sought to pledge allegiance to our Xiao clan and become our vassals. The clan leader was just sending for you." Chapter 38, The Uba Family's Allegiance. Seeking me? In response, Xiao Yan nodded slightly. Although the actual power within the Xiao clan still resided with Xiao Zhan and several elders, Xiao Yan understood well that the Uba family's subservience was not merely a testament to Xiao Zhan's personal charisma, but rather a manifestation of their apprehension towards Xiao Yan's potential and the formidable forces looming behind him. Should they hesitate to submit promptly, it would not be long before the Uba family found themselves as the next target of the Gale clan. For the once naive Xiao Yan, such matters may have seemed somewhat overwhelming, but for someone who had stood atop the vast world for millennia, it was merely second nature. "Take me there," he commanded, and the clan member respectfully led him to the grand hall of the Xiao family. Inside, Xiao Zhan and several elders were calmly sipping tea, their expressions revealing a hint of inner turmoil. Opposite them sat a corpulent middle-aged man, devoid of any semblance of a combatant, whose fleshy countenance bore signs of worry, beads of sweat forming on his brow. This man was Uba Pa, the leader of the Uba family. As the sound of footsteps echoed in the hall, Xiao Zhan and the others, including Uba Pa, abruptly lifted their heads, their attention fixated on the approaching figure of the cloaked youth. "Yenner, you have finally returned." Observing the boy drawing closer, a subtle sigh of relief escaped Xiao Zhan and his companions. They turned their gaze to the now tense Uba Pa and inquired, "Yenner, the Uba family wishes to ally with our Xiao clan, becoming a subordinate family. As you are now the young clan leader, your father and the elders would like to hear your thoughts." While this statement seemed as though Xiao Zhan and the elders were evaluating Xiao Yan, it was clear to the astute observer that they were simply seeking his approval. For them, without Xiao Yan's formidable potential and the terrifying influence behind him, it was inconceivable that the Uba family would willingly submit. If the forces backing Xiao Yan chose to withdraw their support, The current Xiao clan would lack the strength to fully subdue the Uba family. Of course, with the techniques bestowed upon him by Xiao Yan, Xiao Zhan was confident that even without external assistance, he could lead the Xiao clan to ascend as the foremost family in Wutan City within a few years. The Uba family seeks to ally with the Xiao clan. Xiao Yan's gaze swept over the corpulent Uba Pa, a knowing smile playing upon his lips. In his previous life, this rotund man had opportunistically attacked the Xiao clan. However, times had changed, though Xiao Yan was still merely a fighter. Eradicating a minor family like the Uba was no formidable task, even without the aid of Yao Lao. Ultimately, it would depend on how the Uba family chose to respond. Uba Pa, Xiao Yan addressed the clan leader with a tranquil demeanor, his dark eyes fixed upon him. The moment their gazes locked, Uba Pa shivered, inexplicably gripped by a sense of dread. Despite the boy being merely 12 years old, he emanated an aura that felt as though it was being scrutinized by a deity. The Uba family's desire to align with the Xiao clan need not be a convoluted affair, Xiao Yan continued, his calm demeanor unwavering. The Uba family now appeared somewhat superfluous to him. Even as a subordinate, he found them lacking in merit. However, for the Xiao clan, they still held a modicum of value. I present you with two options. First, all members of the Uba family who are fighters or higher must ingest a special poison pill I possess. This pill requires an antidote every 6 months to avoid affecting your daily lives. Of course, failure to take the antidote in time will result in even a grand fighter succumbing within a quarter of an hour, their organs turning to liquid, leaving no chance for burial. If you wish to demonstrate the Uba family's loyalty, accept this condition. Second, akin to the Gale family, you may choose to depart Wutan City early, thus preserving some semblance of dignity for the Uba family. Should you reject both options, I cannot guarantee what unpleasantness may ensue in the future. Xiao Yan's words caused Uba Pa's expression to shift dramatically, and even Xiao Zhan and the others could not help but react with surprise at the sheer ruthlessness and efficiency of Xiao Yan's strategy. Controlling the entire Uba family with just a few pills was indeed a masterstroke. Young Master Xiao, your conditions seem rather excessive, Uba Pa remarked. Though his face bore a forced smile, his heart brimming with indignation. Excessive? Xiao Yan replied, fixing his gaze on Uba Pa. I have not driven the Uba family away as I did with the Gale family. I have afforded you a considerable amount of face. With that, Xiao Yan turned away, dismissing Uba Pa entirely. Were it not for the Xiao clan, I would not even deign to acknowledge your Uba family. You have half a month to consider. I hope you do not compel me to take action like I did with the Gale family, as that would be quite undignified. Watching the youth's steady retreat, Uba Pa suddenly felt an overwhelming weight upon his shoulders. Despite being merely a boy of 12 or 13, he radiated a pressure far more formidable than that of Xiao Zhan. His expression darkened as he pondered, ultimately letting out a resigned sigh and offering a salute to Xiao Zhan before leaving in defeat. However, unexpectedly for Xiao Yan, just 3 days later, Uba Pa returned with 4 grand fighters and 16 fighters from the Uba family to the Xiao clan. The resoluteness displayed by the Uba family evoked a hint of astonishment even in Xiao Yan's eyes. Upon inquiry, he learned that after Uba Pa's departure, he had proceeded to the Mitre auction house with several elders of the family to negotiate a hefty sum regarding Yafei. It remained a mystery what that woman had conveyed to instill such determination within the Uba clan. However, recognizing their sincerity, Xiao Yan decided to cease his hesitations and promptly instructed Lu Panlong to present the pre-prepared poison to the higher-ups of the Uba family. The antidote would be held by my father, and from now on, you need only heed his commands. Grateful for a few additional subordinates, Xiao Yan exchanged pleasantries before allowing Xiao Zhan and Lu Panlong to take charge, retreating to focus on his cultivation once more. Chuckling to himself, Lu Panlong regarded the Uba family members, who shared his plight, with a hint of schadenfreude. He lightly patted Uba Pa's portly shoulder, grinning congratulations. You have made the most pivotal decision of your lives. The Uba family shall soar to greatness from this day forth. Chapter 39. More challenging than defeating the Soul Emperor. Soar to greatness? The laughter of Lu Panlong elicited bittersweet smiles from Uba Pa and the higher echelons of the Uba family. Despite Yafei and Lu Panlong's assertions that becoming a vassal of the Xiao clan was not a matter of shame, but rather an opportunity for a glorious future, the reality of becoming subservient, with their very lives at the mercy of another, was undeniably disheartening. Once in Wutan City, 2 families had stood as equals to the Xiao clan. Now, one had been driven away like a stray dog, while the other had chosen to bow in submission. This turn of events filled many Xiao family members with immense pride, as the Xiao Clan had effortlessly resolved the conflict with both families, establishing themselves as the unrivaled dominant force in Wutan City. Yet, amidst their pride, they could not forget the sudden advantage and the source of their newfound glory. The youth at the heart of this matter, however, remained unperturbed. Though he always regarded Wutan City as his hometown, Xiao Yan's heart embraced the vastness of the cosmos. Thus, he paid little heed to the trivialities of Wutan City. 2 months later, at the back mountain of the Xiao family, with a swift motion fueled by a burst of energy, the young girl propelled herself forward, her smooth, jade-like leg driving her towards the boy standing opposite her like a darting swallow. Observing her earnest demeanor, the boy smirked, sidestepped just in time to evade her force. And with a mischievous grin, he swiftly caught her slender waist, dissipating her momentum with a gentle force. Chuckling, he cradled the blushing girl in his arms. Indeed, your progress is remarkable. You've swiftly reached the 8th tier of Do Qi. Gazing at the girl whose chest rose and fell with exhaustion, Xiao Yan tenderly wiped the sweat from her smooth forehead before gently setting her down, all while she cast him a bashful glance. Xiao Yan, you're so mischievous. Every time we spar, you play unfairly. After being released, Sun Er's face flushed crimson, a delightful sight akin to a ripe apple. Ah! Xiao Yan chuckled at Sun Er's playful complaint, choosing not to argue, but instead affectionately ruffled her hair. Have you run out of the spiritual liquid I prepared for you? At his question, Sun Er nodded gently, her feigned fierceness melting into a warm smile. I'm almost out. With your spiritual liquid, my progress has indeed accelerated significantly. That's splendid. You must strive to break through to a 1-star dosher before arriving at Jianan Academy, and then we can enter together. Xiao Yan replied with a soft smile. In his past life, he had ventured first into the Tegel Desert, seeking the skyfire of the Blue Lotus, driven by his own weakness and guided step by step by Yao Lao. However, in this life, armed with invaluable experience, he no longer needed to accumulate strength in the same manner. Now, his focus lay on continuously gathering rare flames to hasten his cultivation. Thus, compared to the arid and dreary Tegel Desert, the chaotic yet bountiful Black Corner region was far more conducive to Xiao Yan's rapid ascent and strength. Beyond this, a rather impish thought lingered in his mind. This time, he aspired to conquer the lofty queen of the serpent people with his own might, rather than relying on the fallen heart flame to exploit her vulnerabilities. Furthermore, he was curious about the unfolding tale with Yun Yun after their reunion, reflecting on how, before achieving the title of Do Wang in his previous life, he had received considerable assistance from these two women. A hint of wicked amusement crept onto Xiao Yan's lips. In this life, I refuse to live off the kindness of others. I shall genuinely win both their hearts and souls with my own strength. Noticing the faint smirk on Xiao Yan's face, Sun Er furrowed her brows lightly and playfully pinched him. Xiao Yan, are you thinking of something improper again? Your grin is practically reaching your ears. Jerked back to reality by her pinch, Xiao Yan met her inquisitive gaze, a rare sensation of being caught red-handed flickering in his dark eyes. Sun Er, if, for reasons beyond my control, I were to develop a special relationship with another woman, would you resent me? Startled by his sudden query, Sun Er's expression shifted from surprise to a pale countenance. Another woman? You mean that vixen, Yafei, right? Sister Xiao Yu was right. All men are the same, including you, Xiao Yan. Tears welled up in Sun Er's eyes as she spoke, her delicate face resembling a porcelain doll adorned with pearls. Though not yet fully matured into a great beauty, she was undeniably endearing. Sun Er, don't be upset. I was merely jesting. Xiao Yan quickly comforted her, his heart twitching at her distress. I was just referring to Yafei alone. With a bitter sigh, Xiao Yan realized that the challenge of winning the hearts of these women was far more daunting than battling the Soul Emperor or even the Heavenly Evil God. After all, his desires extended beyond mere possession. He sought their hearts. Loving a woman encompassed more than mere attraction to her body. It was also about cherishing her dignity. If a person changed, what remained was merely a beautiful facade. Though men may have an inherent weakness for beauty, someone of Xiao Yan's caliber was never lacking in admirers. His fondness for them stemmed from shared beautiful memories and mutual respect for each other's character and temperament. Strength could procure many things, yet fate transcended it all. After much coaxing, Xiao Yan finally managed to lead Sun Er back to his room, only to have the little girl promptly shut the door in his face. Oomph. I won't pay you any mind. Listening to the girl's voice, tinged with a mix of grievance and a hint of sobbing, Xiao Yan couldn't help but let out a gentle sigh. He lingered at the door for a moment before leaving, feeling a twinge of guilt. Time had slipped away, and it was likely time to deliver the goods to Yafei. Exiting Sun'er's courtyard, Xiao Yan shook his head lightly, recalling Yafei's alluring and enchanting visage, which eased his earlier gloom somewhat. However, unbeknownst to him, shortly after his departure, the door reopened to reveal a delicate face marked by sorrow. Although achieving this was more challenging than defeating the Soul Emperor, I shall certainly succeed in this lifetime. Casting aside his distractions, Xiao Yan made his way towards Lu Panlong's courtyard. Upon entering, he was immediately met with the furious bellowing of Yao Lao. Are you an idiot? How can you not grasp such a simple concept? Chapter 40. Leile. Passing through the soul membrane that Yao Lao had meticulously arranged, Xiao Yan stood agape before the sight of Yao Lao, whose eyes flickered with pale, flickering flames. In front of him, Lu Panlong wore a bitter expression, looking as lost as a primary school student. Perhaps sensing Xiao Yan's arrival, Yao Lao took a deep breath and regained his composure. Casting a glance at Xiao Yan and then at Lu Panlong, his disdain all but unmasked. How foolish. Even after such detailed explanations, you still fail to comprehend. No wonder you are still merely a third-tier alchemist at your age. Observing Yao Lao's exasperation, Xiao Yan shrugged, shaking his head slightly. In his previous life, he had considered his talent for cultivation to be quite commendable, yet he only realized later, after traversing the vast world and even breaking through to realms beyond, that he was indeed a genius. The potential for cultivation may have its limits, but the aptitude for comprehension knows no bounds. In his past life, while studying alchemy, he would occasionally face Yao Lao's reprimands, but the instances were infrequent. He even created the formidable Buddha's Fury Fire Lotus during his time as a Dough Master. Conversely, witnessing Lu Panlong being berated to the point of cursing Yao Lao was a first for Xiao Yan, highlighting the disparity in understanding. In the initial stages of cultivation, those with superior talent might enjoy an advantage, allowing for rapid progression. However, as one advances, comprehension becomes increasingly paramount. Power, soul, and physical form can all be enhanced through elixirs, techniques, and rare treasures. But comprehension is nearly impossible to cultivate, save for extraordinary roots like the Bodhi ancient tree, which is a rare occurrence. Starting from Do Shang, comprehension truly surpasses all other talents, becoming the essence of the cultivation journey, especially beyond the realms of Tianzun and even the Dominator, where it serves as the key to deciphering the laws of the universe and making further advancements. Take Lu Panlong, for example. His comprehension is abysmally poor. The same principles of alchemy that Yao Lao could explain once would be effortlessly grasped by Xiao Yan, who could even extrapolate from them. Yet, even if Yao Lao were to repeat himself thrice, Lu Panlong would remain utterly confused. This exemplifies the gap in comprehension. Thus, Xiao Yan surmised that becoming a sixth-tier alchemist was likely Lu Panlong's utmost limit. Even with Yao Lao's guidance, aspiring to be a seventh-tier alchemist would prove exceedingly difficult for him. To achieve rewards through effort is a fortunate circumstance for anyone. And after enduring countless lifetimes and witnessing myriad beings struggle to break through their limitations, Xiao Yan recognized the magnitude of his own fortune. Teacher, there is no need to be so angry. His comprehension is simply like this. It cannot be changed. Please don't let it harm your spirit. Xiao Yan reassured Yao Lao, nodding in acknowledgement of Lu Panlong's grateful gaze. Master, all the elixirs for this month have been refined and are now stored in the spatial ring, Lu Panlong said, presenting a spatial ring to Xiao Yan with a grateful expression. Although Yao Lao's guidance greatly improved his alchemical skills, the feeling of being scolded was indeed quite unpleasant. Gripping the spatial ring, Xiao Yan nodded appreciatively. You may continue. He waved his hand dismissively and exited Lu Panlong's courtyard. Shortly after, Yao Lao's sigh echoed once more through the small courtyard. Alas, how can you be so foolish? As Xiao Yan leisurely strolled along the bustling street, twirling the spatial ring in his hand, the setting sun cast a golden hue, elongating his shadow across the pavement. Perhaps due to his relentless training and the consumption of various spiritual herbs to unlock his body's potential, Xiao Yan had grown taller than he had in his previous life, developing more rapidly by about a year. At this age, a boy can grow at an astonishing pace within just half a year, often unnoticed by others. In a mere span of 2 to 3 months, Xiao Yan had inadvertently gained considerable height. Of course, it wasn't just his stature that had surged. His cultivation had also progressed rapidly over the past 2 months. He was now a bona fide 7-star dough fighter, and the 8-star was no longer so far out of reach. Last month, Yafei had already sold the surplus elixirs to the imperial capital and other major cities. It remained to be seen what effects this would yield. Humming a carefree tune, Xiao Yan approached Yafei's office. greeted by the respectful demeanor of several guards from the Mitre auction house, only to notice that the expressions of two guards appeared somewhat off. Before he could inquire, faint sounds of argument drifted from within the office. Despite the door's soundproofing, Xiao Yan's keen spiritual perception allowed him to discern the conversation with clarity. Lately, this auction house in Wutan City is the result of my hard work over the past year. Do you think you can lay claim to it just because you have a few elders backing you? Yafei's voice was laced with anger, yet if one listened closely, a hint of unease could be detected. Xiao Yan quickly grasped that she seemed to lack confidence. Ha ha ha, Yafei, what good is this talk? If you truly disagree, let those old fogies behind you come forward and speak for you. A mocking laugh filled with a hint of lewdness rang out from across the table. Without hesitation, Xiao Yan pushed open the office door. The guards at the entrance made no attempt to stop him. Clearly, they were well acquainted with this young master of the Xiao family, and even held a measure of respect for him. In Wutan City, who didn't he know the reputation of this young master? The recent upheavals in Wutan City had been stirred by this very young clan leader. As Xiao Yan swung the door open, 3 pairs of eyes turned simultaneously towards him. He calmly observed the 3 individuals before him. The enchanting and mature Yafei, who usually exuded charm, now bore a rare expression of annoyance and disdain. Yet, upon seeing Xiao Yan, her beautiful eyes lit up with surprise, accompanied by a trace of deeply concealed worry. Seated opposite Yafei was a slightly pallid young man clad in white. His appearance bore an uncanny resemblance to Lu Shi from the past, easily identifiable as a man driven by insatiable lust. As Xiao Yan gazed upon the youth's countenance, which seemed hollowed out by indulgence, he struggled to recall the identity of this individual. In his former life, this fellow named Liu had suffered a dire fate at the hands of Bodong, alongside his grandfather. To his astonishment in this life, he found himself presented on a silver platter, much like Lu Shi. Beside Liu stood a robust man, exuding the demeanor of a bodyguard. Though this brawny figure did not wear his lust so visibly, his eyes betrayed a smoldering desire when they fell upon Yafei. Such gazes were not only commonplace for Yafei, but had also become a familiar sight for Xiao Yan. After all, how could one resist the allure of a woman so enchantingly seductive? However, accustomed as he was, Xiao Yan, who had already claimed Yafei for himself, would not allow any other man to encroach upon his territory. After a fleeting moment assessing the formidable physique of the bodyguard and gauging his strength to be at the Dome Master level, Xiao Yan finally turned his attention back to Yafei, inquiring with a gentle smile, "What troubles you?" Chapter 41. The Enigmatic Xiao Yan. What troubles you? Upon hearing Xiao Yan's soothing voice, Yafei's previously restless heart found a semblance of tranquility. It was remarkable how such a voice, still tinged with the vestiges of youth, could instantly assuage her anxiety. Taking a deep breath and smoothing her bosom, which had nearly captivated Liu, she softly replied, "The elders of my family wish to transfer the business in Wutan City to this man in place of me." Ultimately, it boiled down to the substantial profits generated by this branch in Wutan City during this period, which even surpassed many first-tier cities within the empire. Hearing Yafei's words, Xiao Yan nodded in understanding. Indeed, since his rebirth, his methods had proven significantly more effective than in his previous life, resulting in a staggering financial gain over the past 6 months. Yafei's share of the profits had likely approached nearly $1 million in net earnings, a sum vastly greater than what he had provided her in his former existence. Considering the entire Meitel family's branches across the Jia Ma Empire, only the Meitel headquarters in the imperial capital possessed such formidable revenue-generating capabilities. Such a colossal profit was undeniably enticing. Yet, did the foolish members of the Meitel family not recognize that the success of the Wutan City branch was primarily due to their capable subordinate? Did they not fear that replacing her would lead to their downfall? A $1 million revenue branch was surely of utmost importance even for a behemoth like the Meitel family. With a disdainful glance at Liu, who sat across from her, Yafei was about to elucidate further when she was abruptly interrupted. "Kid, where did you sneak in from? How dare you call the Meitel family fools?" Slowly rising, Liu glared menacingly at Xiao Yan. The sudden intrusion of a young boy had already irked him, and seeing Yafei treat this boy so amiably only intensified his irritation, especially after Xiao Yan had the audacity to publicly insult the Meitel family. Liu could hardly contain his fury. The fool Xiao Yan referred to her none other than him and his grandfather. Ignoring Liu's outburst, Xiao Yan remained composed, calmly addressing Yafei. "Do not mind him, please continue." Observing Xiao Yan's demeanor, Yafei felt a deeper sense of calm wash over her. Her enchanting eyes fixed on him, flickering with a peculiar light. "They cannot openly replace me. However, They have conducted their investigations and realized that my rapid rise in Wutan City is primarily due to my association with a renowned alchemist. At this point, Yafei's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. You have no idea. When I brought the Foundation establishment liquid to the Imperial capital recently, it caused quite a stir. The price even soared to 60,000 gold coins at one point. Naturally, they have come here to poach my talent. Yafei, why are you discussing such matters with a child? These things are about to become family secrets. Witnessing Yafei's sudden charm and laughter in front of Xiao Yan, Liu felt a surge of jealousy. Despite Xiao Yan being merely a boy, this woman had never shown him such warmth. Get this brat out of here. Liu commanded his burly bodyguard to expel Xiao Yan. Liu, how dare you? Upon hearing Liu's command, Yafei's expression turned icy, her beautiful eyes glinting with frost as she glared at him. With a wave of her hand, 2 guards entered the room. On my territory, treating my friend this way? Do you really think I would hesitate to act against you? Ha, Yafei, let's not discuss anything else. Even your 2 guards are unlikely to match my bodyguard. Liu smirked, reveling in his perceived dominance. Today, I shall wreak havoc on your territory. What can you do about it? Women should just obediently remain in their families like decorative vases. Seeing Yafei's fury, a vindictive pleasure surged within Liu. Yet Yafei, with her brows furrowed in anger, soon revealed a cold smile. Parting her luscious lips, she spoke in a chilling tone. Trust me, should you harm him, you will certainly regret it. Ha! Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Just a kid. Even if I were to act against him, what could possibly happen? Liu scoffed at Yafei's warning, signaling his bodyguard to proceed with expelling Xiao Yan. Sigh, why do you insist on presenting yourselves before me for a lesson in humility? Amidst the tense atmosphere, a voice tinged with exasperation suddenly broke through. Xiao Yan slowly raised his head, his dark eyes devoid of emotion as they met Liu's, causing the latter to shiver inexplicably. Little brat, trying to be mysterious. Liu suppressed his unwelcome sense of unease and prepared to instruct his bodyguard to use more force when he noticed Xiao Yan's gaze had locked onto the brawny guardian. Fall! In the astonished gazes of Yafei and Liu, Xiao Yan snapped his fingers. In an instant, the 6-star Dome Master bodyguard let out a cry of agony before his body stiffened and collapsed to the ground. Thud! The heavy body crashed to the floor, eyes closed. Resembling a corpse, the dull thud echoed in the hearts of all present, transforming their astonishment into sheer horror. What on earth has this youth done? With merely a snap of his fingers, he has caused a formidable Dome Master to collapse lifelessly. While it is not uncommon for powerful beings capable of slaying Dome Masters to exist within the Mitre family, and even those who could dispatch them with ease are plentiful, to incapacitate a Dome Master with just a flick of the fingers is a display of an incomprehensible and formidable skill that even the patriarch of the Mitre family, the Dowang Tangshan, would likely be incapable of achieving. Gazing upon the serene, yet slightly amused countenance of the youth, a chill unfurls from the soles of the onlookers' feet. Paying no heed to the fearful glances of the crowd, Xiao Yan wore a smile as he stepped deliberately toward the retreating Lei Lu. For someone like you, whose mind is consumed solely by thoughts of women, I am merely offering you a chance for redemption, yet it proves to be an arduous task. As he spoke, Xiao Yan reached out and seized Lei Lu by the collar. I'll fight you, with his collar grasped firmly. Whether due to the terror he had just experienced or the perception that Xiao Yan had a hidden powerhouse backing him, a look of panic and ferocity twisted Lei Li's features. The aura of a 7-star Dome Master erupted forth, unmistakably revealing his strength. However, before he could unleash his abilities, a long hand met him head-on, the force of which scattered his Do Chi as if it were mere dust. Smack! The crisp sound of a slap reverberated through the spacious office, leaving the surrounding guards momentarily stunned by the spectacle. Meanwhile, Yafei, seated behind Xiao Yan, could not suppress the slight parting of her rosy lips in astonishment. Lei Lu, who had just been struck by Xiao Yan, now wore a similar expression of bewilderment. Yet, as the initial shock subsided, a wave of humiliation and rage turned his face a deep shade of crimson, effectively masking the imprint of Xiao Yan's palm. You little bastard! I shall kill you! Lei Lu roared in a fit of furious indignation, his scattered Do Chi gathering once more in a frenzy. In his madness, he contemplated unleashing a lethal Do technique upon Xiao Yan. However, before his Do Chi could consolidate, that long hand once again swung toward his other cheek. Smack! Once more, Lei Li's Do Chi was shattered, leaving him utterly powerless to resist. You scoundrel, I shall slay you. Smack! You have incurred the wrath of the young master. There will be dire consequences. Smack! The crisp slaps continued to echo throughout the hall, as the rage in Lei Li's eyes gradually transformed into fear. By the end, desperation and pleading were evident in his gaze. At this moment, the relentless barrage of slaps had left his mind ringing, and his consciousness began to blur. What was once a relatively handsome visage had swollen grotesquely, resembling that of a pig, as the pain from the incessant slaps continued to resound. With a mouthful of blood and a few shattered teeth expelled from his lips, Xiao Yan finally withdrew his hand, casually wiping it on a silk handkerchief taken from Yafei's desk, a satisfied smile gracing his face. While the notion of reincarnation held little allure for a being of his unparalleled caliber, the exhilarating sensation of effortlessly crushing the detestable remnants of his previous life was indeed gratifying. "I have thoroughly dealt with you," he remarked, tossing Lei Lu aside. After a brief moment of recovery, Lei Li's awareness gradually returned. Once lucid, the excruciating pain and inner fury swiftly engulfed his already scant reason. Utilizing the dou qi that had not been dispersed by Xiao Yan, Lei Lu let out a garbled roar, his energy surging forth, coalescing into his palm. With a low rumble akin to thunder resonating from within, he then hurled the explosive force toward Xiao Yan with ferocious intent. "Be careful." Upon witnessing Lei Li's frenzied attack, Yafei could not help but cry out, aware that Lei Lu was a 7-star dome master and, with his grandfather being a high-ranking member of the family, he possessed a set of profound dou techniques. Although she understood that a mysterious powerhouse likely protected Xiao Yan from the shadows, her concern was palpable. Catching the worried expression on Yafei's alluring face, a smile played at the corners of Xiao Yan's lips. Without even fully turning his head, he unleashed a punch, now imbued with an iron-like hardness, which crashed into Lei Li's palm with tremendous force. A low thud accompanied by the sound of splintering bones echoed through the air, and in the next moment, Lei Lu emitted a piercing scream, crashing into the wall behind him like a cannonball. The sheer force embedded him partially into the wall, rendering him unconscious as he slid down lifelessly to the floor. This. Yafei could not help but cover her gaping mouth with her delicate hand, the shock on her face lingering. Just moments ago, Xiao Yan had incapacitated a dome master with a mere snap of his fingers, which she found peculiar. Yet recalling the formidable sect behind him, she rationalized it. However, witnessing Xiao Yan effortlessly subdue Lei Lu as though he were a mere chick and then knock him out with a single punch was a stark reality that left her astounded. After all, Lei Lu was a genuine 7-star dome master, and despite having unleashed a profound dou technique, he was still knocked unconscious by Xiao Yan's fist. You cannot possibly have become a dome master already." Gazing at Xiao Yan in disbelief, Yafei could not restrain her exclamation. The absurd thought that flitted through her mind sent her heart racing. Considering his age, Xiao Yan had only just surpassed 13. If he had indeed become a dome master at such a tender age, it was nothing short of extraordinary. "Well, the path to becoming a dome master may still take some time," Xiao Yan replied with a gentle shake of his head, his gaze falling upon the two guards, who were likewise in a state of shock. With a subtle gesture, he dismissed them, and they obeyed, closing the door behind them. If they had previously respected Xiao Yan due to his status, now they were compelled to revere him for his overwhelming strength. Once the guards had departed, Yafei finally exhaled slowly, allowing her astonishment to abate somewhat, and her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Xiao Yan. "You truly are a remarkable enigma. Since our acquaintance, I have grown somewhat desensitized to the extraordinary." Hearing Yafei's words, Xiao Yan merely smiled non-committally, before noticing her gaze fixated on the unconscious Lei Lu, and he sighed softly. "However, by severely injuring this fellow, you have truly incurred the wrath of his grandfather. That old man is a genuine dou spirit powerhouse. This may lead to considerable trouble in the future." Despite Yafei's warning, no trace of concern crossed Xiao Yan's features. "What turbulence can a mere dou spirit conjure? The reason your family dispatched this fool was to establish a new commercial connection with the alchemist behind me, intending to sideline you. Rest assured, as long as I draw breath, such a thing shall never come to pass." Regarding the matters concerning the upper echelons of the Miter family, Xiao Yan cast a glance at Yafei, suddenly breaking into a mysterious smile as he whispered, "You may convey a message to the patriarch of your Miter family, Tung Shan, informing him that Bodong is still alive." Bodong is still alive? Yafei was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the significance of those 6 words. As long as you deliver this phrase to Tung Shan, trust me, the trivial matters of the Miter family will no longer trouble you, and Tung Shan will undoubtedly align himself with you. Observing the look of confusion on Yafei's face, Xiao Yan couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. "The patriarch will surely stand by my side." Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, Yafei found herself momentarily lost in thought. Tung Shan, the patriarch of the Miter family, was a genuine Do Wang powerhouse. Could it be that just these 6 words would compel him to steadfastly support her? What kind of charm did Xiao Yan possess that a Do Wang would be swayed by a mere utterance? In her moment of distraction, she realized that the young man had unconsciously wrapped his arm around her slender waist. Sister Yafei, having alleviated so many of your troubles, shouldn't there be some form of reward? A slight tremor coursed through her body as she gazed into the fervent eyes of the boy, now standing at her height. A captivating flush suddenly rose on her enchanting face. Chapter 43. Are you Xiao Yan? The young boy before her seemed to be growing at an astonishing rate, and the warmth of his breath sent a deeper crimson to Yafei's cheeks. Stealing a glance at Xiao Yan, she found herself devoid of any anger. Each time I encounter you, I am subjected to your teasing. As she looked into the ardent yet ungrasping brilliance of his eyes, Yafei forcibly suppressed the fluttering in her heart. Taking a deep breath, she exhaled only after feeling Xiao Yan's chest pressed against her softness. Speak, you little rascal. What kind of reward do you desire? I cannot grant you anything excessive. I, Xiao Yan, am not one to be ruled by such base instincts. Yet I'm not an entirely virtuous gentleman. Observing Yafei's peach-like beauty, Xiao Yan remained far more composed than she, gently patting his face before moving closer to her without waiting for a reaction. You scoundrel. Yafei felt a mix of shyness and irritation at Xiao Yan's audacity. However, recalling the assistance he had provided her over the past days, especially the memory of his clear eyes, she found herself inexplicably leaning in, her rose-like lips brushing lightly against his cheek. Hey, have you forgotten to eat? Just as she thought she had escaped, Xiao Yan's dissatisfied mutter reached her ears. You little rascal, at such a young age, you've already mastered the tricks of those old lechers. In a moment of impulse, Yafei overlooked Xiao Yan's earlier display of strength, indignantly pinching his ear with her delicate fingers, her face aflame as she shot him an exasperated glance. Adding to her allure, Xiao Yan, undeterred by her actions, chuckled, gently freeing his ear from her grasp, his fingers brushing against her palm as he temporarily concluded their playful banter. He then approached the fallen burly man, delivering a sharp slap to his face. Under Yafei's astonished gaze, the man shuddered and, moments later, opened his eyes in a mix of pain and confusion. However, upon recognizing the smiling visage of the youth before him, terror washed over the man's face, his body trembling as he gazed at Xiao Yan, his voice quaking. Master, spare me, please. The burly man's gaze, filled with dread, met Xiao Yan's gentle countenance, yet his heart was consumed by fear. While others might surmise that Xiao Yan's ability to silently fell a doe stemmed from the influence of a powerful ally, only this doe could fathom the true nature of his predicament. Merely meeting Xiao Yan's gaze had felt akin to having his soul pierced by a spear, an agony far surpassing any physical pain. This was why he had fainted from sheer torment. He was convinced that the horrifying attack, capable of rendering one unconscious in an instant, had originated from a youthful boy before him, whose face still bore traces of innocence. Such a dreadful technique wielded by one so remarkably young was indeed unsettling. I shall not take your life. Casting a glance at the man's frightened expression, Xiao Yan gently shook his head. He was not a killer. If unnecessary, he preferred to resolve matters through gentler means. Of course, this was contingent upon the other party not posing a threat to him or provoking his ire. Otherwise, Xiao Yan was no paragon of virtue. In his previous life, ascending from obscurity to the pinnacle of the Doqi continent and beyond was not achieved through benevolence. It was a reputation forged in the crucible of countless battles and bloodshed. Take your master and inform the fools of the Miter family that if they wish to provoke a group of high-level alchemists, they should feel free to send their people to Wutan City. Furthermore, as for business in Wutan City, I recognize only Yafei. Should anyone else be sent, there shall be no necessity for cooperation. Though Xiao Yan's second statement was delivered with a casual demeanor, it caused both Yafei and the Doshur to stiffen in varying degrees. You are the genius of the Xiao family from Wutan City, Xiao Yan. As the burly man stared at the youthful, delicate face before him, he finally grasped the magnitude of the enemy they had crossed. Since the beginning of this year, Xiao Yan's reputation had transcended Wutan City, spreading throughout the Jiama Empire, eventually reaching the imperial capital. Achieving the rank of Doshur at the age of 11 had made Xiao Yan a figure of awe and anticipation, with many speculating the emergence of a Do-Huang powerhouse in the Jiama Empire. However, becoming an alchemist at the age of 12 had sent shockwaves throughout the empire. After all, even with its long-standing history, it was nearly impossible to find a 12-year-old alchemist within its annals. This extraordinary talent far surpassed that of the famed Dan Wang Gu He. Moreover, the recent stir caused by the Foundation building elixir in the imperial capital was not to be overlooked, as such medicinal concoctions capable of enhancing Doqi cultivation were exceedingly rare in the Jiama Empire. Xiao Yan's involvement was evident, and many pondered whether a more formidable alchemist than Gu He stood behind him. Though this young man had yet to leave Wu Tan City, his name had silently permeated the entirety of the Jiama Empire. Yes, my lord, I shall certainly relay your words. In contrast to the rumors circulating about Xiao Yan, the Doshir had witnessed the true Xiao Yan firsthand and was profoundly shaken by his terrifying abilities, leading to an overwhelming sense of reverence toward him. As he spoke, he hurriedly seized the unconscious Lei Lu and, in a flustered manner, pushed open the door, darting outside. Gazing at the retreating figure of the burly man and the thunderbolt in his hand, a flicker of indifference flashed through Xiao Yan's eyes. A person like Thunderbolt is unlikely to be much cleaner than Lu Shi. If it weren't for his desire to keep his cards close to his chest and spare Yafei any unnecessary troubles, this scoundrel would have likely been reduced to ashes today. However, refraining from eliminating him now does not imply that Xiao Yan would let him off the hook. For such individuals evoke a deep-seated disdain within him. Once he retrieves Hai Bodong in the future, Thunderbolt will no longer warrant Xiao Yan's intervention. Just as he intended to bid farewell to Yafei, Xiao Yan turned around only to find her beautiful eyes fixed intently upon him, as if ignited by a special glimmer. What else with that gaze? Haven't you ever seen a man as dashing as me? With a mischievous smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, Xiao Yan noticed Yafei biting her red lips and nodding with a smile. I must admit, you do look quite handsome today. Chapter 44, Apologies. A faint blush once again graced Yafei's cheeks as she candidly acknowledged it. Indeed, there was a unique charisma about Xiao Yan, a charm that stemmed from his character and perception, bestowing upon him an admirable aura. Often, it transcends mere appearance and age, and even bears little relevance to strength and status. Naturally, should one possess these attributes, their allure would be magnified exponentially, rendering them truly dazzling. At this moment, Xiao Yan's inherent charm was amplified by his domineering approach and composed demeanor. It is unfathomable to think how many hearts he will captivate as he matures. With her jade-like hand cradling her delicate cheek, Yafei murmured softly, only to be suddenly startled by Xiao Yan's approach. I'm not particularly concerned about making other girls swoon, but if I can bring a flutter to Sister Yafei's heart, that would indeed be a gratifying achievement. Leaning in close to Yafei's enchanting countenance, a roguish grin spread across Xiao Yan's face. As he spoke, he unexpectedly held her porcelain face in his hands, drawing closer until their lips met with a soft smack. The sound resonated clearly within the room, and after a moment, Xiao Yan chuckled, savoring the lingering taste. Observing Yafei's wide-eyed astonishment, he remarked playfully, a kiss like that is bound to elicit some notice. You, caught off guard by Xiao Yan's sudden advance, even Yafei, with her temperament, felt her face flush crimson, especially when she considered that this boy before her was merely 13 years old. An absurd sensation enveloped her heart. Yet by the time she regained her composure, Xiao Yan had already reached the doorway. Casting her a playful glance, he exited with a somewhat audacious smile. Yafei remained seated, staring blankly at the gradually diminishing figure of the boy. After a while, once the crimson hue on her cheeks subsided, she disdainfully wiped away the remnants of saliva from her lips. Little rogue, with a light pout, Yafei was astonished to discover that she felt no aversion toward Xiao Yan's audacious act. In fact, deep within her heart, a stirring of joy, one she had not even recognized, was quietly blossoming. As Xiao Yan strolled through the streets of Wutan City, his spirits were remarkably high. Humming a cheerful tune, he leisurely made his way back to the Xiao family compound. Young master, as he walked past the clan members. They greeted him with utmost reverence. Even Xiao Ning, who had previously harbored some resentment toward Xiao Yan, treated him with great respect upon seeing him. He had come to fully comprehend the vast gulf that lay between them, a disparity so profound it could induce despair. As for Xiao Yu, after being dealt with by Xiao Yan and receiving the benefits of the qi gathering powder once more, he now averted his gaze from Xiao Yan. The saying goes that one who partakes of another's gift cannot afford to be harsh, since obtaining that qi gathering powder. Xiao Yu felt it was inappropriate to confront Xiao Yan. This was precisely why the clan members grew increasingly respectful toward Xiao Yan, not only due to his elevated status, but also because of the substantial benefits he brought to the family. For instance, the Foundation Establishment Elixir, which was being sold in the outside world for 40 to 50,000 gold coins, could be purchased by the younger generation of the Xiao Clan for merely 20,000 coins. In fact, some exceptionally talented clan youths could even receive a portion of the Foundation Establishment Elixir free of charge. Thanks to Xiao Yan, the Xiao family had risen to become the preeminent force in Wutan City in just half a year, and they had all benefited significantly from it. Nodding and smiling at the clan members along the way, Xiao Yan slowly returned to his room, but his expression shifted slightly, as if recalling something. Oh no, so not? Remembering how she had been upset earlier today, because of him, a sense of guilt welled up within Xiao Yan. Just as he resolved to soothe her, an idea struck him. He first headed to where the clan stored fruits, picked up 2 green tangerines, and meticulously wiped them down with their peels before exhaling and making his way towards Sun Er's room. It was spring, and Wutan City was ablaze with blooming flowers. The Xiao family compound was no exception, bursting forth in vibrant colors. Along the way, he coincidentally encountered Xiao Mei, who was gathering flowers. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Yan cleverly procured a couple of her blossoms. "Cousin, you finally came to find me." Seeing Xiao Yan request 2 bunches of flowers, Xiao Mei was overjoyed. Ever since Xiao Yan had plummeted to the 3rd tier of Doqi last year, he had shown no interest in the young maidens of the clan, focusing solely on Sun Er, which left Xiao Mei feeling somewhat disheartened, yet helpless. Had it been anyone else, she might have reflected on whether she had made a mistake. But in the presence of Sun Er, she was acutely aware that she could not compare. "Mei Er, your flowers are truly beautiful," smiling as he ruffled Xiao Mei's hair. Xiao Yan bundled the blossoms together and departed. "Cousin, where are you going?" Xiao Mei asked, puzzled. "To refine medicine. These flowers will enhance the clarity and focus of my concoctions." His words sent Xiao Mei into a fit of excitement. Yet she had no inkling that after obtaining the flowers, Xiao Yan would turn and head to Sun Er's courtyard. The serene courtyard was left unlatched, and Xiao Yan crept in silently, finding the young girl seated on a bamboo chair, looking quite haggard as she hugged her knees. "Will Brother Xiao Yan be hurt by my harsh words today?" Resting her pale chin on her knees, the girl murmured softly. "What would I do if Brother Xiao Yan truly found another woman? A person like him will never lack for exceptional women by his side." As these thoughts crossed her mind, she let out a soft sigh, her gaze taking on a resolute self-deception. "Even if Brother Xiao Yan were to have another woman in the future, I wouldn't leave him." In the next moment, her large, glistening eyes shimmered with unshed tears. But I truly don't want to share Brother Xiao Yan with anyone else." As night fell, the spring breeze gently fluttered the girl's lavender skirt, and a slender silk ribbon outlined her tiny, wasp-like waist. Her long, jet-black hair was draped in a hazy halo by the rising moonlight. The silvery glow grew thicker, spilling softly over her fair, jade-like cheeks. 2 streaks of pearl-like teardrops rolled down, lending an ethereal, broken beauty to her exquisitely delicate face bathed in moonlight. Watching the girl huddle helplessly, sobbing quietly, Xiao Yan's heart suddenly felt as if pierced by a knife. He slowly stepped into the courtyard. When the girl turned around, her eyes filled with fluster, Xiao Yan suddenly pulled Sun Er into his arms, as if trying to meld the girl into his very being. Warmth and a faint, elegant fragrance wrapped around him. Xiao Yan rested his chin gently on the girl's forehead. "Yem sorry, Sunna." Chapter 45. The white-clad maiden of Green Hill Town. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's voice, Sun Er's delicate body trembled slightly. After a moment, she too stretched out her snow-white wrists and hugged him softly. "It's all right as long as Brother Xiao Yan never leaves me." The girl's soft, gentle words filled Xiao Yan's heart with even more guilt. Though in this life, with his immense power, he might be able to make up for the regrets of his past life, for Sun Er, a relationship that was already far from perfect would likely be stained with even more flaws. For this, even with Xiao Yan's temperament, he found himself lost for words. His mind could only dwell on how to make amends to the girl in his arms in the days to come. A girl like her, if he were to lose her, then his rebirth in this life would have been for nothing. The moonlight was cool. The young man and girl leaned quietly against each other. After a long while, soft breathing drifted up from his embrace. Xiao Yan lowered his head and saw that the girl in his arms had fallen asleep. He carefully lifted her by the waist and gently laid her on the bed. Gazing at her beautiful, immature, yet already breathtaking face, Xiao Yan let out a slow breath. He pressed a light kiss on her smooth forehead, then turned and left the courtyard, sitting cross-legged on a bamboo chair. "I may not be able to give you a perfect, unblemished love, but I will still make you happier than any other woman in this world." He whispered silently to himself, banishing all distracting thoughts from his mind, before slowly sinking into cultivation. The night passed in vigil. When a morning frost of dawn dampened Xiao Yan's shoulders, a jade-like little hand finally brushed the dew gently off his clothes. Is Brother Xiao Yan punishing himself? Did you ever stop to think that it would break my heart to see you like this? A slightly reproachful voice rang out. Xiao Yan opened his eyes and saw the girl, pure and elegant as a green lotus, standing gracefully before him. Huh, I just didn't want to disturb your rest by staying inside. Xiao Yan stretched slowly, his body letting out a series of crackling pops like roasting beans. As he stood up, blazing fire tribute dough, chi swirled around his body twice, instantly drying his damp clothes. Watching him, Sun let out a soft huff, pouting slightly as she said, as punishment for yesterday, I'm ordering you to accompany me shopping all day today. Anything you say. Seeing the girl's playful expression, a warm smile tugged at Xiao Yan's lips. He gently took her hand and handed her the fresh fruits he had wheedled out of Xiao Mei the day before. This is my son, always putting my troubles before her own sorrows. If he ever made this girl truly sad, then he would be worse than a beast. Hand in hand with the girl, whose lips curved into a happy smile, they ran joyfully through the Xiao family courtyards, then onto the bustling streets of Wutan City. The golden morning sunlight spilled over the young couple, making them look like a match made in heaven, a golden boy and jade girl. Even the married folks passing by on the street couldn't help but smile warmly, as if the sight of them had brought back memories of their own youthful infatuations. Far from creating a rift between them, this little hiccup had only deepened their bond. The sweet, innocent taste of young love filled even Xiao Yan, an ancient Dodi with 10,000 years of memories, with a flood of nostalgia. Spring is brilliant and beautiful, yet must eventually fade, but fading does not mean death. Instead, it ushers in an even more vibrant surge of life. Amid the lingering echoes of youth and daily grueling cultivation, Wutan City was quietly blanketed in lush greenery. In the blink of an eye, early summer arrived, and the entire world was permeated with lush, exuberant vitality. 2 months passed, and Xiao Yan's strength had quietly soared to the peak of the 9th-ranked doja. After months of churning out potions like a mindless tool, and getting thoroughly chewed out by Yao Lao several times, Lu Panlong had finally unleashed all his accumulated potential half a month ago, breaking through to the 4th rank and passing the Alchemist Guild's assessment with flying colors. This made him an even greater asset to the Xiao family. A 4th-rank alchemist, in almost every aspect except combat prowess, was on par with a Dowang powerhouse. In many major forces, the status of a 4th-rank alchemist was virtually identical to that of a Dowang, with just Lu Panlong standing guard over the Xiao family. Very few people in the Jiama Empire would dare to lay a finger on them now. Besides Lu Panlong, the strength of Xiao Zhan, Xiao Ding, and Xiao Li had also skyrocketed over the past 6 months. With the earth-rank cultivation techniques provided by Xiao Yan, coupled with the assistance of a steady stream of medicinal pills, Xiao Zhan's strength had reached the 9th-rank Great Dosher. Xiao Ding and Xiao Li were also advancing at an astonishing rate of 1 rank every 2 months. With Xiao Yan's help, Sun Do Ji had also reached the 9th stage. However, the real pleasant surprise for Xiao Yan came 3 days ago, when Yao Lao's soul power finally recovered to the Do Zone level, without relying on Xiao Yan's Do Qi to sustain him, or consuming any rare treasures of heaven and earth. Yao Lao's soul power had still recovered at a rapid pace, purely through cultivating the 3 great secret techniques bestowed by Xiao Yan. Now that Yao Lao's strength had returned to this level, Xiao Yan finally began to make plans to step out of Wutan City for the first time. The half-saint mausoleum hidden within a magical beast mountain range was indeed an irresistible temptation. Furthermore, for Xiao Yan, who had once risen to the pinnacle of this world through the power of flame, the time had come to find himself a true heavenly flame. And, as luck would have it, the magical beast mountain range concealed a heavenly flame that he had never discovered in his past life, the myriad beast spirit flame. Only by obtaining a heavenly flame would he truly regain even a sliver of his former power. His current state was nothing more than laying the foundation, like a mortal monk undergoing basic training. As things stood now, despite possessing peerless memories and techniques, Xiao Yan's meager strength meant that even a random Soul Palace armor protector could easily wipe him out. Of course, with the support of Yao Lao's soul power, very few beings below the Dozun level would pose a threat to him. This was precisely why Xiao Yan dared to venture into the half-saint mausoleum at this moment. But beyond that, what truly filled Xiao Yan with anticipation and longing for the magical Beast Mountain range was a certain small town at its foot. In that town, there was another pitiful girl in white, waiting for him to come find her. In his previous life, he owed that girl a sense of belonging as well. Chapter 46, Nalan Yanran. What? You say you wish to venture to the Monster Mountain range. Within the grand hall of the Xiao family, upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, Xiao Yan abruptly sprang to his feet, his brow slightly furrowing. The Monster Mountain range is far too perilous for you. After all, your strength is still merely that of a doe fighter. No matter how exceptional your talent may be, it necessitates experience and training. Despite Xiao Yan's concerns, Xiao Yan maintained a gentle smile upon his countenance. Moreover, my teacher will be secretly safeguarding me. Why should father worry? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan let out a subtle sigh of relief. So it is your teacher who has arranged this trial for you. It seems this esteemed individual must possess their own wisdom. Although he had never encountered the mysterious teacher Xiao Yan spoke of, having witnessed merely a glimpse of their prowess, Xiao Yan was already thoroughly convinced of their formidable strength. After all, to casually present 3 sets of intermediate Earth-level techniques and combat skills, so well-coordinated, was a testament to a terrifying depth of knowledge. Even the mightiest sect in the Gamma Empire, the Yunlan sect, would likely struggle to produce a single set of such techniques. Yet, Xiao Yan's enigmatic teacher had produced 3 with ease. Furthermore, the fact that Lu Panlong, now a 4th-tier alchemist, displayed such deference toward Xiao Yan only served to highlight just how formidable his teacher truly was. Given that such a powerful figure was to mentor Xiao Yan, Xiao Yan held no objections. After exchanging brief farewells with Xiao Yan and his 2 brothers, Xiao Yan made his way to Lu Panlong's courtyard. Master. Upon witnessing Xiao Yan's entrance, Lu Panlong's demeanor transformed into one of profound respect. Through their interactions over the past few days, he had developed an unusual awareness that while the prowess exhibited by Yao Lao far surpassed that of Xiao Yan, there was an underlying sense that Xiao Yan was the true architect of everything. Beneath his youthful exterior, which was merely that of a doe fighter, he sensed that there lay an astonishing secret. Moreover, Xiao Yan's various methods of operation often left someone of Lu Panlong's former stature feeling a tremor of awe. Upon my departure, the Xiao family shall be entrusted to you for the time being. With your status as a 4th-tier alchemist, I doubt many in the Gamma Empire would dare to oppose you. However, should you encounter an insurmountable foe, do not hesitate to use the soul mark to send me a signal. The distance I will be from the Xiao family is merely the length of incense burning. What Xiao Yan referred to as the distance of incense burning was, in fact, facilitated by Yao Lao's spiritual powers. The distance from Wutan City to Qingshan Town spanned several smaller cities, amounting to over 1,000 miles. Yes, master. Lu Panlong replied earnestly, his expression grave. Under the dual influence of kindness and authority, he was gradually developing an almost fanatical loyalty toward Xiao Yan. Observing Lu Panlong's serious demeanor, Xiao Yan nodded in satisfaction. He had control over Lu Panlong's life and death, but not over his thoughts. The disparity in results between those who were attentive and those who were not was indeed vast. Yet, it appeared that this individual was taking his words to heart. Once the affairs of the Xiao family were arranged, Xiao Yan proceeded to Sun Er's room, gazing at the little girl, pouting with reluctance. He couldn't resist gently ruffling her hair. Do not worry, I will return in no more than 2 months. At this juncture, Xiao Yan playfully pinched her cheek, chuckling softly. Sooner, by the time I come back, you must have cultivated to the level of a doe fighter. Then, we shall enter the Jianan Academy together. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, Sun Er nodded earnestly, her bright eyes reflecting a determination. By the time Brother Xiao Yan returns, Sun Er will definitely be a doe fighter. Xiao Yan had no doubt about the validity of her statement. Given Sun Er's extraordinary bloodline talent, if she truly devoted herself to training, she could potentially surpass even Xiao Yan, who had the advantage of a memory-enhancing ability. After all, the power of bloodlines in the realm of Dosheng was akin to wielding a cheat. The following morning, amidst a warm embrace with Sun Er, Xiao Yan waved farewell and then turned, departing with an air of nonchalance. Yet, as he passed by the Maitel auction house, he sought out Yafei for another embrace. While Sun Er's embrace was more fragrant, there was no denying that Yafei's was far more tactile. The old fogies of the Maitel family did not trouble you, did they? As the delightful sensation dissipated, Yafei, her cheeks flushed, gazed at Xiao Yan, realizing with surprise that he had grown taller than her. Not at all. Upon hearing this, Yafei's gaze toward Xiao Yan grew more curious, with a hint of subtle intrigue. Originally, after you reduced Rayler to that state, his grandfather was furious and even disregarded the words of the Dome Master Escort, risking offense to a 4th-tier alchemist to seek trouble in Wutan City. However, after I relayed your words to the clan leader, he, usually tolerant of the Elder Council, surprisingly lost his temper. In fact, Rayler's grandfather was immediately subdued for speaking back to him. Ever since your words were delivered, the clan leader has unconditionally sided with me in nearly all matters. At this point, Yifei regarded Xiao Yan with even greater admiration. Thanks to you, my status within the family has risen significantly. Even the old geezers of the Elder Council dare not offend me now. That's wonderful. Xiao Yan nodded in satisfaction. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Yifei, he patted himself and took his leave, leaving Yifei standing there, her expression a mixture of embarrassment and annoyance. Not long after departing Wutan City, Xiao Yan harnessed Yao Lao's spiritual powers to soar through the void towards Qingshan town. Observing Xiao Yan wielding the soul power with greater finesse than even he possessed, Yao Lao found himself momentarily stunned. Simultaneously, within the capital of the Gamma Empire, numerous powerful figures were quietly discussing Xiao Yan. However, the reason for their congregation was not due to Xiao Yan himself, but rather the Yunlan sect's leader, Yun Yun, who had recently taken on a particularly significant disciple. The jewel of the Nalan family, the personal disciple of the Yunlan sect's leader, had condensed a Do-Chi vortex at the tender age of 13, officially becoming a Do fighter. Such accolades rendered the young girl a focal point of attention. In terms of noble lineage, she rivaled even the princess of the empire. The girl's name was Nalan Yanran. However, as they regarded the radiant young lady, the assembled powerful figures couldn't help but recall her unseen fiancé. At 13, she had already become a Do fighter, a prodigy among the younger generation of the Gamma Empire. Yet her fiancé, Xiao Yan, was an even greater marvel. Chapter 47. Winds of the Imperial Capital, each with their own agenda. The leader of the Yunlan sect had accepted a personal disciple and had directly designated her as a candidate for the sect's leadership. Merely this single event was sufficient to capture the attention of the upper echelons of the Gamma Empire. Coupled with the fact that the young girl in question was the cherished jewel of the Nalan family, one of the 3 illustrious clans. The apprentice ceremony alone drew a multitude of formidable figures from across the imperial capital. Amidst the bustling and lively square, numerous powerful individuals occupied the distinguished seats of the Yunlan sect, with the heads of the 3 great families standing out prominently. At the center of the grand ceremony, a voice rang out, calling for the esteemed sect leader to bestow the seal. As an elderly man proclaimed this, a breathtakingly beautiful woman clad in a moon-white robe gracefully advanced towards a girl kneeling before her. This white-clad figure possessed a visage of unparalleled beauty. Her raven-black hair, cascading like ink, adorned by an exquisite phoenix crown. A gentle breeze caressed her robe, accentuating her nearly flawless silhouette. Despite her captivating appearance, an air of authority emanated from her delicate features, imparting an added layer of elegance and dignity. This woman was none other than Yun Yun, the current leader of the Yunlan sect and a formidable Do Huang. Before Yun Yun knelt the girl, who, though still youthful in appearance, exhibited a tall and graceful stature that was evident even in her prostrate position. Nurtured by the privileged upbringing of the Nalan family, and having spent several years by Yun Yun's side, the girl, though in the bloom of youth, already exhibited hints of the noble aura akin to her mentor. While their appearances differed, discerning eyes could easily perceive that this young maiden might one day rival her teacher in beauty. Yin Yan, from this day forth, you shall be my direct disciple, Yun Yun declared, a rare smile gracing her regal countenance as her red lips curled slightly, causing the hearts of many young disciples of the Yunlan sect to race in excitement. Nalan Yunyan's potential rivaled that of Yun Yun in her youth, and the latter found a kindred spirit in her, given their shared temperaments. It was no wonder she included Yin Yan in the succession line of the Yunlan sect at such an early stage. As she spoke, a peculiar seal was conjured within Yun Yun's delicate hand, transforming into a radiant light that descended upon Nalan Yunyan's forehead. In the next moment, a distinctive mark of the Yunlan sect emerged upon her smooth brow, lingering for a while before gradually dissipating. This emblem, devoid of any extraordinary abilities, merely served as a symbolic representation of her identity as a disciple of the Yunlan sect, a status that was undeniably prestigious within the Gamma Empire. Thank you, Master. Though kneeling, Nalan Yunyan's lovely face radiated with joy, clearly elated at the prospect of becoming a candidate for the sect leader. Observing the duo at the center of the square, Nalan Jia, seated among the audience, exhaled softly, his aged visage now adorned with a smile. Ah, look at you, old man, brimming with pride. Your Nalan family truly seems to be favored by fortune, remarked Mu Chun, the patriarch of the Mu clan, casting a somewhat envious glance at Nalan Jia. It was one thing to have such an exceptional granddaughter, but to have a grandson-in-law of even greater potential was astonishing. I can't help but wonder how formidable a combination these two will be if they unite in the future. Hearing Mu Chen's almost envious tone, Nalan Jia couldn't help but chuckle, the smile on his face growing even brighter. Fortune had indeed smiled upon the Nalan family, granting him such an outstanding granddaughter. Not to mention the betrothed child he had whimsically arranged, who surpassed even Yin Yan in talent. A 12-year-old alchemist with such extraordinary gifts was a rarity in the history of the Gamma Empire, a prodigious talent that far eclipsed that of Nalan Yanran, who was presently undergoing the ceremony. Just as Nalan Jie reveled in his elation, he sensed a gaze imbued with a hint of coldness directed at him from behind. Turning to look, he was met with the sight of a white-haired elder clad in simple robes, his expression devoid of emotion. Merely this glance compelled the three Do Wang patriarchs of the Empire's foremost families to rise in acknowledgement. Though Do Wang was already considered a pinnacle of strength within the Empire, even their combined prowess would likely falter against this individual. This man was none other than the protector of the imperial family, the 8-star Do Huang, Jia Xingtian. Ahem, Elder Jia. I hadn't anticipated that this modest ceremony would attract your esteemed presence, Nalan Jia stammered, feeling a bit flustered under Jia Xingtian's scrutinizing gaze. Huh, this is no trivial event. As Mu Chun aptly noted, your Nalan family is poised to become the foremost family in the Empire, Jia Xingtian replied, the indifference on his face gradually giving way to a smile, though this very smile sent a shiver down Nalan Jia's spine. He understood well that while the Nalan family appeared to have no significant growth in strength, the passage of time would inevitably see those two extraordinarily gifted youths rise to prominence, far surpassing the other two clans, particularly that young lad, whom he had not seen in ages, whose existence might well allow the Nalan family to eclipse even the imperial family. Historically, royal families were often rife with suspicion, and should the Nalan family harbor such formidable young talents, the potential for ambition to supplant the royal family or evolve into a power akin to the Yunlan sect loomed ominously. All of these concerns weighed heavily on Jia Xingtian, the 8-star Do Huang. Jia speak Weasley. Regardless of the achievements these two children may attain in the future, the Nalan family will always remain a part of the Gamma Empire. Moreover, as this old body is afflicted with poison, I fear I may not witness their rise. Nalan Jia said, doing his utmost to adopt a humble demeanor to avoid any unnecessary threats. To his display of humility, Jia Xingtian refrained from further commentary, leaving behind a remark that caused the many powerful figures present to shift uneasily. I too shall one day succumb to the passage of time. My only hope is that, should there come a day of political upheaval, the bloodshed in the Gamma capital may be minimal. As his words resonated, a palpable tension filled the air. For Jia Xingtian's statement seemed to convey a posture of concession. This indicated his own trepidation regarding the Nalan family's future, and this apprehension, more so than the presence of Nalan Yanran in the square, stemmed from the astonishingly gifted youth whose talents were virtually unparalleled in the annals of the Gamma Empire. Indeed, such aptitude left even these top-tier experts feeling awestruck, and the formidable force behind the young man was surely an equally daunting entity. In response to Jia Xingtian's words, Nalan Jia could only offer a respectful yet pained smile. Regardless of what the future held, at least for the present, should he respond too casually to such a statement, the royal family's hostility towards the Nalan family would likely escalate to an alarming degree. As I quietly observed the conversation between Ji Xingtian and Nalan Jia, in another corner, the patriarch of the middle family, Middleton Shan, silently watched the scene unfold, a subtle smirk flickering in his eyes. Nalan Jia, you old rascal, do not rejoice too soon. Although Xiao Yan is an unparalleled genius, he remains merely a fiery young lad. I fear that before your granddaughter has even blossomed into a beauty that could rival the fish and the swan, she may already have been snatched away by someone from our middle family. Remembering the almost intimate relationship between Yafei and Xiao Yan in Wutan City, Tung Shan's cunning smile nearly broke the surface of his lips. Even without the incident involving Hai Bodong, upon learning that Xiao Yan steadfastly stood by Yafei, Tung Shan unhesitatingly made her a focal point of the family's attention. Moreover, there was also news from Yafei regarding Hai Bodong. Hai Bodong is still alive. These mere 6 words stirred a tremendous wave within Tung Shan's heart, prompting him to consider mobilizing the family's resources to seek out Hai Bodong. However, after a brief moment of contemplation, Tung Shan chose to remain silent for the time being. Although he was unaware of the origins of this mysterious news, he astutely sensed that the matter behind it was likely far from simple. Nonetheless, this information still invigorated him greatly. Should Hai Bodong return successfully, the middle family's strength would instantly eclipse that of the other 2 great families. And if Yafei could quietly secure that promising young man, the middle family would undoubtedly emerge as the ultimate victor. On the high platform, the several elderly gentlemen in the VIP seats each harbored their own ulterior motives. Yet beneath the VIP section, Nalan Yanran, who had just concluded the sealing ceremony, slowly rose to her feet. Her clear and beautiful eyes gazed upon her resplendent teacher, a glimmer of admiration flashing in her eyes, before she turned her gaze playfully towards Yun. Teacher, after some time, I wish to visit Wutan City. Wutan City? Looking at her proud disciple, Yun furrowed her brows slightly. Then, as if realizing something, she smiled at Nalan Yanran and said, "What is this? Are you so eager to meet your fiancé?" Upon hearing Yun's teasing, Nalan Yanran's cheeks flushed slightly, and after a moment, she replied matter-of-factly, "After all, he is my nominal fiancé, although I do not acknowledge him yet. The reason I want to go to Wutan City is to see if this fellow truly meets my expectations. If he is not to my liking, then no matter how extraordinary a genius he may be, I will not walk alongside him." Listening to her disciple's declaration, Yun could not help but chuckle softly, affectionately ruffling Nalan Yanran's hair, as she remarked, "A 12-year-old alchemist, I have never seen such a prodigy in all my years of teaching. Setting aside his character, his talent and excellence are undoubtedly impeccable. You may say one thing, but deep down, you are probably quite eager to meet that young lad. Aren't you?" Exposed by Yun's words, Nalan Yanran's blush deepened. She gently bumped her small head against Yun and shyly replied, "Teacher, you're so annoying, teasing me like this." Yun was indeed quite indulgent towards Nalan Yanran and readily agreed, "Very well. I'm also quite curious about this 12-year-old alchemist prodigy. How about this? After some time, we shall visit Wutan City together to witness this legendary genius." Chapter 48. In this life, I shall not allow you to be alone again. High in the sky, Xiao Yan stepped lightly upon the void, utilizing the immense soul power of Yao Lao. With each step he took, he would appear several miles away in the blink of an eye. As Yao Lao, concealed within the ring, felt the terrifying speed of Xiao Yan, he could not help but sigh in admiration. Even while borrowing external power, Xiao Yan wielded spatial abilities with such ease, though he moved with the grace of a leisurely stroll. His speed surpassed that of many Dozong experts even after employing their movement techniques. Furthermore, the energy expenditure for Xiao Yan was remarkably minimal. After traversing a distance of over 1,000 miles, the consumption of Yao Lao's soul power was negligible. "My disciple, it seems you have truly reached the level of a Dodi." As Yao Lao reveled in Xiao Yan's overwhelming strength, his heart swelled with joy. The stronger Xiao Yan became, the greater the likelihood of his revival, and the prospects of revenge grew brighter. Even in the future, when Xiao Yan ascended to the throne, he could earn the esteemed title of imperial teacher. Once he was revived, Yao Lao vowed that this young man would astound those old fellows at the Dan Tower. Lost in thoughts of his fortunate circumstances, Yao Lao felt a sense of pride. In just a few fleeting moments of contemplation, Xiao Yan began to descend slowly from the sky, and in the blink of an eye, the outline of a small town appeared in his view. Gazing at the familiar contours of the town and the distant basin, a gentle smile graced Xiao Yan's lips. In his previous life, he had encountered that unfortunate girl here. Remembering her solitary figure clad in white, a wave of compassion surged within him. "I am sorry. In this life, I shall not allow you to be alone again." With two light taps upon the void, Xiao Yan silently appeared at the entrance of the small town. At this moment, the entrance was sparsely populated, yet none noticed the sudden appearance of a black-clad youth. Observing the massive stone tablet inscribed with the 3 characters Qingshan Town, a reminiscent smile deepened on Xiao Yan's face as he stepped forward, making his way into the town. As he ventured deeper, the flow of people began to thicken, and the surrounding clamor grew increasingly lively. The Monster Mountain Range stretched endlessly, spanning nearly half of the northwest continent. Rich in resources and home to numerous magical beasts and extraordinary medicinal materials, even treasures of heaven and earth. Such a place, filled with countless dangers, simultaneously birthed various opportunities and wealth. Consequently, nearly every habitable location near the Monster Mountain Range gave rise to similar monster towns. Qingshan Town was no exception. Within this town, the most common sights were the mercenaries who constantly danced on the edge of life and death. These individuals, who thrived on the thrill of danger, relished indulging in hearty feasts, drinking copiously and unabashedly discussing which women in town were most enticing, which alcohol was the strongest, and which magical beasts were the fiercest. Despite the raucous chatter of the mercenaries surrounding him, Xiao Yan felt not irritation, but rather a sense of comfort. In his previous life, it was from this very place that he had genuinely embarked on the path of strength, walking along the stone-paved streets, feeling the quaint traces of time in the town. He passed through several alleys before finally arriving in front of a pharmacy. Before him stood the largest pharmacy in Qingshan town, boldly displaying the three familiar characters. One Yao Zhai. Upon seeing those characters, even with Xiao Yan's composure, a ripple of excitement surged within him, filling him with an eager anticipation. He hastily approached the entrance of the Wan Medicine Hall, casting a glance at the distracted attendant, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "Excuse me, is the little medical sage here?" The moment his words fell, several mercenaries who were purchasing medicine turned their heads. They shot a disdainful glance at Xiao Yan, only to realize he was merely a youthful, inexperienced boy before returning to their prior activities. In their eyes, a child of such tender age posed little threat. Naturally, the attendant shared this sentiment, curling his lips dismissively. "Not here. What of it?" His demeanor clearly indicated that he regarded the adolescent before him with indifference. "Not here. May I inquire where she has gone?" Xiao Yan, caught off guard by the attendant's brusqueness, felt a flicker of exasperation but remained patient, maintaining a pleasant disposition. "She must be out gathering herbs. What of it?" He thought to himself, "Given my youthful appearance, it is understandable that he overlooks me. There is no need for me to take offense." Raising an eyebrow slightly, Xiao Yan inhaled deeply, suppressing the flicker of anger within him, and inquired once more. "Could you tell me when she will return?" "Don't know. What of it?" The attendant, noting Xiao Yan's youthful visage and lack of purchases, grew increasingly impatient. "Kid, if you're not buying anything, you should head home. At your age, you ought to be careful. Those burly men might snatch you away." He waved his hand dismissively. Observing the attendant's condescending attitude, a surge of anger welled up within Xiao Yan. Having held a position of prominence for many years, he had not been spoken to in such a manner for quite some time. Moreover, even the most temperate individuals would feel the stirrings of irritation at such blatant disregard. In a flash, his right hand darted out, executing a swift slap that caught the attendant off guard with an incomprehensible speed. "How is that? Consider this a lesson." The force was just right, leaving the attendant dazed yet unharmed, as he spun twice before coming to a halt. After a moment of bewilderment, the attendant's eyes began to redden. Humiliated by being struck by a boy, he felt the surge of combat energy rising within him. Indeed, he was a fighter. "You little brat. I'll break your legs today," he bellowed, seizing a short stick to retaliate against Xiao Yan. Yet, the mercenaries surrounding them displayed no sympathy. Rather, they clasped their fists, eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. At that critical juncture, a soft voice, imbued with an ethereal quality, suddenly emerged. "Qin Xiao, stand down." The gentle yet commanding tone caused the attendant, Qin Xiao, to momentarily pause in surprise, ultimately halting his attack. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Xiao Yan swiftly turned, his gaze landing on the white-clad woman stepping forth from the throng of mercenaries. Dressed in a pale white gown, her beauty did not quite rival that of Sun Er. Yet her ethereal aura and gentle contours bestowed upon her a unique charm. Undoubtedly, the most captivating aspect was her slender waist, delicate enough to be embraced with a single hand, harmonizing beautifully with her gentle demeanor, evoking a desire to hold her close. "Young brother, have you come to the Wan Medicine Hall, seeking something?" she inquired, her eyes, dark and curious, fixed upon the youthful boy. Little medical sage. Gazing upon her noticeably more youthful and beautiful visage than he remembered, a warmth spread across Xiao Yan's features. "I have come to take you home." Chapter 49. A punch from Xiao Yan. As his words echoed, the once lively entrance of the Wan Medicine Hall fell into an unsettling silence, an air of disbelief permeating the atmosphere. What was this boy saying? Did he truly mean it? Did he wish for his demise? After a brief pause, the mercenaries' expressions darkened, their eyes narrowing with hostility. In this town, no mercenary harbored ill feelings towards the white-clad girl at the center of the crowd. Thus, upon hearing Xiao Yan's audacious words, they were immediately incensed, eager to punish the audacious youth. "Young brother, are you lost? If you need help, I can have someone assist you," one of the mercenaries remarked. Taken aback by Xiao Yan's words, the little medical sage's cheeks flushed with a hint of crimson as uncertainty crept into her voice. She suspected the boy's sanity might be in question. Witnessing her reminiscent beauty and kindness, Xiao Yan felt a familiar flutter in his heart. Had it not been for the cursed poisoned body, this girl might have forever been the revered little medical sage of Qingshan town. Had he possessed such strength in his past life, she would not have become the feared and ruthless heavenly poison maiden. Fortunately, Fate seemed to offer him a chance to rectify past regrets. With a deep breath, Xiao Yan's dark eyes shimmered with a warmth that elicited a subtle tremor within the little medical sage. You heard correctly. I intend to take you home. His voice carried a teasing lilt, reminiscent of the Emperor's later visit to Qingshan town to seek her out. However, the mercenaries were now in an uproar. So this lad was brazenly flirting with the little medical sage. How dare he desecrate the common goddess of the mercenaries of Qingshan town? Upon hearing Xiao Yan's final words, the little medical sage realized that this boy was not merely a lost fool, but was indeed audaciously flirting with her. A blush graced her cheeks, mingling with a rising ire as she observed the mercenaries around them, itching for action. With a resigned sigh, she raised her delicate hand, retreating behind the crowd. Gentlemen, do be mindful when you strike. After all, he is but a child. Please do not truly harm him. The little medical sage was indeed a kind-hearted woman, yet she understood that kindness must first ensure her own safety. To extend blind goodwill without the capacity to protect oneself was not kindness, but folly, a folly that could incite greed and ultimately become a weapon of self-harm. Though a strange flutter arose at Xiao Yan's peculiar gaze, she would not naively believe that this impetuous boy was her destined partner. After the little medical sage's consent, the mercenaries who had been lingering in the open promptly stepped forward, several unsavory-looking men emerging from the group. Even a cursory glance at their scars revealed they were no strangers to danger. Wait, count me in. Qin Xiao, the attendant from the pharmacy, leapt out from behind the counter, joining the ranks of the burly men. Kid, I've been in Qingshan town for years. It's a first to be ambushed by a child. Today, I'll ensure you taste the same slapback. As the burly men gradually encircled Xiao Yan, a malicious gleam appeared on the faces of the onlookers. To dare to provoke the little medical fairy. The audacity of this youth to walk out of Qingshan town unscathed would be tantamount to an affront to their mercenary pride. However, to their astonishment, the boy standing at the center of the encirclement displayed not a trace of panic. Instead, a resigned expression graced his features. Could we perhaps refrain from resorting to violence? If someone gets injured, it would not bode well for you. Upon hearing these words, the surrounding mercenaries paused in disbelief, only to erupt into hearty laughter. A mere child, appearing no older than 13 or 14, dared to speak in such a manner to seasoned mercenaries. Regardless of anything else, the boy's audacity was indeed commendable. Among the crowd, the little medical fairy, taken aback by his words, felt an inexplicable sense of unease wash over her. There seemed to be something extraordinarily unique about this boy. Stop pretending with me. I shall return this slap today. Boy, I will make you regret it. Before Xiao Yan could finish his words, Qin Xiao, one of the mercenaries, was the first to strike. Having suffered a slap from Xiao Yan, his humiliation ignited a burning desire for revenge. He could not allow himself to become the laughingstock of Qingshan town. With a swift push off the ground, he launched himself at Xiao Yan, his hand aimed ferociously toward the boy's youthful face. A slap from him could potentially injure the average youth severely, even knocking out a couple of teeth. It was evident that he was determined to punish Xiao Yan. Alas, you initiated this. Xiao Yan sighed in resignation, slightly shifting his body to effortlessly evade Qin Xiao's strike. As the wind from the slap brushed past his hair, Xiao Yan twisted his waist, delivering a punch that struck Qin Xiao's abdomen with the force of a cannonball. With a resounding thud, Qin Xiao, a fighter of considerable strength, crumpled to the ground, curling up like a shrimp in agony, clutching his stomach. This boy is tougher than he appears. The surrounding mercenaries' expressions shifted dramatically upon witnessing this scene. They realized that Xiao Yan's ability to defeat Qin Xiao in one blow was not merely a stroke of luck. This seemingly undeveloped youth was genuinely formidable. Let us all attack together. The men exchanged glances, and simultaneously, they charged at Xiao Yan, clearly apprehensive about meeting the same fate as Qin Xiao. Although it would be unseemly to gang up on a child, the thought of being knocked down by him was far more humiliating. Do you think numbers will suffice? Observing the oncoming mercenaries, Xiao Yan shook his head and slipped through their ranks with an almost ghostly grace. Despite their collective efforts, they could not even graze him, and all that remained were the thunderous sounds of his punches landing one after another. Thud! Thud! In mere moments, the once ferocious and robust mercenaries found themselves writhing on the ground, much like Qin Xiao had before them. In the span of just a few moments, 5 or 6 fighters were effortlessly dispatched, none able to withstand even a single blow. The onlookers, who had initially gathered to witness the spectacle, now wore expressions of sheer horror, collectively gasping in disbelief. Chapter 50. A familiar return of swallows. Gazing down at the mercenaries curled up on the ground like shrimps, Xiao Yan shook his head in exasperation. I told you not to engage, yet you refused to heed my words. And now look what has transpired. In stark contrast to Xiao Yan's resigned demeanor, the previously aggressive mercenaries now found themselves retreating, casting wary glances at him, laced with fear. It was important to note that the mercenaries who had attacked Xiao Yan were bona fide fighters, while none exceeded the rank of 5-star fighters. Their combat prowess far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Yet here was this boy, effortlessly taking them down with a single punch, all while appearing completely unperturbed. If Xiao Yan's strength alone was terrifying, they might have been able to come to terms with it. However, the most alarming aspect was his age. He could not possibly be older than 16, yet he had effortlessly subdued 5 or 6 fighters. If this was indeed his true age, his talent was nothing short of astonishing. Ignoring the fallen mercenaries, Xiao Yan began to stride toward the little medical fairy, who had been hidden among the crowd. As he approached, the mercenaries exchanged anxious glances, instinctively retreating another step. Given Xiao Yan's demonstrated prowess, none among them could likely best him in a one-on-one confrontation. Yet, as Xiao Yan drew nearer to the little medical fairy, a few hot-headed mercenaries stepped forward. "Please, step aside. I truly dislike resorting to violence." Casting his gaze over the group of mercenaries, Xiao Yan maintained a gentle smile. However, when his dark eyes met theirs for an instant, the mercenaries inexplicably felt their legs weaken, and with an instinctive sense of dread, they retreated 2 steps. It was not that they were cowardly. Rather, Xiao Yan had subtly unleashed a fraction of his soul pressure. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, their fighting spirit had been extinguished. Although his current soul power could only be likened to that of a 4th-tier alchemist, Xiao Yan's formidable will could instill trepidation even in a Do-Huang strongman, let alone a group of fighters. However, just as Xiao Yan was drawing closer to the little medical fairy, a fierce gust of wind whistled ominously from behind him. The sound of the air being torn asunder made several mercenaries change color, their years of combat experience informing them that if struck by this attack, even a 9-star fighter would likely sustain an injury. Yet, undeterred by the impending ambush, Xiao Yan remained unfazed. He shifted his body to evade the powerful swing of a metal rod, then retaliated with a swift elbow jab to the assailant's chest. With a dull thud, Xiao Yan remained firmly planted, while the assailant was sent flying several meters, ultimately crashing to the ground and spewing blood, unable to rise again. Young Commander! Young Commander! 2 mercenaries adorned with wolf insignia rushed forward, cautiously assisting the bloodied youth. This scene only served to heighten the apprehension felt by all present toward Xiao Yan. The assailant, Mu Li, was a genuine 5-star fighter, yet this boy had dispatched him without even turning around. With Xiao Yan's acute awareness, he had recognized Mu Li the moment he had emerged from the crowd. Though he did not glance back, a silent sigh escaped his lips once again. Initially, he had no intention of entangling himself with such lowly beings in this lifetime, yet they persistently chose to challenge him one by one. Ignoring the resentful gaze of Mu Li, who lay sprawled on the ground, Xiao Yan, after numerous tribulations, finally approached the little medicine saint. "What do you intend to do?" she stammered, her complexion paling slightly upon witnessing Xiao Yan effortlessly subduing so many fighters. As he drew near, she instinctively retreated 2 steps, her beautiful eyes filled with trepidation. Fixated upon him, "What could I possibly do to you?" Xiao Yan replied with a gentle smile, reaching out as if to smooth the strands of hair that fell across her forehead, only to have the little medicine saint shyly evade him once more. Observing her fearful demeanor, he could not help but smile bitterly, suddenly reminded that she was not the same little medicine saint from his past life. "My apologies. I was somewhat hasty. However, I am fortunate to have found you." As Xiao Yan rambled on, seemingly lost in his own thoughts, the little medicine saint revealed a peculiar expression. Yet, after locking eyes with his dark orbs, she felt an inexplicable notion that perhaps this man bore no ill intentions toward her. "Could it be possible that you've mistaken me for someone else?" She ventured timidly after a moment of contemplation. Seeing her timid posture, Xiao Yan exhaled softly and replied in a gentle tone, "There are matters that I cannot clarify at this moment. With time, you will understand." With time? Upon hearing this, not only the little medicine saint, but even some nearby mercenaries were left dumbfounded. Xiao Yan paid little heed to their astonished gazes, his focus unwavering on the little medicine saint, who now appeared even more guarded. He could only manage a helpless smile. "Please take me to introduce me to your boss. Yao, I would like to stay at the Wan Yao pharmacy for a few days." The little medicine saint's expression shifted slightly at his request, and she could not suppress a wry smile. "Is it possible to not stay?" Shaking his head lightly, Xiao Yan's lips curled into a smile. "What are you afraid of?" "I won't harm you. Given your demeanor, I must admit I am quite afraid." The little medicine saint retorted softly, but upon realizing Xiao Yan was unfazed. She pondered for a moment before reluctantly stating, "If Boss Yao is unwilling, I cannot do anything about it." Despite her words, she knew deep down that Xiao Yan would likely remain here. Given the strength he had displayed, even the Wan Yao pharmacy, despite its significant influence, would find it difficult to refuse his request. Yet, for reasons unknown, even though Xiao Yan's actions were domineering and reminiscent of a bandit, she found it hard to harbor any animosity when gazing into his gentle eyes. In fact, after maintaining eye contact for an extended period, she began to question whether she had truly known Xiao Yan in the past. After a brief exchange, reassured by Xiao Yan's apparent lack of malice, the little medicine saint relaxed slightly, gracefully moving towards the mercenaries lying on the ground. "I apologize for the trouble you've endured on my account." She expressed her remorse to the mercenaries, intending to retrieve some medicine from her pouch to offer them, only to be interrupted by the sound of rushing wind. In the next moment, several palm-sized jade bottles landed smoothly before the fallen mercenaries. "Everyone, I sincerely apologize for my earlier rudeness, but you were the ones who initiated the confrontation." Xiao Yan appeared beside the little medicine saint, shrugging his shoulders helplessly. "Each bottle contains 3 first-rank healing pills. Consider it a small compensation for me, Xiao Yan." Upon hearing his words, many of the surrounding mercenaries were momentarily stunned, suddenly regretting not being the ones to receive the blows. This young man had produced genuine medicinal pills, 3 of them, no less. Such compensation could easily equal several months of their earnings. The little medicine saint, too, gazed at Xiao Yan in astonishment, her expression tinged with admiration. "You are an alchemist?" Regarding her curiosity, Xiao Yan pondered for a moment before gently nodding with a smile. While he preferred to remain low-key, he felt no need to conceal his abilities any longer, especially in the presence of this woman, who he suspected would be by his side for a long time to come. However, despite his casual acknowledgement, it left the little medicine saint and the surrounding onlookers gasping in astonishment. An alchemist, the most esteemed profession on the Doqi continent, could stir quite a commotion even in Wutan City, let alone in a smaller locale like Qingshan Town. In this vast town, many had likely never encountered an alchemist in their lifetime, and even fewer had seen a genuine first-rank pill. Thus, when Xiao Yan cast those pills, envy filled the eyes of those who beheld the fallen mercenaries. Moreover, beyond Xiao Yan's identity as a first-rank alchemist, what shocked the most was his youthful visage. No matter how mature his demeanor, it was evident that he had not yet reached adulthood. After a brief moment of astonishment, the little medicine saint finally regained her composure. "Let us go, esteemed alchemist. I shall inform Boss Yao to arrange a guest room for you." Casting a glance of envy at Xiao Yan, she reluctantly nodded, ensuring that the fallen mercenaries were helped up before leading Xiao Yan into the Wan Yao pharmacy. As they disappeared from view, the mercenaries and residents of Qingshan Town exchanged bewildered glances at a loss for words. "Damn it!" Muli, still on the ground, spat out a mouthful of blood. For him, who harbored a deep desire for the little medicine saint, Xiao Yan's presence only heightened his sense of unease, a feeling that no one else had ever instilled in him. "How dare you provoke me in Qingshan Town? You are doomed." As he brooded in resentment, Muli suddenly heard a mercenary shout from afar. "You just said his name is Xiao Yan. That young man is called Xiao Yan." Taken aback, the nearby mercenaries furrowed their brows, and after a moment, one of them abruptly raised his head, his voice trembling slightly. The extraordinary genius from the Garma Empire, rumored to be the youngest alchemist in the Empire's history, is indeed named Xiao Yan. Hearing their incredulous conversation, the surrounding mercenaries exchanged glances, their expressions turning to shock. Meanwhile, Muli, supported by 2 members of the Wolf Head mercenary group, turned pale as realization dawned upon him. "So, you truly are the most talked about and youngest genius alchemist in the Empire's history?" As the largest apothecary in Qingshan Town, Wanyao's High boasts not only a spacious front area, but also an expansive residential section in the back. Walking along the bamboo-adorned corridor, Xiao Yan followed closely behind the little medical sage, captivated by her exquisite figure that resembled a willow swaying in the breeze. The delicate fragrance emanating from her, reminiscent of medicinal herbs, filled the air, and a gentle smile graced Xiao Yan's lips. "If you wish to think of me that way, I could certainly oblige," he remarked with an almost acquiescent tone. Upon hearing his words, the little medical sage couldn't help but stiffen slightly. It was only after arriving at Wanya's High that she suddenly recalled and vaguely deduced Xiao Yan's true identity. There was no denying that Xiao Yan's recent prominence had been overwhelming, making waves not only among the elite of the Empire, but also echoing throughout the common folk. Gazing at the youth who was a few years her junior, The little medical sage stood in a daze for a moment before finally chuckling wryly. Encountering a figure from legends is rather disconcerting. For someone like her, who had grown up in a small place like Qingshan Town, Xiao Yan was indeed a person who belonged in tales. To her, the sudden appearance of such a prodigious talent felt akin to the emperor of the empire discreetly visiting her humble town. Fear not, you shall gradually acclimate. Xiao Yan replied with a gentle smile, his gaze imbued with a near-pampering warmth that left the little medical sage feeling quite uncomfortable. Please, don't look at me like that, she said, a bitter smile gracing her delicate features as she shook her head in resignation. Though I'm unsure why this young master has taken an interest in me, I advise you to abandon this notion. I am not one of those infatuated souls who would be dazzled by your reputation. Moreover, according to the legends, you seem to be merely 13 years of age. Youngster, at your age, it would be wise to focus on your training. At her final remark, Xiao Yan's lips twitched slightly. His youthful physique, perhaps excessively so, had indeed posed a minor impediment. Is that so? Then what kind of man do you believe would be more suitable for you? He inquired casually, attempting to ease his somewhat gloomy mood. A suitable man for me? The little medical sage tilted her head thoughtfully before shaking it gently. I do not know, but the man I admire need not be exceptionally talented or possess a grand reputation. To me, such things are merely superficial. The man I desire must be someone with whom I am willing to share life and death. As she spoke, even the calm demeanor of the little medical sage could not suppress a glimmer of anticipation in her smile. Must he truly be someone with whom you would share life and death? Xiao Yan found himself momentarily lost in thought upon hearing her words. The actions of your past life hardly qualify as a bond of life and death, do they? It seems you have always been this way, never having changed. With this realization, Xiao Yan's gaze softened further, causing the little medical sage's cheeks to take on a slight blush. I cannot fathom how a boy of your tender years can possess such a gaze, one more seasoned than even those of battle-hardened mercenaries. Sticking out her tongue playfully, she felt that Xiao Yan bore no ill intent, which emboldened her words. Moreover, it said that you are betrothed to the renowned genius girl from our Jia Empire? She continued. I hear that she is not only extraordinarily gifted, but also exceptionally beautiful, being the cherished jewel of the Nalan family. Am I, a mere village girl from Qingshan Town, truly more alluring than the esteemed daughter of the Nalan family? As she spoke, a playful smile danced across her face, revealing the irresistible allure of gossip that seems to captivate every woman. Why not? Xiao Yan replied, his expression unexpectedly serious. You are a unique beauty in this world. There is no need to compare yourself to others. Chapter 52. The little medical sage must be mine. The saccharine words from Xiao Yan sent a shiver down the little medical sage's spine. Just as she was about to voice her thoughts, she heard Xiao Yan speak again. As for Nalan Yanran, I shall find an appropriate opportunity to gracefully annul our engagement. The little medical sage's mouth fell open slightly in astonishment. Wait a moment. Are you serious? You would forsake such a wonderful fiancé for me? She was genuinely perplexed by Xiao Yan's actions. In that instant, she could not help but glance around, wondering what extraordinary charm she had suddenly possessed to render this legendary genius so infatuated. Relax. My decision to annul the engagement with Nalan Yanran does not significantly affect my relationship with you. Xiao Yan chuckled lightly at her astonished expression. The primary reason is that I simply do not wish to be with her. Xiao Yan's feelings towards Nalan Yanran were indeed complex and difficult to articulate. Though the passage of thousands of years had dulled the sting of the past insult of the annulment, and even after ascending to the throne, he had developed a cordial friendship with her. Both were acutely aware that no matter how close they appeared, they could never truly be together. The annulment had left an indelible scar on Xiao Yan's heart, one that, despite time's healing touch, remained a barrier between them, even in this new life. While it was likely that Nalan Yanran would not repeat her past mistakes, Xiao Yan found that he still held no romantic feelings for her. Therefore, it would be best to act swiftly. Xiao Yan resolved to visit the Nalan family upon returning from the magical Beast Mountain to formally dissolve the engagement. He intended to do so without the vindictiveness that characterized Nalan Yanran's previous behavior, aiming instead to maintain dignity for both families. Moreover, he pondered what would happen with Yun if he did not annul the engagement with that girl. Reminded of the ambiguous feelings he harbored for her during their time at the magical Beast Mountain, Xiao Yan cast another glance at the little medical sage and felt an overwhelming desire to reprimand himself. Xiao Yan, when did you become so entangled in matters of the heart? Reflecting on his past, he realized he owed a considerable emotional debt, a debt that extended far beyond just the deeper connections he had formed. Countless exceptional women had remained unmarried simply due to their fleeting encounters with him during his time on the Doqi continent. After finally steering the conversation away from such matters, Xiao Yan followed the little medical sage into the core hall of Wanya's High, where he encountered a vaguely familiar figure. It was an unremarkable-looking middle-aged man, yet his status in Qingshan town was quite affluent. This man was none other than Boss Yao of Wanya's High. Beside him stood a youth with a palm print on his face, none other than Qin Xiao, the apothecary's assistant who had received a resounding slap from Xiao Yan. Upon first laying eyes on Xiao Yan, the owner of the medicinal shop, Yao approached him with an unmistakable expression of flattery. His keen gaze scrutinized Xiao Yan before he jovially inquired, "Young brother, are you the prodigious talent from Wutan City, Xiao Yan?" After casting a glance at Qin Xiao, who stood behind Yao, Xiao Yan understood that upon revealing his name, the mercenaries outside would have likely deduced his identity. After all, a pharmacist of such tender age was not merely rare. He was almost an anomaly, possibly the only one in the entire empire. "Indeed, I am called Xiao Yan," he affirmed with a nod, neither confirming nor denying further. Yet this acknowledgement only served to amplify the fervent smile on Yao's face. "Ah, it is truly an honor for my Wan Yao Zhai to have you as a guest, Brother Xiao Yan, little medical sage. Please escort Brother Xiao Yan to a respectable guest room and ensure he is comfortably settled," Yao promptly instructed, casting a gaze at the little medical sage that held a hint of peculiarity. "Understood, Boss Yao," she replied with a gentle nod, her tone lacking in excessive reverence. Though she too worked for Wan Yao Zhai, her status was markedly elevated compared to that of Qin Xiao. Primarily, she possessed exceptional medical skills that were renowned throughout Qingshan town. Moreover, her lively demeanor and gentle methods garnered her immense admiration from the mercenaries in the area, thus securing her a respectable position within Wan Yao Zhai. Once the little medical sage departed with Xiao Yan, Yao cast a satisfied glance at Qin Xiao beside him. He felt fortunate that this lad had provided him with a heads-up. Otherwise, had he unwittingly offended Xiao Yan, it could have spelled disaster for him. Even if this Xiao Yan were not the one from Wutan City, his abilities at such a young age indicated a future of boundless potential. And if he were indeed the renowned Xiao Yan from Wutan City, the mere thought sent Yao's heart racing. Observing Xiao Yan's apparent interest in the little medical sage, Yao's smile broadened. If he could orchestrate a union between them, it would be an extraordinary opportunity, despite harboring some feelings for the little medical sage himself. In the face of such a grand opportunity, her beauty became inconsequential to him, achieving the position of Wan Yao Zhai's owner with mere ordinary fighter strength. He was certainly not one of those foolish men blinded by lust. "Considering how dull-witted you usually are, I never expected you to be so astute this time," he remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Qin Xiao. Delighted, Yao retrieved a pouch of coins from his drawer and tossed it to Qin Xiao. "Here are 500 gold coins. A reward for you." "Thank you, Boss Yao. Thank you." Qin Xiao's face lit up with a broad smile as he received the heavy pouch filled with gold coins. In Qingshan town, the Wolfhead Mercenary Corps was returning with Mu Li, who was being supported by 2 mercenaries, his face etched with despair, alongside a grim-looking middle-aged man. "Father, you must take revenge for me. That Xiao Yan is utterly arrogant. He even dared to strike me. He struck you because you provoked him first. Did you not hear the other mercenaries say that he might be the legendary genius Xiao Yan from the Jimmu Empire?" Fortunately, his attention was focused on the little medical sage. Otherwise, had you truly offended him, do you think he would hesitate to kill you? The leader of the Wolfhead Mercenary Corps, Mu Shi, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth upon hearing Mu Li's desire for revenge. Unlike in the past, Xiao Yan's reputation had long since reached Qingshan town. It was said that his faction casually dispatched a 4th-tier alchemist to support his family, indicating a power that was far beyond what a mere Wolfhead Mercenary Corps could challenge. The little medical sage? Upon hearing this, Mu Li's urgency intensified. "No, she must be mine." At Mu Li's declaration, Mu Shi's eyelids twitched, and a surge of anger rushed to his heart as he slapped Mu Li across the face. "You insensible fool. At such a time, you still think about women?" Perhaps driven by rage, Mu Shi did not hold back this time. The force of the slap sent Mu Li spinning several times before he landed dazedly on the ground. Setting aside Xiao Yan's terrifying potential, could we, a mere Wolfhead Mercenary Corps, contend with the faction behind him? Mu Shi looked at his son with disappointment. Sometimes, it is a person's mindset that determines how far they can go, rather than sheer strength. You may be powerful, but you will always encounter someone stronger. Only those who understand how to assess the situation can endure longer. Your performance today has left me gravely disappointed. Reflect on your actions, if you insist on courting death. Even if you perish at Xiao Yan's hands, I shall not seek vengeance on your behalf. The wolf-head mercenary corps cannot afford a leader so devoid of sense. With a cold snort, Mushi turned and strode away. Watching Mushi depart, Mu Li sat in a daze, his expression fluctuating. Must I still go herb gathering tomorrow? As the night air turned cool, Xiao Yan leisurely sat in the courtyard of Wan Yao Zhai, a rare moment of respite from his training. His gaze rested on the little medical sage who diligently ground herbs, a gentle smile gracing his lips. The silvery moonlight draped over her like a delicate veil, enhancing the allure of her slender figure. Her earnest and serene demeanor evoked a sense of reverence, rendering any impure thoughts impossible, instead exuding a unique grace. If Sun Air is likened to an elegant blue lotus and Yafei to an eye-catching red rose, then the little medical sage is akin to a pure white camellia, inspiring tranquility within the heart. Of course, we must gather herbs. Without them, how shall I earn my keep? She replied, her eyes still fixed on the powdered herbs in the pot, a genuine smile emerging on her face. She had never uttered words like "you should support me," perhaps believing that relying on another for sustenance was inherently flawed. It is evident that you truly enjoy herb gathering, Xiao Yan remarked with a chuckle, recalling how she had always relished collecting peculiar herbs in his past life. Indeed, I find it fascinating to study the growth environments of herbs and their various properties. The little medical sage said, bestowing Xiao Yan with a rare, gentle smile before returning to her task, ignoring him thereafter. Seeing her engrossed in her work, Xiao Yan remained silent, watching her grind the herbs until she meticulously stored the powder in her pouch and approached him with her delicate steps. It's getting late. You should rest early. Stinky little brother, while you are quite remarkable, winning my heart is not an easy task. I advise you to seek another girl soon. The matters of your affluent families are overly complex. I do not wish to become entangled. With that, she gracefully prepared to depart. Tomorrow, I've reviewed the route. It seems there is a stronghold of a powerful figure nearby. I will take you to see it, she said, just as one of her feet was about to cross the threshold of her room when Xiao Yan's voice suddenly resonated behind her. A stronghold of a powerful figure? Upon hearing this, the little medical sage paused momentarily, then turned with a soft laugh. Although you are a legendary genius, discovering the lair of a formidable expert is no simple feat. There are myriad methods to deceive a young lady, and your approach seems rather pedestrian. As she spoke, the little healer's voice grew fainter upon witnessing the unwavering smile in Xiao Yan's eyes, which remained unresponsive. Is there truly a lair of a formidable expert? For some reason, she felt that Xiao Yan would not deceive her. It hardly qualifies as a stronghold. Inside, there are likely just a few sets of profound techniques and some mid to high-grade medicinal herbs. Xiao Yan gently shrugged his shoulders and chuckled softly. Profound techniques and mid to high-grade herbs? The little healer's beautiful eyes widened slightly. How could individuals possessing such treasures not be considered strong? To Xiao Yan at present, such individuals indeed do not qualify as formidable. After all, even a Dou emperor appears rather ordinary in his eyes. Nonetheless, this lair represented an extraordinary opportunity for the Xiao Yan of yesteryear. He still vividly recalls the excitement and anticipation of exploring caves alongside the little healer. Although the boy has matured since those days, it is fortunate that the girl remains as she was. Why would you share such treasures with me? Instead of immediately agreeing, the little healer cast a suspicious glance at Xiao Yan and replied solemnly, if you believe that my acceptance of even a small token would obligate me to you, then perhaps I shall decline. While the items you mentioned are indeed precious, I refuse to sell myself so easily. Sell myself? What nonsense! Xiao Yan chuckled incredulously, shaking his head in amusement before retorting, if I wished to coerce you, it would hardly require such elaborate efforts. Capturing a delicate flower like you would be a mere trifle. I simply believe that adventures and treasure hunts are far more delightful with a charming companion. If you're unwilling to join, then so be it. With that, Xiao Yan waved his hand dismissively, preparing to retreat to his slumber. Hey, wait, I'll go, all right? A somewhat feeble voice called from behind, revealing the little healer's flushed cheeks as she gazed at Xiao Yan with exasperation. Though she recognized that this fellow was intentionally seeking to draw closer to her, the allure of the lair was too tempting to resist. Ultimately, she was merely a girl yet to reach 20, and having spent years in a mercenary group, she harbored a youthful curiosity and yearning for adventure. Moreover, setting aside all other reasons, the underlying truth was that she felt no aversion towards Xiao Yan in her heart. That's splendid. Do rest well. With a wave, Xiao Yan retreated to his chamber, yet just as he was about to close the door, he turned back, offering a gentle smile to the slightly dazed little healer. Good night. Watching Xiao Yan finally vanish from her sight, The little healer let out a soft sigh, murmuring to herself, "Good night." That night, she found herself unusually restless. Her slender form tossing and turning, her mind inexplicably fixated on the image of that young man. Surely, this fellow's extraordinary demeanor today would leave many sensitive souls sleepless. After lighting a calming incense, the little healer gradually found a semblance of drowsiness, drifting into a dreamscape filled with ethereal light. In her dreams, she felt an unexpected warmth. And amidst the haze, a pair of soft, dark eyes suddenly appeared before her. "Why are you here again?" Gazing into those gentle eyes, her heart quivered, overwhelmed by a strange sense of grievance and melancholy. Abruptly, she opened her eyes, the glaring sunlight causing her to squint. Sitting up in a daze, she exhaled slowly. What an unrelenting spirit! Shaking her head in resignation, the little healer tidied her attire and stepped out of the medicine hall, only to find that the persistent young man awaited her among the mercenary ranks. Beneath the golden sunlight, the young man in black casually leaned against a tree, a blade of grass dangling from his lips, regarding her with a radiant smile. Chapter 55. Let me hold you a little longer. It's him again. Observing the radiant young man standing in the sunlight, the little healer felt her heart skip a beat, ultimately shaking her head in exasperation. She stepped gracefully into the mercenary group, noting that nearly all members had gathered. After a brief moment, the 30-strong mercenary team finally set forth into the depths of the Beast Mountain Range. Once the group was underway, Xiao Yan positioned himself beside the little healer, hands clasped behind his head, basking in the warm sunlight. With such a carefree demeanor, "I wonder if you're here for a vacation or for training in the Beast Mountain Range." Watching Xiao Yan's nonchalant attitude, the little healer couldn't help but sigh softly. To be so brazen amid the perilous realm of the Beast Mountain Range is enviable, at least in terms of mindset. "Leisure comes from my confidence. The beasts here pose no threat to our safety," Xiao Yan replied, casually spitting out the blade of grass he had been chewing. Their intimate camaraderie did not go unnoticed by the surrounding mercenaries, yet none dared to voice any dissent. The continent of Duki is a realm where strength reigns supreme, and within this mercenary group, dominance is a matter of brute force. Though some mercenaries harbored feelings of discontent, Xiao Yan's reputation and the prowess he displayed the previous day left them too intimidated to speak ill of him. Everyone understood that this young man was not someone they could afford to offend. Among the mercenaries, a few older members regarded the two with eyes tinged with warmth. Having watched the little healer grow from a child, they held no ulterior motives towards her, viewing her as a sister or even a niece. Now, witnessing an exceptional young man expressing such overt interest in her, they felt a quiet joy for her. In comparison to Mu Li, Xiao Yan was far superior, rendering Mu Li almost unworthy of comparison. In every aspect, from talent to background and temperament, they were worlds apart, no matter how one looked at it. Encountering Xiao Yan seemed to be a fortunate occurrence for the little healer. "Hey, where's our young captain? Why hasn't that slippery snake come along?" While inhaling the faint fragrance emanating from the little healer, Xiao Yan turned to the two members of the Wolf-Head mercenary group beside him. Based on his memory, shouldn't Team Mu Li have rushed over to seek his approval? Our young captain is recuperating. The leader has forbidden him from coming along. Upon hearing Xiao Yan refer to their young captain as a slippery snake, the two mercenaries' lips twitched, but having witnessed Xiao Yan's capabilities, they dared not voice any objections. It seems that Mu Li has some sense after all." Nodding at their response, Xiao Yan acknowledged that after hearing about his reputation, Mu Li had indeed adopted a rare demeanor of restraint. It appears that this individual possesses the capability to become a leader of a mercenary group, demonstrating a certain level of intelligence. Having been reborn, Xiao Yan has little interest in trifling matters, as long as others do not provoke him. He is disinclined to create further bloodshed. The team continues to advance slowly, inevitably encountering two attacks from magical beasts along the way. The first wave was relatively manageable, involving merely two first-tier magical beasts that inflicted minimal damage. However, the second wave caused noticeable concern among many, as a pack of over 10 first-tier Qingmu wolves emerged, imposing a significant threat upon the mercenary group. Fortunately, Xiao Yan's presence among the mercenaries today was a stroke of luck. With a swift motion, he wielded the enormous Xian Zhongqi, reducing the two strongest Qingmu wolves to mere flesh, before returning to the group amidst their awed gazes. He even dispatched a Qingmu wolf attempting to ambush the little healer with a single, forceful punch, deforming its skull and effortlessly extracting its magical core with his bare hands. Observing Xiao Yan's somewhat bloody and violent methods, the little healer felt little discomfort. Although her cultivation was not particularly high, Her long tenure within the mercenary team had accustomed her to such spectacles. She even offered him a white handkerchief to wipe his hands. Nonetheless, she held a newfound respect for Xiao Yan's strength. With his addition, the Qingmu Wolfpack's attack not only spared lives, but also yielded several magical cores. Nevertheless, after this fierce battle, a few members sustained minor injuries. Everyone, we are nearing the medicinal herb area. Let us rest here for a while. Xiao Yan suggested with a smile upon reaching a location reminiscent of his memories. Very well. Many within the crowd nodded in agreement, appreciating the proposal. They had indeed grown weary from their long trek, and Xiao Yan's display of strength had granted him considerable influence within the group. However, after a brief respite, they curiously noticed that Xiao Yan and the little healer had inexplicably vanished. What would they be up to? One mercenary inquired with curiosity. Fool! A young man and woman together. What else would they be doing? Young people are simply enamored with each other. Why concern yourself with it? An older mercenary chuckled, chiding the younger one. Truly, he is a genius renowned throughout the Gamma Empire. In just one day, he has won the little healer's affection. Many chuckled, though a few younger mercenaries appeared quite uncomfortable, clearly harboring some admiration for the little healer themselves. Meanwhile, amidst the gossip, the young couple had reached the edge of a precipice. The treasure you mentioned lies here? The little healer gazed around, her beautiful eyes filled with a mix of anxiety and curiosity, finally spotting the vague outline of a cave beneath the cliff, guided by Xiao Yan. Indeed, here it is. Xiao Yan nodded, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. He casually grabbed a vine, ensuring its sturdiness before smiling at the little healer. Let us proceed. I have my own rope. There is no need for your assistance. The little healer's cheeks flushed slightly as she shook her head, producing a rope from her belongings, revealing her keen interest in today's adventure. Very well, proceed on your own. However, I must warn you, one can never be too cautious. There may be venomous snakes or scorpions lurking below. Xiao Yan shrugged nonchalantly. Upon hearing his words, the little healer's face changed slightly. If you dare to act recklessly, I shall ensure your demise. After a moment's hesitation, perhaps swayed by the allure of treasure or other reasons, she finally embraced Xiao Yan's waist, albeit somewhat awkwardly. With his left arm around her slender waist, Xiao Yan's expression deepened with nostalgia before they leapt off the cliff together. The fierce wind roared past them, pressing their garments tight against their bodies. Using his left hand to hold the little healer securely, he spun the rope in his right hand before yanking it abruptly, bringing their rapidly descending form to a gradual halt midair. As the winds calmed, the little healer clung tightly to Xiao Yan's waist. After a brief moment, she timidly lifted her face to glance at him, her voice tinged with urgency. What are you waiting for? Let's go. Hearing her soft murmurs, Xiao Yan smiled silently, tightening his embrace around the white-clad girl, savoring the familiarity of her warmth. Do not rush. Allow me to hold you a while longer, he whispered, as the mountain breeze caressed them, causing their loose garments to cling to their forms. The scent of his masculine aura enveloped her, leaving the little healer feeling slightly dizzy. Upon hearing his voice, she instinctively felt a twinge of resistance, but found herself inexplicably halting upon meeting his gaze, which held an unfathomable depth, gentleness, nostalgia, camaraderie, or perhaps a hint of regret. For reasons unknown, being scrutinized by those eyes made her feel a sudden sting at the tip of her nose, reminiscent of the feeling she experienced in last night's dream, tinged with a sense of grievance. Have we known each other before? She asked unexpectedly. Of course, Xiao Yan replied, his smile radiant, warmth lingering at the corners of his lips. I claim that in our past lives, we were the best of friends. Do you believe me? I do not, the little healer huffed, yet inexplicably, her head brushed gently against his shoulder. In any other circumstance, she would have dismissed his words as nonsense. However, this time, a sense of surreal familiarity washed over her, akin to a dream. Is it truly just friendship? As this thought crossed her mind, her nose tinged with an inexplicable bitterness. Xiao Yan offered no further explanation to her playful scoff. Instead, he inhaled the faint scent of her essence, an intimate warmth he had longed to possess in his past life. However, this time, we shall not remain merely friends. At his softly uttered words, the little healer trembled, and unexpectedly, a tear slipped uncontrollably from her eye. Could it be that such concepts as past lives truly exist in this world? The tranquility within her heart was suddenly invaded by a tumultuous whirlwind of emotions, leaving her feeling utterly disoriented. Xiao Yan held her silently, not moving further, simply cherishing the warmth of her presence. After a prolonged moment, as his arms began to tire from the weight, he smiled slightly and pushed off against a nearby rock, causing their bodies to sway against the cliffside. As he continued to lightly tap his toes, the vigorous tremors jolted Xiao Yan from her chaotic emotions. Glancing down at the seemingly bottomless chasm beneath her feet, a wave of weakness washed over her, prompting her to bury her head into Xiao Yan's embrace in a moment of panic. Sensing her actions, a deeper warmth crept into Xiao Yan's gentle smile. With a series of agile movements, he soon stood before the entrance of the cave. Feeling her feet touch solid ground, Xiao Yan exhaled slowly, attempting to free herself from Xiao Yan's hold. Just as she was about to speak, she was abruptly pulled behind him. Before she could utter a word, a sudden rush of air surged beside her, carrying with it an inexplicable stench emanating from within the cave. Be careful. As she beheld a colossal creature emerging from a cave, Xiao Yan's expression shifted dramatically. The creature was a rock serpent, though it was a first-tier magical beast. Its hard skin posed a significant challenge even to many of its peers. Moreover, it possessed gliding capabilities, making it one of the more troublesome first-tier magical beasts. However, before she could fully process her concern, she witnessed Xiao Yan spring forth as if propelled by thunder, his elbow crashing violently against the serpent's head. With a resounding thud, Xiao Yan stood firm, almost motionless, save for a slight tear at the hem of his sleeve. He bore no other injuries. In stark contrast, the immense body of the rock serpent was sent hurtling backward, crashing into a distant corner, where it lay motionless. A gust of air expelled from his palms dispersed the swirling dust within the cave, and only then did Xiao Yan pull Xiao Yan forward into the cave. As they reached the far end of the cave, a broad stone door loomed before them. Xiao Yan, upon surveying the scene, could not help but stifle a gasp with her delicate hand. The serpent, whose skin was as hard as rock, had its massive head brutally crushed open, staining the ground with dark blood as it lay limp. Just as she was about to marvel at Xiao Yan's formidable power, he casually extracted the magical core from the serpent and, shaking it before the stone door, inquired, "Do you have any way to open this door?" Staring at the formidable stone door, Xiao Yan gently shook her head, responding with a hint of regret. "Though I have some interest in mechanisms, my knowledge is quite limited." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan felt a flash of realization. It seemed that in her previous life, Xiao Yan had only begun to study mechanisms seriously after discovering this hidden cave. Given the passage of time and her incomplete recovery of spiritual strength, he too could scarcely recall where the mechanism for this door was located. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Casting a glance at Xiao Yan, he softly smiled. "Please take a few steps back." "Okay." Complying with his request, Xiao Yan stepped back without hesitation. Then, to her astonishment, Xiao Yan suddenly turned, his body coiling like a drawn bow, and with a tremendous force, he delivered a powerful punch to the stone door. The thundering sound echoed like a drumbeat in her heart. With that single strike, the sturdy stone door began to fracture with fine cracks. Unfazed, Xiao Yan continued to unleash a flurry of punches and kicks, each impact causing the cave to tremble as the fissures in the stone door spread wider. Finally, with one last kick, the door shattered explosively, disintegrating into countless fragments that fell to the ground. "This is utterly absurd." The soft glow of moonstone illuminated Xiao Yan's stunned face. Her rosy lips parted in disbelief. "Come on, we can go in now." Observing her dazed expression, Xiao Yan found her adorably charming. With a smile, he took her delicate hand and led her into the cave. Familiar with the surroundings, he knew there was no danger, while Xiao Yan only regained her senses when her feet encountered the sharp stones beneath. Feeling his calm grip on her hand, Xiao Yan's cheeks flushed slightly, and she remarked softly, "What a violent fellow you are." To her comment, Xiao Yan simply smiled in acknowledgement. After becoming a sovereign, he had seldom been able to unleash his full power, as doing so could easily obliterate an entire plane. Now, however, this body allowed him to fight freely without fear of excessive destruction. Hence, since his rebirth, he had rarely employed techniques, preferring to engage in direct combat. As they stepped through the stone door, the moonlight revealed a spacious hall before Xiao Yan's eyes, scanning the cave filled with exhilarating treasures. She quickly forgot Xiao Yan's earlier roughness, her sparkling eyes fixed on a small altar nestled in the corner, brimming with joy and excitement. Wow, so many herbs! A lengthy chapter of 23,000 words unfolds. I seek your support and subscriptions. Chapter 56, The Primitive Law Body, the Calamitous Poison Body. Still resembling the memories etched in her mind, the ancient chamber housed a skeleton seated in meditation, with 3 stone boxes arrayed before it. Scattered coins lay haphazardly across the floor, accompanied by small altars filled with precious herbs. The moment she spotted the altar, Xiao Yan glided gracefully toward it, her eyes sparkling at the sight of the legendary herbs. Watching her express such delight, Xiao Yan disregarded everything else in the cave, crossing his arms as he quietly observed her slender waist as she meticulously examined the herbs, a gentle smile gracing his lips. After a considerable time, Xiao Yan reluctantly lifted her gaze, her enchanting eyes lingering on the precious herbs before she sighed in resignation. I truly envy you, lucky one. How did you stumble upon such a place? In response to her astonishment, Xiao Yan's smile only deepened. This place was discovered because of you, he thought to himself, raising his chin slightly with a smile. Go ahead, take whatever herbs you desire. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback, ultimately shaking her head with reluctance. Never mind, one shouldn't benefit from another's toil. I can't take such precious things. Observing her stubborn determination, Xiao Yan felt neither disappointment nor frustration. If she were to cling to him merely for material gain, she would hardly be the Xiao Yan he remembered. Well, if you don't want these, that's fine. Gently shaking his head, Xiao Yan suddenly grasped her delicate wrist, swiftly leading her to the desiccated skeleton. After bowing respectfully, he, to Xiao Yan's astonished gaze, yanked down the arm of the skeletal figure that held a key. As the arm detached, a secret scroll was revealed, which Xiao Yan calmly tucked into his spatial ring. Observing Xiao Yan's graceful demeanor, the petite healer, Xiao Yan, opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. However, her attention quickly shifted to the first stone box that Xiao Yan had opened, as the key was removed. Inside the box lay a scroll radiating a kaleidoscope of colors. Quietly resting, her beautiful eyes fixated on the 4 grand characters beside the scroll, and her pupils contracted slightly, revealing a mix of astonishment and inner conflict. This object is known as the 7-colored poison manual. As a healer, I believe you would find it quite indispensable. Xiao Yan gazed at Xiao Yan, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. Under his intense scrutiny, Xiao Yan felt her body involuntarily stiffen, a vague sense of foreboding creeping into her heart. Taking a small step back, she forced a smile onto her delicate face. Indeed, as a frail maiden, I certainly require some poison for self-defense. Fear not about what the future may hold. I can assure you that such matters can be resolved through human agency. Xiao Yan gently placed the 7-colored scroll into Xiao Yan's embrace and affectionately ruffled her hair. Though no further words were exchanged, she seemed to understand, her body shivering as her captivating gaze remained locked onto him. After a prolonged moment, Xiao Yan exhaled softly, her beautiful eyes fluttering shut, her long lashes quivering as she murmured, "You seem to know something. Indeed, as you suspect. However, I assure you, there is no need for concern. I possess a commendable strategy to resolve this matter rationally." A gentle smile graced Xiao Yan's lips as he observed the tension etched upon her lovely face. A pang of compassion stirring within him, he instinctively pulled her into his embrace once more. In his arms, Xiao Yan felt her body stiffen before ultimately succumbing to a soft surrender, though she did not articulate her feelings. The fleeting day had allowed her to sense that a certain barrier within her heart had been quietly breached by this youth, who was considerably younger than herself. He seemed akin to a fated child sent by the heavens, each step seemingly guided by destiny itself. Despite Xiao Yan's silence, she intuitively grasped his unspoken words. This realization compelled her to ponder the existence of fate and interconnectedness in the world. Otherwise, how could a boy she had known for barely 2 days so effortlessly touch the tender recesses of her heart? Will my peculiar affliction truly be cured? She murmured softly, resting wearily against Xiao Yan. Of course it can be cured. Trust me, it is not a calamity, but rather an opportunity neglected by the heavens, he replied, his voice gentle as he stroked her flowing hair. It was only after ascending to profound realms in the vast world that he came to understand that the fearsome poison body, which instilled dread throughout the Do-Chi continent, was one of the original divine incarnations of boundless power. Among the 10 original divine incarnations of that era, the poison body was included. Undoubtedly, the potency of the poison body in that vast world far surpassed that of its counterpart in the Do-Chi continent. Once mastered, it could command all poisons under heaven. The supreme being who wielded the poison body was revered as the heavenly poison empress by her contemporaries. During the ancient cataclysm, the heavenly poison empress battled a heavenly demon emperor and 3 Shan demon emperors, ultimately perishing alongside them as a formidable force. In her final moments, she transformed the residual power of her bloodline into 9 drops of heart's blood, which fell into 9 lower realms. The 9 women who received these droplets became the first generation of poison bodies in their respective realms. The poison body shared a lineage with Medusa. Since the initial powerful figures were all women, This extraordinary gift could only be passed down through female descendants. However, unlike the beastly attributes of the Medusa lineage, the poison body was evidently more challenging to control. Following the demise of the poison body in ancient times, the knowledge of its mastery was lost, leading to subsequent generations succumbing to madness upon reaching the Dozone level. Even the rare few who managed to attain Dozone ultimately faced tragic fates. However, it is important to note that the art of poison alchemy is divided into two methods: internal and external alchemy. After the ancestor of the poison body was slain, her external alchemy techniques fell into the hands of others. After years of circulation, they eventually reached the hands of the Dan Tower, where Yao Lao acquired a copy. In contrast, the method of internal alchemy was entirely lost within the Do-Chi continent. It was only after Xiao Yan arrived in the vast world that he painstakingly obtained the internal alchemy techniques of the poison body from a powerful being who had ascended from another lower realm to aid Xiao Yan in breaking through to the heavenly sovereign level. In this lifetime, Xiao Yan possessed both methods of cultivation for the poison body. Given the terrifying attributes of the poison body, once he acquired a complete cultivation method, he would encounter minimal obstacles before reaching the Do-Di level. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's reassurances, though she felt as if she were dreaming, Xiao Yan's previously anxious heart suddenly found solace. Ever since she had inadvertently consumed poison as an apprentice healer, awakening her strange and terrifying physique, she had lived in constant fear of the future. Yet, after encountering this young man, that dread was gradually dissipating, replaced by a comforting sensation that made her feel that perhaps Xiao Yan's embrace was indeed warm. However, she soon shook off these thoughts, vigorously shaking her head before finally extricating herself from Xiao Yan's embrace. What is wrong with me? Why can I not control myself in his presence? A charming blush colored her cheeks as she cast a nervous glance at Xiao Yan, unable to articulate her thoughts. Observing her flustered demeanor, Xiao Yan remained patient. He was not one to rush matters. Though he too appreciated beauty, he placed greater value on the bond shared between them. Please, put these things away quickly. I am already quite content to possess this 7-colored poison manual. Feeling flustered under Xiao Yan's gaze, Xiao Yan stammered, lowering her head. Understanding her sentiments, Xiao Yan acquiesced, opening the remaining 2 boxes. As he remembered, the contents of the 2 boxes were the flight technique Eagle's Wing, which had greatly aided him during his humble beginnings in his previous life, and a set of advanced Shin-level combat technique, Roar of the Mad Lion. Though these techniques held little value to Xiao Yan at his current level, he had to admit that Eagle's Wing still provided some utility. With his current strength, despite his mastery of Do-Chi exceeding that of ordinary practitioners, the limited quantity was insufficient to be wasted. He casually placed the 2 combat techniques in his spatial ring alongside the remnants of the pure Lotus Demon Fire, before absent-mindedly rubbing his nose. Unbeknownst to him, his strength in this lifetime had far surpassed that of the pure Lotus Demon Saint from his previous life, rendering the remnants of the Demon Fire less significant to him now. Nevertheless, despite this, Xiao Yan still took great care to store the remnants of the demonic fire map. After completing this task, he collected all the herbs from the small jar under the envious gaze of the little healer, ultimately sweeping away most of the gold coins scattered on the ground. In this lifetime, free from Mu Li's interference, he had nearly taken all the treasures from this cave, leaving only a heap of gold coins behind for the next fortunate soul. Let us depart. There is nothing left to linger over, he declared, gently patting the little healer's delicate shoulder. Upon reaching the edge of the cliff once more, Xiao Yan smiled broadly and extended his arms. Come here. If you hesitate any longer, you shall have to climb up by yourself. Gripping the rope with one hand and spreading his arms wide, a smile danced at the corners of his mouth. Rogue, she muttered under her breath, yet the little healer, albeit a tad awkwardly, finally wrapped her arms tightly around Xiao Yan's waist, resting her head against him, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, lost in her thoughts. After a while, as they rejoined the mercenary group, many of the mercenaries cast ambiguous glances at the pair, some of the more spirited among them even letting out teasing clicks of their tongues. Of course, a few younger mercenaries exhibited slight grimaces, their eyes betraying a hint of pain. Observing their varied expressions, the little healer was momentarily taken aback and then flushed with embarrassment as she explained, it's not what you think. Ha ha. Yes, we understand. One mercenary nodded in exaggerated comprehension, while another seasoned soldier chuckled knowingly. Ah, youth, it is only natural. Faced with the laughter of the older mercenaries, the little healer suddenly wished to disappear into the ground, while Xiao Yan, standing beside her, surveyed the older soldiers with a benevolent smile. These old fellows truly know how to stir the pot. After a lively exchange, the herbal gathering team set off deeper into the mountains, returning only by evening. Brother Xiao Yan, we owe you a great debt. We've profited immensely this time. One mercenary exclaimed. Indeed, Brother Xiao Yan, thank you. Gazing at Xiao Yan, who was mingling amicably with the group of mercenaries, a subtle smile crept onto the lips of the little healer as she stood at the entrance of the Wan Yao pharmacy. After being warmly welcomed by Boss Yao with a lavish dinner, Xiao Yan couldn't help but marvel at the latter's eagerness to push the little healer toward him. In his previous life, this man had nearly conspired with the wolf-head mercenary group against him and the little healer. Yet in this life, he treated Xiao Yan with such deference, even attempting to usher the little healer into his company. Indeed, people are creatures that seek profit and avoid harm, Xiao Yan mused. If Boss Yao has intentions in the future, he might consider collaborating with my Xiao family in Wutan City. Perhaps charmed by Boss Yao's flattering demeanor, Xiao Yan found himself nodding in agreement. Although Boss Yao was not entirely virtuous, he was not wholly villainous either. At the very least, he and T reached a level that disgusted Xiao Yan. Thus he was disinclined to hold grudges from his past life. Oh, thank you so much, young Master Xiao Yan. Allow me to toast you, Boss Yao exclaimed, his face radiating joy as he offered yet another round of flattering compliments. Seeing that Xiao Yan had indeed dined well, he arranged for the little healer to escort him home. Hey, don't get too close to Boss Yao. He is not a good person, the little healer admonished, casting a disgruntled glance at Xiao Yan as they walked along the quiet path. She had noticed how Boss Yao had been pushing her towards Xiao Yan without any resistance on his part, which made her disapprove of the two scheming together. Well, since you care so much about me, I shall heed your advice, Xiao Yan replied with a chuckle, and before the little healer could react, he leaned in and whispered in her ear, causing her body to stiffen. Prepare yourself over the next few days. We will visit that little valley you discovered. What little valley? She asked, taking a couple of steps back, unable to conceal her anxiety despite her efforts. Stop pretending. Your nervousness is all too apparent, Xiao Yan teased, lightly patting her shoulder. We shall bring your little Lan along. It's a splendid opportunity for its evolution, and you cannot fault me for not warning you. After saying this, he affectionately ruffled the little healer's hair and returned to his own room with a smile. Once Xiao Yan departed, the little healer remained stiff for a while, staring vacantly in his direction as she let out a soft sigh. He even knows about little Lan. How does he know everything? Yet, his mention of it being an opportunity for evolution, along with the reference to the valley, lingered in her mind. After ruminating on it for a while, she recalled their earlier conversations in the cave and ultimately shook her head gently. Forget it. If he wanted to harm me, he has countless methods at his disposal. Returning to her room under the moonlight, the little healer tidied up briefly before lying quietly on her bed, allowing the cool moonlight to wash over her face. Could it be that such strange notions of past lives truly exist in this world? She pondered, shaking her head helplessly as memories of her physical encounters with Xiao Yan resurfaced, causing her cheeks to flush anew. However, there was indeed a sense of security in his embrace. A smile graced her lips as she recalled the warmth of that moment, leaving her bewildered as to why she could never maintain her guard around him. Even during their embraces at the cliff and in the cave, an inexplicable emotion enveloped them, stirring a bittersweet feeling that brought tears to her eyes. And what of the strange affliction I bear? Can he truly cure it? Lost in her thoughts, the little healer succumbed to a deep slumber. In the days that followed, aside from a single outing to gather herbs, the little healer and Xiao Yan remained within the Wan Yao pharmacy. After several days of adjustment, the little healer gradually ceased to exhibit overt resistance toward Xiao Yan. Although she did not take the initiative, his gestures and words no longer elicited the eye rolls they once had. Moreover, after delving into the 7-colored poison classics, the little healer finally grasped the nature of her terrifying constitution. When she discovered that her dreadful physique was known as the catastrophic poison body, her delicate face turned as pale as a ghost. Fortunately, Xiao Yan had anticipated her reaction and, after a round of soothing words, managed to calm her frayed nerves. Following this moment of reassurance, the rapport between the little healer and Xiao Yan evidently grew closer. While they may not have crossed the threshold into romance, they had undeniably surpassed the bounds of mere friendship. This newfound intimacy mirrored the connections they had shared in the little valley years ago. Xiao Yan, however, did not rush to hasten their bond further. Some emotions, after being allowed to settle over time, would naturally blossom into fruition one day in the future. After all, he was still merely a 13-year-old boy in this body. Engaging in any imprudent actions at this age would be rather absurd. A few days later, Xiao Yan finally stood before Boss Yao, accompanied by the enchanting little physician. Boss Yao, I intend to take the little physician out for a while. It may take some time before we return, Xiao Yan greeted. Then, with a smile, he led the blushing little physician through the grand doors of the Wanyaozhai. Young Master Xiao Yan, please feel free. The little physician's salary will continue as usual, Boss Yao replied with a lecherous grin, casting a mischievous glance at the little physician. In his mind, he had already imagined that Xiao Yan was taking her to engage in some romantic escapades. However, he harbored no objections. Instead, he felt a surge of good humor. The absence of such a beautiful healer would indeed be a considerable loss for Wanyaozhai, potentially impacting its business in Qingshan town. Yet, by currying favor with Xiao Yan, he envisioned that their business would soon transcend the confines of the town. From now on, our Wanyaozhai's dealings shall extend into the city, and one day, my medicinal materials will even be sold to those esteemed alchemists. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, a proud smile spread across Boss Yao's face. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan and the little physician had already departed the bounds of Qingshan town. High above, a colossal blue eagle spread its wings, soaring gracefully through the turbulent air currents. On its back, a youth clad in black and a maiden in white sat quietly together. With an arm gently wrapped around the little physician's exquisitely slender waist, Xiao Yan wore a reminiscent smile. The little physician, feeling the warmth radiating from his embrace, blushed. However, once she realized he was not overstepping any boundaries, her previously tense body finally relaxed. Beneath them, the great blue eagle's eyes darted around, observing the intimate actions of its master with a hint of jealousy, while also harboring a degree of caution. The beast's keen instincts sensed that the human on its back might indeed be a formidable figure. As the blue eagle soared, the mountains and rivers below swiftly passed by, and a basin that would normally require half a day's journey was reached in the mere time it took to burn a stick of incense. Upon gazing at the vast expanse of the basin before them, the little physician gently caressed the eagle's head, prompting it to glide forward. As they ventured deeper into the basin, a small valley shrouded in mist revealed itself to the trio. Observing the ethereal surroundings, excitement finally flickered in Xiao Yan's eyes, tinged with nostalgia. In his previous life, he and the medicine elder had sensed that this place held peculiar energies, far richer than those in the outside world. However, at that time, he was still too weak, and the medicine elder existed in a spiritual state, rendering them unable to discern the valley's secrets. After achieving the Dohuang rank, Xiao Yan had visited once, but had not returned until more than a decade later when he became a Do-Di and sought out the little physician in Qingshan town. It was during their nostalgic visit to this valley that Xiao Yan, now a Do-Di, discovered the underlying mysteries. It turned out that deep beneath this valley lay the resting place of a semi-saint level powerhouse. In his previous life, Xiao Yan had already ascended to emperor status. Thus, the legacy of a semi-saint would not have piqued his interest, nor would it have drawn the little physician, who had also become a Doshang. Consequently, they had never ventured into this ancient tomb. Decades later, as the space within the tomb began to weaken, it attracted many powerful individuals vying for its treasures, and eventually, someone managed to obtain this legacy and, after years of arduous training, ascended to the rank of Dozun. However, in this life, that individual's fortuitous luck was likely to be prematurely exhausted by an unnamed Do-Di. After all, for Xiao Yan, who was not even a Doshur at present, the treasures within this ancient tomb genuinely held significant potential for assistance. The blue eagle pierced through the thick fog, gradually descending to a flat area within the valley. In the center of this area stood a modest grass hut. Swiftly leaping off the blue eagle, Xiao Yan approached the familiar hut, a smile gracing his lips as he turned to the little physician, who was quietly observing him. For the next few days, we shall reside here. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, the little physician's cheeks flushed a deeper shade, and with a playful glare, she retorted, "Who wants to live with you?" Yet, despite her words, she willingly entered the hut, deftly tidying up the interior before preparing a side room for herself. "There, this shall be your resting place. I warn you, do not harbor any improper intentions towards me, or I shall poison you," she declared, her feisty demeanor making Xiao Yan's smile widen as he playfully pinched her delicate nose. "Poison me? Would you truly have the heart to do so?" he teased. The little physician merely huffed in response before humming a tune as she retreated to her room. In the ensuing days, Xiao Yan was almost constantly preoccupied during the day, leaving the little physician scarcely able to catch a glimpse of him. However, each evening, he would promptly appear before her, cheerfully devouring the meal she had prepared. In response to his antics, the little physician could only roll her eyes, her discontent overshadowed by the softening of her gaze as she witnessed him enjoying her cooking so heartily. The ancient valley, hidden amidst clouds and mist, remained devoid of excessive magical beasts and humans due to its seclusion. Yet, atop one of the peaks within this valley, a youthful figure quietly emerged. Clutching a bloodied magical core, he ignited pale flames in his hands, swiftly reducing the core to a molten liquid. With a deft flick of his fingers, he entwined some peculiar metals with the liquid core before reigniting the flames, melting the metals and merging them with the core. After a brief moment, the liquefied magical core fully integrated with the metals, and Xiao Yan expertly shaped it into a unique rhombic crystal. With a swift motion, 5 crystals of varying hues floated delicately at his fingertips. Though their colors differed, each crystal contained vast reserves of energy, and the metals, processed through Xiao Yan's special technique, subtly formed intricate runes within the crystals. The runes within the 5 crystals interacted with one another, manifesting a wondrous effect that seemed to obscure the secrets of the heavens. As he gazed at the floating crystals, a smile graced Xiao Yan's lips. This was a set of peculiar formations he had acquired from the ancient cave of the Tua Shi ancient emperor, known as the 5 Elements Concealment Array. This extraordinary formation was once employed by ancient clans to veil their secrets. The true 5 Elements Concealment Array was composed of the cores of 9 ranked magical beasts representing the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. When combined, it could even shield the senses of a Dodi. However, gathering 5 9-rank cores of such elemental diversity was no easy feat, even for the Dodi families of ancient times. Thus, a genuine 5 Elements Concealment Array was undoubtedly regarded as a treasured possession by the imperial clans in ancient times. However, the current Xiao Yan certainly did not possess the means or necessity to construct such a formidable array. In recent days, he had hunted 5 4th-tier magical beasts, utilizing the cores of these creatures to forge the foundation of the array. While the effects might not even be sufficient to obscure the perception of a Dozun expert, it seemed that within a radius of 10,000 miles, no such formidable beings existed. As for Dozong, as long as they were not in close proximity to this valley, they would be utterly oblivious to the array's concealment. As for those beneath the Dozong level, Xiao Yan harbored no concerns. Lacking mastery over spatial forces, they would be unable to discern any changes in the valley unless they were to stand atop it and visually inspect it. Moreover, even if discovered, with Yao Lao's current spiritual prowess, capturing it after Xiao Yan's activation would pose little difficulty. With the aid of Yao Lao's soul energy, Xiao Yan lightly stepped forward and soon arrived above the center of the valley. With a flick of his fingers, he propelled the 5 foundational cores, which he had named the Little 5 Elements Concealment Array, into the array eyes scattered throughout the valley. As he shifted the seal of his palm, threads of energy began to surge forth from these 5 magical cores. These energy threads intertwined, using the 5 cores as a foundation, ultimately weaving together into a cohesive whole. The moment the array was formed, the valley's aura was completely severed from the outside world, unless a Dozone-level expert appeared nearby. The energy fluctuations within would remain imperceptible to external senses. Naturally, there were limits to these fluctuations, but the array Xiao Yan arranged was far from ordinary. Although composed solely of 4th-tier magical beast cores, it could effectively mask all energy fluctuations below the level of 5-star Dozone. After completing this endeavor, Xiao Yan gently clapped his hands and returned to the thatched hut. Tomorrow, I will create quite a stir in this valley. You and Xiao Lan should find a cave to hide in. Otherwise, you might get hurt, he remarked to the little healer while sipping his rice porridge. Understood. You mysterious fellow, she replied, unable to suppress a light snort, clearly having been forewarned by Xiao Yan over the past few days. However, perhaps due to the previous treasure hunt, the little healer remained quite curious about Xiao Yan's methods, and she could not help but inquire. Is there truly a treasure hidden within this valley? Upon hearing her question, Xiao Yan non-committally nodded, casually tossing a drop of refined magical beast blood into the mouth of the awaiting Xiao Lan, who immediately emitted a cheerful cry. Evidently, the 4th-tier magical beast Xiao Yan had slain over the past few days had not gone to waste. Some of their blood had become sustenance for Xiao Lan. Indeed, and it far surpasses the treasures we encountered in that cave last time. However, it is somewhat perilous, and, with my current strength, I cannot afford to divide my attention to protect you, so you must wait outside. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, the little healer nodded gently, her smile tinged with a hint of astonishment. More precious than the treasures in that cave? What level of expert could have left such riches behind? While marveling at the treasure, the little healer's smile grew softer, finding joy in Xiao Yan's evident trust in her. The following noon, as the sun reached its zenith, the energy and mist above the valley began to evaporate significantly. Observing that the little healer had already found a cave to hide with Xiao Lan, Xiao Yan nodded lightly. Standing in place, in the next moment, an overwhelming surge of spiritual power emanated from him. Chapter 58, The Ancient Tomb Awakens. At the instant this vast spiritual force erupted, dust and leaves within a radius of several dozen meters around Xiao Yan were suddenly lifted into the air, only to gently descend after a brief flight. Meanwhile, in a cave several dozen miles away, the little healer sat with Xiao Lan, her gaze sweeping over the distant disturbance. Her beautiful eyes flickered slightly, clearly recognizing that the commotion was instigated by Xiao Yan. However, with her current strength, she could not discern what exactly Xiao Yan was doing, only sensing that he seemed to be brewing something terrifying. The colossal spiritual power surged forth from his body, and with his eyes firmly shut, Xiao Yan began to explore the surrounding space through this vast spiritual energy. With his current capabilities, it was indeed challenging to exert such immense spiritual force. Yet, drawing upon his formidable past experiences and grasp of spatial rules, even while utilizing Yao Lao's spiritual energy to explore the spatial nodes, he still demonstrated greater proficiency than Yao Lao himself. Upon reaching the domain of the Dominator deity, one's understanding of space transcends the ordinary, nearing the comprehension of the Great Way and the laws of existence. Especially at the pinnacle of such a realm, a being like Xiao Yan only needed to take that final step to achieve a terrifying level of one world, one tree, one Bodhi. Yao Lao had long grown accustomed to Xiao Yan's adept use of his spiritual powers and casually offered his own, even allocating part of his thoughts to further comprehend the three great secret techniques Xiao Yan had presented. The formidable will was infused into Yao Lao's vast and powerful spiritual energy, instantly transforming it into tendril-like manifestations that began to incessantly analyze the nearby spatial composition. If it were the previous Xiao Yan, a mere glance would reveal the secrets within this place. Yet, even with Yao Lao's spiritual energy, the current Xiao Yan could not immediately uncover the spatial node. Fortunately, his profound understanding of space allowed him to explore with those spiritual tendrils for approximately the span of a burning incense stick. At that moment, his eyes finally snapped open. "That's the spot, Master. Lend me a strand of your bone spirit cold fire." Xiao Yan called out internally, and in the next instant, a chilling white flame was released from the dark ring. This fierce white flame, despite the frigid surroundings, began to warp the very fabric of space itself. Such a terrifying flame was difficult even for many high-ranking alchemists to tame effortlessly. Yet, under Xiao Yan's deft control, the white flame twisted as if it were a living entity, gradually condensing into a uniquely shaped flame sword. "Spatial blade, break!" Xiao Yan exclaimed, and the fiery sword was suddenly enveloped in an invisible force of space before thrusting fiercely toward a specific point in the spatial fabric. Under Xiao Yan's guidance, the white flame sword did not pass through space like ordinary objects. Instead, it collided with something, abruptly impacting that section of space. In the next moment, the flame sword bizarrely vanished into that space, and shortly thereafter, the previously unremarkable area began to distort slowly. Observing the scene, Xiao Yan's expression remained unchanged as he altered his hand seals, continuing to manipulate the bone spirit cold fire that had entered the spatial domain. Before long, a chilling aura reminiscent of the underworld began to emanate from that space, freezing the grass and leaves below into icy sculptures almost instantaneously. Indeed, a powerful practitioner of ice attribute Do Qi. Gazing upon this scene, Xiao Yan couldn't help but smile faintly, fully aware that this commotion could not possibly be attributed to the bone spirit cold fire. In his previous life, he recalled that this individual was referred to as the White Tiger Elder. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he once again shifted the hand seals, causing the fluctuations within the space to intensify. After an indeterminate passage of time, a fissure finally emerged in the previously distorted space. Moments after the crack materialized, countless smaller fractures began to spread throughout the area. The sound of cracking echoed. Whether it was the shattering of ice or the rupture of space itself remained uncertain. As the energy fluctuations grew more intense, the cracks in the surrounding space widened, until at a certain moment, they ultimately erupted with a thunderous roar. Boom! Although the hidden icy energy within this space and the quantity of bone spirit cold fire were not particularly vast, The sheer force that could obliterate the very fabric of space was evidently beyond the reach of ordinary cultivators. As the space fractured, a terrifying surge of energy, intermingled with a chilling, icy essence, erupted violently. Wherever the dreadful energy ripples swept through, all vegetation was instantaneously transformed into ice sculptures, subsequently shattered by the overwhelming force. Centered around Xiao Yan, the entire valley was enveloped in an icy realm, while the residual energy continued to permeate, plunging the valley's temperature into an unbearable chill. As the energy ripples shattered swathes of flora, several of these ripples collided fiercely with the cliffs of the valley, with some even soaring skyward. Fortunately, the heavens above had already been fortified by Xiao Yan's formation. Thus, although the energy ripples were formidable, they ultimately dissipated into mere remnants, their power failing to surpass that of a full-force strike from a Dowang. Nevertheless, even so, those energy ripples upon striking the nearby mountains caused them to tremble slightly. The tremors were acutely felt by the small medical fairy hidden within the cave, her gaze instantly turning toward Xiao Yan, filled with astonishment. After all, in her eyes, the recent spectacle was centered around the direction where Xiao Yan had been, as a circle of white swiftly spread across the valley, transforming everything into a realm of frost. As she pondered this, the small medical fairy felt a frigid gust sweeping through the cave's entrance. Under the weight of this chilling aura, the ground swiftly became coated with a layer of frost. The sheer coldness sent a shiver down her spine, eliciting a hint of panic in her eyes. Should this icy wind envelop her, even if it did not freeze her into an ice sculpture instantly, it would surely render her body immobile in a heartbeat. Retreating hastily, just as the small medical fairy sensed her eyelashes beginning to frost over, a shadowy figure suddenly materialized before her. Accompanying this dark silhouette, a wall of pale flames swiftly sealed off the cave's entrance, effectively blocking the terrifying chill from penetrating further. The residual cold breeze, upon passing through the pale flames, transformed into an utterly mundane airflow. "My apologies, I almost left you frozen," a gentle voice resonated beside her. Lifting her gaze to behold the refined features of Xiao Yan, the small medical fairy released a quiet sigh of relief, though a spark of astonishment lingered. "Was that commotion you created just now?" Staring blankly at Xiao Yan, disbelief permeated her expression. The magnitude of the disturbance had altered the very temperature of the valley. Such a feat. Could it truly be within the capabilities of a mere human? Who else could it be in this valley but the two of us? Observing her dazed demeanor, Xiao Yan couldn't suppress a chuckle, gently taking her delicate hand. A surge of dou qi flowed into her body, instantly generating a warmth that dispelled the chill enveloping her. "I may delve into this further, but it shouldn't take too long." As he watched the small medical fairy's complexion gradually regain its rosy hue, Xiao Yan flicked his fingers, summoning a jade vial into his hand. Though the duration of his exploration would not be extensive, it would likely span a day or two. The icy energy in the valley would dissipate rapidly. However, once this chilling essence was released, finding sustenance might prove difficult. Scratching his head lightly, Xiao Yan handed the jade vial to the small medical fairy. "This vial contains 3 warmth-preserving pills. Should you feel cold or hungry, take one." As the name suggests, the warmth-preserving pill is a first-tier medicinal concoction that provides temporary sustenance and warmth. Upon ingestion, one experiences a sensation of fullness, and a protective warmth envelopes the body, allowing one to endure an entire day without hunger or cold, even in winter. Naturally, while this pill can serve as a meal, consuming it in excess may lead to some bodily disarray. However, short-term use over several days would not result in significant adverse effects. The rarity of this pill is primarily due to its exorbitant cost. One pill suffices for a day, yet its price equates to several years of income for an average family, a luxury most cannot afford. Only those at the awkward ranks of Do Shi and Do Shi might keep a couple on hand, as their need for sustenance are greatly diminished. Yet they have not ascended to the realm of complete abstinence. Having completed these preparations, Xiao Yan gently ruffled the small medical fairy's hair before vanishing from sight. With Xiao Yan's departure, the wall of flames gradually dissipated. Although the frigid winds laden with icy energy had ceased, the valley remained an eerie winter landscape, blanketed in an unnatural chill even in the height of summer. Feeling the occasional cold breeze wafting from the mountains, the small medical fairy couldn't help but shudder slightly. Clad in only a thin white dress, her still-developing cultivation rendered her incapable of withstanding such cold. Exhaling a breath of frosty air, she quickly consumed a warmth-preserving pill, feeling the warmth surge within her, gradually dispelling the chill. It was then that she turned her gaze towards the center of the valley. To her surprise, a pitch-black void had materialized there, its nature elusive to her current vision. Yet her intuition warned her that whatever lay beyond this darkness far surpassed her current level of comprehension. Reflecting on the tumult caused by Xiao Yan earlier, she couldn't help but shake her head and wonder, what a peculiar and extraordinary individual. Meanwhile, as the small medical fairy's mind brimmed with curiosity, Xiao Yan had silently approached the ominous void she had observed. What appeared to be a mere blackness was, in fact, a spatial gateway nearly 10 yards in diameter. This so-called spatial door, while somewhat rudimentary, surpassed the spatial wormholes constructed by Dozun cultivators, though it still fell short compared to the spatial gates found within the relics of Dosheng. However, it was understandable, as this was merely a remnant of a half-saint's handiwork, inevitably inferior to that of a true Dosheng. Crossing through this gateway might lead him to the resting place of the half-saint. A glimmer flickered in Xiao Yan's eyes as he stepped forward without a moment's hesitation. Although he had not paid much heed to this ancient tomb in his previous life, he knew that decades later, a powerful figure who inherited its legacy would actively ally with the Tianfu alliance after achieving the rank of Dozun. Thus, it is evident that Xiao Yan is aware that when the ancient tomb first emerged, numerous powerful individuals perished, not due to the inherent dangers of the tomb itself, but rather as a consequence of their ruthless conflicts over its treasures. The perils posed by the tomb were not particularly formidable even for Dohuang experts, and for Dozong practitioners, they were virtually non-existent. Although Yao Lao now possesses only the sole power of an ordinary Dozong under Xiao Yan's guidance, few could pose a threat to him below the Dozun level. The moment he stepped through the spatial gateway, the surrounding space began to undulate like a tumultuous river. This tumultuous motion, reminiscent of ocean waves, posed minimal risk to life. However, an average Do Huang entering this realm might find themselves disoriented by the overwhelming spatial forces. And even those newly initiated into Dozong would likely experience a slight dizziness. Regrettably, for Xiao Yan, these spatial currents felt as stable as solid ground. Regardless of how they surged, he maintained an expression of calm, each step precisely landing on the most stable points. After traversing for a brief interval, he arrived at the terminus of this spatial tunnel. Upon passing through the opposite entrance, he found himself in a realm that resembled an icy, snow-laden world. This vast subterranean palace was likely grander in scale than the basin above ground. Within this ancient palace, an imposing gate stood silently before him, crafted entirely from dark ice and towering 100 feet high. Additionally, the walls surrounding the palace were encrusted with formidable layers of chilling dark ice, appearing exceedingly robust. It was evident that even a fierce battle between Dozong experts would not inflict significant damage upon this palace, a notion that Xiao Yan felt quite assured of. Before him loomed numerous ice sculptures of various forms, standing in solemn silence. On the crystalline ice gate, a prominent inscription read, "Defeat the ice sculptures. Those of suitable age may enter the tomb of the esteemed one and have the chance to inherit their legacy." Gazing upon this scene, a faint smile graced Xiao Yan's lips. Although he was a half-saint of ice attributes, the conditions appeared to be tailored to suit him perfectly. As he contemplated this, a series of cracking noises echoed, prompting him to look down and witness the dozens of ice sculptures on the ground as their eyes ignited with an eerie red glow. With the awakening of this crimson light, the previously motionless ice sculptures began to stir. With a sound reminiscent of colliding ice, the diverse ice beasts began to move. Low growls emanated from their throats, akin to the awakening of ancient dragons, and in the next moment, a tremendous aura surged forth from these crystalline beasts. Within Xiao Yan's soul perception, there were dozens of these crystalline beasts, the weakest of which were equivalent to fifth-tier magical beasts of the Dohuang level, while the most formidable among them rivaled the peak of human Dohuang. For an ordinary cultivator, even those newly initiated into Dozong would likely retreat in the face of such overwhelming numbers. After all, when numerical superiority reaches a certain threshold, it can indeed overshadow individual prowess to some extent. However, Xiao Yan was entirely unlike others. Though he could currently only utilize Yao Lao's soul power, which was comparable to an ordinary Dozong, his extensive combat experience and the countless techniques stored within his memory far surpassed those of an average Dozong. As he regarded the numerous crystalline beasts, their blood-red eyes fixated on him with a chilling intent, Xiao Yan felt no fear. Instead, a smile danced upon his lips. After such a long rebirth, he was finally able to truly warm up. With a soft murmur, the ice beasts, ranging from several feet to nearly 10 zhong in size, charged toward him with ferocious intent. Xiao Yan found this entirely unsurprising. After all, this was the burial ground of a half-saint, and the presence of such puppets was not unexpected. The fact that the White Tiger sovereign had left behind such obstacles was already remarkably lenient. It seemed they merely sought to select a worthy successor. Otherwise, a half-saint could easily employ Dozone-level or even a couple of Dozun-level puppets to guard their tomb. As he contemplated this, a piercing cold wind swept towards him, carrying a sharp force. Sensing this energy, Xiao Yan's expression remained unchanged as the space beneath his feet warped peculiarly, and he appeared 3 zhong away in an instant. The force struck empty air, and a magical beast resembling a monkey, standing less than a meter tall, manifested in its place. A 5th-tier peak beast known as the Ice Wind Spirit Monkey. As he glanced at this newly emerged beast, a flicker of surprise crossed Xiao Yan's eyes. Though the Ice Wind Spirit Monkey was a 5th-tier peak magical beast, it possessed dual attributes of ice and wind, making it as troublesome as a newly initiated Do Huang if it were alive. However, its dual attributes also rendered its magic core more valuable than many 6th-tier magical beasts. In the crude puppet control methods of the Do Chi continent, magic cores were typically employed as the energy source for puppets. Once again stepping lightly, despite being besieged by over a dozen magical beasts, Xiao Yan remained utterly composed, moving with the ease of a leisurely stroll amidst the chaos, evading their attacks without sustaining a scratch. Observing the crafting methods of these ice sculptures, he found them considerably more rudimentary than his own earlier creations of celestial puppets. Thus, it was reasonable to assume that the magical cores still lingered within these beasts. A glimmer of determination sparked in Xiao Yan's eyes, although his revived memories only reached up until he departed from the Do Chi continent. His experiences at the Do Emperor level made him disdainful of such puppet techniques. Once again, he unleashed his profound soul power, sweeping over each magical beast like tendrils. Moments later, a smile finally graced his lips as he flicked his finger, summoning the immense Xianzhong Qi into his grasp. With another step, his figure melded with the space around him. The next moment, the space before a 6th-tier beast warped, and Xiao Yan shot forth. His gaze fixed intently upon a specific part of the beast's body, as the Xianzhong Qi descended with tremendous force. Boom! With Yao Lao's current soul power combined with Xiao Yan's adept application, even a casual strike was beyond the capacity of any being below Dozong to withstand. As the Xianzhong Qi crashed down upon the beast, it plummeted to the ground like a meteor, shattering the icy surface beneath it. However, the ancient tomb, built by a half-saint, withstood the impact. Although the magical beast's icy exterior shattered and its frozen flesh crumbled, the ground of the tomb remained unshaken. After being struck by Xiao Yan's powerful strike, the beast convulsed slightly before falling still, unable to rise again. Xiao Yan's seemingly casual blow had effectively severed several connection nodes of the puppet technique within the beast. Such an approach, I fear, is something the White Tiger sovereign, who originally left these magical beasts, could never have anticipated. After all, the crucial operational nodes of puppet techniques are exceedingly concealed. Even if an ordinary person were to discover them, dismantling them would prove remarkably challenging. Alas, these puppets encountered Xiao Yan, whose formidable insights, even with only the memory of a Do Emperor, far surpassed the capabilities of any mere half-holy. With just a sweep of his soul power, Xiao Yan swiftly discerned the vulnerabilities of these puppets, a testament to the benefits of his immense experience. Thud, thud, thud. Like a specter weaving through the myriad of puppets, each strike of the Xuanzhong staff sent an ice crystal beast crashing heavily to the ground. Once down, there was no chance of rising again. In the span of merely half a stick of incense, the once echoing hall of the ancient tomb fell into a profound silence. "Goodness, I have truly gained insight today," exclaimed Yao Lao, witnessing the entire spectacle from within the black ring, unable to suppress an expletive. Xiao Yan's combat prowess utterly eclipsed that of any strong individual he had ever encountered, even transcending the bounds of Yao Lao's imagination. Reflecting upon it, Yao Lao mused that even if he were to wield his own soul power, vanquishing such numerous ice crystal beasts would be an arduous task, and even if successful, he would likely exhaust a significant portion of his soul energy. This was in spite of the assistance from Bone Spear Coldfire. Yet, after dispatching such a multitude of ice crystal beasts, Xiao Yan consumed relatively little soul power, leaving Yao Lao, a former titan of the Do Chi continent, somewhat bewildered. "Master, you too shall be capable of such feats in the future," Xiao Yan chuckled, lightly tapping the black ring on his finger, sensing Yao Lao's astonishment. In his previous life, before ascending to the status of a Do Wang, it was always Yao Lao who amazed him. Now, the roles had reversed. This peculiar sensation was immensely intriguing to Xiao Yan. Once again harnessing a strand of bone spirit cold fire, he deftly transformed it into a fiery blade. Approaching an ice crystal beast, he thrust it with force, the bone spirit cold fire searing through the beast's abdomen with terrifying heat. As he observed the creature's flesh quickly charred by the flames, Xiao Yan made a decisive cut, unveiling a snow-white, glistening magic core nestled within the beast's belly. As anticipated, these beasts indeed possessed magic cores. A smile of delight crept across Xiao Yan's lips. In his former life, he might have overlooked such cores, yet given his current circumstances, the prospect of dozens of 5th to 6th tier magic cores represented a substantial bounty. Gently caressing the pristine magic core, he noted its somewhat dulled luster and shook his head. These ice crystal beasts had likely lingered in this ancient tomb for centuries, even though their cores had been reinforced through special means. The passage of time had inevitably diminished the essence contained within, rendering them inferior compared to fresh cores. Nonetheless, even diminished, these 5th and 6th tier magic cores held considerable value for Xiao Yan at this moment. Moreover, the cores within these beasts appeared to be predominantly of the ice attribute, rarer than the average cores, with some beasts even possessing dual attributes. Even if their energy had waned, their worth remained formidable. Defeating these beasts took less than a stick of incense, yet collecting their magic cores consumed nearly 2 sticks. However, upon placing the final blue-white magic core into the black ring, a broad smile illuminated Xiao Yan's face. In such a brief span, his gains had far surpassed those accumulated over half a year in Wutan City. He could hardly fathom what treasures lay within the depths of this half-holy tomb. While Xiao Yan lacked combat techniques and skills, he found himself in dire need of rare materials. With sufficient heavenly treasures, alongside the alchemical prowess of himself and Yao Lao, their cultivation speed could reach astonishing heights. 3 years to Do Huang, 5 years to Do Zun. Such feats could very well be within reach. Thus, as he gazed at the crystalline ice gate, the fervor in his eyes intensified. Approaching the grand entrance, he noticed a faint halo shimmering above it. Recalling fragments of conversations from years past, Xiao Yan hesitated no longer, extending his hand to gently rest upon the cold surface of the ice gate. As his palm made contact, a radiant beam emanated from the gate, merging seamlessly into his being. Moments later, a deep voice resonated within his mind. Those under 30 may enter this tomb and receive a fortuitous opportunity. With the words spoken, a formidable gravitational pull emanated from the ice gate, a force so powerful that even with Yao Lao's soul energy aiding him, Xiao Yan found himself struggling to resist. With a whoosh, he was drawn into a pitch-black spatial wormhole. Ultimately, a half-holy remains a half-holy, despite his extensive experience and means. He found himself utterly powerless in the face of such a vast disparity in strength. Within the ancient space, with a soft sigh, Xiao Yan's form was expelled as if he were mere debris. Upon landing in the tomb, an overwhelming chill rushed to greet him, and as he touched the ground, a thin layer of ice began to spread towards his feet, summoning the bone spirit cold fire to cloak his body in a protective layer against the frigid air. 10 times more severe than the outside, Xiao Yan slowly shifted his gaze towards the true interior of the ancient tomb. Upon witnessing the inner sanctum, even Xiao Yan, with his vast experience, could not suppress a look of astonishment. The tomb's interior spanned merely 100 feet, yet the treasures before him stirred something deep within his heart. 100-foot-long ancient bridge, encrusted with frost, spanned above a frigid pool that nearly consumed the entirety of the tomb's area. What truly ignited Xiao Yan's excitement, however, was the realization that the waters in this pool were not ordinary. They were the incredibly precious ice spirit cold spring, invaluable to any alchemist. In his past life, he had expended tremendous effort to acquire even a small vial of this essence, trading a bottle of accompanying purple crystal source for just a single vial. Even during Kailin's breakthrough, they had only gathered a small pool. Yet here, in this ancient tomb, lay a vast pool of ice spirit cold spring, 100 feet in diameter. While not rare for a half-holy, and even capable of being artificially produced by ice attribute doshangs, amassing such a significant quantity would still be a Herculean task, even for one of their caliber. After a moment's contemplation, a spark ignited in Xiao Yan's eyes. Unless, of course, this ancient tomb was established atop the very spring itself. As his gaze swept across the waters of what could be termed the ice spirit cold pool, Xiao Yan's attention ultimately rested upon a white orb of light on the left side of the pond. Has someone employed a method to obscure this treasure? A subtle smile played upon Xiao Yan's lips. Although this precious item, birthed from the ice spirit cold spring, was concealed. His profound knowledge allowed him to hazily surmise the identity of the celestial material that had emerged near this spring. The Ice Soul Heart Lotus, a treasure of unparalleled coldness, was born in proximity to the Ice Spirit Cold Spring, requiring the convergence of heavenly cold essences for over a millennium to manifest. This item belonged to the same echelon of celestial treasures as the Earth Heart Blue Lotus he had acquired when harvesting the Earth Heart Flame, and was even more precious by a degree. While the Earth Heart Flame Lotus seed had merely aided in refining his cultivation and enhancing his fighting spirit, the seeds of the Ice Soul Heart Lotus possessed the miraculous ability to purify the soul and augment one's spiritual strength, constituting a timely boon for the current apothecary. Moreover, the Ice Soul Heart Lotus served as a primary ingredient in crafting numerous elixirs that prevent demonic deviation and increase the chances of breakthroughs. Many 8th grade and even a few 9th grade elixirs utilized its essence. Although Xiao Yan could not ascertain whether this Ice Soul Heart Lotus was among the most valuable treasures within the ancient tomb, its worth undoubtedly ranked within the top 3. After all, this item would be considered exceedingly precious even at half-saint level powerhouses. At the end of the ancient bridge stood a stone statue, carved from azure stone, depicting an elderly man with his hands clasped behind his back, while a fearsome tiger lay quietly at his feet. Though merely a statue, the aura it exuded was enough to make many powerful beings tremble. Yet, to Xiao Yan, this aura was as gentle as a spring breeze, utterly inconsequential. What truly captivated his attention were the dozens of luminous orbs floating above the statue. Xiao Yan understood that these must be the various treasures collected by the White Tiger Revered One during his lifetime. The scene before him bore a striking resemblance to the one he had encountered when he ventured into the ancient emperor's cave many years ago. Of course, the strength and resources of the White Tiger Revered One were worlds apart from those of the ancient emperor Tuashi. When it came to combat techniques, Xiao Yan found himself yearning more for treasures among these luminous spheres that would prove beneficial to him. Taking a gentle breath, he stepped onto the frost-laden ancient bridge. As his footfall resonated, the once tranquil icy path underwent a sudden transformation. From the waters of the Ice Spirit Cold Pool on either side, a surge of ice elemental energy erupted, coalescing in front of Xiao Yan into the form of an ice sculpture resembling a human figure. "Young man, welcome to challenge the Frost Mirror." An aged voice echoed in his ears, and a faint smile graced Xiao Yan's lips. The moment his smile faded, the ancient voice continued. "The Frost Mirror is a remnant of my memories, containing all the recollections from my ascent from a fighter to a dozun. This mirror is divided into 5 levels. Conquering 1 level grants you 1 treasure from my collection. Conquering 2 levels yields 2 treasures. 3 levels provide 4 treasures, along with a chance to inherit my legacy. Should you successfully pass all 5 levels consecutively, you will gain access to all the treasures and legacies within my tomb." Hearing the aged voice, Xiao Yan's smile remained unchanged as he gazed at the multitude of luminous orbs hovering above the azure statue. He then murmured softly, "In that case, I shall claim all the treasures within this ancient tomb." Upon uttering these words, Xiao Yan offered a slight bow to the ice sculpture and respectfully said, "Please, bestow your guidance." In response, the ice sculpture seemed to understand Xiao Yan's intentions, and without further ado, it flipped its palm, condensing frost to instantly materialize a chilling ice spear. Terrifying ice elemental energy surged forth, approaching the level of a Do zone in an instant. Observing the scene, Xiao Yan's eyes flickered slightly as he suddenly withdrew the vast power of his soul. With the overwhelming soul energy dissipated, only the aura of a 9-star Do sure remained, causing the ice sculpture before him to momentarily falter in surprise. After a brief period of apparent confusion, the ice sculpture's aura swiftly diminished to the level of a 9-star Do sure, mirroring Xiao Yan's own. Observing this, Xiao Yan simply smiled. The White Tiger Revered One was indeed a remarkably fortunate half-saint powerhouse, having been a Do zone during the time when the Xiao Clan still existed, and living nearly a millennium after ascending to Dozun. It could be said he passed away peacefully. However, while such powerful beings may die serenely, there is a significant drawback. Their souls naturally reach their limit in tandem with their bodies, unlike Apothecary, who fell during the prime of his life. Thus, upon the death of their physical forms, their souls also dissipated into the heavens, reinforcing the notion that the demise of the soul precipitated the end of the body. After all, without a soul, the body is rendered utterly useless. In other words, the White Tiger Revered One had truly passed on, devoid of any possibility of resurrection. Consequently, This memory construct was merely a combat remnant painstakingly crafted during his lifetime, although it could unleash much of his former combat prowess. It ultimately lacked the lively thought processes of a true powerhouse. This led to the ice sculpture possessing a somewhat mechanical quality. After all, it was infused with a mere memory, rather than an entity of the soul. Thus, when Xiao Yan withdrew his soul's power, the frost mirror found itself in a state of bewilderment, taking a moment to regain its composure. By the time it reacted, Xiao Yan had already advanced, and as his foot struck the ground with force, his fist, imbued with formidable might, struck the ice sculpture's chest. The terrifying physical strength capable of grappling with a doe sure shattered the ice sculpture into countless fragments with a resounding thud. First layer cleared, one treasure obtained. Advanced 20 paces. The ancient voice resonated, and the fragments of ice beneath Xiao Yan's feet began to scatter rapidly, coalescing swiftly 20 paces ahead of him. Unfazed, Xiao Yan continued his forward momentum. As he approached the ice figure within a single pace, the ice sculpture sprang into action first, its icy spear thrusting fiercely toward Xiao Yan's chest. Though it retained the strength of a 9-star dosher, Xiao Yan keenly sensed that the ice figure had become considerably more agile, exhibiting an air of lethal intention in its movements. It seemed that the first layer was akin to an ordinary puppet with no combat experience. Any seasoned warrior could easily surpass it. This thought crossed Xiao Yan's mind, revealing that the white tiger revered one was likely a rather amiable dozun. Essentially, any young individual capable of entering this ancient tomb would be afforded some measure of opportunity. In contrast, the ice figure of the second layer, while still a 9-star dosher, had transformed into a swift and lethal opponent, capable of employing various combat techniques. A typical warrior without extensive battle experience would likely find it exceedingly challenging to defeat this foe. Regrettably, his adversary was none other than Xiao Yan. With a swift retreat, Xiao Yan deftly blocked the icy spear wielded by the Iceman with one hand, and once again unleashed a devastating punch upon the ice figure. However, the anticipated shattering did not transpire. Instead, fissures appeared across the Iceman's body, only to be swiftly mended by the surging crystalline ice energy. Astonishingly, his defenses had even strengthened somewhat. Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, pivoting his ankle to unleash an explosive force once more. The 8 extremities collapse. A formidable elbow strike collided with the Iceman, the power exceeding that of his previous assault by more than double. Despite the rapid restoration afforded by the ice energy, the Iceman's healing process required a fraction of time, while Xiao Yan, reacting with remarkable speed, executed his subsequent attack in less than a second. With a resounding thud, the Iceman shattered into countless ice shards scattered about the ground. Having passed the second layer, Xiao Yan was rewarded with 2 treasures, and he advanced another 20 zhong. The ancient voice resonated again, yet Xiao Yan maintained a calm demeanor, although the ice statue's strength was on the rise. The combat prowess of the second layer was, at most, comparable to that of mid-tier opponents of the same realm. A 9-star fighter was fundamentally something that even an ordinary dome master could defeat. Upon covering another 20 zhong, the once mechanical and indifferent ice man exhibited a flicker of humanity, accompanied by the echo of the ancient voice. Little one, your ability to reach this stage indicates commendable combat strength among your peers. However, should you succeed in overcoming this third layer, you will be recognized as one of the rare elite, if not invincible among equals. Hearing the voice emanating from the Iceman, Xiao Yan's expression remained unperturbed. Invincible among peers? In his past life, he had always embodied this notion, yet at that time, his techniques and battle experience paled in comparison to what he possessed now. In this current era of the Duki continent, the concept of invincibility among equals seemed almost laughable in his eyes. Before he could ponder further, he observed the Iceman slowly raising the spear once more. In this third layer, there is but a single strike. Withstand it, and you shall prevail. At the moment the words fell, the spear was enveloped in a violent surge of ice energy. Earth-level low-tier, Do technique, ice judgment. As the ancient words echoed, the chilling spear shot towards Xiao Yan with terrifying force and an icy sharpness that sent shivers down one's spine. The battle power of a 9-star fighter was capable of unleashing an Earth-level low-tier Do technique. It was no wonder that passing this third layer conferred the title of invincibility among equals. Faced with the oncoming icy spear, Xiao Yan could not help but nod in acknowledgement. It was rare for an ordinary 9-star fighter to possess an Earth-level low-tier Do technique. Even if one did, mastering it would be a formidable challenge. Such power was beyond the grasp of an average fighter. Even Do masters would find it difficult to wield such terrifying strength. Xiao Yan considered himself a genius in his previous life. It took countless hardships before he could initially manifest the flame-devouring wave scale as a 9-star fighter. Should a Do Wang or Do Huang be present here, the difficulty of passing this challenge would likely escalate to that of an Earth-level high-tier Do technique. No wonder that overcoming the third layer qualified one for the inheritance. After all, achieving success in the third layer was indeed tantamount to being nearly invincible amongst peers. Individuals of such caliber, if granted this inheritance, held immense potential to evolve into Do Zong or Do Zun. In his past life, upon encountering the third layer, it was likely that even if he managed to pass, it would have been an arduous struggle, with only the assistance of a small fire lotus offering any hope for overcoming the fourth layer. However, in this life, Xiao Yan was no longer the same as before. The combat memories of a half-saint were indeed formidable, but when compared to the prowess of a Do Emperor, or even those far superior to a Do Emperor, what significance did it hold? With a soft chuckle, Xiao Yan's spirit stirred, and wisps of frosty white flames began to rise from within him. This was not the bone spirit cold fire of Yao Lao. Rather, it was a fragment of his own refined source fire, birthed from Duki as catalysis. Although merely a fragment, the potency it exuded in Xiao Yan's hands would likely not pale in comparison to genuine bone spirit cold fire. As the Emperor of Flames, Xiao Yan's mastery over the path of fire was unparalleled. Even a fragment of fire, when unleashed by him, could not be underestimated. The strands of flame coalesced in the palm of Xiao Yan, ultimately forming a spear of frosty white, roughly the size of a hand. Suspended in his palm, the spear flickered with glimmers of light, its diminutive form appearing not only harmless but rather endearing. Yet, only true powerhouses could perceive the faint flames rising from the spear, causing the surrounding space to subtly distort. With my current strength, it seems I cannot forge a larger spear. Shaking his head, Xiao Yan regarded the incoming icy spear, a faint smile gracing his lips. Spear of the flame god, go. With that utterance, the palm-sized flame spear surged forward towards the icy spear, propelled by an overwhelming heat. A hissing sound accompanied their collision, followed by a vaporous hiss as water evaporated. In the next instant, the small spear penetrated the icy spear, causing it to almost instantaneously transform into liquid, subsequently vaporized by the terrifying heat of the flames. When the attack reached Xiao Yan, even the mist had reverted to frost, leaving only a chilling wind in its wake. As for the flame goddess spear, after passing through the icy spear, it displayed no notable damage, merely dimming slightly, before piercing through the Iceman's form. With a resounding thud, a fist-sized void manifested in the Iceman's chest, swiftly followed by the spread of the frosty white flames, which enveloped him entirely, transforming him into a rising mist in mere moments. Third layer passed, for treasures obtained. Inheritance qualification granted. The ancient voice bore a hint of humanity, which did not surprise Xiao Yan. After all, he was now at the half-saint level, and a remnant of emotion could still linger in one's memory. However, compared to a true soul entity, it remains somewhat lacking. Little one, should you succeed in the fourth and fifth layers, all that lies within this tomb shall belong to you. As the ancient voice faded, another figure materialized 20 zhang away. However, this figure exhibited a degree of emotional fluctuation. What truly astonished Xiao Yan was that the Iceman now emanated the aura of a Dome Master. Nonetheless, whether Dome Master or Great Dome Master, the distinction before Xiao Yan was negligible, as the power he wielded transcended this stage. With the terrifying temperature of the Bone Spirit Cold Fire, prior to reaching the Do Ling stage, virtually no level could mount any significant resistance. The difference between a Dome Master and a Great Dome Master was perhaps merely that the latter might earn an additional opportunity to scream in agony. Even the most formidable Do Ling experts must establish robust defenses and continuously unleash their Do Qi to fully exhaust the extraordinary flames contained within the spear of the flame god. Otherwise, if caught off guard, the Do Qi summoned in response would likely lack significant defensive capability. After all, this spear of the flame god is an ultimate technique created by Xiao Yan prior to his ascendance to dominance. While it may not rival the peak divine arts, it is certainly comparable to many extraordinary techniques. Regarding his own creation, even with his current limitations and spiritual power, Xiao Yan retains a vivid recollection of its essence. As Xiao Yan approached, the ice figure that had remained stationary finally lifted its chilling spear once more, terrifying ice attribute energy converging furiously at its tip. Still employing the low-level Earth-tier Do technique, Ice Judgment, its potency had surged several-fold, illustrating the vast disparity between a Do master and a Do practitioner. Yet, in the face of this fearsome strike, Xiao Yan remained unfazed, gathering the pure white flames in his palm once again, ultimately transforming them into a fire spear the size of his hand, which he then propelled forward with great force. The two attacks collided once more. The color of the fire spear had dimmed slightly compared to the last, yet still pierced through the ice figure's body without distinction. In the face of such an intrinsic difference, quantity seemed to hold little advantage. Fourth layer cleared. The ancient voice resonated once again as it transformed into another ice figure beneath the final statue. This ice figure exhibited greater sentience than its predecessor, its gaze towards Xiao Yan reflecting an increased intensity of emotion. Little one, I never anticipated that this legacy would attract only you, yet your ability to traverse 4 layers indeed astonishes me. Most remarkably, you are merely a Do practitioner. By this point, the ice figure bore a striking resemblance to a living being, suggesting that the last remnants of consciousness within the memory had been fully awakened. Although under current conditions, I could readily entrust the entirety of this ancient tomb's legacy to you, I still hope you can conquer this final layer. Should I find a successor such as you, I would die without regret. Accompanied by the voice of the White Tiger Elder's memory, the aura of a 2-star Dome Master erupted from the ice figure. You may proceed with confidence in this strike. The arrangements within my tomb will ensure that such an exceptional successor does not perish. As the words fell, the might of the ice spear surged once more, hurtling towards Xiao Yan with ferocity. Chapter 61. 4 Sacred Sects, Xianming White Tiger. Gazing at the incoming ice spear, Xiao Yan's expression remained unchanged. With a deft motion of his hand, he conjured another fire spear the size of his palm. However, after forming this spear of the flame god, his complexion finally paled slightly. Despite having reached the pinnacle of flame control, even a Do practitioner of his caliber, adept in manipulating flames, faced tangible consumption of Do Qi and spiritual power. Were it not for the immense spiritual energy supporting him, relying solely on the scant Do Qi within him, summoning a single spear of the flame god would be a significant achievement. Even with the backing of spiritual power comparable to a 4th-tier alchemist, after deploying the spear of the flame god thrice, Xiao Yan's Do Qi was nearly exhausted, a testament to the purity and richness of his energy compared to others of the same tier. High-level Do techniques are undeniably powerful, yet their consumption is equally formidable. As the final spear of the flame god shot forth, a bone-chilling cold enveloped him, causing a slight rigidity in his limbs. The temperature in this place was unbearably low. Had it not been for his Do Qi being far purer than that of an average person, and the protective embrace of a wisp of bone spirit cold fire, he would have soon been encased in ice, a mere sculpture. After all, when the White Tiger Elder established this ancient tomb, he likely never anticipated that a Do practitioner of such a low caliber would dare to venture here. Given the severity of the cold, a typical Do practitioner would scarcely last half an hour before being frozen solid. While mobilizing the last vestiges of Do Qi to fend off the chill and refining 2 recovery pills, Xiao Yan's gaze remained tranquil as he surveyed the battlefield. The small fire spear, with effortless grace, swiftly melted the ice spear and the ice figure into a mist. 5th layer cleared. 4 ordinary strong practitioners, even those among the elite, passing through the 4th or even the 5th layer is a formidable challenge. Indeed, even in his previous life, Xiao Yan would have had to rely on the Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus to have any hope of conquering the 5th layer's trial. Achieving this level is in itself a testament to invincibility among contemporaries, for the 5th layer confronts a memory of a semi-saint at least 2 stars above one's own cultivation. Regrettably, the current Xiao Yan is a reborn individual bearing the memories of a dominator. Although semi-saint powers are formidable, they remain akin to ants in the presence of a dominator, or even a Do emperor. Thus, Xiao Yan felt no pride in effortlessly passing through what the White Tiger Elder deemed an insurmountable trial. Instead, he gazed at the dozens of luminous orbs dancing in the sky with a hint of anticipation. 5th layer cleared. As the ancient voice rang out with a note of surprise, a spectral, aged figure finally materialized before Xiao Yan. The visage of this figure mirrored that of the elder in the statue behind him, and now, the spectral figure regarded Xiao Yan with a blend of astonishment and delight. I never imagined that the numerous treasures I left behind would fall into the hands of such a humble Do practitioner. And you, a mere Do practitioner, possess such extraordinary abilities to conquer the 5 layers of ice mirrors I established. Unfazed by the emotions displayed by this specter, Xiao Yan merely offered a slight bow, a hint of awkwardness gracing his smile. A semi-saint, such a weak being, had become inconsequential to him since he turned 40. By then, he had already become someone whom semi-saints needed to look up to. However, considering that he would rely on the legacy of this departed strongman to enhance his own power, Xiao Yan deemed it fitting to extend some courtesy to the memory of this great figure, despite the discomfort it brought him. Ha ha ha, no need for further words. Although you're not an ice attribute practitioner and cannot cultivate my primary legacy, your ability to traverse the 5 layers of ice mirrors suggests that your potential may surpass even that of my youth. The elder beamed at Xiao Yan, his eyes glimmering with satisfaction. The 4th and 5th ice mirrors he had left behind were formidable even in his youth, and for this young man, to conquer them spoke volumes of his extraordinary potential. After a moment of contemplation, the elder finally spoke. I am known as the White Tiger Elder, the Grand Elder of the 4 sacred sects on the southwest continent. Due to my bond with an 8th-tier magical beast, the Shinming White Tiger, I am often referred to as the White Tiger Elder, though some prefer to call me the White Tiger Sage. Indeed, although he is a half-saint, he ultimately does not possess the true strength of a dose saint. Thus, I prefer to regard myself as a venerable elder. To this self-introduction-like statement from the latter, Xiao Yan could only nod helplessly, while refining the returning qi pill to restore his internal do qi against the bitter cold of this ancient tomb. He attentively listened to the old man's incessant murmurs. As for the soul power of Yao Lao, he dared not activate it, fearing that it might clash with this memory vessel. In such an event, a fierce battle would be the least of his concerns. He dreaded the potential residual capabilities of the opponent. Currently, Xiao Yan lacked the capacity to confront the remnants of a half-saint. After approximately 5 minutes of rambling before Xiao Yan, the expression of the White Tiger Venerable became somewhat solemn. As the Grand Elder of the 4 Saint sect, I have devoted the greater part of my life as savings to the sect. With only a few treasures, I personally acquired stored within this tomb. I had initially intended to bestow them upon future fortuitous individuals, but I never anticipated that you would venture in alone and even manage to traverse the 5th level. Fortunate little fellow, it seems that all my treasures will be gifted to you. As his words fell, the White Tiger Venerable waved his sleeve, causing the radiance of dozens of luminous orbs to dissipate, revealing the treasures within. Xiao Yan's gaze grew fervent as he beheld the array of treasures suspended in the air. Scrolls, elixirs, magic nuclei, and various heavenly materials were spread before him. With his keen eyesight, he could discern that each item was indeed extraordinary. With a flick of his hand, the White Tiger Venerable summoned 2 brilliant beams of light from the multitude of treasures, which then landed steadily in his grasp. I hail from the 4 Saints sect. Having cultivated the sect's advanced Earth-level technique, the White Tiger Ghostly Secret. However, during my time as a wandering elder on the continent, I encountered the Shinming White Tiger under my command. Subsequently, in the limited years that followed, I developed the White Tiger Shinming technique, tailored for cultivators of ice attribute Do Qi based on the original technique. This technique is also of the advanced Earth level. Contained within this scroll is the record of my White Tiger Shinming technique, along with my self-created Earth-level combat skills that accompany it. It can be said that this item is the crystallization of my lifelong efforts. Upon concluding his words, the White Tiger Venerable propelled the scroll towards Xiao Yan's hands. Should you reach the realm of Dozun, or even higher in the future, I hope you will return this White Tiger Shinming technique to the 4 Saint sect, allowing me to make one final contribution to the sect. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan merely nodded lightly and clasped his hands toward the White Tiger Venerable, assuring him that if given the opportunity, he would certainly return the White Tiger Shinming technique to the 4 Saint sect. He chuckled, relieved by Xiao Yan's response. With another wave of his hand, another stream of light descended into his grasp. Upon closer inspection, it revealed a peculiar badge carved in the likeness of a white tiger. This badge, forged from an unusual metal, though merely a badge, exuded an aura that suggested a ferocious white tiger resided within. Though my lifespan had reached its limit, the Shinming White Tiger under my command had not. Hence, I released it back into the magical Beast Mountain range, allowing it to reign supreme there. However, now that you have become my inheritor, you can summon that Shinming White Tiger once more. Before my demise, I made an agreement with it, ensuring it would protect my inheritor for 10 years. If you present this badge, it should be amenable to your request. That might be somewhat challenging. Xiao Yan maintained an impassive expression, yet inwardly he mused. After he ascended to the throne, nearly all the notable powers of the northwestern continent came to pay their respects. None of them included in Shinming White Tiger of 8th rank. However, two 7th-rank Xianming white tigers did seek his allegiance. According to Xiao Yan's recollection, it was likely that the 8th-rank Xianming white tiger had met its end in the years following the white tiger venerable's demise, or some other circumstance had befallen it. Nonetheless, even though the 8th-rank Xianming white tiger was no longer present, he needed to establish a connection with the two 7th-rank white tigers. It seemed that in the current magical Beast Mountain range, they held dominion, and the one Beast Spirit Fire appeared to be in their possession as well. Lost in thought, he observed the white tiger venerable wave his hand once more, causing the Ice Spirit Cold Pond as Ice Heart Lotus to sway gently in the breeze. The reason I established this tomb here was due to the discovery of an Ice Spirit Cold Spring. In truth, only this item can be considered the most precious treasure. Of course, the Ice Heart Lotus, born from the Ice Spirit Cold Spring, is also an incredibly valuable item. Even in my peak years, I would have regarded such a treasure with utmost reverence. Hearing this, Xiao Yan couldn't help but nod slightly. The Ice Spirit Cold Spring is indeed a rare natural spiritual before one attains the status of Do Saint. Many sects that primarily cultivate ice attribute Do Qi would experience exponential growth if they possessed an Ice Spirit Cold Spring. Such a blessed ground is quite rare even for half-saints. Discovering an Ice Spirit Cold Spring is tantamount to acquiring a nearly inexhaustible treasure trove. This is evidenced by the Ice Heart Lotus that has already been nurtured within the Ice Spirit Cold Spring. These three items constitute the most treasured possessions of my tomb. Yet the other items are not to be underestimated either. However, considering your current strength, it is best not to let anyone see any of them. Otherwise, what begins as fortune may quickly turn into misfortune. Upon hearing the white tiger venerable's words, Xiao Yan nodded in agreement. Indeed, under normal circumstances, the treasures left behind by a half-saint would drive even Do Huangs and Do Zongs into a frenzy, even if they were merely scraps. For Do practitioner, even the least valuable item from this ancient tomb would spell disaster if it were to be leaked. Moreover, the white tiger venerable never anticipated that his legacy would be acquired by a mere Do practitioner. Yet he also did not fathom that the seemingly youthful individual before him was, in fact, a far more formidable being reborn. With such an abundance of treasures. As long as you do not attract too much attention, perhaps in the years to come, another Do Zun will emerge upon the Do Qi continent. The white tiger venerable's smile remained, yet his form grew increasingly ethereal. Discovering a successor even more outstanding than my younger self is indeed a cause for joy. As his words faded, his figure became ever more insubstantial, ultimately dissipating from the realm before Xiao Yan's gaze. Observing the scene, Xiao Yan couldn't help but be momentarily taken aback, ultimately bowing respectfully toward the towering statue of the elder. Although his cultivation level far surpassed that of this elder, the first true resource for his cultivation since his rebirth came from this venerable figure. Thus, after receiving such a generous gift, Xiao Yan felt compelled to pay his respects. Typically, upon their demise, most powerful individuals would leave their lifelong legacies within their sects or families. It is rather rare for someone like this elder to leave significant items in other locations. Perhaps this old fellow has not returned to the sect due to some unavoidable circumstances or other reasons. A fleeting thought crossed Xiao Yan's mind, and he gently shook his head. Regardless of the reason, at least the legacy of the White Tiger Master does not harbor any perilous dangers. This was something he had sensed long before ascending to the vast world. After many years of becoming an emperor, it was precisely for this reason that he prioritized the legacy of the White Tiger Master. Otherwise, given his profound understanding of the Do Qi continent from his previous life, he was fully aware of the myriad opportunities surrounding the northwestern continent. Yet, the hidden dangers lurking beneath those opportunities made him lack absolute certainty, even with the sole power of Yao Lao at his disposal. The four holy sects? A fleeting thought crossed his mind, and Xiao Yan was not entirely unfamiliar with this sect. The four holy sects were a powerful organization formed by four Do saints from ancient times, and he had encountered them a few times after becoming an emperor in his previous life. The strength of the four holy sects was sufficient to place them at the pinnacle of the southwestern continent. Even in the present Central Plains, only the Pill Tower and the Soul Hall could rival them. At this moment, the figure of the White Tiger Master had completely dissipated, signifying that this formidable being had utterly vanished from the Do Qi continent. However, it seemed that this old fellow had not concealed his body here. After a fleeting thought, Xiao Yan could not help but gently shake his head. Having already gained so many benefits from him, it would be unwise to covet the remains of this individual. Nevertheless, it must be said that the body of a half-saint would indeed be quite suitable for Yao Lao. After thoroughly purging all distracting thoughts from his mind, Xiao Yan's gaze returned to the various treasures floating around the statue. Taking a deep breath, the soul power of Yao Lao once again enveloped Xiao Yan. With a subtle beckoning of his hand towards the numerous treasures, a terrifying suction force emanated from his palm, ultimately drawing all the treasures before him. As he gazed upon the multitude of treasures suspended in front of him, a satisfied smile finally graced Xiao Yan's lips. Chapter 62, A Bountiful Harvest. Low-rank Earth-level Do Technique. Ice Judgment. Mid-rank Earth-level Do Technique. White Tiger, Mountain Splitting Claw. Low-rank Earth-level Do Technique. Phantom Tiger's Roar. High-rank Earth-level Do Technique. Stormy Xianbing Kill. Mid-rank Earth-level Cultivation Method. White Tiger Wind Summoning Technique. Within the ancient tomb, where the chill was potent enough to incapacitate an ordinary Do practitioner within half an hour, Xiao Yan was enveloped in a faint layer of icy white flames. One by one, he flipped through the scrolls, ultimately expressionlessly stowing them into Yao Lao's bone flame ring. Currently, he lacked nothing more than these techniques. Whether they were Earth level or Heaven level, once Xiao Yan's strength recovered by 2 tiers, he could likely even produce divine abilities. However, aside from the cultivation techniques associated with the legacy of the White Tiger Master, the rest could serve as means to win hearts or for trade in the future. After all, although Xiao Yan's mind was filled with high-tier techniques, he could not afford to expose that secret. Thus, these scrolls were not entirely without value. Among the collection of scrolls, there were over 10, all uniformly Earth-level techniques, occupying a third of all the treasures. For ordinary legacies, techniques were indeed of greater significance. Even the White Tiger Master likely shared this sentiment, hence not leaving behind too many extraneous possessions. However, he probably never anticipated that compared to these precious techniques, what Xiao Yan truly lacked were those external possessions. Fortunately, although the items were somewhat scarce, they were still a collection worthy of a half-saint, devoid of anything too lowly. After gathering the techniques, upon seeing what lay beyond, a smile finally crept onto Xiao Yan's face. In the void, 6 magical cores of various shapes and colors floated serenely. 5 of them retained some angularity and bore a more mixed hue, while the one in the center was exceedingly round and possessed a richer luster. 1 8th-rank magical beast core and 5 7th-rank magical beast cores. As he absorbed the 6 magical cores into his palm, a look of satisfaction appeared on Xiao Yan's face. The collection of a half-saint was indeed impressive. While it was uncommon for a half-saint to possess merely 1 8th-rank magical beast core, it was unlikely they would have many more. After all, at such a level, magical beasts were essentially akin to humans, even possessing their own factions. It was not a matter of simply being powerful enough to slay them at will. Behind them, there might be even more terrifying entities providing support. After carefully identifying the general types of magical beasts these cores belonged to, Xiao Yan finally stored them all within the bone flame ring. At least they could be considered treasures of some caliber. They certainly should not be placed in the low-grade spatial ring he had acquired from the middle family. It was high time he obtained a superior spatial ring. Gently shaking his head, Xiao Yan waved his hand again, and nearly 10 jade bottles appeared before him. 6th rank high-level elixir, Imperial Extreme Pill. 6th rank high-level elixir, Breaking Sect Pill. His gaze swept over the 2 foremost elixirs. Xiao Yan nodded slightly before continuing to examine the rest. Although both the Imperial Extreme Pill and the Breaking Sect Pill were 6th rank high-level elixirs, the latter was evidently of a much higher grade. Considering the difficulty of concocting the Breaking Sect Pill and its terrifying effects, despite being classified as 6th rank, its value certainly rivaled that of ordinary 7th rank elixirs. These 2 elixirs were the least valuable among those left behind by the White Tiger Master, were it not for the protective measures of his half-saint status. Even with high-quality jade bottles, these 2 elixirs would have long since withered under the erosion of time. Evidently, the White Tiger Master had anticipated that the genius inheriting his legacy would possess at least the strength of a Do Wang or Do Huang. Fortunately, this fellow had also left behind the combat memories of Do practitioners within that ice figure. Otherwise, he would not have known how to assess his unique situation. Xiao Yan let out a bitter laugh. His current strength was indeed somewhat lacking. He could not even consume many of the numerous elixirs left by the White Tiger Master. 7th rank low-level elixir, Instant Breathing Pill. 7th rank mid-level elixir, Counterfeit Pill. 7th rank mid-level elixir, Pure Heart Pill. 7th rank high-level elixir, Xian Pu Foundation Pill. As his gaze traversed the remaining elixirs, most were likely left for the inheritor's survival, but when he laid eyes upon the Xian Pu Foundation Pill, his expression flickered with slight intrigue. This item still held some relevance for him, as he could still barely be considered a child at this stage. Memories surged forth. and Xiao Yan suddenly recalled that during his competition with Gu He, the latter had concocted this very elixir. At that time, he seemed to have looked down upon the Xian Pu Foundation pill and had instead prepared an 8th-rank beginning pill for his daughter, Xiao Suner. Little did he expect that, after being reborn, he would find himself in need of this very item. Alas, the conditions were limited. Sighing helplessly, Xiao Yan gently shook his head. Given his current circumstances, neither he nor Yao Lao seemed capable of concocting 8th-rank elixirs for the time being. Furthermore, with their current meager resources, it appeared quite challenging to gather the necessary materials for an 8th-rank elixir. As his gaze lingered at the rear, Xiao Yan's previously wry smile suddenly froze. He beheld the expression of delight that blossomed on the face of the jade vial positioned third from the end. A 7th-grade pinnacle elixir, the soul nurturing pill. The soul nurturing pill, akin to the reversal pill for the physical body, serves to mend the soul. Provided that the soul has not sustained any fatal injuries, it can swiftly restore the power of the damaged soul. Naturally, its efficacy is also contingent upon the quantity of energy contained within the elixir capable of facilitating soul restoration. For someone like Yao Lao, who has transcended to the celestial realm, even in his prime, relying solely on his soul power to contend with ordinary dozuns would be a formidable challenge. Thus, a single soul-nurturing pill would not suffice to completely restore him. However, even so, consuming this soul-nurturing pill would undoubtedly enable Yao Lao's soul power to regain the level of a high-tier dozone. Should Yao Lao's soul power be restored to this level, coupled with Xiao Yan's capabilities, he truly believes few beneath the dozun rank could pose a threat to him. Indeed, even when encountering certain 1- or 2-star dozuns, Xiao Yan would not hesitate to engage them. Fortune truly smiles upon me, with this soul-nurturing pill in hand. Barring the arrival of those formidable Soul Palace elders, there are scarcely any who could threaten me in the northwestern continent. With a hint of joy gracing his lips, Xiao Yan's gaze swept across once more, and upon reading the 3 bold characters inscribed on the final jade vial, his pupils involuntarily constricted. Celestial Sovereign Pill. The imposing inscription seemed to signify the extraordinary nature of this elixir, and in truth, its value is indeed among the most esteemed of 8th-grade elixirs. The reason is simple. This elixir can directly elevate the cultivation of dozun experts above 6 stars by 1 star. It is worth noting that at the dozun level, attaining an additional star in cultivation becomes exceedingly arduous, particularly in the final few stars. Those who manage to reach this level can be deemed as prodigies, yet as one progresses further, achieving even a single star may take 10, 20 years, or even longer. This is why many individuals struggle their entire lives without becoming a half-saint. The later stages are fraught with immense difficulty for each additional star. Even the former Soul Palace would bestow the title of Celestial Sovereign upon those dozun experts surpassing 5 stars, thus validating the Celestial Sovereign Pill's prestigious title. The allure of this Celestial Sovereign Pill for dozun experts is undoubtedly far more formidable than that of the Imperial Sovereign Pill for dohuang experts. It can be said that this single elixir has the potential to plunge the entire northwestern continent into chaos. Had it been the former Flame Emperor, he might have dismissed this elixir with disdain, yet for the reborn Xiao Yan, at least for now, the value of the Celestial Sovereign Pill is indisputably invaluable. After slowly stowing away the Celestial Sovereign Pill, Xiao Yan turned his attention to the final unnamed jade vial. The preceding vials were all designated for storing elixirs, each adorned with inscriptions, while this last vial bore no such markings. Furthermore, its size was significantly larger than the previous vials. Utilizing Yao Lao's soul power to probe, Xiao Yan could faintly sense the presence of some form of liquid contained within. The energy within the liquid was so ferocious that even through the jade vial, he could perceive its violent essence. If my conjecture is correct, this vial likely holds the essence blood of some magical beast. A brief examination revealed that this vial was constructed from a material far sturdier than the others. Without further hesitation, Xiao Yan focused his thoughts and unsealed the cap of the vial. As the lid was lifted, a surge of formidable energy erupted forth, and the overwhelming energy fluctuations exerted considerable pressure on Xiao Yan, even with Yao Lao's soul power safeguarding him. The soul power permeated into the vial's opening, swiftly discerning the extreme volatility of the energy within. Indeed, the vial contained the essence blood of a magical beast, and judging by the ferocity of the energy, it must belong to a powerful 8th-tier magical beast. Feeling the energy contained within the essence blood, a smile of delight spread across Xiao Yan's face. Compared to the previous elixirs and magical cores, this essence blood was far more practical for him at present. This vial of 8th tier magical beast essence blood was sufficient to concoct various elixirs he currently required. For instance, the blood god pill he intended to refine for his father and 2 elder brothers necessitated at least the essence blood of a peak 7th tier magical beast. With 8th tier magical beast essence blood, the chances of reactivating the Xiao Clan's bloodline would naturally be significantly enhanced. After all, the Xiao Clan's bloodline had been dormant for far too long, and reactivation would indeed require an immense amount of energy. Once he had secured the collection of jade vials, Xiao Yan then turned his gaze to the final few treasures. These treasures were, without a doubt, genuine heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Although they couldn't be consumed directly like elixirs, for both Yao Lao and Xiao Yan, as alchemical masters, the utility of these materials could, at times, surpass that of elixirs. Alchemists possess the ability to concoct corresponding elixirs based on their needs. The 1,000-year dragon blood herb, the 10,000-year willow heart, and the celestial blue fuling. With his eyes resting upon these 7 treasures, a broader smile graced Xiao Yan's face. All these materials were uniformly suitable for 8th grade elixirs, with some even serving as auxiliary materials for 9th grade elixirs. Together with the vial of 8th tier magical beast essence blood and the ice heart lotus still residing within the ice spirit cold spring, he possessed a total of 9 high-tier elixir raw materials. While all these were raw materials for crafting high-tier elixirs, it was possible to create exceptionally high-quality mid-tier elixirs should he opt to use them sparingly. In the past, no alchemist would dare to attempt concocting such extravagant elixirs. But for the current Xiao Yan, the true path lay in hastening his ascent in power. Xiao Yan harbored a premonition that when he regained his strength to the Do Wang level, a portion of his memories belonging to the vast world would gradually awaken alongside the augmentation of his soul power. At that time, he would be able to unleash an increasing array of high-level trump cards that belonged to that grand realm. Such trump cards, in the context of the current Do-Chi continent, would be akin to a dimensional strike. Master, you should consume the soul-nurturing pill first. By taking it, our capabilities will undoubtedly be significantly enhanced. After storing all the treasures in his spatial ring, Xiao Yan simultaneously transformed several jade vials into a jade ruler while advising Yao Lao, who remained at the center of attention. Haha, no need for your prompting. The moment you tossed it in, I already ingested it. Yao Lao's voice carried a tone of languid pride, perhaps due to the exquisite sensation of recovering soul power post-consumption, which infused his tone with an added layer of laziness. Hearing Yao Lao's response, Xiao Yan's lips twitched slightly, ultimately shaking his head in resignation. He realized that since his rebirth, he no longer needed to maintain the facade of a strict teacher as in his previous life. Thus, Yao Lao now exhibited a more roguelike demeanor, along with a newfound sense of languidness. Do not let yourself succumb to slumber, for I may yet require your soul's strength at any moment. Xiao Yan could not help but admonish, only to be met with the feeble voice of Yao Lao in response. Understood. Shaking his head in resignation, Xiao Yan lightly stepped forward, urging his soul power as he soared towards the frigid cold pool. The rarity of the ice heart lotus surpassed that of several other heavenly treasures. Yet, the instant he took flight, he sensed that the soul power enveloping him had become somewhat disordered, rendering its application sluggish. You old rascal, he muttered in exasperation. Just as he was about to speak, a thought struck him, and he let out a resigned sigh, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Never mind. You have fretted over me enough in the past life. This time, allow me to assist you in taking flight. For now, just rest in the bone flame ring. With that thought, Xiao Yan plunged boldly into the icy spring. If the chill of the outside world could merely freeze a fighter temporarily, the terrifying cold within the ice spirit cold pool could instantly freeze a dome master, or even a great dome master. Fortunately, despite Yao Lao's current lethargy, the supply of his soul power remained undiminished. Otherwise, no matter how formidable Xiao Yan's memory was, he would have been rendered into a popsicle after only a few floundering attempts in the cold pool. Though the soul power felt somewhat sluggish, it was still usable. Moments later, Xiao Yan finally emerged from beneath the basin-sized ice heart lotus. Flipping his palm, he placed the lotus, severed with a jade ruler, into the bone flame ring. He then retrieved several sizable jade vials, filling them with the ice spirit cold spring before slowly making his way back to the shore. After gently prodding the languid Yao Lao within the bone flame ring, along with the numerous treasures amassed, a broad smile finally broke across Xiao Yan's face. This truly marked his first significant harvest since his rebirth. Once he managed to calm the surging emotions within, Xiao Yan approached the great door of the ancient ice, casting a lingering glance at the seemingly endless ice spirit cold spring before shaking his head gently. Once he, the inheritor, departed from this place, the ancient tomb would become merely a burial site, its space sealed henceforth. Unless a formidable being surpassing the White Tiger Elder could unravel the spatial secrets here, it would be exceedingly difficult for anyone to return. Ah well, by the time I revisit this place, I shall likely have ascended to Do Saint. With a soft shake of his head, Xiao Yan finally turned, his palm lightly pressing against the ancient door. Chapter 63, Spirit Plant Master, Spirit Orchid's Secret Tome. Buzz. As the faint glimmer of energy illuminated once more, the familiar and terrifying pull surged onto Xiao Yan's palm. In the face of this formidable suction, he did not resist excessively, allowing the overwhelming force to draw him within. Traversing through the turbulent spatial energies, the scenery outside the ancient tomb reappeared before him. The moon spilled its luminescence upon the starry river. The once fog-laden valley was now blessedly free of the obscuring veil of clouds. A full moon hung high in the sky, resembling a bright jewel, surrounded by countless shimmering stars. This night sky resembled a dark, mysterious shroud adorned with a brilliant jade and countless sparkling diamonds, creating an exceptionally enchanting vista. The little medical fairy sat quietly in the cave, her arms wrapped around her knees, her beautiful eyes gazing languidly at the mysterious and beautiful night sky, eventually leaning gently against the feather of her little blue companion. Little Blue, what sort of person do you think that fellow is? Recalling Xiao Yan's various actions, the little medical fairy still felt as if she were in a dream. The young master of the Xiao family from Wutan City, an unparalleled genius of the Jiama Empire, had unexpectedly found her and spoken a series of bewildering words. If it were simply that, it would be fine, but the myriad of methods Xiao Yan subsequently displayed left her feeling enchanted. How could a mere 13-year-old boy exhibit such astonishing prowess? Moreover, he even possessed knowledge of the devastating poison body and claimed to have a remedy. All of this left the little medical fairy somewhat bewildered. However, what confounded her most was the peculiar sensation that seemed to suggest a connection between her and that fellow, as if they were bound by the ties of past and present lives. This strange feeling caused her heart to inexplicably race whenever she thought of Xiao Yan. Is there truly such a concept as past and present lives in this world? Screech! Little Blue let out a cry, though it said nothing, as it still could not speak. However, having begun to develop a sense of humanity, it gently nudged the little medical fairy's head with its beak. With this gentle comfort from Little Blue, the myriad of emotions within the little medical fairy dissipated significantly, a smile gracing her lips as she swept her hair back, her delicate visage seemingly outshining the cold moonlight. Buzz! A subtle vibration suddenly emanated from the heart of the valley, causing both the little medical fairy and Little Blue to pause momentarily. The next instant, they beheld the space in the valley's center twisting once more. Amidst this distortion, a black hole emerged, a void so dark it seemed capable of swallowing even the purest moonlight. However, after a brief moment of distortion, a figure cloaked in black emerged from within, and, as he stepped forth, the previously twisted black hole gradually began to close. Underneath the cool moonlight, Xiao Yan's gaze swept over the small valley. After a considerable time had passed, the terrifying ice element energy had dissipated significantly, yet a thin layer of ice still lingered on the surface. It seemed that this valley would be uninhabitable for the time being. Shaking his head in resignation, Xiao Yan's soul power scanned the area, and, upon discovering the little medical fairy nestled against Little Blue in the cave, he let out a sigh of relief. He took a few ethereal steps in the air and finally reappeared before her, gazing at Xiao Yan's enigmatic and ghostly prowess. The little medical fairy could not help but be momentarily entranced, eventually whispering, "Are you a human or a ghost?" With her current understanding, she truly struggled to comprehend Xiao Yan's methods. After all, the abilities he exhibited now were truly akin to those of a deity in the eyes of an ordinary person. Upon hearing her words, Xiao Yan couldn't help but chuckle softly, gently ruffling her hair. Hee, just some ordinary techniques. You'll possess similar abilities once you ascend to Do Zone in the future. Didu Zone? The little medical fairy felt her mind momentarily falter, her eyelashes fluttering as she finally processed his words. You mean to say you possess the strength of a Do Zone? With a face slightly stiffened in shock, she cast a bewildered glance at Xiao Yan. The extraordinary methods he displayed left her somewhat numb. A Do Zone, as far as her current level was concerned, seemed to be a legend she had never heard of. I am certainly not a Do Zone yet, but due to certain circumstances, I can temporarily borrow powers comparable to that of a Do Zone. Xiao Yan chuckled, observing the little medical fairy's adorably dazed expression. And couldn't he resist, gently pinching her lovely face. Let us return for now. It seems this valley is not a suitable place to linger. Feeling the sensation beneath his fingertips akin to that of mutton-fat jade, Xiao Yan chuckled softly. Huh? Oh. The petite face of the little doctor was pinched by Xiao Yan twice before she finally came to her senses. A faint blush rising to her porcelain-like cheeks as she gently nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, the small valley had been utterly ravaged by the dispersed ice attribute energy, rendering it uninhabitable for the foreseeable future. With a sharp, melodious cry of an eagle, the blue great eagle soared into the sky once more, whipping up a tempest as it flew back towards Qingshan town. Upon returning to the Wanyao Zhai, Xiao Yan was greeted by the obsequious visage of Boss Yao. Young Master Xiao Yan has returned. Boss Yao hurriedly approached as he observed Xiao Yan and the little doctor walking back. After scrutinizing both of them, Boss Yao raised his eyebrows playfully at Xiao Yan, his smile laced with a hint of a knowing lewdness. During your absence, young Master Xiao Yan, I procured a small courtyard near Wanyao Zhai for you. Henceforth, you may reside there with the little doctor, alleviating any inconvenience during your endeavors. While instructing Qin Xiao to prepare some provisions, Boss Yao beamed as he handed over a set of keys. Upon hearing Boss Yao's words, the little doctor's face flushed even deeper, and without regard for the fact that he was her employer, she shot a fierce glare at him. Xiao Yan couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. While he had indeed decided to bring the little doctor back in his life, there was no need for such haste. Moreover, she was still just a child. Nevertheless, after contemplating the practicality of having a separate courtyard, Xiao Yan ultimately nodded gently. Turning his gaze towards the little doctor, who appeared exasperated and speechless, he inquired with a smile, "What do you think?" "Not great," the little doctor huffed, ignoring the scrutiny of the two men, and furiously marched towards her room. Observing her demeanor, Boss Yao chuckled and cast another suggestive glance at Xiao Yan. Sighing resignedly at Boss Yao's lewd expression, Xiao Yan patted his shoulder lightly, a jade vial appearing in his palm, seemingly out of nowhere. "Well done. This vial contains second-grade Dan medicine, Foundation Establishment Spirit Liquid. Surely, you must have heard of its value." Tossing the Foundation Establishment Spirit Liquid to Boss Yao, Xiao Yan strode into the Wanyao Zhai. Putting aside other matters, he was indeed feeling a bit hungry, although he had a few warmth pills in reserve. Nothing compared to the satisfaction of a good meal. Foundation Establishment Spirit Liquid. As he watched Xiao Yan's retreating figure, Boss Yao glanced down at the small jade vial in his hand. After a moment's thought, he finally recalled the esteemed name of this Foundation Establishment Spirit Liquid. It seemed to be a widely discussed elixir in the Jia Ma Empire recently, one that purportedly accelerated the cultivation speed of fighting spirit. This vial alone was worth approximately 50,000 gold coins. At this realization, Boss Yao tightened his grip slightly, his breathing becoming a tad hurried. The annual profit of Wanyao Zhai was unlikely to even reach 50,000 gold coins. Truly, Xiao Yan was deserving of the title of a peerless genius rumored to have a powerful mentor, casually bestowing such precious treasures with ease. Reflecting on the modest few thousand gold coins he had spent on the courtyard for Xiao Yan, a broad grin spread across Boss Yao's face. Indeed, as long as he catered to this young master's needs, the rewards would be plentiful. After a simple yet hearty meal, Xiao Yan visited the little doctor's room. It was unclear what was spoken between them, but soon enough, Boss Yao witnessed the little doctor obediently following Xiao Yan out of Wanyao Zhai. As he observed their retreating figures, Boss Yao couldn't help but give Xiao Yan a thumbs up once more. Such was the definition of genius. Not only was his cultivation talent extraordinary, but his ability to charm women was equally remarkable. Xiao Yan, slightly twitching at Boss Yao's lascivious demeanor, chose not to elaborate further. Well, with my reputation shielding her, the little doctor can indeed avoid unnecessary disturbances in the future. Moments later, Xiao Yan led the little doctor into the newly acquired courtyard. The area featured peculiar trees surrounding a pond, along with a few modest vegetable patches. The rooms were simple, yet exuded a homely essence. Under the moonlight, the ambience was tranquil yet vibrant. It was evident that Boss Yao had exerted considerable effort to win his favor. I want to stay in this room. Without waiting for Xiao Yan to give instructions, the little doctor stood sprightly, pointing to a particular room. "Certainly, that's no problem. It's getting late. You should rest early. Tomorrow, I will teach you the spirit planting technique." Xiao Yan smiled and nodded, attempting to pat her head, but she deftly evaded him. "This is what you promised. You must not go back on your word." With a bright smile, the little doctor, her expression filled with delight, bid farewell to Xiao Yan and scampered back to her room, as if fearing further teasing from him. Seeing her playful demeanor, Xiao Yan shook his head in exasperation. The reason he could so easily summon the little doctor was not due to any burgeoning affection she felt for him, but rather because he had presented her with a compelling temptation, the spirit planting technique. To be precise, it was a method for cultivating medicinal herbs. This technique was quite common among many families and alchemist organizations. Even the Xiao family cultivated some low-tier medicinal herbs, and the little doctor had some understanding of it. However, the spirit planting technique that Xiao Yan possessed was not something ordinary forces could offer. It was a comprehensive secret manual, meticulously compiled over 10 years by the little doctor in her past life, drawing from the extensive accumulations of various factions following the battle of the dual emperors. For her, who adored medicinal herbs, even if she could not become an alchemist, nurturing herbs remained her favorite pastime. Eventually, it was Xiao Yan who bestowed a melodic name upon this grand tome, Mystical Orchid's Secret Manual. With the emergence of this book, a complete new vocational system of spirit planners gradually came into existence in the Duki continent. As the progenitor of this vocational system, even after ascending to the vast world, the little doctor was revered as a matriarch by the subsequent spirit planters of the Duki continent. Even in the later vast world, after Xiao Yan established the endless fire domain, the little doctor's spirit planning technique greatly contributed to the development of alchemy within the domain. If Xiao Yan was the faith of all alchemists in the Duki continent and the endless fire domain, the little doctor was the cherished idol in the hearts of countless spirit planners. In later years, she was even bestowed with lofty titles such as Medicine Sage and Ancestor of Spirit Planting. Of course, these were accomplishments that would come many years later, but in this life, Xiao Yan intended to expedite her journey towards that destiny. After all, the Mystical Orchid Secret Manual was her own creation. Allowing her to learn it earlier posed no issue whatsoever. Setting aside these contemplations, Xiao Yan lifted his gaze to the bright moon in the sky before proceeding to the room he had chosen. Compared to the simplicity and tranquility of the outside world, the decor of this room exudes a subtle opulence without veering into vulgarity. It is evident that the proprietor, Boss Yao, has indeed invested considerable thought into it. As Xiao Yan surveyed his surroundings, preparing to continue his cultivation, his gaze unexpectedly fell upon an oddly shaped chair. What kind of chair is this? It appears so peculiar. A slight frown creased Xiao Yan's brow as he noticed that the chair was equipped with wooden wheels that allowed for a rocking motion. If that were not enough, there was also a slightly smaller seat positioned in front of it. Moreover, 2 pink ropes dangled from the beams above. Gazing at this bizarre chair, which even carried a hint of ambiguity, Xiao Yan's expression grew increasingly peculiar. This boss Yao certainly knows how to have fun. Nevertheless, one must admit, the old fellow is quite thoughtful. Meanwhile, in another chamber, the little doctor, after curiously examining the same chair for quite some time, finally came to a realization, her beautiful eyes widening in astonishment. A flush of crimson swiftly adorned her cheeks, dimming even the moonlight's radiance. The little doctor, somewhat bashfully covering her lovely face, found herself lost in thought. As the emperor of the endless fire domain, would I ever need external assistance for such matters? They simply do not comprehend what it means to be a true man. After a light-hearted quip, Xiao Yan finally settled down on the bed. Casting a glance at the rocking chair before his mind involuntarily wandered to the exquisite waist of the little doctor. Shaking his head gently to dispel a flicker of heat rising within him, Xiao Yan retrieved the Xuanpu Foundation pill from his spatial ring, a treasure obtained from the ancient tomb. He was no longer the impetuous youth of yore. Matters of intimacy no longer easily swayed him. After briefly communicating with the spirit of Yao Lao and borrowing some of its languid spiritual power, Xiao Yan swiftly sealed the entire room before finally uncorking the vial of the Xuanpu Foundation pill. As the lid was removed, a torrent of potent energy surged forth. The overwhelming energy radiated ripples throughout the room, and had it not been for the formidable spiritual power enveloping it, the chamber would have likely been reduced to ruins in an instant. Xiao Yan maintained a composed demeanor as he summoned the pill, which was the size of a longan, and with a series of deft finger movements in the air, he wove intricate patterns to seal the immense energy before swallowing the Xuanpu Foundation pill in one gulp. Upon ingestion, Xiao Yan felt no need to chew, as an expansive and powerful energy surged into his body. Such overwhelming energy would typically be enough to burst even the strongest of Dohuang. Yet this energy surprisingly inflicted no harm upon him whatsoever. On the contrary, it transformed into a gentle warmth upon entering, seamlessly merging with Xiao Yan's body alongside its surging medicinal potency. Under the influence of this gentle yet powerful medicinal force, Xiao Yan felt a comforting warmth enveloping him. As a seasoned alchemist, he was well acquainted with the effects of the Xuanpu Foundation pill. Thus, he ceased all forms of cultivation, lying still on the bed with his eyes closed, allowing the immense and gentle medicinal power to reshape his physique. His body, having undergone numerous trials and tempered by the Foundation liquid and the crimson flame blood, was already comparable to that of an ordinary Douling. Even without the use of Dou Qi, he could contend with a typical Dou Shi. However, despite both the Foundation liquid and the crimson flame blood being concocted from his own formulas, their effects, while surpassing those of ordinary pills, were still merely of the 3rd or 4th grade. In contrast, the Xuanpu Foundation pill was a genuine 7th grade advanced pill, and its impact on his foundation was undeniably formidable. The vast energy gently infiltrated every part of Xiao Yan's body, gradually remodeling his meridians, bones, and every cell within him. In this continuous state of warmth, a wave of drowsiness began to wash over him. Fully aware of this medicinal state, Xiao Yan did not resist the encroaching sleepiness. Instead, he surrendered to it and gently drifted into slumber. In the pitch-black night, Xiao Yan lay in the room, soundly asleep, his skin subtly radiating a faint red glow under the warmth of the potent energy. Within his energy vortex, the already highly condensed and robust Dou Qi began to undergo a gradual transformation, influenced by this warming energy. Without needing Xiao Yan's active control, the Dou Qi within the vortex commenced a rapid rotation, its volume compressing imperceptibly, while an abundance of natural energy was swiftly absorbed and assimilated into Xiao Yan's body. However, although the natural energy was considerable, its quality left much to be desired, as it was far too mixed. If absorbed by Xiao Yan in his current state, it would not bode well for him and could significantly hinder his future cultivation speed. If the mixed energy were not purified, it might even affect his subsequent advancements. Yet, as the natural energy entered Xiao Yan's body, a strand of pure white flame, which had been quietly resting within his vortex, suddenly sprang into action. Sensing the intrusion of the chaotic energy, the flame began actively absorbing a portion of Xiao Yan's Dou Qi. After consuming this fraction, the once minuscule flame had transformed into a palm-sized sphere of fire. As the flame writhed, it ultimately morphed into a diminutive humanoid figure of fire, almost identical to Xiao Yan himself. At the moment this fiery figure emerged, the entire world seemed to fall silent. The frantically rotating Dou Qi vortex, the influx of natural energy, and the overwhelming power from the Xuanpu Foundation pill all became obedient. It was as if the tiny flame figure was a divine embodiment standing amidst heaven and earth, exuding no discernible pressure, yet commanding complete submission. With a mere gesture of its tiny finger, the flame figure ordered the previously dormant energies within Xiao Yan's body to resume their operations. Yet at this moment, strands of pure white flame began to traverse Xiao Yan's meridians at the behest of the flame figure. Upon encountering the chaotic energy, these white flames plunged into the fray, employing their formidable heat to refine the mixed energy to the most refined state achievable. Once the energy had been purified to an optimal degree, the flame figure directed the white flames to escort the refined energies through Xiao Yan's meridians. After a thorough cycle of refinement, these pure energies were transformed into pristine Dou Qi, which ultimately coalesced within the vortex. Observing the orderly and submissive natural energies, the flame figure shifted slightly, positioning itself firmly within Xiao Yan's vortex. After establishing his control over the cyclone, it began to whirl with a fervor reminiscent of a wild steed, ruthlessly whipped into a frenzy. Ultimately, the strands of pure fighting energy were once more compressed, gradually coalescing into droplets of energy liquid unique to Xiao Yan himself. The emergence of these energy droplets signified that Xiao Yan had, at this moment, genuinely ascended to the rank of a Dome Master. Meanwhile, the fiery figure dwelling within his cyclone, upon realizing that no further complications would arise within Xiao Yan's body, settled cross-legged within the cyclone, slowly closing its eyes in a serene expression, resembling a deity amidst flames. Xiao Yan, wake up! Don't scare me like this. The following morning, Xiao Yan finally roused from his slumber amidst gentle sways and soothing sounds that caressed his senses. As he opened his eyes, he was met with the sight of the petite healer's face, marred by an expression of panic. Phew, that was a refreshing sleep. Xiao Yan exhaled a breath of stale air, his gaze fixed on the healer's face as her alarm gradually melted away. He couldn't help but be momentarily taken aback before responding with a smile. Rest assured, how could I possibly die? But you are covered in this foul substance. And I called your name several times without any response. Upon witnessing Xiao Yan finally awaken, the healer visibly relaxed, though her brow furrowed at the sight of his soiled form. Foul substance? Xiao Yan was taken aback, noticing dark residues at the corners of his eyes. He then sat up, revealing that his skin was encrusted with a muck resembling sludge. It turned out that the impurities within him had been expelled. It appeared that my physique has improved significantly, perhaps even surpassing my previous life's innate talent. With this thought, Xiao Yan smiled at the healer. Don't worry. I consumed a cleansing pill last night. This is merely bodily impurities. You may step outside for a moment. I need to take a bath. At his words, the healer let out a long sigh of relief, casting him a mock reproachful glance before softly retorting, You scared me to death. I thought you had perished. Could I be so easily extinguished? Xiao Yan shot her a playful glare before a smile graced his lips. What is this? You're already so concerned about me? In response to Xiao Yan's teasing, the healer merely rolled her eyes. After all, you're considered my friend. Moreover, if you were to die, it would not only hinder my learning of the spiritual plant techniques, but also leave me in a quandary regarding the resolution of your cursed poison body. As she spoke, she let out a light huff, her cheeks tinged with a hint of crimson as she gracefully exited Xiao Yan's chamber. Watching the retreating figure, Xiao Yan couldn't help but smile, slowly rising to stretch luxuriously, only to be struck with astonishment. When did I break through to Dome Master? Dazedly sensing the vastly intensified fighting energy within him, Xiao Yan hastily focused his soul power inward. To his astonishment, his body had undergone a remarkable transformation. His meridians were now several times wider than the previous night, while his flesh and bones had become more resilient, emanating a subtle, otherworldly sheen. Beneath this radiance lay an immense potential waiting to be unleashed. Of course, the most significant change was the cyclone of fighting energy within him. Within this cyclone, droplets of energy liquid, refined to an unparalleled purity, floated serenely. In terms of energy refinement, it was incomparably superior to that of any Dome Master of the same rank. Thus, even though Xiao Yan was merely a one-star Dome Master at present, the durability and endurance of his fighting spirit were undoubtedly comparable to that of a 5-star Dome Master. Yet, what filled Xiao Yan with the most joy was the sight of the fiery figure seated within his energy sea. My Emperor Flame Seed has finally coalesced into a semblance of the Flame God's manifestation as my fighting energy continues to grow. A smile crept across Xiao Yan's face. This manifestation was the embryonic form of the true Flame God he had achieved after becoming sovereign. The Flame God technique, a powerful method he had devised post-sovereignty, was immensely more potent than the burning technique, capable of manifesting an Emperor Flame Seed even at the Dough Fighter stage. This seed contained a fragment of Xiao Yan's soul, effectively serving as a second incarnation of himself. Thus, it was no wonder that the Emperor Flame Seed had actively emerged to safeguard Xiao Yan's body during the slumber. As Xiao Yan's strength continued to ascend, this seed would gradually evolve into a Flame God body. The presence of this Flame God body would greatly assist Xiao Yan in refining foreign flames and various energies in the future. Additionally, as the number of foreign flames he collected increased and his power grew, this Flame God body would ultimately coalesce into something akin to a supreme body. At that juncture, Xiao Yan would truly wield the means to unleash devastating blows upon the vast world. Moreover, as his strength progressed, this Flame God body would eventually evolve into a Flame God manifestation, and then into the true Flame God form. The moment the true Flame God form was once again materialized would signify Xiao Yan's return to the ranks of the pinnacle powerhouses within the vast world. After all, the true Flame God form was a formidable manifestation he had continually refined after ascending to sovereignty, its might far surpassing the 10 original bodies of the vast world. However, at present, the Flame God body was evidently still too weak, its primary function limited to safeguarding Xiao Yan's body, with insufficient enhancement for combat. After thoroughly examining his internal state, Xiao Yan finally wore a smile, fetching several buckets of water to cleanse himself thoroughly. Once the muck had been washed away, his body, now noticeably taller, was revealed in its entirety. Indeed, every time he underwent the cleansing process, his skin appeared significantly fairer. Gazing at his now luminous complexion, Xiao Yan shook his head in resignation, retrieving a set of black attire from his spatial ring before slowly stepping out of his room. By now, the sun was high in the sky, yet the healer was not hiding indoors. Instead, she was diligently tending to a few desolate vegetable patches, wiping her brow as she eagerly glanced at Xiao Yan's room. As the door swung open and she beheld the young man emerging, her mouth fell agape in surprise. How have you become so fair? What kind of elixir did you consume? Noticing Xiao Yan's complexion, which was even fairer than her own, the healer rushed to his side, her usually composed eyes betraying a mix of eagerness and curiosity. I only consumed one of those pills. I cannot procure another for you." Seeing the healer's reaction, Xiao Yan felt momentarily taken aback before he let out a resigned sigh. It seemed that the allure of becoming fairer and more beautiful was indeed a profound temptation for every woman. Even someone as serene as the healer could not help but feel a twinge of desire. However, given Xiao Yan's current circumstances, concocting another foundational pill was quite a challenge. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, the healer's expression fell momentarily, but she quickly brushed it aside. "Apologies for my impatience," the petite healer remarked bashfully while gently scratching her head. "It's quite all right. When time permits, I shall concoct a beautifying elixir or a jade bone pill for you," Xiao Yan replied with a barely concealed chuckle, his gaze lingering on her ethereal beauty. "However, you are already exquisitely beautiful. Should you enhance your allure with such potions? Will there be any room left for other women to thrive?" At his words, a wave of inexplicable joy surged within the petite healer, causing her to gaze at Xiao Yan's now significantly fairer and, for some reason, more handsome visage, her cheeks flushing a delicate shade of pink. "What are you thinking, little healer? He is still but a child." A voice of righteousness echoed in her mind. Taking a deep breath, she calmed her tumultuous emotions, restoring her serene demeanor as she faced Xiao Yan's charming countenance once more. "Enough of these beautifying potions. I wouldn't dare to indulge in such high-grade elixirs. I prefer to remain a joyful little apothecary. Now, please teach me your mystical plant cultivation techniques." Hearing her words, a gentle smile graced Xiao Yan's lips. "I hope that in this lifetime, you shall always embody the joy of a little apothecary." With a flick of his fingers, he summoned forth a multitude of precious herbs from a cave, half of which were now suspended in the air. Though these herbs were valuable, most possessed a marketable worth, vastly inferior to those found within the ancient tomb, making them perfect for instructing the petite healer in the art of mystical plant cultivation. "Follow my instructions and plant these herbs as I guide you." Gently presenting the herbs before her, Xiao Yan smiled softly. "These herbs?" She cast a nervous glance at the rare plants he had tossed her way, her heart racing as she inquired, "Are they truly as precious as they seem? I can discern their worth. These could easily fetch a fortune of over 10,000 gold coins." "Fear not. Plant them boldly. If they perish, I shall procure more for you," he reassured her, lightly patting her shoulder with a warm smile. "Please, do not be so kind to me. It makes me uneasy." The petite healer replied with a wry smile, apprehensive that should Xiao Yan continue to treat her with such kindness, she might one day find herself ensnared by his charms. Though she felt a growing familiarity with him, crossing that threshold would alter everything, especially considering he was still quite young. "Aside from the ice flame spirit grass, the rest of these herbs hold little use for me, so consider them temporarily stored with you. If you delay planting them further, I shall feed them to Xiao Lan," she teased, eliciting a chuckle from Xiao Yan. "Do not. Such potent herbs would be too much for Xiao Lan to handle," she protested, her lips pursing in reluctance. Ultimately, she yielded to Xiao Yan's playful threat. Although she cherished her bond with Xiao Lan, parting with such precious herbs was not something she took lightly. "Indeed," Xiao Yan replied with a knowing smile. With millennia of experience, it was effortless for him to navigate the whims of the petite healer. For the ensuing days, Xiao Yan remained within the confines of the courtyard, only extracting time for his own cultivation at fixed intervals, while dedicating the remainder to imparting the delicate art of plant cultivation to the petite healer. During this span, perhaps due to the immense potency of the soul-nourishing pill, Yao Lao had slipped into a semi-slumber, remaining motionless unless Xiao Yan's soul energy prompted him. Xiao Yan chose not to disturb him excessively, instead relishing the tranquility. Yet, he was acutely aware that when Yao Lao's spirit awoke anew, it would signal his own journey to the heart of the Beast Mountain in search of extraordinary flames. Under the blazing sun, the petite healer wielded a small hoe, diligently carving out a narrow trench a foot deep before gently burying a crimson herb resembling ginseng within. Upon completing her task, she stood, slightly disheveled, wiping the sweat from her brow with her sleeve. The toil of several days had bestowed upon her fair skin a hint of sun-kissed hue, a testament to her hard work. However, gazing at the flourishing small garden where she had planted the majority of her herbs, a smile of delight graced her face. Though weary, the satisfaction of her labor filled her with a sense of exhilaration. Hurry and irrigate with the beast's blood. Otherwise, this blood spirit ginseng will wither away before long. Just as a triumphant smile danced on her lips, Xiao Yan's voice resonated from a short distance behind her. I understand, she nodded, glancing back at Xiao Yan, only to find her smile abruptly freeze. There he was, lounging in the shade, enjoying a chilled fruit, the cool mist emanating from it evident even under the sweltering sun. It was hard to fathom the sheer delight of savoring such a sweet, icy fruit on a scorching day. That rascal. Observing Xiao Yan's blissful demeanor, her smile vanished, replaced by a frustrated grimace as she ground her teeth in anger. Ah, the bone spirit cold fire is truly a remarkable thing. No other extraordinary flame can offer such comfort, Xiao Yan mused, reclining comfortably in a wicker chair, relishing the icy fruit while finding amusement in the petite healer's laborious efforts in fields. However, this scene was short-lived. After tending to all the herbs, the petite healer approached, her feet caked in dirt. You seem to be enjoying yourself, she remarked, her eyes narrowing slightly at Xiao Yan's relaxed demeanor. Without hesitation, she snatched a slice of fruit from the table and took a large bite, disregarding all decorum. Little did she know, the moment she tasted the fruit, she was met with an explosion of refreshing sweetness that sent a delightful shiver through her entire being. After hastily devouring the icy fruit, she tilted her chin in triumph before ignoring Xiao Yan's helpless chuckle and made her way to the pond in the courtyard. Dipping her muddy feet into the cool water, she sought solace on a large stone in the shade, much like Xiao Yan. Perhaps due to her feet frequently being buried in the earth, they remained largely unaffected by the sun as she gently swayed them in the water, washing away the dirt. Gazing at the petite, fair-skinned legs of the little healer as they playfully splashed in the pond, Xiao Yan couldn't help but smile, his heart lightened by her evident joy. Yet, just as they both basked in this moment of tranquility, Xiao Yan's keen spiritual perception suddenly detected an anomaly in the water, causing his expression to shift as he urgently warned, "Be careful." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the surface of the pond erupted in a spray, and a vividly colored little snake leapt from the water with startling speed, aiming straight for her delicate white foot. The unexpected turn of events startled the little healer, her fair complexion paling further upon sighting the snake, to the extent that she scarcely felt the pain when it bit her. Vile creature! A voice laced with coldness rang out, and in the next instant, a wave of invisible force struck the snake, tearing it asunder. Almost immediately, Xiao Yan, propelled by a gust of wind, arrived beside the little healer, whose face had turned a shade paler from fright. Though he felt a pang of concern, he couldn't help but find the situation somewhat amusing. In that moment, she remained the kind-hearted and gentle girl, still bearing a hint of timidity. Who could have foreseen that this girl would one day become the fearsome heavenly poison lady, dreaded by the nearby great empires? Show me your foot. Relieved to see that the little healer was not gravely injured, Xiao Yan let out a sigh of relief. The snake had likely not even been classified as a first-tier magical beast, and its venom was probably not overly potent. I'm fine, she stammered, finally regaining her composure. But Xiao Yan, with an unmistakable assertiveness, seized her right foot, which still bore the imprint of the snake's head. As his warm and strong hand wrapped around her foot, a blush crept on her face. She struggled momentarily, but realizing she could not escape his grip, she sighed in resignation. Despite her outward resistance, a warm current flowed through her heart at his show of concern. "You overbearing brute." She pouted slightly, her beautiful eyes betraying a glimmer of excitement that she herself did not recognize. "It should be nothing serious." After casually removing the severed snake's head, Xiao Yan was about to breathe a sigh of relief when he noticed her delicate little foot resting in his palm. The foot was exquisitely pale and delicate, exuding an air of fragility and elegance that evoked a marvel at the wonders of creation. The tiny puncture wounds from the snake's fangs resembled drops of crimson on a snow-white lotus, enhancing its allure rather than tainting it. As he gazed at the dainty foot, two words flashed through Xiao Yan's mind: "Jade foot." Momentarily lost in thought, he was jolted back to reality when the little healer shifted her leg. A strange smile crept onto his face as he asked, "Do you want me to suck out the venom?" "Godi," she retorted, splashing water with her other foot in response. After this brief jest, Xiao Yan's expression turned serious as he prepared to retrieve some antidote from his storage ring, only to suddenly recall that the little healer was a host of the heavenly poison body. Thus, he instead fetched some healing ointment and gently applied it to the wound. Once he completed his task, he supported the little healer back to her room to rest. Under Xiao Yan's careful attention, the little healer's cheeks flushed slightly as they walked, and she relaxed a bit once he had her lie on a wicker chair. "I never expected this guy to be so caring." A faint smile tugged at her lips, her eyes sparkling with an unacknowledged excitement. Perhaps after all the commotion, The bond between them had subtly deepened. Xiao Yan, however, did not make much of it, while the little healer steadfastly insisted that they were merely friends. To her insistence, he simply smiled and remained silent. After all, did one need to reiterate their friendship multiple times a day? With time, if he truly regarded her as just a friend, the one to feel sorrow would indeed be her. He chose not to confront this reality, instead savoring the gradual evolution of their feelings. Thus, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On a particular deep night, as Xiao Yan sat cross-legged on his bed in quiet meditation, his eyes suddenly snapped open. For within the bone flame ring on his finger, an immense surge of spiritual energy was gradually awakening. After consuming the soul-nourishing pill for more than 10 days, Yao Lao's spiritual power had finally begun to stir back to life. A flicker of joy ignited in his heart as Xiao Yan quietly opened the door. Sensing that the little healer was in a deep slumber, he leapt lightly onto the roof. With a gentle push from his foot, a pair of violet wings unfurled from his back. During these days, he had quietly refined the purple cloud wings, rendering the remnants of magical beasts that once posed a significant threat to him in his past life utterly powerless before him in this life. With a few powerful flaps, the violet wings carried Xiao Yan a considerable distance. After expending a portion of his internal fighting energy, he finally soared several dozen miles away, landing steadily atop a small hill. As he did, the spiritual fluctuations within the bone flame ring intensified, culminating in a moment when an overwhelming force erupted skyward. My soul power has finally recovered a good portion. The aged voice echoed alongside the burgeoning aura, and the next moment, Yao Lao's now notably solidified spirit burst forth from the bone flame ring, slowly hovering in the air above. Observing Yao Lao's more corporeal spirit, a smile gradually spread across Xiao Yan's face. It seems it's time for me to venture into the depths of the Beast Mountain range in search of the celestial beast flame. Although his strength was still rather feeble, from the aura emanating from Yao Lao, Xiao Yan could faintly sense that Yao Lao's current spiritual power was likely comparable to that of the 7-star Do Zone. With such strength, along with Xiao Yan's various means, it was likely that there were few who could pose a threat to him in the northwestern continent. Even those who had just entered the Do Zone rank would find it challenging to contend with him. While the two mysterious black tigers in the depths of the Beast Mountain range were certainly formidable among 7th-tier magical beasts, they would not be a concern for Xiao Yan. The following morning, as the little healer sleepily pushed open her door, her face still bearing a hint of drowsiness, she was greeted by the sight of Xiao Yan, already seated at the stone table, having prepared breakfast. Oh, the sun must have risen in the west today. Young master, Xiao has actually prepared breakfast for me personally, she said, rubbing her eyes in disbelief. Normally, it was she who was coerced into making breakfast for him. Enough with the banter. Hurry and eat. After this meal, I might need to leave for a while, Xiao Yan replied with a light chuckle, gesturing for her to eat. At his words, the little healer's drowsy mind suddenly sharpened, her beautiful eyes fixing on Xiao Yan with newfound concern. Where are you going? For how long? However, it was not long before she became aware that her words carried a hint of excessive concern. Her delicate face flushed slightly, yet she made no attempt to retract her sentiments. Rather, she remained seated opposite Xiao Yan, her ethereal gaze fixed intently upon him. Observing her demeanor, Xiao Yan felt a warmth bloom within his heart. He casually handed her a palm-sized jade piece and gently remarked, "A journey to the monster Beast Mountain range will likely take about a month. Take this jade piece. If you encounter any insurmountable troubles, shatter it without hesitation. I shall arrive promptly." Chapter 66. The Overlord of the Monster Beast Mountain Range. A month, you say? Upon hearing his words, the little healer seemed to exhale a sigh of relief. After solemnly accepting the jade piece, she carefully tucked it into her bosom. Following this exchange, the two lapsed into silence, finishing their breakfast quietly. It was only after the meal that the little healer produced a pouch of medicinal powder and handed it to Xiao Yan. "This is a poison I have recently concocted, potent enough to slay a Grand Do Master. Though it may be of little use to someone of your caliber, it is always prudent to prepare some means of self-defense." Gazing at the hint of reluctance on her lovely face, Xiao Yan smiled gently and nodded, affectionately ruffling her hair, though his expression suddenly turned grave. "When I return from the monster Beast Mountain range, I may have to head back to Wutan City shortly thereafter. Therefore, I hope you will take this month to ponder whether to accompany me back or remain here in Qingshan Town." At his words, the little healer's body stiffened momentarily, and after a brief pause, she responded, somewhat dazed, "Understood, I will consider it carefully." This time, she refrained from voicing any further objections, evidently taking the matter to heart. Seeing her like this, Xiao Yan chose not to speak further, once more tousling her hair before stepping forward, transforming into a streak of light that shot into the sky. While the allure of beauty was significant, in the current circumstances, the enhancement of strength took precedence. Truth be told, he could hardly fathom the potential chaos that might ensue should the little healer arrive in Wutan City, especially with both Sun Er and Yafei already present. The addition of another like her would surely turn the entire city into a tumultuous battleground. Balancing the relationships among women is indeed far more challenging than refining pills. With a soft sigh, Xiao Yan realized how arduous it was to entertain the notion of establishing a harem. In the small courtyard, the little healer stood silently, watching Xiao Yan's astonishing departure, her lovely face finally revealing a trace of melancholy. Although we share a deep connection, perhaps it is best not to intrude upon your life. Her softly spoken lament echoed in the courtyard, unheard by anyone else. The monster beast mountain range stretched endlessly, its expanse exceeding tens of thousands of miles, crossing through several great empires and numerous smaller nations. Such a vast distance would still require some time to traverse, even with Xiao Yan's current speed. Fortunately, with Yao Lao's strength now comparable to a 7-star Do zone, the formidable soul power he wielded was nearly inexhaustible, alleviating Xiao Yan's concerns about excessive consumption. As Xiao Yan ventured deeper into the monster beast mountain range, the aura of magical beasts emanating from the depths of the mountains grew increasingly potent. However, when the gazes of these beasts swept across the figure cloaked in black above, they each exhibited a flicker of respect and apprehension. Though the mountain range was home to many high-tier magical beasts, most were merely of the 5th or 6th tier. 7th-tier beasts, akin to the apex of human Do zone, numbered scarcely more than 10 throughout the entire expanse of the monster beast mountain range. The terrifying presence radiating from the figure in the sky was by no means inferior to that of the powerful beast lords. With each step taken in the void, Xiao Yan traversed several miles effortlessly. After a little more than half a day's journey, a rugged range of bizarre rocks finally came into view. With another swift motion, Xiao Yan arrived at this location. The moment he entered the mountain range, the nascent form of the flame god body, beginning to take shape within him, abruptly opened its eyes, fixating on a particular direction within the mountains. This flame god body, born from the Emperor Flame seed, possessed an unparalleled sensitivity to the exotic fire, surpassing nearly all others on the continent. Simultaneously, as Xiao Yan sensed the aura of the exotic fire, he also detected the powerful presences pervading the sprawling mountain range through Yao Lao's soul power. Among the numerous peaks, each bore the aura of at least a 5th-tier magical beast. However, what truly caused Xiao Yan's expression to grow serious was the overwhelming presence emanating from the central, largest peak, which housed the exotic fire. There, he discerned the powerful auras characteristic of 2 7th-tier magical beasts, which reached an exceptionally high level even among their rank. White Tiger siblings, come forth and meet me. Without any pretense, Xiao Yan employed Yao Lao's voice to issue a low call that reverberated like thunder across a radius of several hundred miles. In the aftermath of his call, the previously tranquil center of the mountain range began to stir. A surge of colossal auras erupted from the peaks, and in the next instant, enormous magical beasts soared into the sky from the mountains. Human, the name of the king is not one you can call at will. A 6th-tier magical beast, comparable to a human Do Huang, was the first to emerge, its expression unfriendly as it glared at the figure standing in the sky. These magical beasts, mostly 5th-tier peaks or 6th-tier, represented a formidable force capable of unleashing unimaginable devastation if unleashed within the Jiama Empire. Yet, they were merely subordinates of the White Tiger siblings. Despite the hostile gazes from the beasts, Xiao Yan's demeanor remained unperturbed. Noticing the absence of the White Tiger siblings, he chuckled wryly. In the next moment, the aura comparable to a 7-star Do zone erupted in full force. Under this overwhelming pressure, the magical beasts, who had previously displayed unfriendly expressions, suddenly paled. Although this aura did not surpass that of the White Tiger siblings, it was certainly close enough. This realization led them to understand that this human strength was undoubtedly among the top tier of Do zone. A human 7-star Do zone, if unimpeded by a Beast King, could likely decimate their formidable assembly of dozens of 5th and 6th-tier magical beasts. As Xiao Yan's aura descended, the previously motionless central peak finally began to stir. Boom! Under the watchful gaze of Xiao Yan and countless magical beasts, the central peak trembled slightly, and in the next moment, 2 chillingly powerful auras emanated from the mountain. Roar! Accompanied by a thunderous roar that shook the earth, two massive white tigers, each exceeding 10 feet in length, adorned with mysterious black markings, finally emerged from the central peak. Two white tigers emerged, one robust and the other slightly gaunt, yet both shared a remarkable trait. They traversed the void on all fours, akin to formidable human combatants of the Dozone level. With their appearance, the temperature in the surrounding realm plummeted, and faint snowflakes began to fall from the heavens. The Xianming White Tiger, a pinnacle bloodline among the tiger-type magical beasts of the Duki continent, is a variant of the Yuming White Tiger, possessing a potential far more terrifying. Upon reaching adulthood, it can evolve to the 7th tier, while a select few Xianming White Tigers, after encountering various fortuitous circumstances, may aspire to become 8th-tier magical beasts. Even rarer specimens may awaken their ancient bloodline, attaining the status of a 9th-tier magical beast, comparable to human Dosheng. However, such occurrences have not transpired for millennia. Nevertheless, the bloodline of the Xianming White Tiger remains one of the most elite among tiger-type and ice attribute magical beasts, likely only overshadowed by the royal bloodlines of the Taishu Ancient Dragon and the Tianyao Phoenix. Historically, tiger-type magical beasts were among the foremost bloodlines on the Duki continent. Yet in contemporary times, only the dragon, phoenix, and serpent bloodlines have the occasional capacity to produce 9th-tier magical beasts. Most other bloodlines plateau at the 8th tier. The two Xianming White Tigers advanced toward Xiao Yan, stepping lightly through the void, and amidst the envious gazes of numerous magical beasts, they radiated a brilliant white light, gradually morphing into human forms. As 7th-tier magical beasts, they possess the ability to transform, with one resembling a human 8-star Dozone and the other a 6-star Dozone. As the surrounding white light flickered, a male and a female figure finally materialized before Xiao Yan. The man was tall and muscular, his upper body bare, his face rugged yet exuding a fearsome aura, reminiscent of a ravenous tiger. Beside him stood a woman, tall and voluptuous, her snowy hair cascading casually behind her ears. Her elongated eyes adorned her chiseled features, bestowing an additional wild allure, while her attire merely concealed the essential areas. This wild beauty certainly stirred a significant desire for conquest in the hearts of men. However, Xiao Yan merely cast a fleeting glance at her beauty before losing interest. Although her appearance was indeed striking, Xiao Yan, having once ascended to supremacy in his previous life, had encountered countless beauties and could, if he wished, select from any realm. For him, beauty held little value. At their level, emotional connections took precedence. The woman, transformed from the mother tiger, was momentarily taken aback by Xiao Yan's indifferent dismissal. Over the years, she had seldom encountered a human strong enough to disregard her so effortlessly. Gazing at Xiao Yan's exceedingly youthful visage, her astonishment deepened. "Human, what brings you to the Beast Mountain to seek us?" she asked, her slender eyes, tinged with wildness, fixed on him. As she spoke, the imposing man beside her and the surrounding higher-tier magical beasts turned their attention to Xiao Yan, their curiosity piqued regarding his intentions. Despite acknowledging his formidable strength, confronting the white tiger siblings in their domain was not a wise decision. Noticing their predatory gazes, Xiao Yan's lips curled into an enigmatic smile. "I have come seeking to borrow something from you too. It is known as the 10,000 Beast Spiritual Fire." The moment his words fell, an oppressive silence enveloped the realm, broken only by the faint sounds of magical beasts breathing. Yet, in the next instant, an icy, lethal intent began to permeate the atmosphere. The once smiling wild beauty now, like her brother, fixed her gaze on Xiao Yan, eyes brimming with malice. Not only they, but even the 6th and 5th-tier magical beasts around them, were filled with an overwhelming murderous intent. Though the 10,000 Beast Spiritual Fire ranked merely 22nd on the list of exotic flames, its significance to many magical beasts was far greater than that of others. The conditions for its creation required the convergence of countless mid to high-tier magical beasts' fire and blood at the site of the 10,000 Beast demise, along with the essence of a 9th-tier magical beast's fire as a catalyst, necessitating a century of brewing and sedimentation. It could be said to be both the easiest and most challenging exotic fire to artificially produce. Upon its birth, it was invaluable to humans, yet its allure for magical beasts was immense. The 10,000 Beast Spiritual Fire possessed the miraculous ability to refine their bloodlines. Although higher-tier beasts found it increasingly difficult to enhance their ranks, it had significant benefits for many 4th, 5th, and 6th-tier beasts. Even 7th-tier beasts, with prolonged use of the 10,000 Beast Spiritual Fire to refine their bloodlines, might aspire to become 8th-tier beasts. Such wondrous effects rendered the 10,000 beasts spiritual fire the most coveted and revered exotic fire among magical beasts. Thus, neither the white tiger siblings nor the other magical beasts surrounding them would ever consider relinquishing this treasure to a mere human. Leave this place at once, and I may contemplate sparing your life. Otherwise, it will be exceedingly difficult for you to exit the Beast Mountain today, the gruff, raspy voice of the towering man echoed. And in the next moment, a dreadful killing intent firmly locked onto Xiao Yan. As his words spread, dozens of magical beasts soaring above swiftly dispersed, their throats emitting low growls of anticipation. Amidst the cacophony of roars, powerful presences began to converge from various directions within the Beast Mountain, signaling that Xiao Yan, should he advance further, would soon face the wrath of half the magical beasts residing there. However, undeterred by the overwhelming pressure encroaching upon him, Xiao Yan maintained his composure, casting a calm glance at the white tiger siblings, whose expressions were laden with hostility, and ultimately shook his head in resignation. In his previous life, upon returning to the northwest continent as a Dodi, this pair had been as docile as kittens, even eagerly aligning themselves with the Yin Alliance. Yet, this was only natural. After all, this was a world where strength reigned supreme. Being under the command of a Dodi was a tremendous honor, and facing a mere Dozong, or even a lowly Dosher beneath that, it was understandable that no one would wish to submit. Xiao Yan understood this all too well. Hence, this time, he would have to take matters into his own hands and compel the siblings to submit. Conveniently, he currently lacked a truly formidable guardian for the Xiao Clan, and these two Xianming white tigers were sufficiently qualified. A smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as he shook his head in resignation. I apologize, but this time, not only the 10,000 beast spiritual fire. I fear you two will also need to accompany me for a while. However, I shall ensure you receive ample compensation. Seeking death. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, the once hesitant white tiger siblings, whose murderous intent had already begun to brew, no longer wavered. In the next moment, they transformed into two fleeting shadows, vanishing from sight. White tiger, ice heaven claw. In an instant, two razor-sharp tiger claws, capable of rending the very fabric of space, emerged suddenly, forcefully striking toward Xiao Yan's head. Chapter 67. The Great Desolation Prisoner's Finger. At the moment those claws manifested, not only did they carve dark fissures into the surrounding space with their lethal sharpness, but the temperature in Xiao Yan's vicinity plummeted at an alarming rate. This terrifying chill was so intense that even a Do Huang expert would find their body instantly stiffening, and moments later be encased in ice. Those massive tiger claws, towering as high as a person, if they were to strike a human. Even a true Dozong would suffer grievous injuries or perhaps even be shattered into pieces. The reason why the white tiger siblings could dominate the Beast Mountain range was not solely due to their elder brother by Han being a peak 7th tier beast, but also significantly attributed to the seamless synergy of their sister by Shui's techniques. With such formidable coordination, they had previously joined forces to slay more than one 7th tier beast, establishing their fearsome reputation as the rulers of the Beast Mountain range. This remarkable rapport, combined with their immense strength, ensured that the duo could remain undefeated unless they encountered a Dozun expert. Regrettably, the adversary they faced today was not to be underestimated, for their opponent was none other than the Flame Emperor, Xiao Yan. As the two menacing attacks bore down upon him, Xiao Yan did not make any grand evasive maneuvers. Instead, pure white flames erupted from his body, almost instantaneously dispelling the overwhelming chill. In the next moment, the space beneath his feet twisted unnaturally, and with a strange contortion of the surrounding area, he reappeared before the smaller of the two tiger claws, deftly avoiding the more formidable strike. Following this, the soul power of Yao Lao, comparable to a 7-star Dozong, surged within Xiao Yan as he forcefully stomped down, causing the very space beneath him to crack and splinter. 8 extremes collapse. With a powerful elbow strike, he collided forcefully against by Shui's tiger claw, sending forth a wave of energy that tore through the surrounding space like a spider's web, creating massive fissures. After the exchange, Xiao Yan stepped back 2 paces, only to twist again and vanish from sight. In the instant his figure dissipated, by Han's other claw ripped through space, shattering the afterimage left by Xiao Yan. Bang! 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 In the next moment, a wild and alluring beauty retreated several dozen steps from the void, her expression changing as she summoned her entire fighting spirit to dispel the strange energy within her. Yet, no matter how hard she tried, the terrifying fighting spirit, mixed with a chilling flame, even more fearsome than her icy energy, gently erupted within her. accompanied by a low groan. Bai Shui's complexion turned pale, a trickle of crimson seeping from the corner of her mouth. Clearly, the recent exchange had inflicted her with injuries of a moderate degree. Simultaneously, Xiao Yan and the imposing figure of Bai Han reappeared in the sky. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding beasts were taken aback, not expecting that in merely one clash, Bai Shui had sustained injuries. It was important to note that although she was only at the 6-star Do Zone level, when combined with her formidable physique and powerful bloodline, she should have been on par with any human 7-star Do Zone. Yet, astonishingly, she had been wounded in their first encounter. Such prowess made it apparent that even the Tiger King Bai Han would find it difficult to subdue his opponent. Brother, be cautious. Though this fellow's strength may only rival that of a human 7-star Do Zone, his speed and application of power have reached a truly terrifying level, Bai Shui warned, her ruby-red tongue licking the blood from her lips as she regarded Xiao Yan with apprehension. You understand, Bai underplead. Casting a glance toward Bai Shui before his gaze returned to Xiao Yan, the chill in his tiger-like eyes intensifying. Human, daring to injure my sister. You shall not leave the Beast Mountain range alive today. Moreover, it has been a long time since I tasted the flesh and blood of a human Do Zone. As the words fell, Bai Han's form began to shift once more, and in the next moment, a colossal white tiger, spanning over 10 zhang in length, appeared in the world. Its snow-white fur was adorned with ancient, black patterns, and a faint crimson aura emanated from it, followed by a thunderous roar that shook the heavens. Roar. The terrifying sound waves caused the very space to tremble, and any beast that heard the roar shuddered involuntarily. Some weaker creatures even collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Tigers are the kings of beasts, even though the Tiger Clan on the Duki continent is no longer as mighty as in ancient times. They still surpass ordinary beasts by far. Today, I shall tear you apart. With another deafening roar, Bai Han unleashed a surge of bloody chill, charging fiercely toward Xiao Yan. White tiger rending the heavens. The crimson energy coalesced behind him into a massive blood-colored tiger's head, its presence awe-inspiring. Such a move would likely cause even a typical 9-star Do Zone to change countenance and retreat. However, Xiao Yan remained unfazed by the impending assault. Instead, he closed his eyes and raised his index finger high. At the moment he lifted his finger, a vague memory from the vast world of the past began to manifest in his mind. Xiao, do you really need to offer the Dragon and Phoenix Supreme Pill to deal with a character like the Western War Emperor? That old lecher is merely taking advantage of your scholarly demeanor. If it were me, I would have already slapped him until his teeth scattered. Xiao, why waste words with him? Great Desolation Prisoner's finger. Gradually opening his eyes, a smile graced Xiao Yan's lips. Due to the limitations of his soul power, his memories of the vast world were rather hazy, recalling only fragments of what he had learned. This technique was precisely one imparted to him by his friend Lin Dong, which Xiao Yan had grown quite fond of. For the martial ancestor had a temperament slightly more volatile than his own, easily resorting to violence over mere words. Thus, many in the great world privately jested that the martial ancestor only knew 2 moves and recognized only 9 characters: Great Desolation Prisoner's Finger and Azure Sky Transformation Dragon Technique. Yet, these 2 legendary techniques, encapsulated in 9 characters, had compelled the entire vast world to submit. When I first mastered this technique, I was already at the pinnacle of the sacred rank. Thus, I refrained from using it lightly, fearing it would bring calamity to the innocent. Now, however, with Yao Lao's power backing me, I could indulge freely. A smile danced on Xiao Yan's lips as he lifted his index finger high. In the next moment, the heavens and earth changed colors. The originally clear sky darkened in an instant, as clouds and mist rapidly converged, shrouding the surrounding hundreds of miles in oppressive darkness. As they gazed upon the scene, the white tiger siblings were momentarily taken aback, exchanging incredulous glances that revealed the astonishment within their eyes. The celestial stage battle techniques. Observing the oppressive spectacle of the dark clouds swirling above, the sheer might of nature instilled a deep, soul-stirring tremor within all the magical beasts residing in the mountains. Such a monumental phenomenon could typically be attributed to one of 3 causes. Either a formidable warrior had ascended to the level of a battle saint, capable of harnessing the celestial powers at will, or a high-grade elixir had been concocted, resulting in a shift in the very fabric of the heavens. Yet, Xiao Yan had not yet attained either of these prerequisites, leaving only one plausible explanation for such a tremendous upheaval: the emergence of celestial stage battle techniques. Here, emergence does not merely signify the revival of techniques or skills, but rather the manifestation of something entirely new from nothingness. Brother, we must strike him down. Otherwise, We shall encounter dire misfortune today. White Snow's face paled as she screamed, her voice barely reaching White Han's ears amidst the tumultuous dark clouds. The celestial stage battle techniques were a terrifying means capable of allowing even battle venerates to engage in combat beyond their level. Although White Snow harbored her own covetous desires for such techniques, she was acutely aware that should this individual unleash them, he would undoubtedly overpower or even slay them, despite their comparable strength. Upon hearing her words, the Tiger King, White Han, finally came to his senses, his aura erupting to its peak as the colossal energy manifestation of a tiger head behind him coalesced into near solidity. He understood all too well the horrors that would ensue if this adversary were to employ the celestial stage battle techniques. Then, with a sweeping motion of his enormous paw, the immense tiger head surged forth, causing the dark clouds above to whirl violently. In the next moment, an enormous pillar, stretching 100 feet high, slowly emerged from its depths. At the instant the pillar appeared, the energy within a 100-mile radius surged palpably, while the dark clouds transformed into a vast vortex, swirling around the towering pillar as if celestial bodies orbiting a radiant moon. However, upon closer inspection, it became evident that this was no mere pillar but rather an enormous finger, reaching 100 feet long. Today, I shall test my strength against you two siblings first. As he beheld the Tiger King, White Han, whose fur bristled with raw energy, a smile crept on Xiao Yan's lips as he raised the colossal finger, now poised to descend. With the finger's descent, an unfathomable energy followed suit, plummeting downwards. The great wilderness prisoning sky finger, a single finger to imprison heaven and earth. Xiao Yan's voice resonated through the atmosphere, and in an instant, the ancient and colossal finger struck fiercely towards the Tiger King, White Han. Initially, the great wilderness prisoning sky finger may not have reached the level of the celestial stage. However, through countless iterations and enhancements by the martial ancestor, it had long since surpassed that threshold. What Xiao Yan could currently wield was merely the tip of the iceberg of its power. The vast finger was adorned with countless ancient patterns, exuding an aura of antiquity that enveloped the skies, and beneath its terrifying might, even the earth seemed to tremble slightly beneath its weight. In that moment, the very fabric of space appeared to solidify, rendering even movement a daunting endeavor. Boom! Under the astonished gazes of the magical beasts, the ancient, titanic finger collided with the blood-red tiger head. Thud! Accompanied by a deafening sound. The point of contact between the two energies shattered a vast expanse of space in an instant. The next moment, the blood-red tiger head, feared by countless powerful beings within the magical Beast Mountains, was obliterated before the stunned eyes of the onlookers. After the blood-red tiger head disintegrated, the enormous finger, save for the slight blurring of its ancient patterns, remained unscathed, continuing its descent with indomitable force upon the Tiger King, White Han. With a muffled thud, White Han was almost instantly sent sprawling, spurting blood as his massive form plummeted like a broken kite, ultimately crashing into the ground and creating a deep crater several yards deep. Having completed this display of power, Xiao Yan slowly lifted his finger, once again directing the enormous digit towards the pale-faced White Snow. Now, you two siblings have a choice. Submit to me or face death. White Snow, her complexion ashen, hesitated for a moment before reluctantly casting a defiant glance at Xiao Yan and murmuring, "If you release my brother, I will willingly serve you as your maid and offer you the ever-beast spiritual fire." As soon as her words fell, a crimson glow surged from the depths of the crater, racing towards her. "Release her. I will hand over the ever-beast spiritual fire and submit to you." It was the Tiger King, White Han, who had just been grievously injured by the great wilderness prisoning Skyfinger. His face was pale, and his breath was shallow. "Ha ha, you two truly share a deep sibling bond," Xiao Yan remarked with a smile, though his words sent a chill through both of them. "I have stated that today, not only must I claim the ever-beast spiritual fire, but you two siblings must also submit to me, or face a path leading only to death." Upon hearing Xiao Yan's domineering and emotionless declaration, the siblings trembled slightly, exchanging resolute glances that revealed a newfound determination in their eyes. "Though you are an exceptional human, do you think we would willingly yield to you? You may be mistaken. If that is the case, let's fight to the death." With that proclamation, the auras surrounding White Han and White Snow shifted once more, as if they were preparing to unleash some desperate secret technique. Observing their demeanor, Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback. "What? You two possess such spirit? If you truly had such resolve, why did you grovel before me in your past life?" Though he mused this internally, Xiao Yan was not inclined to annihilate these two formidable beasts. He understood that if he could subdue them, he would not only gain two powerful allies, but also have unfettered access to the treasures hidden within the magical Beast Mountains. With a resigned sigh, Xiao Yan finally spoke. "Serve me for 10 years, and I shall elevate you both to the 8th tier." At that moment, the once ferocious expressions on their faces faltered, their impending fury momentarily disrupted. "Is what you say true? Hee, if I can wield celestial stage battle techniques, I can certainly provide you with the wondrous methods that will allow your White Tiger clan to evolve," Xiao Yan replied with a subtle smile. "I wonder if you have heard of the White Tiger transformation sacred art?" As the words left his lips, he noted the siblings' expressions shift dramatically, revealing a glimmer of ecstatic joy upon their faces. The White Tiger transformation sacred art was an ancient technique crafted by a 9th-tier battle saint of the White Tiger clan, a celestial technique belonging to the beast races. This particular cultivation technique appears to be meticulously tailored for the White Tiger clan. Upon achieving mastery, one could shatter their limitations and ascend to the legendary status of a 9th-tier magical beast. Even a breakthrough to the 8th tier would pose no challenge. Observing the ecstatic expressions of the brother and sister, Xiao Yan gently shook his head. They should not rejoice too soon. Distrustful of their intentions, he declared that he would implant his soul mark within their spirits. Henceforth, their lives and deaths would be temporarily under his dominion. As his words settled, the expressions of the White Tiger siblings shifted slightly, their faces darkening as they regarded Xiao Yan with apprehension. "How can we ascertain the truth of your claims? If you were to deceive us and implant this soul mark without delivering the White Tiger transformation technique, we would be at a tremendous loss." A hint of reluctance and skepticism clouded by Xue's enchanting, wild beauty. Allowing another to embed a soul mark within them was tantamount to relinquishing control over their very existence. Such a legendary method, even they, with their considerable prowess, had merely heard of. They had never witnessed it in action. It was astonishing that this black-clad youth possessed such formidable skills, coupled with the terrifying heavenly tier combat techniques he had displayed. She felt a flicker of hope regarding the White Tiger transformation technique. Yet, the notion of surrendering their lives to another was something they vehemently resisted. As the reigning sovereigns of the magical Beast Mountain range, the thought of being subjugated to the whims of a mere human was an intolerable indignity. "Whether it is true or false, you no longer possess the bargaining power," Xiao Yan stated coldly. "This is merely a concession I offer you. Should you refuse, I will ensure that the bloodline of the Xianming White Tiger vanishes from the northwestern continent." His voice grew increasingly frigid, and the ominous presence of the Dahuang prison heaven finger loomed behind him, its terrifying pressure causing the White Tiger siblings to blanch once more. Given the sheer might of the heavenly tier techniques he wielded, one could easily foresee that a mere flick of his finger could lead to their demise. It was evident that his patience was wearing thin. In response to this tense standoff, Han, the elder brother, finally stepped forward, gritting his teeth as he spoke. "We are willing to submit, but I have one condition." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan frowned again, the massive finger behind him trembling slightly, creating fissures in the very fabric of space. "If your condition is reasonable, I may consider it. However, should you repeatedly test my patience, I shall show no mercy." "My condition is rather simple," Han replied, a wry smile escaping him as he observed the murderous intent slowly rising in Xiao Yan's eyes. After years of reigning supreme in the magical Beast Mountain range, they were now subdued by another. Resigned, he relayed his request, enveloped in fighting spirit. "Could you refrain from humiliating us in front of so many magical beasts? After all, we were once their leaders." Xiao Yan paused, momentarily taken aback by this statement. He regarded the brother and sister, whose faces bore a subtle flush, and eventually nodded in reluctant agreement. "Disperse your followers, until I can confidently control your lives and deaths. The Dahuang prison heaven finger shall remain active." Hearing this, Han could not help but let out a bitter laugh. He then summoned all his strength to bellow toward the skies, "Disperse." Though his voice lacked the earlier power that had resonated during his battle with Xiao Yan, it still carried a formidable aura. Consequently, nearly 100 5th and 6th tier magical beasts hesitated, exchanging glances before gradually shaking their heads and departing the scene. While conceding to a human was certainly an affront, they recognized that engaging in a futile struggle against him would likely result in significant casualties among their ranks. Once the throng of magical beasts had dispersed, Xiao Yan turned his gaze toward the White Tiger siblings, maintaining a tone laced with indifference. "Now, you may unveil your souls. Remember, do not resist, lest your spirits sustain injury." After exchanging glances and silent communication, the siblings reluctantly nodded. Had it not been for Xiao Yan's tantalizing offer of the white tiger transformation technique, they would have fought to the bitter end. The thought of becoming mere subordinates, with their lives under someone else's control, was indeed a fate worse than death. The pride of the White Tiger clan was immense, and they cursed the human for presenting such a monumental temptation. Moments later, accompanied by two mournful roars, Xiao Yan's face paled as he retracted the unleashed soul power. Controlling two 7th-tier magical beasts required a monumental amount of soul energy, far exceeding what he had expended when subjugating Lu Panlong. Fortunately, with his recent advancement to Dome Master, his capacity to wield soul energy had significantly increased. Otherwise, even dominating one would have been a daunting task. Even so, after implanting the soul marks within both siblings, a wave of dizziness washed over him. Lead me to the 10,000 beast spirit fire. As for the white tiger transformation technique, I shall impart it to you shortly after I rest. With the knowledge that their souls were now firmly within his grasp, Xiao Yan exhaled lightly, addressing them with a slight detachment. Yes, master, they replied, casting one another resigned glances before acquiescing. The world of magical beasts was relatively straightforward. Once they had been subdued, they naturally exhibited greater deference. Although the siblings were still somewhat reluctant, the memory of Xiao Yan's overwhelming display of power compelled them to comply. The agony of having their souls torn asunder was unbearable, even for 7th-tier magical beasts. Had their subordinates not been nearby, they would have roared in anguish. Moreover, the allure of the white tiger transformation technique, a gateway to the potential of ascending to the 8th or even 9th tier, was a temptation no magical beast could resist. Soon, they guided Xiao Yan to the tallest peak at the center of their domain, entering the grand palace nestled within the mountainside, which rivaled human architecture in magnificence. Xiao Yan's gaze swept over the abundance of rare treasures displayed within, a smile creeping upon his lips. Truly, the sovereign of the magical Beast Mountain range boasts a wealth of resources. With such a trove of treasures at his disposal, he could undoubtedly concoct many of the elixirs he required in the near future. As they proceeded deeper into a cavern, after descending 100 feet into the earth, the oppressive heat finally assailed them. Deep within the depths of this mountain peak lies a vast expanse of crimson earth, intimately intertwined with molten lava. Upon this shore-like terrain of scarlet, enormous skeletal remains of magical beasts are strewn haphazardly, their bones sprawling across dozens, if not hundreds of miles, nearly blanketing a significant portion of the red earth. Utilizing the soul power bestowed by the venerable Yao Lao, Xiao Yan effortlessly discerned that the white bones scattered here were likely remnants of beasts that had achieved at least the 4th tier in their lifetimes. At the core of this veritable ocean of bones, a mesmerizing ball of colorful flames floated serenely. Amidst the roaring blaze of these vibrant flames, faint wisps of various colored beast fire emanated from several relatively fresh corpses of magical beasts nearby, gradually coalescing into the fiery sphere. As they gazed upon the suspended flames, even the white tiger siblings behind Xiao Yan exhibited a glimmer of fervor in their eyes. The spirit fire of all beasts, ignited by the fire within a 9th-tier magical beast, gathers the essence of myriad beast fires, undergoing relentless refinement in a location rich in fire attributes before finally taking shape. This flame possesses the extraordinary ability to temper the chaotic bloodlines within magical beasts, enhancing their lineage and providing them with greater potential for evolution. It can be said that the spirit fire of all beasts represents the ultimate form of transformative fire, and it is precisely for this reason that its formidable power is worthy of a place on the list of exceptional flames. Observing the spirit fire of all beasts suspended amidst the sea of bones, a smile crept across Xiao Yan's face. Calculating the passage of time, he realized that he had been reborn for a full year, and, after such a lengthy period of effort, he had finally acquired his first type of extraordinary fire once more. Indeed, let us return, he remarked, nodding with satisfaction as he turned his gaze toward the white tiger's siblings with a smile. Bai Han and Bai Shui exchanged a glance, puzzled as to why he did not hastily refine the spirit fire of all beasts. However, now that their lives were under his control, they dared not ask further questions and could only nod in resignation. Upon returning to the expansive hall that belonged to the two siblings, Xiao Yan finally found a tranquil spot to sit down in meditation. You two, come here for a moment, he beckoned after sitting in silence for half an hour, his eyes gleaming with amusement as he looked at Bai Han and Bai Shui. Hearing his words, the siblings shared a glance and without hesitation approached Xiao Yan. He summoned his soul power with a flick of his finger, and after a quarter of an hour, he gently tapped both of their foreheads. In an instant, A torrent of information surged into their minds along with the infusion of soul power. As this colossal stream of information flooded their consciousness, Xiao Yan's complexion paled slightly. On the other hand, the expressions on the faces of the white tiger siblings transformed into a mix of pain and joy. Despite their own 7th-tier status, the lesser soul power of magical beasts made the influx of information somewhat overwhelming for them. However, the delightful revelations hidden within the pain filled them with immense joy. Xiao Yan had indeed not deceived them. This was truly the legendary white tiger transformation technique of their clan, but why was only the first half available? Opening her eyes, Bai Shui gazed at Xiao Yan with a hint of confusion in her elongated, beautiful eyes. The intensity of her fervor did not wane due to the absence of the latter half of the technique. Rather, it grew even more fervent. Meanwhile, Bai Han also opened his eyes, casting a disgruntled look at Xiao Yan. Hee, did I not mention that I can only guarantee your ascent to the 8th tier within a decade? The first half of the white tiger transformation technique is sufficient for you to cultivate to that level. As for the latter half, which holds the potential for reaching the 9th tier, your future performance will dictate that. If you impress me sufficiently, I will not disdain the strength of my subordinates. Xiao Yan replied, his eyes narrowing slightly as he spoke with a smile. If he were to hand over the entirety of the white tiger transformation technique, how could he expect these two to serve him loyally in the future? Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, the confusion on the faces of the white tiger siblings gradually dissipated. Their gazes fixed intently upon him. After a brief moment, they exchanged a resigned yet amused smile. Rest assured, master, my brother, and I shall be utterly obedient to you, ready to brave any peril without hesitation, they declared in unison. To their response, Xiao Yan merely smiled noncommittally. In a realm of Doqi, no temptation could rival the allure of enhancing one's strength. This white tiger transformation technique was more than sufficient to ensnare the two siblings. And with their lives firmly in his grasp, the possibility of betrayal seemed all but extinguished. Yet, as with his earlier conquest of Lu Panlong, while controlling their lives was straightforward, earning their unwavering loyalty would be the true test of Xiao Yan's prowess. Loyalty cannot be merely spoken. Thus, you two, first gather these medicinal herbs for me and demonstrate your capabilities, he said with a faint smile, lightly tapping twice more, causing a lengthy list of medicinal herbs to materialize in their minds. This time, the transmission was significantly less taxing, imposing little burden on Xiao Yan. After closing his eyes to absorb the lengthy list in his mind, the two siblings nodded once more upon reopening their eyes. Master, do not worry. Although these herbs are rare, the majority can be found in the magical Beast Mountain range. Aside from a few that are indeed elusive, the rest pose no challenge, they assured him. Hearing this, Xiao Yan finally nodded with satisfaction. His efforts to subdue the white tiger siblings were not solely driven by their suitable strength, but significantly bolstered by their status as the rulers of the magical Beast Mountain range, which would greatly aid in the collection of medicinal herbs. Go now, I shall rest for a while. I hope that within 3 days, you can gather the majority of the herbs, Xiao Yan said with a slight smile, waving his hand as the siblings dutifully exited his chamber. In a matter of moments, their compliance transformed from reluctance to eagerness. Under the temptation of the white tiger transformation technique and the prospect of ascending to the legendary realm of 9th-tier magical beasts, notions of dignity and even life and death seemed trivial in comparison. Once the siblings departed, Xiao Yan slowly closed his eyes, a wave of exhaustion washing over him from the depths of his soul. Chapter 69. Teaching Yao Lao to refine pills. Although he had enjoyed an absolute advantage in the recent battle, the depletion of his mental, physical, and Yao Lao's soul power was no trivial matter. Had it not been for Xiao Yan's mastery over energy manipulation, he might have drained Yao Lao's soul power before fully unleashing his move. Nevertheless, even in a weakened state, Yao Lao would likely find it challenging to execute the Great Wilderness Prisoneress finger a second time. Fortunately, after consuming the soul-nourishing pill, Yao Lao's recovery was not limited to mere soul power. His very soul essence had regained considerable strength under the influence of the potent energy. Thus, this straightforward consumption of power would not lead to a significant decline in Yao Lao's capabilities. With the Tai Emperor soul art and the chaotic divine grinding view imparted by Xiao Yan, Yao Lao's soul would only grow more resilient and formidable upon recovery. Of course, all of this hinged on having ample time to recuperate. It was for this reason that Xiao Yan required a period of 3 days to rest in place. In the span of 3 days, Xiao Yan and Yao Lao remained in a state of secluded rest. After this period, when Xiao Yan pushed open the door and stepped into the grand hall of the White Tiger siblings. Even though he was mentally prepared, he could not help but feel a surge of astonishment at the sight before him. In one corner of the hall lay a plethora of mid to high-grade medicinal herbs, haphazardly arranged. The floor, covering at least 100 square meters, was teeming with a variety of herbs and rare treasures. Based on Xiao Yan's estimation, the sheer quantity of these herbs was such that his low-tier spatial ring would be utterly insufficient to contain them. Drawing from his previous life's experiences, he surmised that even a 7th-grade alchemist would struggle to amass such a bountiful collection. The White Tiger siblings, as the sovereigns of the Beast Mountain range, commanded countless magical beasts to serve them, resulting in an efficiency that far surpassed that of ordinary powerhouses. With this multitude of herbs, even if he were to concoct all the medicinal pills he required, there would still be a considerable surplus remaining. Gazing at the abundance of herbs, a gleam of delight flickered in Xiao Yan's eyes. Master, most of the herbs you requested are here, but there are a few that are either exceedingly rare or fiercely guarded by other 7th-tier magical beasts, Bai Shui stated, stepping forward with her long, graceful legs, casually brushing aside a strand of her silver hair, her wild yet stunning visage revealing a hint of respect. The allure of the White Tiger transformation technique was simply overwhelming, and Xiao Yan's displayed prowess instilled a deep sense of caution within them. Indeed, those few herbs are rather difficult to procure, but the current supply is sufficient for now. Xiao Yan replied, nodding with a satisfied smile. Well done. Your brother is indeed gravely injured, but I shall prepare some healing pills for him shortly. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, Bai Shui was momentarily taken aback. Then her delicate face lit up with joy. Master, could it be that you're also an alchemist? She inquired, her curiosity piqued. Xiao Yan merely smiled faintly in response. If I weren't an alchemist, why would I have you gather so many herbs? Now, go find a secluded spot for me and ensure my safety. I am about to begin the alchemical process. Bai Shui's face brightened with excitement as she promptly nodded in agreement. With a swift motion, she vanished from sight, and moments later, a roar resonated from outside the cave, followed by a cacophony of commotion. After a few minutes, Bai Shui returned to the cave, signaling to Xiao Yan that a tranquil area had been cleared. Xiao Yan, slightly speechless, nodded and departed the grand hall alongside Bai Shui. Upon stepping outside, he was greeted by the sight of a large white tiger, quietly crouched at the entrance of the cave, slowly absorbing the surrounding energy. The tiger's eyes were dim, and its fur appeared somewhat lackluster. It was none other than the injured White Tiger King, Bai Han, whom Xiao Yan had previously defeated. Noting its weakened state, Xiao Yan chuckled and waved his hand dismissively, following Bai Shui as they reappeared on a serene mountaintop. Atop the peak, no magical beasts remained, clearly having been frightened away by Bai Shui's earlier roar. Furthermore, she had carved out a platform over 10 meters in diameter at the summit. Observing this, Xiao Yan nodded in mild satisfaction, recognizing Bai Shui's diligence. Now, descend and guard me. Remember, no one and no beast is to enter this mountaintop, including yourself, he instructed, his expression serious yet tinged with detachment. Under his gaze, Bai Shui, despite her formidable status within the Beast Mountain range, felt a chill run through her body and hastily nodded in compliance. If you perform well, there will be rewards beyond your and your brother's imagination once this alchemical endeavor concludes. Nodding, Xiao Yan stepped forward onto the expansive platform atop the mountain. Upon hearing his promise of rewards, Bai Shui's wild, beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. She licked her red lips and obediently complied with Xiao Yan's directive, transforming into a completely white tigress, her head held high as she surveyed her territory, vigilantly guarding the mountaintop. Sensing Bai Shui's compliance, Xiao Yan nodded and lightly tapped his finger on the bone flame ring, grinning as he called out, "Teacher, it's time to get to work." In response, the bone flame ring remained silent. After a brief moment, just as Xiao Yan was about to summon Yao Lao again, a stream of black and white radiance suddenly erupted from the ring. With a resounding thud, a massive black alchemical cauldron crashed onto the mountaintop. Just as I regained my spiritual power, now I must toil for you again. Truly, I am destined for a life of labor, Yao Lao grumbled. It was understandable, given the multitude of high-grade pills Xiao Yan required him to concoct. Although he had once been one of the most powerful alchemists in the Doqi continent, the task of producing so many 6th and 7th grade pills was still a considerable burden for Yao Lao in his current spiritual state. However, Xiao Yan paid no mind to Yao Lao's complaints and simply smiled. Concocting high-tier pills will drain your spiritual energy, but after that, you can practice the 2 secret techniques I provided, which will strengthen your spiritual foundation. This will greatly aid you in reaching the Dosheng level and becoming a true ninth-grade alchemist. Upon hearing this, Yao Lao's spiritual form quivered slightly. Xiao Yan's words struck a chord deep within him. Though he had previously approached the threshold of the ninth grade, he had found it exceedingly difficult to independently concoct a ninth-grade pill. Yet, if he attained Dosheng strength paired with a more robust spiritual foundation, becoming a genuine ninth-grade alchemist would naturally follow. And don't you wish to practice the profound alchemical techniques and fire control methods contained within the Alchemist Emperor's canon? Xiao Yan's voice was like a seductive whisper, continuously tempting Yao Lao. Enough. No more words. I shall refine them. Yao Lao conceded, waving his hand, evidently abandoning his resistance. Compared to the prospect of laboring his spirit, it was a small price to pay. With a grin at Yao Lao's acquiescence, Xiao Yan summoned the enormous Xian Zhong Qi into his palm. Teacher, would you like to carry this Xian Zhong Qi? Who knows? It might not only suppress Do Qi circulation, but also stabilize your spiritual flow. It's perfect for laying a solid foundation. Get lost. An elderly voice echoed across the mountaintop. Moments later, a flicker of white flame slowly ignited atop the peak. As the flame rose, tranquility returned to the surroundings, interrupted only by the occasional sound of herbs being burned and refined. Certainly, after enduring several resonant sounds of calcination every few hours, an exhilarating and rich fragrance of elixirs would waft down from the summit of the mountain. This peculiar aroma was so enchanting that even the pristine snow at the foot of the mountain found itself swallowing in anticipation, let alone the myriad of magical beasts residing in the vicinity. However, despite their fervent desire for this aromatic essence, the moment they caught a whiff of the overwhelming aura belonging to the dominator of the beastly mountain range, they each fled in terror. 3 days later, the ethereal form of the alchemist appeared somewhat insubstantial, with a trace of weariness etched upon his aged visage. Yet before Xiao Yan, a plethora of precious elixirs lay before him. Blood Lotus Pill, Doling Pill, Purple Heart Barrier Breaking Pill, Emperor's Pill, and Break Sect Pill. A total of more than a dozen 5th and 6th grade elixirs were casually gathered into Xiao Yan's spatial ring. After resting for 3 days, he aimed to concoct a 7th grade elixir, the Blood God Pill. Xiao Yan smiled broadly, with his currently meager and almost pitiable fighting energy. No matter how profound his alchemical skills might be, the crafting of a single Blood Lotus Pill would prove exceedingly arduous. Even if he succeeded, it would likely leave him utterly exhausted, unlike the alchemist, who could effortlessly produce dozens of high-tier pills in one go. Observing Xiao Yan's almost teachable grin, the alchemist's lips twitched slightly, momentarily bewildered as to who the true master was. Nevertheless, he had grown unwaveringly convinced of Xiao Yan's words. Through their time together, he had come to believe that his disciple was indeed the reincarnation of a Do-Di powerhouse, representing a significant fortune for him. Thus, under Xiao Yan's guidance, 3 days later, the rejuvenated alchemist distinctly sensed that his soul had become more resilient than before. Though this enhancement was subtle, over time, as Xiao Yan had suggested, it would lead to a foundation of his soul that far surpassed that of ordinary beings. Add more fire. Yes, this herb should be refined this way. 2 days later, with Xiao Yan's continuous mentorship, accompanied by a clap of thunder, the first Blood God Pill finally came into existence. After resting for half a day, the alchemist commenced his second round of alchemical crafting. Following Xiao Yan's modifications, the Blood God Pill ultimately emerged as a mid-level 7th grade elixir. While it posed some challenge for the alchemist, the allure of enhancing his strength compelled him to disregard his fatigue and allow Xiao Yan to direct him. Moreover, under his disciple's tutelage, he gained significant insights into the profound mysteries contained within the alchemist's canon. The alchemist now harbored a sense that with Xiao Yan's assistance, upon regaining his corporeal form, his strength and alchemical capabilities would likely surpass those he possessed in life. Perched atop the mountain, the youth sat cross-legged, calmly instructing the ethereal elder before him, with thunder striking down intermittently every few days. This bizarre tableau appeared both comical and amusing, yet simultaneously hinted at a profound cycle of rebirth. At the foot of the mountain, the snow-white creature remained somewhat oblivious to these events. However, each time thunder rumbled through the sky, a flicker of astonishment would cross her eyes. Although she had little understanding of alchemy as a 7th-tier magical beast, she recognized that the pills produced at the mountaintop, capable of summoning thunder, were at least 7th grade elixirs. To her surprise, this individual not only possessed formidable strength, but also exhibited remarkable alchemical prowess. while feeling a mix of admiration and trepidation towards Xiao Yan's displayed abilities. Bai Shui became increasingly wary of him. Among all the pinnacle Do Zone powerhouses she had encountered, none had demonstrated the enigmatic skills that Xiao Yan possessed. Even her father, the former king of the magical Beast Mountain Range, had never revealed such a mysterious talent. Regardless, with the allure of the white tiger transformation technique, it seemed that her brother and she must regard him as their true master. Bai Shui sighed softly, gazing at the gradually tranquil mountaintop, her eyes reflecting a hint of reverence. Yet, this tranquility did not persist for long. After lingering in stillness for about half a day, a colossal and desolate aura suddenly surged from the western expanse of the magical Beast Mountain Range. At the instant she sensed this immense presence, Bai Shui's previously serene demeanor abruptly shifted to one of alarm. In the distance, two streaks of light, radiating a fierce energy, sped toward her, their aura seemingly rivaling her own. Oh no, how could they have arrived here? Bai Shui thought, her eyes narrowing with caution as she let out a low roar and ascended into the sky. Following her call, a similar white streak of light dashed forth, revealing the figure of the Tiger King, Bai Han. With their arrival, the two approaching streaks of light gradually came to a halt, unveiling their true forms. A colossal celestial wolf with blood-red wings and a massive, robust bull with crimson eyes. The blood-winged celestial wolf and the blood demon bull. As they beheld these two magical beasts, the Bai siblings squinted their eyes slightly. What brings you two here? Bai Shui couldn't help but hiss in a low voice. These two beasts were also sovereigns within the magical Beast Mountain Range, their strength surpassing that of human 5-star Do Zongs, nearly on par with Bai Shui herself. In the past, even with their combined efforts, it had been exceedingly challenging to vanquish these two. Now, with Bai Han injured, the strength of these beasts could potentially threaten the siblings. I heard from one of my subordinate wolves that you two have been emanating the fragrance of elixirs lately. It seems to be true, the blood-winged celestial wolf remarked, its elongated snout sniffing the lingering aroma in the air, its eyes glinting with greed. For magical beasts, the pills crafted by human alchemists were indeed a great boon. Upon noticing Bai Han, the wolf first paused in surprise, then a wild joy spread across its face. Bai Han, you are gravely injured.